Hello guys, hype and like this video, for more and more amazing parts. Chapter 1. Xiao Yi, you've done a good job, keep working hard, and I'll give you a raise next month. Xiao Yi, work hard overtime, thank you for your hard work, and I will give you a promotion next month. Xiao Yi, you have performed outstandingly. The employee of the year this year is none other than you. After joining the company for more than 5 months, the boss painted a big cake for 4 months. Salary increase, promotion, bonus, best employee, a one-stop cake. In the end, there is no hair at all, it's all cake, the kind you can see but can't eat. This made Li Yi angry. He is a 4th-year student in Shanghai. Based on the idea of learning management from large companies and technology from small companies, he interned in a small entrepreneurial internet company to learn some technology. With his professional skills, Li Yi was quickly reused, and he took on the network maintenance work of the entire company by himself, which is a great merit. And the boss keeps drawing cakes and promises a lot. As a result, after a few months, the cake is still cake, and even the salary that should be given is not guaranteed. This made Li Yi very stupid. Humph. It's the first half of the year, I see what you can say this month. If you don't have anything practical, the young master will quit. Li Yi snorted coldly. In the past 6 months, he is no longer a fresh graduate. On the contrary, he has already seen the warmth and coldness of society. Xiao Yi. The boss came over, looked at Li Yi, hesitated to speak, and finally sighed. The company has gone bankrupt and will be closed immediately. I'm sorry, Lao Ding. Broken, birth. Close, the door. Li Yi was completely stunned when he heard this, it's even more explosive than pancakes. No wonder no one else came today, it seems that they got the news a long time ago. This is the case in the internet industry, where a pig can fly from a single outlet. But in the same way, when Mercury is retrograde, giants have to kneel. I haven't seen a big company like LETV, have they all gone to play with hammers? Why? The boss sighed, took a last look at the company, turned and left reluctantly. Then boss, this month's salary. Li Yi came back to his senses, and quickly opened his mouth. He didn't post last month, and if he doesn't post this month, he really must drink the northwest wind. The consumption in Shanghai is frighteningly high. The rent alone costs 3,000 to 4,000, and it is still a dwelling outside the N-ring. Salary. The boss stopped, the corner of his mouth twitched, he took out his pocket, and put an envelope in front of Li Yi. Don't blame me, the situation is unfavorable, and it is becoming more and more difficult for small businesses to succeed. With that said, the boss turned and left. Looking at the envelope on the table, Li Yi nodded, if you have a conscience, you can give me some compensation. But when Li Yi opened it, he was completely dumbfounded, only to see 3 pictures of Grandpa Mao lying inside. 100, 150, a total of 250. Feeling cursed. Immediately, Li Yi was messed up in the wind. After paying so much and working overtime for a month at the risk of head bumps, in the end, it's just 250. Outside, the car started, and the boss drove away in his A6. Alpaca. Li Yi cursed, with a complicated expression on his face, as expected, he was working for someone else, and he couldn't escape the social animal. If you can, don't work for others in this life. Li Yi said coldly, but smiled wryly, is it possible? If you don't hurry up and find a job, it will be the end of the month soon, and you won't be able to pay the rent. If it is not done well at that time, the landlord will blow him away and live on the street. Although there is also a beautiful local rich primary school girl who is absolutely willing to support him, but is Li Yi like that? Just when Li Yi was in a state of confusion, a strange voice sounded from his mind. Congratulations to the host, binding the Black Tech sign-in system, sign in every day, 1 Black Tech technology or Black Tech product a day. May I ask if the host will sign in today? Is there black technology or products when you sign in? Li Yi was taken aback. Even though he had read too many online novels, he still felt unbelievable. Is it possible that after the Mercury retrograde is over, I also need luck? I was puzzled, but Li Yi still said, sign in. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a set of primary smart home lot real estate, please select the target and bind the property rights. Friendly reminder, any property is fine, the system will take care of everything, please choose the host. Smart home real estate, how smart? Any property right? Can Tang Chen Yupan do it? Of course, this is Tang Chen Yupan's holographic projection, please choose the host. The mechanical sound sounded, Li Yi felt his eyes light up, and a holographic projection appeared in front of him, which was Tang Chen Yupan. Located in the financial center of Shanghai, next to Binjiang Avenue, it stands beside the river and has unlimited scenery. It is one of the most luxurious mansions in Shanghai. It consists of 4 extremely luxurious riverside residences and 1 high-end clubhouse. The highest floor is 44 floors, with a height of 153 meters. Surrounding restaurants, Heilong Xianfang, Shangri-La. Surrounding entertainment, Binhai Golf, Oriental Pearl Tower. Surrounding subway, school. On the holographic projection, not only is there a complete 3-dimensional model, but even the surrounding supporting facilities are clearly marked. As for the price, 250,000 flat. The property fee is 16 per level. Watching this scene, Li Yi was terrified, and finally chose a large apartment on the top floor, with 8 bedrooms and 3 living rooms, a total of 767 square meters, with a market value of 200 million yuan. As for why the top floor, Li Yi thinks, it can park the plane. Unfortunately, in the future, Li Yi will be able to sign a private jet, which is the kind of full-frame black technology. Congratulations to the host, the real estate binding is successful, and the primary smart home lot layout is successful, please host to experience it. At this time, Curry in the system warehouse has an additional set of real estate certificates and 3 sets of access control cards for entering and exiting the community. As for the entry key, there is no such thing. It is a smart home, so where is the need for an outdated key? Feeling apprehensive, Li Yi took a taxi to Tang Chen Yupan. An existence that he could only look up to. Looking at Tang Chen Yupan, who is imposing, Li Yi walked in casually dressed in Dabai. Sure enough, he was directly stopped by a property manager at the door. Hi, may I ask if you are? Although the other party was very polite, the contempt in his eyes was pure to the extreme. Li Yi couldn't help laughing, and waved the access card in his hand, too lazy to say much. Immediately, the property staff's complexion changed sharply, his attitude turned 180 degrees, and he quickly bowed and saluted. Hello, sir, Tang Chen Yupan, welcome home. Beside, the other 2 also saluted to express their apologies. It is a very dereliction of duty to hold a sky-high property fee of 16 yuan per square meter, but fail to recognize the owner. No way, who would have thought that a person with a net worth of over 100 million could be as young and down-to-earth as Li Yi? May I help you? Take me to my house. Li Yi reported the upstairs number. Sir, you have a good eye. This is the best house type. Please follow me. Property manager Han Xin's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took Li Yi there. Chapter 2. After the 2 left, the remaining 2 property management staff looked at each other and sighed. Hey! These days, the invisible rich are hiding so deeply. That's right, I took a peek and found out which one is the best house type, worth 200 million yuan. But look at what they wear. It adds up to a few hundred yuan, who would have thought? In the future, I'll be careful. The people who live here are either rich or expensive, so don't be careless. I hope there are a lot of brothers, otherwise Han Xin will have to. Don't worry, the little goblin is definitely fine, and it won't be too much pressure to get the little brother done. What do you mean? Is Han Xin that kind of person? I heard that a rich second generation chased Han Xin before, but Han Xin didn't even pay attention to him. Hee, brother, you are still too simple. That rich second generation Han Xin just ignored him because he was not worthy of Han Xin's heart. As for this little brother, it's hard to say. The little girl is very shrewd. Sir, this is the floor. Han Xin led Li Yi to the top floor, the elevator opened, and he was the only one on the whole floor. Li Yi was very satisfied with this. Sorry to bother you. Li Yi opened his mouth lightly, even though Han Xin had an 8-point face, Li Yi still didn't care. You are welcome, sir. This is what Xingxin should do. We provide 24-hour concierge service, 24-hour security service, personalized personal butler service, cleaning and laundry service, official and business services, booking and purchasing services, letter express services, etc. Can also provide leisure, fitness, swimming, sauna, spa and private banquet services. This is my business card. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. As Han Xin said, he gave the business card with both hands. Slightly bowed, just revealing a majestic snow-white, 8-point appearance, matched with OL outfits, adding a bit of style. The height is 170 by visual inspection, the weight is about 100, and there is CUPD, this figure is absolutely amazing. But Li Yi just took it, nodded, then turned and walked towards the door without looking at it. This made Han Xin a little upset. It was the first time for her to be so active with a man, but she didn't expect that the man was not interested. Excessive. At this moment, Han Xin's resentment instantly turned into shock. I saw Li Yi walking towards the door without taking the key, swiping the card, or identifying the fingerprint, and the entrance door opened automatically. And Li Yi didn't even stop, just walked in. What is this operation? Artificial intelligence? Brush your face? But even if it is to scan the face, Li Yi should stop at the door to identify it. How could it be possible that the door opened before he reached the door? So much so that Li Yi didn't have to stop. With curiosity, Han Xin gritted his teeth and hurriedly stepped forward to follow, wanting to see what happened. Boom! But at this moment, the door suddenly locked automatically, blocking her directly outside. Under inertia, Han Xin slammed into the door with his whole body in pain. Is the door an automatic anti-tailoring lock when it senses your own intrusion? Han Xin covered his head and was very surprised. He was very convinced of the intelligence of this door. Indoors, the AI housekeeper reminds in time. Han Xin, the property owner, wants to follow in, but has been blocked. Do you want to let him go? Li Yi was startled, then nodded, let's go. Immediately, the door opened again. Han Xin covered his head and appeared at the door, his forehead was a little red. Me? For a while, Han Xin stammered, not knowing what to say. Come in. Li Yi opened his mouth lightly, and Han Xin walked in. Just as I was about to take the shoe cover out of my pocket, I saw that a layer of film had been intelligently pasted on the sole of my fallen foot. This is... Seeing this scene, Han Xin was shocked. In fact, when Li Yi came in, he was also very surprised, and only then did he think clearly. There is a hidden film sticking machine under the entrance stone. When you come in, it will intelligently sense and automatically stick film on your shoes without changing shoes. My God, sir, your family is so smart. Han Xin couldn't help but open his mouth. Intuitively, he was a bumpkin, really. Not just her, such as Li Yi, the whole Tangchen Yupan, no, the whole country, the whole world are bumpkins. What is a smart home? This is the smart home. The entrance door can intelligently identify the owner from a long distance, open and close automatically, and intelligently prevent rear-end collisions. Even the hidden film sticking machine is integrated under the doorway stone, intelligent film sticking, no need to change shoes when guests come. And hidden, it will not destroy the layout and affect the appearance. In addition, just after Li Yi came in, the curtains opened automatically, the fresh air fan started to circulate to freshen the air, and the humidifier started to operate to balance the humidity. The instant hot water bar next to it automatically pushes out 2 water cups, and the water comes out automatically, at 50 degrees, just enough to drink. Li Yi picked it up with a smile and handed it to Han Xin, sit. Han Xin nodded, and then sat on the sofa as if on pins and needles, looking at the surrounding decorations. Simple yet luxurious, with 4 walls, there is not even a raised switch, 1 mirror to the end, all controlled by artificial intelligence. No one has moved into this house. It stands to reason that it has been stuffy for so long, so it should have a peculiar smell. But now, the air is not generally fresh. The PM 2.5 on the side screen has reached 0. The carbon dioxide concentration is only 400. Temperature 23. The humidity in winter is 40%. All in perfect condition. There is no need for human control at all intelligent control is the most perfect and most suitable environment. In fact, Han Xin was surprised, and Li Yi was also surprised. It was his first time visiting this house, 8 households and 3 living rooms, and it was also his first time exploring the wisdom inside. At present, it is just a smart living room, the tip of the iceberg. Watch a movie, how about Neza? Li Yi asked, not wanting to make the atmosphere too awkward. Okay. Han Xin nodded, also thinking about visiting. After the words fell, the color of the wall opposite the living room changed, it was no longer a grey industrial-style wall, but turned into a big screen. Good. The entire wall is a big screen. It turns out that the wall is not a painted wall, but a screen. It's just that when it's not turned on, it exists in the form of an industrial-style wall, so realistic that people can't see it. But what Han Xin didn't know was that the surrounding walls were all like this, and they could be turned into screens at will, and they could also be turned into other styles of walls at any time. It can be said that with such a setting, Li Yi can change the decoration style at any time. For example, Li Yi wants a Mediterranean style, and the 4 walls instantly become a Mediterranean layout design. If you want a frigid style, you can change it instantly. This operation is as simple as changing the wallpaper. This is too smart, too incredible. Han Xin's cherry lips parted into an O shape, dumbfounded. In fact, she was shocked, and Li Yi also looked confused. Tang Chen Yupan, 8 bedrooms and 3 halls, a super-era artificial intelligence home. This is my future home? At this time, Neza has already started to play. The extreme resolution and shocking sound effects are comparable to top theaters. More importantly, it is 3D. 3D picture without glasses. Han Xin finally came to his senses and realized that he was looking at the 3D screen without wearing 3D glasses. It is naked eye 3D. Another technology that is beyond the present. Chapter 3. It's just 3D with naked eyes, it's a trivial matter. Li Yi spoke lightly, not wanting Han Xin to think too much. In fact, the current naked eye 3D solutions have various problems and are very immature. But my own is a mature naked eye 3D solution, which can be called black technology. A great visual experience, stronger than a 5-star theater in Shanghai. Han Xin was full of praise and was shocked. It took a long time before he realized that he was still working and left in embarrassment. It's just that the look of reluctance is all written on the face, I don't know if it's for the person or the whole family. Han Xin walked to the door, and the door opened automatically, still smart. Reappearance, Mr. Li, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to message me on WeChat, you can go to and from get off work. Han Xin smiled and opened her mouth, bright as a flower, and before leaving, she took the initiative to ask for Li Yi's WeChat. Okay. Li Yi nodded, neither cold nor indifferent, but if you need anything in the future, you can call her. For example, find a cleaner to clean up. This is a mansion of nearly 800 square meters, and it takes several people to find a housekeeper. Without Han Xin around, Li Yi can freely check the whole home and learn about all the smart devices. The walls are all screens, you don't need a mobile phone to control it, and you only need to think about it in your brain to control it. It's a solid black technology. For example, if Li Yi wants to watch Neza, the opposite wall will directly become a screen, playing the Neza he wants to watch. When Li Yi leaves, the screen will automatically pause, turn off the screen, and restore the appearance of the wall. In addition, there is a smart butler that reminds Li Yi of her daily schedule, weather, and more. The light, wherever Li Yi goes, is lit up, and when people leave, it is turned off, and there is no need for Li Yi to operate it. Kitchen, bathroom, smart everywhere. For example, the kitchen sink is also smart. Just dump the leftovers in the sink after a meal and forget about it. The faucet automatically senses the water, and the leftovers are flushed to the shredder under the sink. After intelligent shredding, it is automatically discharged into the sewer, so there is no need to go downstairs to throw garbage. When the used dishes are thrown in the sink, the smart dishwasher will automatically wash and dry them. When cooking in the kitchen, the range hood is activated intelligently to extract the range hood powerfully and keep the kitchen air fresh. Everything is smart. It seems that in this home, there is only one intelligent cooking robot missing. In fact, this thing also exists, but it needs to be drawn by Li's follow-up check-in in the future. Several bedrooms also have different styles, and all the walls are also screens. You can change your favorite style according to your preferences. Whether it is European style or Japanese style, switch at will. Some beds are ordinary beds with soft and hard sides, which can be changed at will. And some are extremely enjoyable water beds. In addition, each bedroom is very large, with its own bathroom and bathtub. On the second floor there is also a swimming pool, study room, and gym. Looking at all of this, Li Yi just feels pleasing to the eye. Although he still has a lot of intelligence, he will just explore one by one in the future. Take a bath and enjoy. Li Yi thought of this, and the AI housekeeper then replied, "The hot water in the bathroom is ready, please let the host enjoy it." An idea, straight to the ready, it's so smart. Li Yi beamed with joy, and hurried in. The melodious music sounded, it was his favorite song. Let me describe it to you. In the future you will often have red eyes. It hurt me so much, I didn't understand at the time. If I am young and promising and not inferior, know what is precious. Those sweet dreams were not given to you. I am ashamed all my life, if I am young and promising. If you know how to advance and retreat, you won't let you suffer for me. Melodious music, suitable temperature, soft light. All intelligent control. Everything is so beautiful. But just when Li Yi was about to take off his clothes and enter the room, he was surprised to find that there was no curtain on the opposite glass. On the opposite side is the beautiful river view. How can this work? He's not an exhibitionist. The host doesn't need to worry. The windows here are all specially made. You can see the outside from the inside, but you can't see the inside from the outside. Light can pass through, but there is a dust repellent layer, so it won't fall into dust and doesn't need to be cleaned. Even the windows are black technology. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh, and then undressed in peace, got into the bathtub, and lay comfortably in it. The water waves intelligently control the strength and speed, hitting Li Yi's body, massaging many acupoints, and getting rid of fatigue. That comfortable feeling made Li Yi want to die, and fell into a deep sleep. Sensing Li Yi falling asleep, the music and lights became softer. Everything is so incredible, it is so wonderful. Sure enough, technology has made life better. 30 minutes later, Li Yi was woken up by the smart housekeeper. Master, soaking in the bath for too long can easily cause heart ischemia and hypoxia, and even induce cardiovascular disease. In addition, the blood supply to the head is reduced, and accidents may occur due to cerebral ischemia. It is not good for your health. Li Yi was startled suddenly. It was indeed so. Fortunately, a smart housekeeper woke him up. Taking a bath is comfortable, but it can be dangerous after a long time, especially in a confined space. Afterwards, Li Yi looked at his home again and went out. Now he is not what he used to be, but he is still cash-strapped. Probably the typical net worth of 200 million plus, no, more than 200 million. This property alone is worth 200 million yuan, but the smart home equipment inside is even more difficult to measure. Many technologies are epoch-making, immature at the moment, black technology that cannot be done. It can be said that Li Yi's net worth is not even 200 million, but even 500 million. But the problem is, he is still cash-strapped. The cash flow is only 250 from the boss, 50 for a taxi, 200 left, and minus 500 owed by Hubi. Poor is not ordinary poor. The problem is that the houses produced by the system cannot be sold at all. What to do? Li Yi sighed, took the bus to the subway, and returned to the apartment he rented before, a place where birds don't shit. After eating some roadside stalls, I went to find the landlord and check out. The landlord is not bad, a local demolition household, a few houses, the deposit is not difficult for Li Yi. But those small household appliances that Li Yi can't use are left by the landlord. It doesn't matter, Tang Chen Yupan has everything there, and Li Yi doesn't bother to deal with it. Packed up the clothes and important items, carried the notebook, and it was over. Xiao Yi, where did you move? The landlord aunt asked with a smile. Tang Chen first grade. Hearing this, the aunt's face immediately changed. Bah! You brat, you know how to brag, and you're not afraid of leaks. Why don't you say you're moving to the White House? Li Yi's face turned black instantly. How come no one believes me when I tell the truth? Really, I thought you were a handsome kid, and I wanted to introduce my daughter to you, but luckily I didn't. The aunt shook her head, a little resentful. Hearing this, Li Yi, who was about to say something, decisively quickened his pace, turned around and left. You look like this, and as for your daughter. Forgive me? Thank you for not introducing me. Thinking of this, Li Yi ran faster. Hey! You! The aunt's face turned black when she saw Li Yi running so fast. Chapter 4. The night was like water. Li Yi was holding a glass of wine, admiring the feasting on the Bund and the majesty of the Pujiang River. Enjoy the silence of the night, and look forward to the dawn of tomorrow. Then, can we sign in again? Today's smart home luxury house is worth 500 million plus. What will it be tomorrow? Looking forward to it, really looking forward to it. That night, Li Yi slept soundly. Hundreds of thousands of big beds, all furniture and appliances are all the most luxurious. That feeling is really different. But in the other place, in Han Xian's small den, he was tossing and turning, completely insomnia. No matter which pose, Li Yi is always in my mind. Now Han Xian is 22 years old, stepped into the society, and past the age of listening to love. Facing the pursuit of other men, she can easily distinguish the other man's plot, whether he is greedy for her body or distracted. She sneered at those who were greedy for her body. If she is distracted, she may not like it. Therefore, Han Xian has been single for the past 22 years and has never been in love. There is still a relatively conservative thinking in my bones, thinking about giving the best and most complete self to the person who is really right and who will be with him for a lifetime. It is precisely this idea that, in the face of all kinds of temptations and the pursuit of the rich second generation, Han Xian remains unmoved and maintains his bottom line. But today, For Li Yi, Han Xin lost sleep. Even if she knows, Li Yi has little or even very little interest in her. It can be said that even if Han Xin took the initiative to send her to her door, Li Yi, as a man, might not refuse the embrace of an 8-point goddess. Wanting to stay by Li Yi's side and be Li Yi's future wife is difficult, too difficult. Han Xin also knows that she is not good enough for Li Yi. Under such circumstances, the most sensible behavior is undoubtedly to keep a respectful distance. But Han Xin found that he couldn't do it, even if he knew Li Yi was dangerous, he couldn't do it. And Han Xin has a feeling that the smart devices in Li Yi's home are more valuable than Li Yi's mansion. Some even surpass the current level of technology, which is intriguing. In addition, at such a young age, it is unusual to have a mansion of this level. In this way, the more Han Xin thought about it, the more energetic he became. He couldn't fall asleep, and kept muttering to himself. It's 3 o'clock, and I'm still going to work tomorrow. I can't think about it, I can't think about it. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. What should I do? I really want to really like him. He's dangerous, don't approach him. What should I do? I don't want to miss it. Could it be possible to take the initiative to send it up? What a shame. Just like that, Han Xin's head was in a mess and he lost sleep completely. It wasn't until after 5 o'clock that I was exhausted and fell asleep. In less than an hour, the alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock, and Han Xin could only struggle to get up, wash and make up, stare at the dark circles under his eyes to catch the subway and go to work. It took an hour and a half to drive from the big suburb where she lived to Tangchenyupan, and it was not an ordinary exhaustion. Damn Li Yi, it's all your fault. Han Xin pursed her lips and said angrily, the panda eyes are a little more cute, she has never lost sleep like this all night for a man. Li Yi opened his eyes, the curtains opened intelligently, and the soft sunlight greeted his eyes. It was another beautiful day. Stretching, Li Yi directly turned on the system and began to sign in. Congratulations to the master for successfully signing in and getting the black technology software, Suyin Magic Mirror. Suyin Magic Mirror? Li Yi studied it a bit and was very happy. This software looks simple, but it is actually extraordinary. It can be used for beautification, filter, photo editing, mosaic, and makeup. The scariest thing is to go for plastic surgery. That's right. No matter it is Korean invincible plastic surgery, or Kyushu makeup surgery and face-changing surgery, all will restore you to the original and most essential makeup. Under the magic mirror of plain makeup, the makeup is completely exposed, just like it, without any moisture. This is awesome. You must know that the photos of girls at the moment are unbelievable. 3 or 4 points for plain makeup, 5 points for makeup, 6 points for beauty, 7 points for filters, 8 points for Photoshop, and I want to find a boyfriend with 9 points. What can you do? I don't know how many veterans were tossed and turned, vomiting blood, being deceived by the photos. Going to the present happily, and coming back after a narrow escape. I have to finish the appointment with tears in my eyes. But the birth of this magic mirror without makeup will completely end this problem. Most importantly, it can also bring huge benefits to Li Yi. What Li Yi lacks most now is working capital. Tang Chenyupan's house is equipped with black technology and intelligence, and it is easy to sell 500 million. But the problem is, those produced by the system cannot be sold. Even if it is software, it cannot be sold directly to software companies in the form of buyouts. Instead, Li Yi can operate it by itself, using a paid trial model. So Li Yi ordered a takeaway, and after washing up, he opened his notebook and sat down at his desk to write. At noon, the software was completed, and then Li Yi found a website that he had made before. After further encapsulating and encrypting Suyin Magic Mirror, Li Yi directly uploaded it to the website and changed the name of the website to Suyin Magic Mirror. The website is done, the software is done, but the server is not done yet. Without a server, the software simply cannot run. But now Li Yi only has about 4,000 yuan, and the rental deposit is still refunded. Where can I have money to buy a server? What can I do? Is it possible to borrow it? Li Yi doesn't like to trouble others, let alone owe others. Just when he was struggling, there was a sudden sound that although the company had closed down, the servers that were worth renting would only expire at the end of the month. And he has the account password. Therefore, Li Yi directly entered the account number and password, and hung the software on the company's previous server. And made some settings. For example, the software is free for the first 2 times a day, and after the 2 times, it will be charged at 5 yuan per time. Li Yi won't do things for free, he still needs to use Suyin Magic Mirror to solve the economic crisis. When you get on the right track in the future, you can consider changing to a monthly subscription system. But before this is considered a probationary period, it is better to roll more wool, 5 yuan a time. Anyway, those local tyrants are not short of money, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on the anchor. Buying bags and giving gifts to girls is also a big deal. Li Yi's plain face magic mirror allows them to see the true face of the beauties of the host, stop losses in time, and save tens to millions of dollars, just 5 yuan a time, not expensive at all. Maybe they have to thank Li Yi, so Li Yi modified it and added a tipping function. No way, it is impossible to be free for free, but you can get more wool. Chapter 5. The software is done, the website is done, the server is done. Li Yi directly uploads Suyin Magic Mirror, and is waiting to collect money. However, Li Yi made some changes and turned off the cosmetic analysis function, planning to keep it and launch a super VIP version in the future. But after waiting for half an hour, there was no movement at all. This made Li Yi's face very dark, even the download volume in the background was extremely low, there were only a few people, and none of them paid. No way, the little-known third-party software has little popularity and no publicity, so no one cares about it at all. In desperation, Li Yi had no choice but to reopen a script he had written before the forum automatic posting software. Started to post on forums where male compatriots gather. The magic mirror without makeup, restore the true face of the goddess. 8 points for beauty. 3 points for no makeup. The magic mirror without makeup, check it out. Go to beauty, go to P pictures, go to filters, go to makeup, restore the real makeup, omnipotent, all in Suyin Magic Mirror. What should we do if the mosaic affects the perception? Let's find out about Binyan Magic Mirror. It will remove the mosaic perfectly and give you the experience of flying away. At that time, several big words, under Li Yi's powerful script, crazily posted on various forums, post bars. Seeing these, many netizens' eyes lit up, they just felt incredible, and immediately downloaded and tried. But when looking at the 9-point internet celebrity that he pursues, the plain face only has 4 points. 8 points for a goddess, and only 5 points for plain makeup, the mentality of many netizens collapsed. Especially for those local tyrants who spend a lot of money and give huge rewards, it is even more difficult to accept. However, their reaction is that they don't think their goddess is so ugly, but that there is something wrong with the magic mirror. Some people even complained about Binyan Magic Mirror. But Li Yi has already prepared for this, and even added a sentence on the software interface. If you don't believe in the power of the magic mirror without makeup, you can try it with photos of yourself or friends around you. So many people tried it. It turned out that the friend's photo after beautification was restored by Suyin Magic Mirror, and it was really his friend's appearance, exactly the same. Without any moisture. Immediately, they no longer doubted the true face magic mirror, and continued to try and use it. 1 spreads 10, 10 spreads 100, and the true face magic mirror is completely popular. But Li Yi didn't know this. After finishing the script, he went downstairs to have dinner. It was the peak time for dinner, and when we reached the 15th floor, many people had already entered the elevator. Next to Tang Chen Yupan is Shangri-La, and there is also a 5-star seafood restaurant. It is normal for people who live here to go to such consumption at night. It's just that when everyone saw Li Yi in the elevator, dressed in Dabai casual clothes, they all had weird expressions. Tang Chen's first-rank people are all worth over 100 million, and even many celebrities, wealthy businessmen, directors, writers, producers, screenwriters, etc., all live here. Therefore, the usual clothes are extravagant and extraordinary. At Li Yi's age, wearing such down-to-earth clothes is simply amazing. It immediately attracted a lot of attention, and even whispered, "This Tang Chen Yupan's property is getting worse and worse. Anyone can sneak in." Hearing this, Li Yi frowned slightly, followed the prestige, and saw a young woman with heavy makeup, about 30. She usually exercises regularly and maintains a decent figure, but the heavy makeup on her face is really thick and coquettish. In this regard, Li Yi did not argue with him. After all, he was bitten by a dog, so he can't bite a dog? But Li Yi is not a soft persimmon to be manipulated by anyone. He simply took out his mobile phone, turned on the Suyin magic mirror, took a picture of the young woman, and shook his head. "Oh, 3 points." Hearing this, the young woman immediately became angry. Her expression was a little flustered, but she said viciously, "Stinky boy! Who are you talking about 3 points? Sister, I should at least 7 points." "Well, yes." Li Yi nodded. "It's not too bad." Seeing this, the young woman breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't want Li Yi to continue. 7 points after makeup, 3 points before makeup. Makeup is awesome. Saying that, Li Yi gave her thumbs up sincerely. "BD. How dare you slander me? I. Where do I get 3 points? Everyone, look, I'm clearly 7 points." The young woman stared at her eyes, but tried her best to keep calm, as if she was maintaining her ladylike image. After all, with so many people around watching, they are all dignified existences. If Li Yi was the only one, she would have exploded as a shrew and tore Li Yi apart. "This is 7 points? You have been taught," Li Yi said with a smile, still calm, just showing the phone to the other party. All the people around gathered around, and when they saw it, they all gasped. "This plain makeup, how can there be 7 points? No more 3 points." And the woman was even more furious, and was about to explode. "BD. You BD, what kind of broken software did you make? Ugly me like this? Even without makeup, I look much better than this, and I have 6 points if I don't have 7 points. You did it on purpose. You BD, it's really hateful. There are 6 points for plain makeup? Is it? Then you dare to remove your makeup here? If you don't look like this after removing your makeup, I will apologize to you, and I will do whatever I want." Li Yi smiled and said, not caring. The woman's face changed sharply, and she said angrily, "Why should I listen to you, poor boy? If you tell me to take off my makeup, I will take off my makeup. Hehe, I still dare not." Li Yi smiled and took out the access control card. "There is no problem with this software, it's called Suyin Magic Mirror, and it's very popular on the internet now. If you don't look like Suyin Magic Mirror after removing your makeup, everyone present will witness that I will pay you Tang Chen Yupan's house. How dare you?" Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed sharply, and they were shocked. This young man, dressed in ordinary clothes, turned out to be the real owner, with a net worth of hundreds of millions. It's even more of a gamble. A gamble of hundreds of millions. The woman's face turned pale, seeing that the access control in Li Yi's hands was full of greed, but she didn't dare, so she could only stammer. "It's not that I dare not, and. And there is no makeup remover. Hehe, I have, sister." At this time, a 17 or 18-year-old purple-haired girl smiled and took out a bottle of makeup remover from her bag. It's really a miracle, Li Yi couldn't help but want to give her a thumbs up. You, hey. The young woman turned blue with anger, snorted coldly, and got out of the elevator in embarrassment. Now, everyone knows that they dare not take a mansion with hundreds of millions of dollars. It seems that it really only has 3 points. 3 points without makeup, 7 points with makeup, so scary. Little brother, what is your software called? At this time, a middle-aged man in tang suit smiled and spoke. Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he decisively promoted a wave. Suyin Magic Mirror, you can download it by searching online, it's very useful. Thanks. The man nodded, keeping it firmly in mind, and so did the others. The Suyin Magic Mirror, which can even restore makeup, is really amazing. But at this moment, Li Yi's cell phone rang suddenly. Alipay received 5 yuan. Everyone was stunned, but they heard Li Yi's cell phone ringing non-stop. Alipay received 5 yuan. Alipay received 5 yuan. Alipay received 5 yuan. Later, it became Alipay, Alipay, Alipay. And later it became branch, branch, branch. Chapter 6. Immediately, the air became suddenly quiet. Everyone looked at Li Yi. How much did you charge? Even the notification sound of Alipay's arrival can't continue. According to this speed, I am afraid that it will take tens of millions of income in less than an hour, right? Sure enough, people can't be judged by their appearance. Li Yi looks ordinary in clothes, but she doesn't think she has such a strong ability to make money. No wonder living here at Tangchen Yupan at such a young age, it's really extraordinary. For a moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Li Yi changed again and again, only feeling that Li Yi was so unfathomable. So, in the shock and bewilderment of everyone, Li Yi put away his phone and walked out of the elevator calmly. The sound of Alipay arriving on the body is still ringing non-stop, very pleasant. He knew that Suyin Magic Mirror was really popular. And Li Yi's economic crisis is gone. Little Quoquo, wait for me. A silver bell-like voice sounded. Li Yi couldn't help but stop, and followed the sound. It's you. It was the purple-haired girl who helped him in the elevator and took out the makeup remover to mend the knife. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but looking at it now, this face value is so high. Compared with Han Xin, it is 1 point higher, a proper 9 points. Of course, it is hard to say how much without makeup, but it must not be worse. Without him, the purple-haired girl only has light makeup, and the distribution of facial features is exquisite. In academic terms, it is a typical high-end face. It's hard to be ugly with such an advanced face. Little big brother, your makeup magic mirror is so powerful, give me a test and see how good I am without makeup. The purple-haired girl blinked her eyes, full of youthful vigor and vitality. Li Yi sized it up, and found that the other party was about 170 in height, on the thin side, and must have weighed no more than 100. The size of a certain place was also good, with a protruding front and back, and a monstrous figure, which was not much worse than Han Xin's. Sure enough, there are many beauties in Shanghai, and there are more first-class Tangchen. Ahem. Li Yi coughed lightly, only to see that the other party was looking at him with a half-smile, full of meaning. How could he not know that Li Yi was staring at her somewhere? This made Li Yi unable to bear the embarrassment. In fact, Li Yi just wanted to know that this kind of 170, who weighs less than 100, shouldn't they all be airports? Why are they all so rich? He, little big brother is good or bad? The purple-haired girl said with a smile, and gave Li a blank look, as if she was blaming her. Li Yi had black lines all over her hair, and instantly returned to her natural state. You are 9 points now, and you probably don't have makeup. Test it. The purple-haired girl said coquettishly, she still looks like a child who can't grow up. Okay. Li Yi had no choice but to take out her phone, Turn off Alipay notifications, and open Suyin Magic Mirror. Well, 9 points without makeup, 9.5 points after makeup. There is no plastic surgery, and even the double eyelids are original. Yet. The purple-haired girl raised her brows with joy, but then she was stunned. What? This software can even detect whether there is plastic surgery. Other versions won't work, mine is special, it's a VVIP. Li Yi was vague and made up the ultimate version of a friend's confession. The current release is considered the first version of Luan Wool, castrated and tested for plastic surgery. As for Li Yi, the ultimate version is naturally used, and plastic surgery can also be done. It can be said that even with a perfect facelift, Suyin Magic Mirror can return to its original shape. So powerful! Can you? The purple-haired girl crossed her arms, hesitated to speak, and also wanted this VVIP version, and then tested all the stars in the entertainment circle. Take a look at those big names who are so popular, how many of them haven't had plastic surgery? Trade secrets. 4 words, Li Yi directly blocked her back. I'm going to eat you together. Okay, little big brother treat. The purple-haired girl smiled and stretched out her white arms with a look of familiarity. My name is Lin Xening. Li Yi. Li Yi stretched out his hand to hold it, only feeling that the other's hand was delicate and soft, and it felt excellent. Just about to take it back, she didn't want Lin Xening to hold his hand directly, and then pulled him away. I know a very delicious restaurant. My parents usually don't let me come. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh. This purple-haired girl is pure and lively, and she is a little eccentric, very cute. To Li Yi's surprise, Lin Xening took him to neither Shangri-La nor the 5-star seafood restaurant. It turned out to be a small shop in the hutong of Tangchen Yupan in the western suburbs. Delicious, very delicious. Seeing Li Yi stunned in place, Lin Xening said with a smile, and directly pulled him in. The store is not big and the consumption is not high, but there are many customers and the taste is good. However, most of them are deep fried, which has a special flavor. Perhaps her parents think it is unhealthy, so Lin Xening is not allowed to eat it. But God knows, the more unhealthy the food, the more delicious it is. The two ate heartily, especially Lin Xening who ate to the fullest. Li Yi looked at the phone, and in half a time, the paid income of Suyin Magic Mirror has reached 11 million. And the growth rate has increased sharply. Think about it too, this kind of software costs 5 yuan a time, but people's curiosity is infinite. I tested Anchor A's makeup without makeup, and I want to test Anchor B's. I tested Star C's makeup without makeup, and I want to test Xiahua DS. Those in the entertainment circle, the live broadcast circle, colleagues and classmates around me, netizens of the opposite s*x on the internet. They all want to appraise them one by one, and each one is only 5 yuan. It's simply an unstoppable game. Playing with Suyin Magic Mirror, I can't stop at all. So, 5 yuan, 5 yuan, 5 yuan. And 5 yuan went in. It's not enough to play non-stop by yourself, but you will also promote it to your friends and pull them into the pit. In this way, 1 pass 10, 10 pass 100, like a snowball. As a result, Suyin Magic Mirror exploded, and Li Yi's income became higher and higher. How much did you charge? Lin Xening spoke suddenly, very curious. 10 million. Li Yi said lightly, it is estimated that in an hour, it should be 20 million. 10 million, just that? I really want to hit you. Lin Xening couldn't help but roll her eyes, then lowered her head and continued to eat, as if she didn't care, only delicious food can't be blamed. The two chatted and laughed happily while eating. And Lin Xening's existence attracted the attention of the people around her. After all, her appearance, without makeup, is 9 points, and if she puts on makeup well, it is estimated to be 9.5, even in the Magic City, she is the best of the best. Seeing this, Lin Xening picked up a piece of chicken wing and personally fed it to Li Yi's mouth. A numb voice sounded, "Big brother, eat." Immediately, there were countless hate eyes all around, falling on Li Yi one after another, wishing to cut Li Yi into pieces, really envious and jealous. Chapter 7. Why are they dressed in suits, have extraordinary temperament, and work decently? Lin Xening dismisses them. And Li Yi, a college student who just graduated from Dabai, is accompanied by a top-notch beauty like Lin Xening, and even feeds him personally. Damn, really hateful. Li Yi couldn't help shaking her head. This little girl definitely wanted to bring hatred to him. But Lin Xening on the opposite side didn't care, picked up another piece of hot ribs, blew it herself, and then carefully brought it to Li Yi's mouth, and said more gently than before, "Brother, eat." The goblin. Li Yi's face turned black instantly. But he could only look at the envious eyes of the people around him and enjoy Lin Xening's tenderness. "Well, I like the way you guys want to kill me but can't." During the dinner, some people couldn't help but wanted to strike up a conversation. After all, Lin Xening is very young and has just entered university, but she is so beautiful and has a refined temperament, such a stunner, I really don't want to miss it. So, Han Nian, dressed as a little fresh meat, walked over and said with a smile, "Hello, little fairy. May I meet you?" Lin Xening didn't answer the words, but looked at Li Yi and said, "Big brother, will you go back to Tangchen Yupin later?" Li Yi nodded, "Well, I just moved here today, and I have to clean up tonight. We are on the same building." Hearing this, everyone around was silent, and the entire restaurant became extremely quiet. Tangchen Yupin. Net worth over 100 million. The existence they can only look up to in this life. No wonder such a top-notch little fairy followed Li Yi, and she turned out to be Tangchen's first-rank local tyrant. Moreover, this purple-haired little fairy is also the owner of Tangchen Yupin. A wealthy couple with a net worth of over 100 million. Excuse me, really bother me. Everyone smiled wryly and didn't dare to have any thoughts anymore. Han Nian, who struck up a conversation, froze in place for an instant, feeling so embarrassed that his face turned red. Although his family background is not bad, but it is only average, the houses are all in the suburbs, and his parents still live together. Compared with Tangchen's first-class Li Yi, it can only be said that there is a difference between clouds and mud. What did you say? Only then did Lin Xening look at Han Nian, and she spoke with a smile, full of meaning. No. No. Nothing, excuse me, excuse me. Han Nian stammered, wishing he could find a crack in the ground and get in. He didn't eat, so he walked out immediately. But just as Han Nian walked out the door, the boss's voice suddenly sounded, "Hey, little brother, your bill hasn't been settled yet." The bill, not, closed. Fearing that the air would suddenly be quiet, Han Nian blushed even more, so he could only bite the bullet and come back, settle the bill, and then trot away and disappear. Han Nian swears, strike up a conversation, it is impossible to strike up a conversation in this life. He is not worthy of two local tyrants of the first rank of Tangchen. With this turmoil, no one dared to strike up a conversation. The four characters of Tangchen Yupin are an insurmountable moat. They are not from the same world at all. But Lin Xening smiled and continued to serve Li Yi. "I didn't know, I thought they were a couple." And Li Yi can only look at the envious eyes of the people around, and continue to enjoy Lin Xening's gentle service. After the meal, the two settled their bills and prepared to leave. "By the way, little big brother, it's been an hour, how much is your Alipay income?" Lin Xening suddenly remembered, a little curious. Li Yi opened Alipay and showed it to Lin Xening. 30 million. Oh my god! 1 hour, 1 meal time, 30 million income. Big brother, please take care of me. Lin Xening suddenly hugged Li Yi's arm, and looked at Li Yi pitifully, but her eyes were playful. Hearing this, the whole restaurant fell silent. 30 million an hour. What a concept! Zimbabwe currency? The guy who was cooking vegetables next to him poked Li Yi's alipay, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It's 30 million. It is still increasing, and the growth rate is extremely fast. Surprised, his hands trembled, and the spoon almost fell into the dish. You! Li Yi couldn't help laughing, and reached out to stroke Lin Xening's Kyung's nose. To be able to live in Tangchen Yupan, Lin Xening's family is at least billions of dollars, maybe poor? It can be said that others will approach Li Yi because of money. But Lin Xening can't, because she doesn't lack money at all. Humph! At this time, a cold snort suddenly sounded, and it turned out to be Han Xin who happened to be out for dinner. Looking at Li Yi, Han Xin was filled with resentment. Seeing Lin Xening next to Li Yi, holding Li Yi's hand, begging for support, she was even more furious. This girl lost sleep all night because of you, but you took the little demon girl to eat, drink and have fun, it is really okay. What's more terrible is that she, Han Xin, is considered to be a top-notch beauty. But this Lin Xening seems to be superior, suppressing her in every way. The key is that she is younger than her. This made Han Xin very upset. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Lin Xening smiled and said goodbye to Li Yi graciously. Little big brother, is this your friend? Then I'll go first, see you later. With that said, Lin Xening trotted away from the shop. Li Yi shook his head, looked at Han Xin's dark circles, and said with a smile, you didn't make up today. It's not all your fault. Heartless villain. Han Xin pouted and said angrily, with a pair of panda eyes, very cute. But there is resentment in my heart, if it's not because of your insomnia, my lady's skin is so good, would she have dark circles? Li Yi couldn't help but turn dark, and then took out her mobile phone to open Suyin magic mirror. Sure enough, no makeup is 8 points, and makeup is about 8 points. The eyes that have been confirmed, a fool who doesn't know how to make up. You! Han Xin was furious, you are an idiot. You are a villain, a big villain. As the property manager of Tangchen Yupan, Han Xin, please pay attention to your attitude towards the owner. It's off-duty time. Humph! Han Xin snorted coldly and walked straight into the shop. Did you take gunpowder? Li Yi was at a loss, she didn't know how to offend her sister, so she had to walk out of the shop. I didn't take the gunpowder, maybe I'm jealous. At this time, Lin Xening ran out suddenly. It turned out that she didn't leave, but hid outside, watching Li Yi and Han Xin secretly. Looking at her appearance, I guess she didn't sleep well last night. Could it be because of you? So. Lin Xening shook her head, thought of a lot at once, and sighed. Ask what love is in the world, and it's just a promise of life and death. Hey! The goddess of the property and the handsome guy of the owner, what a story I have to tell. Li Yi's face turned darker. Chapter 8. Li Yi and Lin Xening left, but the shock they left behind is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. Han Xin, Tangchen Yupan Real Estate, the uniform on his body is the best proof, once again proving the identities of Li Yi and Lin Xening as owners. Two local tyrants with a net worth of over 100 million. At this time, another middle-aged man walked up, looked at the little brother Daphne and said, Dude, did you see that just now? Is it really 30 million? The rice cooker nodded, threw the spoon on the table, and sighed. People are dying more than people. It's really 30 million, and the growth rate is super fast. It is estimated that by early morning, it may be more than 100 million. Middle-aged man. Shopkeeper. Other people. Hearing this, Han Xin looked bewildered, and couldn't help but said, What 30 million? You came late, you don't know. That little brother of the first rank of Tang Chen just now earned 30 million in an hour. The rice cooker shook his head with a complicated look on his face. He said he was not envious, that would be a lie. Han Xin. It's really not easy for this guy to be so powerful. While eating, listening to the whispers of people around, Han Xin only felt that the delicious food had become dull. That's right, Lin Xening is also the owner of Tangchen Yupan, and has a fortune worth hundreds of millions. She is younger than me, more beautiful than me, more temperamental than me, better off than my family. Even the cup level is only a little lower than her D level, and Lin Xening is only 18 and still developing, so there may not be no chance of overtaking her. Perhaps, an existence like Lin Xening is a good match for Li Yi and can be Li Yi's wife. And myself? Is it hard to give up like this? Or be his lover desperately? For a moment, Han Xin was so upset, his face turned red, and he couldn't help but secretly scolded himself for being shameless. How could there be such an idea? You know, she was so conservative before, she couldn't even accept that kind of behavior before marriage. But now, she actually wants to be Li Yi's lover. It is really horrible. Li Yi, you are a devil. With a roar in his heart, Han Xin directly broke the chopsticks into 2 pieces, very irritable. On the other side, Li Yi and Lin Xening returned to Tangchen Yupan, added WeChat, and parted ways. Lin Xening is eccentric, playful, and cute, and not materialistic, but Li Yi still has a crush on her. And Lin Xening is also very interested in Li Yi. Not only Li Yi is good looking, but also has a sense of mystery about her. She always felt that Li Yi was not that simple, it was as fascinating as a mist. This made her very curious, and immediately opened her notebook to search and download the Suyin magic mirror. After trying it out, it was really powerful. What shocked Lin Xening even more was the enthusiasm of Suyin magic mirror. Especially on Douyin, there are a lot of videos of the magic mirror without makeup, all of which are on the focus list of Douyin. Of course, there were a lot of incidents. For example, Nangang Yeyu with top traffic, one of the 4 major anchors of FIU, claims to be 9-point good-looking, has countless fans, and is soft on gifts. The first person on the list has a reward of more than 2 million. The second place also has $1 million. More than 300,000, there are as many as 10 people. As a result, Nangang Yeyu's 9-point appearance instantly collapsed as soon as the Suyin magic mirror came out, and it was only 3 points. This made it hard for fans to accept, especially those local tyrants who vomited blood collectively. How deep is the so-called love and how deep is the hate? Many local tyrants united to silence Nangang Yeyu's scolding directly, and even forced Nangang Yeyu to withdraw from the broadcast and return all rewards. It's just hundreds of millions of gifts, which have already been divided up by Nangang Yeyu and FIU officials, how can it be returned? As a result, some fans clamored to sue Nangang Yeyu for fraud and sue FIU live broadcast. Similar situation, not only Nangang Yeyu, other platforms, other anchors are also like this. They are all under the magic mirror of their true colors, showing their true colors. There is no way, the current internet celebrities are all operated, as long as the team behind them is strong, the operation is proper, and the packaging is strong, so what? Under the beauty and filter, it is still on the list. Monthly income of tens of millions. But as soon as the Suyin magic mirror came out, he was beaten back to his original shape. Seeing this scene, Lin Xening smiled sweetly. This magic mirror without makeup is really fun, but I don't know who developed it, it's simply black technology. Speaking of this, Lin Xening was startled, and couldn't help but think of Li Yi. Alipay received 5 yuan. Suyin magic mirror also pays 5 yuan once. 10 million in half an hour. 30 million an hour. There is also an unreleased VVIP version of Suyin magic mirror, which can even undergo plastic surgery. After stringing together a series of information, Lin Xening's eyes lit up. Why do you have a friend? Your so-called friend is yourself. Thinking about this clearly, Lin Xening smiled charmingly, becoming more and more interested in Li Yi. She lived in Tangchen Yupan because her ancestors were overshadowed. Li Yi lives in Tangchen Yupan, probably because of his own strength. After all, even black tech software like Suyin Magic Mirror can be created, so what is impossible? What a mysterious blue boy! Lin Xening was lying on the bed, shaking her long white legs, looking at the night view of the bund outside the window, wondering what she was thinking. The slightly raised corners of the mouth have a lovely curve. Back home, Li Yi looked at the empty refrigerator, decisively opened Jingu, and went shopping. Although the hard and soft decoration of the mansion is complete with artificial intelligence, there are very few daily necessities and urgently need to be replenished. Simple, no toilet paper. Fortunately, it is a smart toilet, otherwise Li Yi would really cry. Compared with supermarket purchases, Jingu's door-to-door delivery is undoubtedly better. Order tonight, it will arrive tomorrow morning, worry-free, trouble-free, labor-saving, and self-operated products are more secure. Red wine, champagne, fresh food, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, ice cream. Li Yi was too lazy to choose, so she chose all the most expensive self-operated ones, and saved a lot at once. Even bought some clothes. It is also equipped with 2 powerful small server-level computers, all with the highest configuration, more than 200,000. A powerful alien notebook, more than 50,000. 2 sweeping robots, 1 upstairs and 1 downstairs. I bought another Xbox. If it matches the wall screen of the luxury house and top-notch sound effects, the effect will be absolutely cool. Chapter 9. After finishing all this work, Li Yi remembered the server problem and decided to rent the server for half a year. Moreover, several major platforms have entered, just in case. As for half a year later, Li Yi's own data center should be established. With Suyin Magic Mirror as a cash cow, it is no problem for Li Yi to set up an internet company. After all, in case a more powerful black technology software is signed out in the future, there is a company that can operate easily. If you cooperate with other companies, you have to look at other people's faces, confidentiality issues, and profit distribution issues. All trouble. It's better to start a company by yourself, maybe you can beat BAT. There is no way, it is impossible to work for others, so I can only ask others to work for Li Yi. Just shopping for a while has already consumed millions. But Li Yi doesn't care at all, it's just a few minutes of Suyin Magic Mirror's income. The night is like water, and the bund outside the window is extraordinarily coquettish. Li Yi lay lazily in the bathtub, the surrounding water intelligently controlled the speed and strength, and massaged the acupuncture points all over her body in an orderly manner. According to the humidity, the aroma diffuser intelligently regulates the rhythm of aromatherapy, giving Li Yi the most comfortable enjoyment. With a wave of his hand, the opposite wall became a screen, which happened to be playing the TV series he wanted to watch. Hidden speakers bring him the most extreme sound enjoyment. On Alipay, the income brought by Suyin Magic Mirror is still increasing rapidly. In this way, Li Yi made money while lying down. Well, you should also register a company, find a professional manager, and help him take care of it. Li Yi thought of it this way, the AI smart housekeeper has drawn up a recruiting inspiration and displayed it on the wall screen opposite Li Yi. Li Yi took a look, and found that the copywriting was good, only a few key points were left blank, waiting for Li Yi to make a decision. Gender, female. Age, 20 to 35. Remuneration, 30% higher than the regular standard in Modu. Li Yi thought of it this way, the AI housekeeper directly completed the recruitment revelation, and several major platforms released it simultaneously. But Li Yi knew that the effect might be mediocre. There is no way, professional managers are all arrogant, and they all recognize big companies and giants. If Li Yi said that Suyin Magic Mirror's company was recruiting, they would all be vying to get in. But in this case, those who are interested will also get in. So keep it secret. As Li Yi thought, with the popularity of Suyan Magic Mirror, someone has noticed. There are even internet giants who organize people overnight to crack the problem. After all, such a software has unlimited market potential and a monopoly, it is simply a cash cow. But the software produced by the system is specially encrypted, how can they crack it? Li Yi is not worried about this at all, but it is still necessary to be defensive, especially for such an important role as a professional manager. Li Yi doesn't have time to do everything by himself. Most of the management of the company is left to professional managers. And he only needs to finalize the important things and the big development strategy. Afterwards, Li Yi finished washing and went straight to sleep, completely ignoring the turmoil caused by the magic mirror without makeup. After the long night, there will be a better tomorrow. What kind of surprise will the new sign-in be? And by then, his income from Suyan Magic Mirror should exceed 100 million, right? Thinking of this, Li Yi fell into a deep sleep. Unexpectedly, in the early hours of the morning, Suyan Magic Mirror's income suddenly surged, and soon exceeded 100 million. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. Originally, Suyan Magic Mirror was only popular in a small area on Douyin and Feiyu. But he didn't want to, Principal Wang was free and had nothing to do, and he also used this software, and he was shocked immediately. Immediately sent a circle of friends. The Suyan Magic Mirror is born, and the entertainment industry and the live broadcast industry will be completely reshuffled. A simple sentence immediately caused an uproar. All kinds of Dog Big V fans forwarded it one after another. Now, Suyan Magic Mirror became popular on Weibo. Soon they were all trending on Weibo. It is precisely because of this that the number of users of Suyan Magic Mirror has surged, and the paid income has also exploded. Fortunately, Li Yi rented some servers before going to bed, otherwise, it would have been overcrowded. But this is just the beginning. Because of the popularity of Suyan Magic Mirror, the entire live broadcast industry exploded. That night, 9 out of 10 anchors were all off the air. Just kidding, watching fans hate you with plain photos, who would dare to broadcast it? Even if the broadcast is closed, there will be fans chasing and beating, chasing and cursing, and even collecting debts. It can be said that a piece of software has washed the entire live broadcasting industry overnight. Everyone knows that the live broadcast industry will be completely reshuffled in the future. It is no longer an era of beauty and filters, but a new era of plain makeup. There is no way, under the magic mirror of my original face, everything will return to its original shape. How much is it? Just how much? This effect fluctuates greatly. This made Nangang Yeyu, who scored 9 points for the live broadcast and only 3 points without makeup, was furious and resentful. Li Yi's original face, the magic mirror, directly cut off their future. Before, the monthly income was tens of millions, but now, how dare she show her face? I am afraid that if I walk on the street, I will be chased and beaten by fans. The team behind it is even more angry. How much did they spend to make Nangang Yeyu popular? How much did it cost? Now? Once back to before liberation. There are even rumors that Feiyu officials will block or even sue anchors like Nangang Yeyu in order to appease the anger of fans. There is no way, a dead fellow Taoist will not die a poor Daoist. When you can make money, the platform praises you, even if you don't have makeup, you get 3 points, and Beauty Live broadcasts get 9 points. When you are cold, it is a routine operation for the platform to step on you and take your blame. This made Nangang Yeyu very angry and even more worried, so she quickly contacted the manager behind her. Sister Lu, what should I do? I don't dare to go out now. I heard that they want to block me and sue me. Sister Lu took a deep breath and said. You hide for a while, the boss has already used his relationship to deal with this matter. Before the dust settles, flying fish will not block you. As for the magic mirror without makeup, the boss will make him pay the price. That's good, that's good. It's all this damn Suyin magic mirror. If it weren't for him, we could still happily trick fans into buying gifts, 10 million a month, how cool it is. Nangang Yeyu said coldly, Sister Lu, do you think I should take this opportunity to go to Korea and have plastic surgery to change my face? Chapter 10. Go for plastic surgery. Sister Liu's eyes lit up, and her brows were beaming with joy. Well, this is also a good way. Even if the Suyin magic mirror is over, if you want to come back, it will not be easy. But if you just show up in public after plastic surgery, then everything will not be a problem. I'll contact Goryeo for you right now. It's your fault too. You only want to make money. In fact, you should have changed your face long ago. Hey! Otherwise, how could it be so bad? Don't they want to make more money for Sister Lu? Nangang Yeyu said, trying her best to please her. Before, she wanted to have plastic surgery and change her face. She was afraid of delaying her earning money. After all, it was tens of millions a month, so she simply ran aground. Humph! When I come back from Korea and finish the plastic surgery, I will still be the 9-point goddess. I will still be the top 4 of Feiyu. Suyin magic mirror, what can you do to me? As Nangang Yeyu said, a sternness flashed in her eyes. At the same time, Penguin headquarters. How is the deciphering of Suyin magic mirror going? It's still in progress. It is estimated that there will be no results in a short time. Multi-layer encryption, the conclusion will be reached tomorrow morning at the earliest. Recall all the off-duty elites, form a second cracking team, push forward simultaneously, and crack it with all our strength. The copycat team is ready at any time. This Suyin magic mirror is a cash cow, the boss said. We must crack it, fake it, and turn it into a penguin. This kind of thing, the Penguin Group does a lot. Whether it's games, variety shows, or software, as long as there is a market and value, we will give you a penguinization, a copycat one. Then, with the help of Penguin's huge ecological chain and the number of users, what can you do if the copycat kills the original? Before the go-kart became popular, Penguin made a penguin speeder, and directly killed the karting. The audition troupe became popular, Penguin Shanzai created a penguin show dance, and also killed the original audition troupe. For Suyin magic mirror, the whole group also means the same thing. Copy one, and then use Penguin Group's user scale and ecological resources to kill Li Yi's Suyin magic mirror and replace it. Yes, don't worry, it must be fine. The manager of the cracking team hurriedly patted his chest to assure, his eyes were shining brightly. Suyin magic mirror has unlimited potential, and its income has exceeded 100 million in less than a day after its launch. It is a money grab. If their team can crack it successfully, then although the year-end bonus is not as good as the 2 billion of the WeChat department, there is no pressure for a few 100 million, right? In addition, there are not many people in the cracking team, dozens of people are divided into hundreds of millions. Ouch! FK. The leader of the cracking team thought about this clearly, slapped the table, and said excitedly, "Brothers, roll up your sleeves and work hard. I promise, as long as you crack the magic mirror without makeup, it will not be a problem for one person to get hundreds of millions of year-end awards." Hearing this, the cracking team has put all their blood into it and went all out. Millions of tens of millions of year-end bonuses are just around the corner, can you not fight? What baldness, high blood pressure, cervical spondylosis, sudden death. Millions of tens of millions at once, isn't it delicious? Flying Fish Live Headquarters. How is the impact of the Suyin magic mirror on Feiyu's live broadcast? Still researching, but it's not optimistic. It has a great impact. It can be said that this software is enough to wash away the entire live broadcasting industry. However, this is also our opportunity. Opportunity? How to say? Boss, if you can decipher Suyin magic mirror's counterfeit, or buy it, Optimize it to FEU live broadcast, and launch the first domestic live broadcast without makeup. If this is the case, FEU Live will stand out and sweep Xiao Huya, Douyin, YY, Penguin Live and other competitors. At that time, the number of users will increase dramatically, and the stock price will skyrocket. It can be said that the future is boundless. The manager was overjoyed when he heard this. Okay, very good. Immediately set up a team for me to crack it. At the same time, find out the details of Suyin Magic Mirror. If you really can't crack it, then consider spending money to buy it. Similar scenes were staged on major live broadcast platforms and the headquarters of internet giants. Crack the cottage first. If you can't crack it, consider buying it again. This is their virtue. If they don't spend money, they don't spend money. Many high-end talents who have already got under the covers were urgently recalled by the boss, and fought fiercely all night, just to crack the magic mirror without makeup. It can be said that this night has become a nightmare for cutting-edge engineers in the entire internet industry. For the Suyin Magic Mirror, he had to rush back to the company, stay up all night and fight hard to crack the Suyin Magic Mirror. But I found that the layers of encryption, the hope is slim, and I have to keep trying, fighting all night, even if I want to take a nap, it will not work. But as the owner of Suyin Magic Mirror, Li Yi slept soundly and had a good dream. As for Suyin Magic Mirror, it is a black tech software, which has long surpassed the current programming level. How did they crack it? So Li Yi is not worried at all, and even wants them to crack. Without him, Li Yi has prepared surprises for them, fearing that all these internet giants will vomit blood when the time comes. The next morning, Li Yi woke up, the curtains opened automatically, and the sun was still warm. Stretching, Li Yi decisively turned on the system and signed in. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the master, you have obtained the Koenig Sego NE1, equipped with sea-level black technology. Koenig Sego NE1. Sea-level black technology. Li Yi is very happy, he really lacks a car now, even if he can't get it today, he is going to buy one. It's really inconvenient without a car. And this Koenig Sego NE1 is the world's top supercar handcrafted by a Swedish company. It only takes about 2 seconds for the car to accelerate from 100 km to 100 km. There are only 6 units in the world, and the price of each unit is as high as 100 million yuan. The average Rolls-Royce Phantom is only more than 10 million, and a Koenig Sego NE1 can buy 10 ordinary Phantoms. As for the black technology of the equipment, it is divided into A-level, B-level, C-level, E-level, and S-level black technology according to the comprehensive strength of the black technology. The further back, the stronger it is, which is consistent with Mercedes's class division. The C-class black technology equipped on this Koenig Sego NE1 is mainly fuel-efficient, automatic driving, intelligent interaction, bulletproof, extreme stealth, short-distance low-altitude flight, etc. Chapter 11. The C-class black technology equipped on this Koenig Sego NE1 is mainly fuel-efficient, automatic driving, intelligent interaction, bulletproof, extreme stealth, short-distance low-altitude flight, etc. The fuel rate of the current automobile gasoline engine is about 30%. The most powerful Toyota has a hybrid fuel rate of 40%, which is already the ultimate. And Li Yi's Koenig Seg, with the help of black technology, has an incredible fuel efficiency of 80%. Although it is a supercar, with high fuel efficiency, that is, the fuel consumption level of an urban SUV, it is far from necessary to refuel every day like other supercars. It is precisely because of the extremely high fuel efficiency that the Koenig Seg's acceleration from 100 km has been improved from more than 2 seconds to an incredible 1 second. The acceleration from 0 to 400 km per hour has also been shortened from 20 seconds to 9 seconds. Even from 0 to the peak speed of 450 km per hour, it only takes 10 seconds. This time is beyond the reach of all supercars. And this speed is also the speed that all cars can't reach in a lifetime of acceleration. Of course, except for those PPT concept cars, none of them are mass-produced, and they can only be bragging, which doesn't make much sense. As for autonomous driving and intelligent interaction, these make Koenigsegg more intelligent. Bulletproof also brings strong security just in case. It is worth mentioning that it is invisible black technology. Comparable to 007 James Bond's car, it can be extremely invisible, not only shielding satellite radar, but also visually invisible. In other words, when in stealth mode, no one can see the car's presence. Of course, surveillance can't take pictures. Radar satellites are also unable to locate. This is of great significance to Li Yi. Especially doing something that requires night travel in Jinyi is really wonderful. Of course, doing something indescribable in the car, ahem. Again, no one can see it. And the final black technology, at the critical moment, can fly at low altitude. This made Li Yi a little confused. Can he be so tidy? And these are just the main black technologies. Of course there are a series of other auxiliary black technologies. For example, the passenger seat will automatically pop up at critical moments. A full range of intelligent systems and more. It has to be said that the sea-level black technology Koenigsegg ONE has brought too much shock to Li Yi. Only sea-level black technology is already so powerful. If it is E-level black technology, how terrifying will it be? Will it be fully armed like 007's car? In addition to all kinds of black technology, it will also be equipped with 10 kinds of heavy weapons such as rockets? What if it's S-class black technology? Li Yi shook his head, looking forward to the future check-in even more. In Tang Chen Yupen's mansion, the system comes standard with 8 parking spaces, all connected together. After washing up, Li Yi didn't care about other things, and went out of Tang Chen Yupen directly, found a place where no one was monitoring, and took the Koenigsegg ONE out of the system. Looking at Koenigsegg's domineering and luxurious appearance, Li Yi couldn't help but be pleasing to the eye. The supercar with a price of 100 million is indeed exciting. More importantly, there is a price but no market. Money can't buy it. Koenigsegg ONE is limited to 6 units in the world, and no one may be willing to sell it if it costs 200 million. And Li Yi's Koenigsegg ONE equipped with C-class black technology is an invaluable treasure across the ages. This series of black technologies alone is not a matter of hundreds of millions. Even if Li Yi wants 1 billion, there will always be people who will grab it. But it can't be sold, and it can't be sold. Some things simply cannot be solved with money. When Li Yi walked towards the Koenigsegg ONE, he was hesitating how to open the door, but unexpectedly, the door opened directly. All are intelligent recognition, no need for him to operate at all. Li Yi smiled, sat in the Koenigsegg ONE, looked at the dashboard and the luxurious interior, and beamed with joy. Take a turn and go home. Li Yi thought this way, after all, the Jingu goods that he ordered last night will arrive soon, and he has to go back and sign for them. Real-time traffic information and traffic light data have been retrieved, and a route without traffic jams has been planned. Do you want to enable automatic driving? The voice of the AI intelligent assistant sounded, making Li Yi startled. Is this all right? But Li Yi refused. Although I have already obtained a driver's license, my family is ordinary and I drive very little, let alone drive a supercar. Naturally, I have to try it myself. Then, Li Yi started the engine and accelerated forward according to the route planned by the AI system. Sure enough, along the way, all the traffic jams were avoided. It wasn't until halfway that we ran into a red light. Li Yi braked the car and waited for the red light. The explosive roar attracted the attention of people on the platform. Several young girls waiting for the bus couldn't help exclaiming, their eyes were straight. Wow, so handsome. Is the car handsome or the person handsome? The car is handsome, the person is even more handsome. Yeah, really handsome, dressed in a student-era outfit, full of youthful atmosphere. I fell in love again. Yes, that's the feeling. Without the secular world of society, it's more like a schoolgirl in a university. This feeling is beyond words. God, it would be nice to add a WeChat account. Hearing this, Li Yi couldn't help but turn dark. Yesterday he was dressed in Dabai clothes, and the total amount of his whole body was only a few hundred yuan. He was complained about and looked down upon. Today I am driving a exoskeleton, still dressed in a Dabai outfit, and he has turned into a youthful, college-age hero. It's also my first love again, which is wonderful. Ah! Woman! It's like what the richest man in horse wears, he looks handsome. Really, it has nothing to do with appearance, it has something to do with wealth. Beside him, a man was driving a Porsche 911, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Without Li Yi, his Porsche 911 would be cool. But with Li Yi's exoskeleton, his Porsche 911 is not even a foil. Especially those little girls screaming at Li Yi, which made him very jealous. Immediately hit the gas pedal a few times. Li Yi frowned slightly, and tilted his head to look. The man gave Li Yi a thumbs up, then turned to point to the ground, full of arrogance. Chapter 12. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't care, young and frivolous, it doesn't matter to compare. It's just a pity that you will lose so ugly. The accelerator was a sensation, shocking the scene, directly covering up the momentum of the Porsche 911. Looking at the posture of the two cars, the people around were amazed. This is a disagreement, and you want to go racing? The girls danced with excitement. At this time, the red light turned green, and the Porsche man stomped on, kicked off, and rushed out. I laughed secretly in my heart, So what if you are more luxurious than me? In terms of technology, compared to starting, you are not an opponent. So what if it is exoskeleton? You can't drive, and you have to follow me to eat ashes. But he didn't want to. A black car figure beside him rushed out long ago, and arrived in front of him in an instant. When he was even more arrogant, Li Yi was on his way, right in front of him, maintaining an absolute advantage. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Porsche 911 needs about 4 seconds to accelerate from 100 km to 100 km, but Li Yi's exoskeleton Black Technology Edition only takes 1 second. So not only was he ahead of him, but even after changing his path, he still surpassed him. It can be said that he was completely pressed to the ground and rubbed. Damn it! The man shouted angrily. He didn't care about anything else, he just got oily on the soles of his feet, and chased after him. But unexpectedly, Li Yi's car ahead was faster and had long since disappeared, disappearing at the end of the road. Damn! Really hateful! In desperation, the man had no choice but to park the car on the side of the road and slapped the steering wheel angrily. But at this moment, the sound of knocking on the car window sounded. Who is it? The man's tone was not good, he was annoyed, but when he saw the figure opposite, the corner of his mouth twitched. Hand, the traffic police. Matt, what are you doing here? Was caught by the traffic police. The Porsche man's intestines are turning green, and he can't wait to pump himself a big-eared sunflower seed. Illegal drag racing, driving license, driver's license. The pretty policewoman on the opposite side was stern and selfless, and spoke in a cold voice. She was on duty when she happened to see 2 cars speeding past. It's just that the speed of one car was too fast, and it disappeared in an instant. Had to chase this Porsche. The man had no choice but to find out and register them one by one. He said for a long time, "Sister, I have cooperated, can I go?" "No." "And who is your accomplice in racing? Be honest and be lenient, and deal with it together." The pretty policewoman said seriously, "There is no doubt about it. Sister, I think you deal with him together, but I don't know him. The Porsche man was very helpless. I really don't know you. I really don't know him. Drag racing if you don't know him? Who will believe it? The policewoman waved her hand and said in a cold voice, "Come on, follow me back to the bureau to make notes." Porsche man. A few gorgeously dressed girls on the platform behind were even more messy on the spot, and then turned into brainless fans. Quickly, rub that Porsche on the ground. Yeah, did you write down the license plate number? No, it was too fast, I didn't see clearly. Hey, I took a picture, let's check how much my male god's car costs. As he spoke, he searched for pictures, but was dumbfounded. Koenig Segone. The world is limited, only 6 units. The market price is 100 million. But there is a price but no market, and you can't buy it at all. Oh my god! The male god is so powerful. Wait, is the place he went to Tang Chen Yupan? Hiss. Tang Chen's first-class mansion is over 100 million yuan, and his car is over 100 million yuan. Isn't my husband too rich? He's also handsome. Bah! Shameless, isn't your husband the popular Meng Xian and Han Zhan? It's not anymore, now my husband is Tang Chen Yupan, the successful male god of Koenig Segone. No, I won't go shopping today, I'm going to Tang Chen Yupan to wait for him, I want to give birth to a monkey for him. Oh! Woman! The short-haired girl next to her shook her head, full of sarcasm, and then said, "Wait, I'll go too." People around. After passing the intersection, Koenigsegg galloped all the way to the door of Tang Chen Yupan garage, unaware that the hard-working Porsche man had been taken away by the traffic police. Seeing this, how dare the security guard stop him? Without even asking, he raised the garage railing and saluted Li Yi. It wasn't until Li Yi entered the garage that the security guards started talking. What kind of car is that? It's so handsome. It's worth tens of millions, right? 10 million? I've seen this car before, of course it's on the internet. It should be Koenig Segone. There are only 6 units in the world, and the market price is 100 million. The 100 million supercar, Tang Chen Yupan is going to be popular. Wait, this little brother looks familiar. That's right, isn't it the one who came yesterday, a local tycoon with a household size of 200 million? Yes, yes, tell Han Xin quickly. With that said, the man took out his hand and sent Han Xin a WeChat message. Yesterday, the brother's car was a Koenig Segone. Come on, girl. Big brother can only help you so far. Han Xin, who was busy in the property center, couldn't help feeling black when he received the message. What is this all about? Wait, that little brother from yesterday? Could it be Li Yi? In addition to the AI Smart Mansion, Li Yi also has a Koenig Segone with a market value of 100 million. Immediately, Han Xin's expression became very exciting. Ding! Another WeChat message, still from the doorman. Han Xin, you want you to work hard, there are a lot of love rivals at the door, all looking for that little brother. Everyone is very beautiful, with long legs and big waves. But don't worry, we stopped them for you, and we will never let them in. Come on, sister. Han Xin's face turned even darker. The car parked in the garage, Li Yi went home directly. There are still some things to deal with today, and I will go for a drive another day. In less than a day, the paid income of Suyin Magic Mirror has reached 150 million. This speed surprised Li Yi very much. He thought it was the beginning stage, it would be hot for a while, after all, it would calm down the next day after starting from scratch. But I didn't want to, it turned out to be hot. Chapter 13. Think about it too, after all, it is a consumer market of 1.4 billion, and the consumption power is terrifying. It is worth mentioning that this is only the revenue of users on the Android side. As for the Suyin magic mirror on the fruit IO's side, Li Yi has already done it, but it has not been released. Without him, fruit is different from Android, and some stores bully customers. For all paid applications on the fruit IO's side, the settlement must go to the official fruit monthly settlement, and a 30% commission is also forced. That is to say, the Suyin magic mirror on the IO's side earns 100 million a day, 3 billion a month, and 900 million fruits. The remaining 2.1 billion, after Li Yi has to pay taxes, will get even less. Moreover, Li Yi is only settled at the end of the month, and even once a quarter. Android is free, and the fruit is 30% off. No way, the fruit is so awesome. This made Li Yi very upset, so he simply stopped posting the fruit version. This time, Li Yi wanted to see if he could shake Qiaoqiuo's domineering treaty and make Qiaoqiuo bow his head. Anyway, Suyin magic mirror is a monopoly, and there is no substitute. But with the popularity of Suyin magic mirror, the majority of fruit users quit, leaving messages on the fruit app store, asking fruit to put Suyin magic mirror on the shelves. Some people even say that if it is not on the shelves, the next step is to say goodbye to mobile phones and switch to Android. In this regard, the high-ranking fruit doesn't care at all, just a little bit of users. But seeing Suyin magic mirror becoming more and more popular and more users threatening them, Apple officials also became a little anxious, but that's all. No matter how much harsh words users say now, the next one will still use fruit. When the fruit releases a new phone, no matter how serious the threat is now, the iPhone will still smell good, and you will still buy it. This is Cook's confidence. It can be said that this is a game process, it depends on whether Li Yi can't bear it first, or the fruit first compromises. Inside the mansion, Li Yi stood by the window, looking at the scenery of the Huangpu River outside the window, but the voice of the AI housekeeper sounded. "Master, there is a call from Jingu Logistics. Do you want to connect?" Catch. "Hi Mr. Li, I'm Xiao Zhang, the logistics manager. Your goods have all arrived and are ready to be delivered. Do you have time?" "Have. Then please wait a moment, we will arrive at your residence within half an hour. Since the quantity is too large and the amount is too large, we will send it to you directly in a box." "Okay," Li Yi said, hanging up the phone. 20 minutes later, the AI steward reminded, "Master, there are 5 Jingu couriers at the door, please come in." Immediately, a screen appeared on the wall next to the door, which was the scene outside. "Good guy." A total of 5 couriers, big and small, delivered to him. The scene was spectacular. "Please come in." After the words fell, the door opened openly, and the 5 people walked in with smiles. The leader said, "Hello, I'm Xiao Zhang, the manager. You have a lot of goods, and I'll ask the guys to put them in place for you directly, so as to save you trouble. It's time to work." Li Yi was overjoyed when he heard that, so many things were piled up at the door, Li Yi shouldn't go out today. Afterwards, Li Yi arranged for everyone to put all the goods into different rooms, all in one step. For a whole truckload of goods, 5 couriers ran n times, and even the manager took action, and then the business was settled. Li Yi quickly opened a box of drinks and distributed them to everyone. But this service is really good. This scene made Tang Chen Yupan's neighbors all look sideways. "I actually bought a truckload of goods directly, and they were all top brands. Champagne worth thousands of dollars each is bought in boxes, it's inhumane." Soon, 2 more people came, who were in charge of assembling the computer, and Li Yi didn't have to worry about it at all, although he could handle it. "Brother Liubu, if you have anything to do in the future, just come to us. It said above, a big customer like you, the best treatment." In the end, the manager, Xiao Zhang, said with a smile, that the entire group did not know how much they had earned from this single business. "Okay." Li Yi nodded and sent everyone away. "This is all right, nothing is missing, enough for a long time." Housekeeper, how is the recruiting going? Li Yi thought about the company. Suyin Magic Mirror is getting more and more popular, and it's shameless without a company. Master, there are only 10 who meet the requirements. Although he didn't name Suyin Magic Mirror, because Li Yi's salary was 30% higher than the industry's, it was considered generous, and some people were willing to apply for the job. After all, the treatment is 30% higher, isn't it delicious? Li Yi nodded, waved his hand, and the opposite wall was the picture of the computer screen. The resume information of the 10 people was lined up even more. From Li Yi's point of view, he finally selected 3 who are more suitable and good-looking. Are you a professional manager? Unfortunately, I will see you every day in the future. If you look too sad, it will also affect your mood. The interview time was set at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the location was a coffee shop in the financial center of Shanghai. There, Li Yi booked a private room directly. There are very few private rooms of this kind, and they are just for people to discuss business. Of course, the price is also very expensive, but to Li Yi, it is a trivial matter. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Li Yi went out. Master, the route has been planned and it is expected to take 20 minutes. Automatic driving or manual driving? Autopilot. Li Yi wants to experience it. Afterwards, the Koenig Segone 1 started, and under automatic driving, it went straight to the financial center of Shanghai. Along the way, the automatic driving is perfect, there is no danger, and it can accurately avoid all kinds of illegal photos. At this time, the car suddenly slowed down. Master, there are policemen ahead, please put your hands on the steering wheel. Li Yi was very surprised, can he even be reminded of this? Immediately put his hands on the steering wheel, pretending to be driving. Otherwise, being photographed by the traffic police is another troublesome violation of regulations. Li Yi hates these annoying things the most. Chapter 14. The original half-hour drive was completed in only 20 minutes by automatic driving. This automatic driving is very mature. It is not Tesla's assisted automatic driving. On the contrary, it is perfect. It is more stable than human driving. It can also automatically sense the camera traffic police and guarantee 0 points. Originally, Li Yi planned to park the car in the underground parking lot, but he didn't want to. The security guard came up to him and said with a smile, "Sir, underground parking is too troublesome, you can just park on the ground, facing the prime location of the financial building. The above-ground parking lot is small in scale, but all around it are all top-notch luxury cars, supercars. The worst is also Mercedes-S, Maybach level. To put it bluntly, the parking lot on this land is the face of the financial center, reserved only for luxury cars, and there is no parking fee. The more luxury cars are parked, the more luxurious they are, and the higher the level of the financial center of the city. On the contrary, if there are no decent supercars in front of the majestic Shanghai Financial Center, does that mean this place is not popular? Can it be regarded as a business mutual promotion in a different direction? When the Koenig Segone 1 stopped at the most central position, it immediately attracted countless attentions. Supercars are very common in Momo, with million-level and tens-of-million-level cars, it's not a problem. However, there are only 6 Koenig Segone 1 supercars with hundreds of millions in the world, and it is rare to have 1 or 2 in the whole country. As for Modu, I am afraid that this one is the only one, which naturally attracts much attention. Coupled with the appearance of Koenig Segone 1, it is already extremely cool, and it is difficult to keep a low profile. Oh my god, what kind of supercar is that, so handsome? Next to it, a woman in OL outfit asked, her eyebrows dancing. I don't know it, but I'm afraid it's not cheap, take a picture and check it. As he said that, the other quickly took a picture, and after checking it, he was dumbfounded. Koenig Segone 1, priced at 100 million, there is a price but no market. This The other person also froze in place, not knowing what to say. Li Yi smiled, got out of the car, and walked directly into the financial center of Shanghai without paying attention. Wow! The car is handsome, and the person is even more handsome. You are still so young, so amazing. Superficial. Isn't that called temperament? It's true. It seems to strike up a conversation, but I dare not. Not only do you dare not, you are not worthy. A few women behind them chirped, typical plastic sisters. Today's Li Yi has changed into a formal suit, which he bought last night at the Jinggu Mall for more than 20,000 yuan. It is true that his whole temperament is different. Suit is a thing, hold it, it is a business elite, a high-ranking person, with extraordinary momentum. You can't hold it, even if you add a big back and spray it with Hermes, you are still selling insurance. Li Yi has a good figure, good clothes, and an extraordinary temperament. Even though he was shy before and his Dabai outfit was not a big name, it was still remarkable. It's a bit inappropriate to put it in a club like Tangchen No. 1 in Shanghai, where big names are everywhere. But put it in other places, put it on the campus, it is definitely responsible for the appearance. It is precisely because of this that the local tyrant primary school girl in the freshman year, with 9 points of good looks, wants to chase after Li Yi. Even though Li Yi refused several times and left school after graduating, she still couldn't forget Li Yi, and even wanted to introduce Li Yi to work in her family. Soon, Li Yi came to the cafe. Then the store manager greeted him with a smile, "Hello, sir." They've been noticing Li Yi since the moment he stopped the car, even brushing their hair. Several girls next to him also stood there, looking straight at Li Yi. "I booked a private room." Li Yi opened his mouth lightly, without any thoughts. He's not the hungry type. At least 9 points of appearance, or 8 points of appearance plus a monstrous figure, and a good personality are required to arouse his interest. Of course, what we are talking about here is plain makeup, without plastic surgery, without makeup. No matter what time Li Yi is in, she will maintain her own taste, which is very important. Some things are like this, rather lack than abuse. "Okay, sir, this way please." The manager of the store quickly said, and personally led Li Yi to the private room inside. "Sir, please sit down first, what do you want?" Li Yi looked at the time and said, 2 lats. "Yes, sir." The store manager said, turned and left, feeling resentment unavoidably in his heart. From the beginning to the end, Li Yi didn't look at her more, obviously without any interest. But even so, she still served with all her heart, prepared the coffee herself, and delivered it over. Soon, the first woman applying for the job arrived and made an appointment, which happened to be exactly 3 o'clock. It's just that when she came in, she was obviously surprised when she saw Li Yi on the opposite side, and couldn't help but say, "Why are you the only one here? Your boss didn't come." Li Yi. "No, this kind of interview, if your boss doesn't come, you can't talk about it." The woman was a little angry and wanted to complain, but she saw Li Yi on the opposite side, waved her hand and said, "No, it's over, you're not suitable." "What?" The woman was stunned for a moment, and it took a long time to come back to her senses. Looking at Li Yi, she said in disbelief, You are the boss." "No." Li Yi said lightly, he was too lazy to say more, acting so recklessly, how could he be a professional manager? "Hee, it turns out that a fresh graduate is the boss, really? If I had known about this, I wouldn't have wasted my time here. Shopping malls are no better than schools. Do you really think that you can get along just because you're handsome?" The woman shook her head and went straight out the door. Outside, many women looked at her like this, with complicated eyes. Noticing this scene, the corner of the woman's mouth twitched slightly, a little upset. "What's wrong? I have flowers on my face." The waiter shook his head and said with a complicated expression, That car is a supercar with a market value of 100 million yuan. You went in for a while and then came out straight away? We want to go in and talk to him, but we can't do it. A 100 million supercar? That Koenig Sego anyone outside is his. The woman froze in place immediately. As a professional manager, she was well informed. Although she couldn't afford such a supercar, she still knew her. You do not know? The waiter asked back, full of banter. My old lady knows a piece of wool. If my old lady knows that he is so rich and handsome, she will keep him even if he stalks him. The woman's complexion changed sharply, her heart became cold, and her intestines turned green from regret for a while. Chapter 15. She thought that Li Yi was just a young man who just graduated and didn't have much capital. It's just good looking, and it's just a matter of picking up girls with a company, just for fun. But I didn't expect to be so capable. The Koenig Sego any1 car, there are only 6 units in the world. This is something money can't buy. In other words, Li Yi has such a car, not only has strong capital, but also has a strong strength and background. Even, it is a wealthy family. Otherwise, you will never be able to buy this kind of Koenig Sego any1, which only has 6 units in the world. For a while, I really regretted it to the extreme. Looking at the closed door, the woman gritted her teeth and knocked on the door. Seeing that there was no movement inside, she had to take a deep breath, opened it again and walked in. Then he bowed to Li Yi and saluted. Sorry, it was me just now. Li Yi waved his hand and interrupted directly, you are not competent. The corner of the woman's mouth twitched, but instead of leaving, she locked the door, stroked her hair, and said meaningfully. Boss, as long as you keep me and let me be your professional manager, I can work as your secretary on a part-time basis. The kind of secretary who has something to do, and the kind who has nothing to do as a secretary. As he spoke, he even cast a wink at Li Yi. In order to hug Li Yi's thigh, she was going all out. Li Yi was stunned when he heard this, and his whole body was in disbelief. What is this operation? Begging to dive into her? Seeing this, the woman gave a charming smile, stepped forward, and said with a smile. If the boss wants to be here, that's fine too. Saying that, I have to reach out to solve it. But Li Yi just shook his head and said lightly, let's go. The woman was incredulous when she heard the words. Her appearance is not low, she has 8 points after makeup, and she is also a top student in a prestigious school, how could Li Yi refuse? Don't those rich kids, successful people and big bosses just like top students from top schools like them? After all, compared to girls with low education, high-achieving students from top prestigious schools like them obviously feel more fulfilled and exciting when conquered. Don't all men like this? Boss, are you really so cruel? The woman spoke again, with a delicate and pitiful posture, struggling for the last time. Don't lose face. Li Yi waved his hand and said calmly. Seeing this, the woman sighed, knowing that everything was irreversible, so she could only leave disappointed. Feudon Master of Business Administration. After the woman left, Li Yi shook his head and threw a copy of his resume into the trash basket, seeing women more thoroughly. I have heard for a long time that some high-achieving students in prestigious schools are willing to do anything for the sake of publishing papers, graduating, and a good job opportunity, even if they dedicate themselves. Li Yi didn't believe it at first, but thought that these talented students should have their own strength of character. But now it seems that I really can't believe it. Just like the actresses in the entertainment industry, as long as you let go, you can be in the top position. All of a sudden, it saves several years, even more than 10 years of suffering, and reaches the sky in one step, which is impossible to refuse at all. There are even those who wish for nothing, just like this one, begging Li Yi to dive into her. But Li Yi knew that what she wanted was not just a position as a professional manager. She even dreamed of staying by Li Yi's side, hugging Li Yi's thigh, and even being Li Yi's wife. It's just a pity, do you deserve it? Li Yi smiled. Contemporary boys are very clear about their own position, and most of them rely on their own efforts to achieve class leapfrogging. However, many contemporary girls give up their struggles and think about using marriage, marrying a rich man, so as to achieve class crossing. Even a popular actress would still marry into a wealthy family as the best destination. It is really. On the contrary, men, most people are not willing to eat soft food, right? Soon, the second applicant entered. Hello, I'm Li Xian, here to apply for a professional manager. Here is my profile. Looking at Li Yi, Li Xian smiled and presented her resume with both hands, not despising Li Yi because she was young. Sit. Li Yi took it and flipped through the resume. Moto Finance, is another top student from a prestigious school. I can't help it. In Shanghai, the threshold for professional managers is very high. A bachelor's degree is not a prestigious school, but a master's degree is a prestigious school. It's not easy. Li Xian said with a smile, this is also a typical first-degree discrimination. Many people's first degree is an ordinary undergraduate degree, and master's 985 prestigious schools are not easy to use. Good units look at the first degree first. If the first academic degree is not up to the standard, masters and doctorates are not good even if they are C9 prestigious schools. Li Yi nodded. Have you worked in an internet company before? Internet company? Li Xian frowned slightly upon hearing this. Frankly speaking, I have no confidence, not only in myself, but also in your company, and even in all internet startups. Oh. Li Yi became interested. Tell me. First of all, the current internet industry is developing rapidly, but the good news has passed, and it is not the best time to start a business. To put it bluntly, even if the time and place are favorable, without sufficient background and capital, it is impossible to get ahead at all. Li Xian talked eloquently and had her own opinions. Especially for small internet companies, any risk or wrong decision will be ruined. Even a well-capitalized giant will kneel down if he makes a wrong decision. For example, LETV, the former giant, is now playing with hammers, right? Li Yi said with a smile, this knowledge is not bad. Li Xian nodded, so I don't have confidence. Okay, you can go back. Find a business you're confident in, and good luck. The interview is over. A person who has no confidence in the internet industry can hardly support his internet company. What's more, the next one, Li Yi, is more optimistic. Thank you. Li Xian got up, nodded and left. In this regard, both feel very suitable. Candid communication, even if it fails, can still be decent. This is elegance. Chapter 16. 5 minutes later, a third interviewer walked in. Hi, I'm Xiao Qian. This is my resume. Xiao Qian said, putting up her resume with both hands, looking at Li Yi in front of her. Her face was slightly flushed. Are you shy? Li Yi couldn't help but laugh. This Xiao Qian was the youngest, with the weakest qualifications, only 23 years old, the same age as him. But he is a talented master student in Wudaoka. With her strong strength and ability, she jumped 3 levels in a row. When others graduated from undergraduate, she had already obtained a master's degree. At the same time, she is also the most beautiful among the 3, not far behind Lin Xening, with a 9-point typical plain makeup and a good figure. It can be said that Xiao Qian is a person with both beauty and strength. But I didn't want to, I was a little shy. This made Li Yi a little worried. Can this personality be a professional manager? Sensing Li Yi's questioning, Xiao Qian took a deep breath and had no choice but to say. Frankly speaking, I just graduated. Although I have been an intern in Warwick for half a year, I am only a manager assistant in a small department and I don't have much experience. When I saw the boss today, I couldn't help but blush. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh. the girl was honest and there was no exaggeration. You blush when you see me, does that mean I'm scary? No, no. Xiao Qian waved his hands quickly, and everyone was a little flustered. The boss is not scary, but he is a bit handsome, so I'm sorry. Saying that, Xiao Qian actually bowed to salute. Li Yi couldn't laugh or cry, the red face was not because of nervousness, but because he was handsome. Well, sure enough, there is a world of difference between a girl who has just left school and a woman who has been tempered by society. It's kind of cute though. Li Yi looked at Xiao Qian, weighing whether she was suitable or not. King Hua is a top student who jumped 3 levels in a row, and his strength is beyond doubt. 9 points of plain makeup will not affect the mood. The disadvantage is this personality and qualifications. The advantage is that just after leaving the campus, there is still a sense of innocence, which can make people worry a lot. Compared with the first candidate who had nothing to do as a secretary, Xiao Qian was like a blank sheet of paper, which really reassured Li Yi a lot. On the contrary, the first one is so indulgent, Li Yi dare not use it. After all, the position of a professional manager is too important. Seeing Li Yi hesitate, Xiao Qian widened her eyes, and hastily spoke again. Boss, don't worry. My ability is not a problem, my work attitude is not a problem, and my learning ability is not a problem. I don't understand, I can handle it quickly. There is no problem with 996 overtime. My hair is very thick and I don't have a protruding head. Hearing this, Li Yi couldn't help laughing. Okay, you win. If the first one is coquettish indulgence, the second one is elegant and decent, then the third one is shy and stubborn. She is the youngest and has the least qualifications, but she is outstanding and honest, with the highest education and the strongest ability. She has great potential. It is a piece of rough jade, waiting for Li Yi to rub it, no, to polish it. Li Yi simply decided to accept it and take a look before making a long-term plan. Thank you, boss. When Xiao Qian heard this, her brows were filled with joy. As a graduate, so what if you have a master's degree from King Hua? Without any professional experience, he applied for a job as a professional manager when he first came up. Now that Li Yi is finally willing to use her as a professional manager, Xiao Qian is very moved and even more grateful. However, the ugliness is mentioned earlier, the 1-month trial period, if you don't grow fast enough, you can leave by yourself. Li Yi changed the subject and said coldly. Yeah, boss, don't worry, Qian will definitely work hard and never disappoint the boss trust. Xiao Qian nodded repeatedly, knowing in her heart that although she had good looks, she still had to look at her abilities when it came to work, not to mention that Li Yi's good looks were not low either. Then boss, where is our company? Where is our company, in? Li Yi couldn't help but turn dark, so she said. It's like this. The company hasn't been formally established yet, but it has launched a piece of software, and the response has been good. You need to register an offshore company first. Okay, boss, how about registering the headquarters in the Cayman Islands? As a tax haven, giants like Ali also operate in this way, which can save a lot of tax, especially in international trade. Xiao Qian immediately understood what Li Yi meant, and said eloquently, then register a subsidiary in Daxia to deal with the above, so that domestic and foreign countries can take care of both ends. Very good. Li Yi nodded. Although Xiao Qian has limited qualifications, she has a thorough understanding of these things. In addition, when you choose an office space, money is not a problem. The location must be good. Good boss. Xiao Qian nodded quickly and took notes carefully. In addition, recruiting can also be put on the agenda, mainly software developers, testers, and customer service, finance, personnel, etc. Hearing this, Xiao Qian's face changed slightly, the boss of feelings is just to be a hands-off shopkeeper. It seems that he doesn't care about anything, and throws everything to her. However, Xiao Qianqian didn't have any complaints about this, instead she was very happy. This is a good opportunity to show off her skills and accumulate experience. Don't worry boss, I'll get everything done as soon as possible. It is good. Li Yi was very satisfied with Xiao Qianqian's performance. It's almost dinner time, let's go and have a meal. It's also a celebration of the establishment of future technology. Future technology. Xiao Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but said, "Boss, the magic mirror without makeup that is going viral right now, isn't it your masterpiece?" Now it was Li Yi's turn to be surprised. How to say? Suyin magic mirror became popular in a short period of time. It seems accidental, but it is inevitable. Because the technology and technology contained in it are far beyond the present. And the name of the boss's company is called Future Technology, which has to make people think. After all, if there is no capital, don't dare to use such an arrogant company name. Xiao Qianqian said. In addition, the boss mentioned before that although the company has not yet been established, it has launched a software, and the response is good. And the people the boss asked me to recruit are also at the level of internet software. It just so happens that the Suyin magic mirror has just become popular, but there are various signs that there is no company operating behind it, not even a customer service. So Qianqian boldly guessed that this Suyin magic mirror is the first product of future technology. Chapter 17. Clap clap. Li Yi couldn't help applauding, and said with a smile, "That's right, careful thinking and clear logic. I'm relieved to entrust future technology to you." As he spoke, Li Yi stretched out his hand, "Happy cooperation." Xiao Qianqian raised her brows with joy, and reached out her hand to hold Li Yi's hand together. "Advise me a lot. Let's go to eat and celebrate the establishment of future technology." Li Yi said, and led Xiao Qianqian out of the coffee shop, but was stopped by two people, who were the two previous applicants. "Mr. Li, can you give me 5 minutes? I was a little too paranoid about the internet industry before. Now that I understand it, I ask Mr. Li to give me another chance." 5 minutes is enough, just 5 minutes is enough. Li Xian spoke in a deep voice, full of eagerness. Next to him, the first applicant was also standing there without saying anything, but he looked at Li Yi with fiery eyes. It seems to be saying, "As long as you hire me, as long as you nod, I can do anything, day and night." Seeing this, Xiao Qianqian's expression changed slightly behind him. Is this the interviewees from before? Actually begging to be Li Yi's professional manager? Then how will Li Yi choose? After all, both of them seem to have more seniority and ability than me, a fresh graduate. Especially the man's eyes were full of naked temptation. As a woman, how could Xiao Qianqian not understand? What if the boss gives up on himself and chooses them? For a moment, Xiao Qianqian was full of thoughts and worries, but he didn't open his mouth to argue. She doesn't want Li Yi to be in a difficult situation. No matter what Li Yi decides, she will accept it. Xiao Qianqian is such a person. With her competitors, she can be strong to the end. But when facing someone she cares about, she is more inclined to choose to wrong herself for the sake of the other party. But Li Yi turned around suddenly, grabbed Xiao Qianqian's hand, and said firmly, "She is more suitable than you. From now on, Xiao Qianqian will be my professional manager of future technology." After all, Li Yi was too lazy to talk, and pulled Xiao Qianqian straight to the parking lot. And Xiao Qianqian was already stunned, and could only subconsciously be dragged away by Li Yi. But my heart is full of joy. Li Yi still firmly chose her. And that undeniable momentum, that firm attitude to the end, seems like a domineering president. Although Li Yi didn't think of this, Xiao Qianqian was completely moved in her heart, and her eyes became a little blurred. Li Yi was the type she liked at first, but now that he treats her like this, Xiao Qianqian's heart trembled a little at the beginning of his love. The hand held by Li Yi couldn't help but hold it tightly, for fear that Li Yi would let go. Behind, Li Xian and the first applicant looked at this scene with extremely complicated expressions. It really is the lemon fruit on the lemon tree, you and me under the lemon tree. All turned into lemon essence. The one who wished Li Yi would hold hands was not Xiao Qianqian, but them. This Li Yi is not only handsome, but also has a good temperament, and he doesn't have all the problems of the rich second generation. On the contrary, they are knowledgeable, capable, and ambitious, and their future achievements are limitless. The most important thing is to be kind to women and know how to protect the women around you. Especially in today's scene, it protected Xiao Qianqian almost perfectly, without causing Xiao Qianqian to suffer any grievances. Even if they are professional managers, they are typical strong women, but they are also women, and they also long to be protected like this. Under the dull eyes of the two, Li Yi took Xiao Qianqian's hand and came to Koenig Segone 1. Immediately, the doors on both sides are opened intelligently. Not letting go yet, Li Yi said with a smile, looking at Xiao Qianqian beside him. Ah, oh. Only then did Xiao Qianqian come back to her senses, and found that Li Yi's hand was still tightly held behind her back, and she quickly let go. Her face instantly turned red to the base of her ears, which was extremely cute. The whole person stayed in the same place, at a loss. Under the embarrassment, Xiao Qianqian actually covered her face with her hands, feeling so ashamed to death. Hey! Seeing this scene, Li Yi had no choice but to stretch out her hand. A princess hugged Xiao Qianqian, and carried her directly to the passenger seat. Then get in the car, start the engine, and walk away. Behind, the women in the coffee shop watched this scene, all sour, really. Being embraced by a billionaire princess who is so handsome and talented, she finally left in a Koenig Segone 1 with hundreds of millions of dollars. This kind of treatment, even an idol drama would not dare to act like this, it is too hateful. But today, in front of all of them, it was actually staged. Really envious, jealous, and hateful. And the ones who were most unwilling were Li Xian and the two of them. If they hadn't seized the opportunity, it would not be Xiao Qianqian who was hugged by Princess Li Yi just now, but them sitting on Koenig Segone 1. It's just a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world. The Koenig Segone 1 galloped on the road, and the green trees on both sides retreated rapidly. The cool wind fell on her face, which made Xiao Qianqian come back to her senses, but she was still embarrassed to remove her hand covering her face. He just tilted his head and slowly peeked at Li Yi next to him through his fingers. It looks so cute. Thinking of the previous scenes, Xiao Qianqian looked even more complicated. There are regrets and joys. Regret, of course, is that her behavior just now was so stupid. She stayed where she was, covered her face with her hands, and was at a loss for what to do. Excited because of this, being hugged by Princess Li Yi. After living for 23 years, Xiao Qianqian has never been interested in the opposite s*x. I even feel that I am sexually frigid, not interested in the opposite s*x, and even a little annoying. But she didn't want to. The first time she saw Li Yi, her heart beat faster and she blushed. That feeling, perhaps the legendary love at first sight? After waiting for 23 years, the fate suddenly arrived. How could Xiao Qianqian let it go? It is precisely because of this that she tried her best to stay and be Li Yi's professional manager. I didn't even ask what the company was, or even the exact salary. Xiao Qianqian thought simply, Li Yi is the person she likes, so she will go all out, don't ask other things, and be Li Yi's professional manager, to help Li Yi. Even if she fails, she, Xiao Qianqian, can accompany Li Yi to start all over again and grow up together. Chapter 18. Most of the girls who enter the society are past the age of hearing about love, and they all like to enjoy happiness with you, sharing your glory and wealth after success and fame. But like Xiao Qianqian, there are not many who are still willing to share troubles with you. Li Yi sees all this in his eyes, and even more clearly in his heart. How silly it is to really like a person's appearance, you can't fake it at all. Just like Xiao Qianqian now, she is extremely stupid. Do you really think that if you cover your face and peek at me between your fingers, I won't be able to see you? Really? And Xiao Qianqian is a rare person who didn't pay attention to his Koenig Sego anyone. From the moment he got in the car, Xiao Qianqian's eyes fell on Li Yi. Maybe I didn't even pay attention to the color of this supercar, let alone the model, it's so simple. This is the case when you really like someone, you only like his person, as for the others, no matter how good they are just icing on the cake. Li Yi brought Xiao Qianqian to Shangri-La, spent a lot of money, and arranged a VIP seat with the best view. Looking at the prosperity of the bund, Xiao Qianqian felt incredible. It seems that my boss is not a cash-strapped entrepreneurial party, on the contrary, he is too rich. Sir, ma'am, what would you like to use? The waiter asked respectfully. Qianqian, what are the taboos? Li Yi took the menu and said with a smile. Xiao Qianqian shook her head quickly, it's okay, boss, I can do anything. Li Yi nodded, looked at the menu, and waved his hand, this, and this, these signature dishes. As for the drinks, a bottle of Ace of Spades pink champagne for this lady. And a silver version of Ace of Spades champagne. Okay sir, please wait a moment. The waiter beamed with joy, he really is a local tyrant. These 2 champagnes alone cost 6,000 in the store. 2 is 12,000. Coupled with those signature dishes, this meal can't beat 20,000 yuan. Of course, this is the price of the hotel. For example, there are several types of Ace of Spades champagne, among which the gold version is the cheapest, while the silver version, green gold version and pink version are about 1/3 more expensive. For example, the pink version of Ace of Spades is 6,000 in a 5-star hotel, and it is at least 10,000 in a KTV. Even the cheapest gold version of Ace of Spades champagne costs 8,000 bottles in KTV. Of course, if there are reliable channels, direct online shopping will be much cheaper, the price is about 2/3 of the 5-star hotel, about half of the KTV. However, when you come to this kind of 5-star hotel, there are very few people who bring their own drinks, unless the wine they bring is priceless. For example, Mutai, which has been treasured for 30 years, cannot be bought with such money. Soon, the dishes were served. Looking at the delicious food on the table, the corner of Xiao Qianqian's mouth twitched, and he said hastily. Boss, you don't need to spend so much money, really. Qianqian's consumption is very low, and roadside shops are fine. A meal cost more than 20,000 yuan, 2 people. Xiao Qianqian really couldn't accept it, and even felt that it would be better to change it into a small shop with 300 to 500 yuan, and then invest the rest of the money in the company. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh, she is such a sincere and good girl. This is the first dinner party for future technology, so naturally it can't be bad. In the future, the company's dinner party will only be bigger, just enjoy it. Remember, money is never saved, but earned. Xiao Qianqian nodded after hearing the words, good boss, Qianqian will definitely work hard in the future. If Li Yi treats her like this, she will naturally repay her with all her strength. Xiao Qianqian made up her mind to stay up late tonight when she got home, and immediately finish the things Li Yi arranged as soon as possible. While drinking, the two talked about their future development, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Boss, this Suyin magic mirror is so popular, it is still a monopoly, and it has a technology that surpasses the current one. I think those giants will be jealous. But at this time, Xiao Qianqian suddenly said. Even Bat will make a move, maybe they organized people to decipher it yesterday. What if we decipher our Suyin magic mirror and copy it? Xiao Qianqian is very clear about the virtues of these internet giants in Daxia. Hearing this, Li Yi smiled and shook his head. If that's the case, then it's going to be a big trouble. Then what should we do? Xiao Qian was full of worry. But Li Yi said, it's not that we are in big trouble, but they are in big trouble. Just as Li Yi and Xiao Qian were having a good time drinking wine, several internet giants were all furious and turned around anxiously. Penguin headquarters. Didn't you say that there will be results in the morning? It's already night, why haven't you cracked the magic mirror without makeup? Manager, I don't blame the brothers for this. It's because the hardware facilities are not strong enough. The brothers fought all night until the morning, and finally broke the outermost layer of encryption. As a result, all the computers restarted and all the data disappeared, so brothers, we can only start from scratch and redecipher it again. But don't worry, there will be a conclusion soon. That's it, hey. There can be no more accidents this time. I'll just wait here, waiting for your conclusion. But at this moment, a person rushed over and couldn't help but say, Head, I'm sorry, those computers have all restarted again, and all the data is gone. The chief engineers of the attack are already so angry that they almost vomit blood. What? Restarted again? The team leader and manager of the cracking team were all angry, and they rushed in, aggressively saying, what's going on? There are more than 50 people in the two cracking teams, and no one dares to speak. Until the end, an elite backbone frowned, grabbed his half-bald hair, and said, I suspect that it's not a hardware problem, but a software problem with Suyin Magic Mirror. It's the software that restarts all our computers. Chapter 19. The problem with Suyin Magic Mirror? What's going on? Hearing this, the corner of the manager Lu Da's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling bad. Simply put, this Suyin Magic Mirror is packed with a layer of protection program, similar to a Trojan horse, which can force restart our computer and destroy all data. Once we decipher the outermost encryption of the Suyin Magic Mirror, this layer will be activated. Protection, force restart our system. When the man said this, the corners of his mouth twitched. So we stayed up all night, fought for 12 hours, and finally broke the outermost layer of encryption, but the computer restarted. In this way, the data was completely destroyed, and we had to start from scratch and decipher it again. And 12 hours finally, it was hard to decipher the outermost layer of encryption again, and it will continue to restart. The elite backbone sighed, and he was full of shit. Once the outermost layer of encryption is deciphered, the system will be restarted and all data will be destroyed. In this endless loop, we will not be able to decipher the Suyin Magic Mirror even in a year. Don't even think about it. BD. How can this be done? For a moment, everyone was angry. Infinite loop, infinite restart, just playing with you. And it's not restarting at the beginning, but waiting for a group of you to fight hard for 12 hours without eating or sleeping, and finally decipher the outermost layer of encryption before restarting, which will make you fall short. You say, disgusting people? But at this moment, everyone saw that instead of restarting a few critical computers, on the contrary, the two deciphering teams, with hundreds of computers, all restarted. The kind that can't be stopped, infinite restart. What's more, after each restart, all the data on the computer will be deleted. It's as rampant as a virus. This made everyone feel dizzy. What should I do? The leader of the deciphering team panicked. Unplug the power. The manager Lu Da made a decisive decision and took out his trump card, then clean up all the data and suspend a series of deciphering work on the Suyin Magic Mirror. However, what made them desperate was that even if they unplugged the power and cleared all the data, it still didn't work. As long as the power is turned on, the infinite restart program will start unscrupulously. And it tends to spread. Originally, it was only the computer room of the deciphering team that restarted indefinitely, but soon, the computer room of the copycat team next door, which had not yet started to act, also began to restart infinitely. All computers, all restart infinitely. Damn it, really damn it. Manager Luda was furious, gnashing his teeth with hatred. This Suyin magic mirror is really disgusting. It's fine if it can't be deciphered, but it even has this vengeful infinite heavy weapon program built in. It is even more clear about the two major computer rooms, hundreds of computers, and all the data. It is too much. Turn down all the internet cafes first, and then send someone to rush to repair them. If it really doesn't work, then we can only abandon these two computer rooms. Luda took a deep breath, his expression extremely gloomy. The two computer rooms are all abandoned, and God knows how serious the loss is. Even if Penguin is rich and powerful, it doesn't care about hundreds of millions of hardware losses. But the data contained in it, as well as all other software deciphered and copycats before, are priceless treasures. Now because of the magic mirror without makeup, it was all destroyed at once, and it was really a heavy loss. Damn, it's really hateful. But the house leak happened to rain all night. At this moment, the secretary rushed in. Manager, your phone number. Who? Don't answer. Didn't you see that I'm busy? No matter how big the matter is, put it aside for me, and wait until I'm done. Luda waved his hands and spoke in a cold voice. Manager, it's President Ma. The corner of the assistant's mouth twitched, full of worry. Luda's complexion changed sharply, and before he had time to say anything, Mr. Ma's voice came from the phone in the secretary's hand. Xiao Lu, you have such a big temper. Okay, I'll wait until you're done. Luda's face was pale, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. He turned out to be the leader of the Penguin Group, Brother Ma, President Ma. Immediately took the phone and said with a smile. Mr. Ma, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, even if you gave me 10,000 courage, I wouldn't dare to do it. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Over there, Mr. Ma was a little impatient. What's going on with you? I just received news that because of a problem with the computer room on your side, all the intranets around you have been hacked. Thousands of computers are restarting continuously, and they can't stop. What? Thousands of units have been recruited. Luda was terrified, and sat down on the chair, feeling terrified. It's over, it's over. This Suyin magic mirror is so ruthless, it actually has such a terrifying retaliatory program built in, it's like a virus. Although it doesn't have all kinds of harm and steal data like a virus, but this infinite restart and destruction of data, who can stand it? Hey! Fortunately, we found it in time and separated you, otherwise the whole group might be over. Mr. Ma said coldly, and the anger in his words was self-evident. You're in big trouble this time, what's going on? It's the magic mirror without makeup. Luda hurriedly explained all the ins and outs clearly, and finally asked, Boss, what should we do? Magic mirror without makeup. On the other side of the phone, Mr. Ma took a deep breath, with a complicated expression on his face, and his heart was full of anger. It was fine if the software was not successfully deciphered, and thousands of computers were caught in infinite restarts, and the loss of important data was even more numerous. This kind of loss cannot be measured at all, anyway, it is more than billions. This made President Ma, and even the entire Penguin Group, furious. But there is no way. If a Trojan horse virus invades, they can sue Suyin Magic Mirror. The problem is that their software is fine. They forcibly decipher Suyin Magic Mirror and want to copy Suyin Magic Mirror. This is illegal. In the end, the decipherment was good, but he was killed by Suyin Magic Mirror. How can he sue the other party? You can only smash your teeth and swallow it in your stomach. Chapter 20. Forget it, completely abandon the cracking work of Suyin Magic Mirror. Immediately gather manpower to rescue the data. As for those computers and computer rooms, first cut off the power and save them, and activate the spare computer room. President Ma sighed, feeling very helpless, and finally said. In addition, use all your strength to find out the developer behind Suyin Magic Mirror. Boss is going to teach them a lesson? Or is he going to crack the infinite restart program? Lu De spoke, a little puzzled. As the domestic Taishan Baidu, the Penguin Group has never suffered such a big loss. Really do not have. Neither. Mr. Ma took a deep breath and said. This Suyin Magic Mirror is very extraordinary, especially the technology contained in it is far beyond the current technology. I want to buy it, no matter how much the price is, I have to buy it. Never let it fall into the hands of Ali and Qiandu. At the same time, Qiandu, Ali, Huayi, Rice, Suanwu Technology, Sohu, Xiao Huya Live, Duyan, YY, Fiyu Live. All internet giants, like Penguin, coincidentally organized elite engineers to crack the magic mirror without makeup overnight. They all fell for the same move, but some were fast and some were slow. Peak giants such as Penguin and Ali are powerful. It took 12 hours to crack the outermost layer of encryption, and then they were recruited, reaching the point of infinite restart. But like Rice and Sohu, which are strong, it took 15 hours to crack the outermost layer of encryption, to the point of infinite restart. As for Flying Fish, Little Huya and YY, it was even worse. It took a full 20 hours to reach the point of infinite restart. It's just that Penguin and Ali have a strong emergency mechanism. Even if there is a problem, they can be controlled in time, but the data of a few computer rooms is lost, and the impact is limited. As long as the spare computer room is activated, it can be solved, and the loss is not small but acceptable. However, internet companies like Fiyu have limited emergency capabilities, and if they are not careful, they will directly spread across the entire network. As a result, 70% of the computers in Flying Fish headquarters were recruited and entered the era of infinite restarts. All data, all cleared, all of a sudden back to before liberation. This made the Flying Fish go up and down, vomiting blood collectively. So much so that it is even more difficult to maintain the normal operation of Fiyu's live broadcast. Coupled with the influence of Suyin Magic Mirror, fans have been questioned about Fiyu's live broadcast, shouting and killing those anchors who rely on filters and beauty to deceive fans, making Fiyu even more passive. It is conceivable that if this problem is not properly resolved, even Flying Fish may stop, or even end the game. For this reason, all the bigwigs at Flying Fish's headquarters gathered together to discuss countermeasures overnight. It's just that the results haven't come out yet, but all the members of the board of directors have come to question. It was really appalling. Similarly, YY, Xiao Huya, etc. are also in similar situations, almost shutting down. This made the giants burn with anger, but there was nothing they could do. After all, they were the ones who cracked the Suyin Magic Mirror violently first, which is illegal in the first place. Now that he can't crack it, he will be killed by a wave of counterattacks, and he can only bear it by himself. As for the prosecution, how is this possible? Even several giants dare not speak out. Once it is made public, what will happen if the dignified internet giant illegally cracks the copycat Suyin Magic Mirror? Not only will they face legal sanctions, but they will also be accused and abused. At that time, the stock price will plummet. The most important thing is that if the netizens know that there are so many elites of the top giants in the country, they have not successfully cracked Suyin Magic Mirror even after a night of fighting, and they were even killed by Suyin Magic Mirror, causing hundreds or even thousands of computers to restart infinitely. The loss was heavy, so wouldn't it be laughable? As a top internet giant, we don't want to lose face. We don't care about market capitalization, don't we care about stock price? The most important thing is that they can't give Suyin Magic Mirror this opportunity. It's impossible for Suyin Magic Mirror to step on many top giants to take the position. So not only can this matter not be made public, but on the contrary, we must be prepared to block this matter with all our strength, and it must not be leaked. Otherwise, it is not one or two that will lose face, but all the top internet giants in Daxia, even the peak internet giants like Bat. It is precisely for this reason that Li Yi built such a disgusting infinite restart program in Suyin Magic Mirror. It is to retaliate against them, disgust them, and show them some color. Xiao's software, is it that you can crack the copycats casually? Joke. I just don't want to, it seems that this time I played a bit too big. So many companies suffered heavy losses, and what's more, they shut down directly. There is no way, without that strength, and I want to learn from other giants to crack the magic mirror without makeup, but in the end I can only do it myself. Li Yi didn't know how miserably and tragically many giants lived that night. But he's doing well. After having dinner with Xiao Qian, they each left. Back at Tangchen Yupan, Li Yi didn't pay attention to these things. He saw that the time was still early and his parents hadn't gone to sleep, so he gave his parents 100,000 yuan and made a phone call. He bluntly said that he had a good job, participated in a big project, and performed outstandingly. He won a bonus of 100,000 yuan and honored the two elders. The second elder was relieved. No way, although Li Yi is not short of money now, the income of Suyin Magic Mirror has reached 300 million. But if 1 million is transferred to the parents all at once, the second elder may not have any surprises, but will be frightened instead. After all, he earned $1 million just after graduating from work. Could it be that he is stealing money? No parent is at ease, they are all worried about where the money will come from. So Li Yi only transferred 100,000 yuan and made up a beautiful lie. He even said bluntly that his career prospects are very good, his job is decent, and his salary is good, so that his parents can rest assured that they no longer need to live in poverty for themselves. Afterwards, Li Yi took a hot bath and fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow is another beautiful day, and Li Yi is looking forward to the new sign-in reward. Chapter 21. In the early morning, Li Yi opened his eyes, ignored the others, and began to sign in decisively. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the third floor of the A-level Black Technology office building, not for sale. Please select the office building for the host to bind. The third floor of a Grade A Black Technology office building. Li Yi's brows were beaming with joy. What is really lacking, what is coming? And it's 3 floors at once, which is worth a lot. Like Shanghai Financial Center, the first floor is 3,300 square meters, the average price is 150,000 plus, and the first floor is 500 million. The 3 layers are as high as 1.5 billion. In this type of office space, there are several companies on one floor. And Li Yi has 3 floors at once. As the company's resident of future technology, it is simply arrogant and inhumane. So without any hesitation, Li Yi directly bound to the top 3 floors of the Moto Financial Center. As for why it is the top 3 floors, of course, it is for the sake of confidentiality and to facilitate the entry and exit of control personnel. The A-level Black Technology is a complete personnel management control, including access control, monitoring, internal network, external network, and so on. It's like access control, outsiders can't get in without Li Yi's permission. It is not a card swiping, nor a simple face recognition, but a comprehensive recognition. Employees of future technology can come in and out at will. Others could not get in without permission and with employee cards. This largely solves a lot of troubles and reduces risks. Similarly, the monitoring is spread all over the entire floor, but it is all hidden. The intelligence monitors the entire floor and all the actions. When problems or accidents occur, the AI manager will also notify Li Yi as soon as possible. Even if Li Yi is not in the company, he can check the company's situation at any time and know everything well. The Black Technology of internal network and external network strictly prevents the possibility of being hacked. On the contrary, as long as they make a move, Li Yi can be prompted to respond accordingly. If Li Yi ignored it, they would never be able to hack into it for the rest of their lives. This is the power of Black Technology. In addition, the surrounding walls are also smart screens, ready to be used as screens for meetings. For example, if Li Yi is in Tangchen Yupan, Li Yi's shadow can also be cast on the company's wall for video conferencing. Even if it is only the weakest A-level black technology, it is enough for an office. Moreover, there are all kinds of computer desks, chairs, and office facilities inside, so Li Yi doesn't need to worry about it at all. With these 3 floors of public space, Li Yi has solved a big problem. After breakfast, I met with Xiao Qianqian, and handed over the key to Xiao Qianqian, and let her take care of it. Xiao Qianqian was shocked by this. After all, it is 3 floors at once, a full 9,900 square meters. Such a penmanship is really too arrogant. So far, future technology has a venue and professional managers, only the employees are missing. And Xiao Qianqian's performance is also good. After returning home last night, he completed the registration of the future technology headquarters in the Cayman Islands, and the domestic branch has also been registered and submitted. Okay, Qianqian, I'll leave it to you here. I'll go back first if I have nothing to do. Li Yi opened his mouth and said that he was about to leave, a typical shopkeeper who throws his hands away. Wait a minute, boss, there is something I should talk about. Xiao Qianqian hurriedly said. According to the information I got, Penguin, Qiandu, Ali, Rice Technology, Huayi, Feiyu Live, Xiao Huya Live, etc., all tried to decipher Suyin magic mirror, but all of them were tricked, infinitely restarted, and now they have suffered heavy losses. Especially it is the Feiyu Live broadcast and Xiao Huya Live broadcast, more than 70% of the data are affected, almost shutting down. Li Yi smiled, as if he had expected it a long time ago. They're quick enough to do no harm. If you dare to hack Li Yi's software and want to pick peaches, you will have to pay the price. Xiao Qianqian's face changed slightly, as expected everything was written by Li Yi. God knows what happened last night, but for most internet giants, it was a disaster day. Countless computers were hacked, restarted infinitely, all data was cleared, and the computer room suffered serious losses. But there was nothing he could do, even if he wanted to save him, he couldn't save him. Boss, now they are all looking for the developers behind Suyin Magic Mirror, and they are all looking for us. Will this make too many enemies at once for our future technology? Xiao Qianqian said very euphemistically, feeling even more speechless in her heart. You have not only made too many enemies, but all of those giants have been recruited and offended all at once. You are Chu Ji on all sides, you are all enemies, okay. But Li Yi didn't care about it. Don't worry about them, the day when the future technology is established will be the time when they are frightened. Don't worry about it. Is this okay? Xiao Qianqian was still a little worried, after all, they are all powerful and should not be underestimated. Don't worry, the future of science and technology is to innovate, subvert, and dominate. This road is destined to become an enemy, so there is no need to compromise. Li Yi waved his hand and said with a smile. What's more, what if they are powerful? If they don't make it right, they will come to us for cooperation. In the internet industry, whoever masters the core technology has the right to speak. Even if the world's top 500? Call Dad. When Xiao Qianqian heard this, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she felt very comfortable in her heart. Well, it's better to be happy with such a boss, there is no need to be wronged, and there is no need to pretend to be a grandson. What about your bat? It provoked me, and it is still troublesome. Okay, boss, then I will recruit people as soon as possible. Xiao Qianqian quickly said that everything will be on the right track quickly. By the way, this is for you, 50 million, which is regarded as the startup capital of the company. When you need it, you can spend it yourself. Li Yi handed Xiao Qianqian a bank card, a typical hands-off shopkeeper, as if he didn't intend to deal with anything. 50 million. Xiao Qianqian froze on the spot, "Boss, are you not afraid that I will flee with the money?" Li Yi couldn't help laughing, and stretched out his hand to draw a line on Xiao Qianqian's nose. "You are more than 50 million. Haha. Chapter 22. With that said, Li Yi turned and left. Employers are not suspicious and others are not. Since Li Yi chooses Xiao Qianqian as a professional manager to help him manage the company, he will trust her. Even though Xiao Qianqian is just starting out, and her strength is not as good as that of a senior old fritter, but she has potential and ability, and she can grow up very soon. Coupled with her good disposition, she can become Li Yi's good wife. Behind him, Xiao Qianqian looked at Li Yi's leaving back with a complicated expression. It's great to be trusted so much. But also a lot of pressure. As the saying goes, if you treat me like a gentleman, I will repay you. Li Yi trusts her so much that she handles everything, including 50 million yuan. Of course, she has to do her best to repay Li Yi. So Xiao Qianqian was full of enthusiasm, and directly released recruitment inspiration to major platforms and headhunters in the industry. According to what Li Yi said, the remuneration is 30% above the average level in the industry. This kind of treatment, although not as good as giants like Huawei, Penguin, and Ali, is still considered top-notch. Natural kin attracts some people to join. After finishing all this work, Xiao Qianqian went to Li Yi's office again and began to plan and rearrange Li Yi's office. Considering that Li Yi might need to take a nap in the office, a bed was specially placed in the lounge next to the office. Even the mattresses are chosen by her personally, a set of 100,000 yuan, so there is no need to say that the experience is good. And when it was her own lounge's turn, she only chose a set of Sealy mattresses, which cost only 10,000 yuan. Although it is considered good, it is far worse than what was given to Li Yi. Even Li Yi's lounge may not be used a few times a month. And she, Xiao Qianqian, as a professional manager, might work overtime every day and use the lounge frequently. But she is still like this. Xiao Qianqian is such a character, she treats the people she cares about better than herself. Subsequently, Xiao Qianqian registered a series of trademarks, website domain names, etc. non-stop, just in case. For example, live broadcast without makeup, she thinks Li Yi is likely to use it. If it is snatched by other friends, it will be troublesome. Just like Mijia of Rice Technology, a smart home brand that has done quite well. As a result, the Mijia trademark has long been registered and used by others, and now it is being sued for a claim of 78 million, and the infringing use has been stopped. This is no ordinary trouble. Therefore, Xiao Qianqian has a sense of crisis, and without Li Yi's reminder, a series of trademarks related to future technology and plain makeup are all registered once. It is better not to use it than to use it at a critical time. For other conveniences, even without Li Yi's explanation, Xiao Qianqian did her best to arrange everything properly. Xiao Qianqian feels that she has few qualifications and limited experience, so hard work can make up for it. Go directly back to the place where you live, and move all the things you use in daily life to the future technology. You are ready to stay in the company every day, work overtime day and night, and prepare for a protracted war. It was because of Xiao Qianqian's dedication that everything went on in an orderly manner. Soon, one by one interviewers all came to future technology for interviews. In this regard, Xiao Qianqian didn't mention the Suyin magic mirror at all, so that the character and quality of the applicant can be seen better, and it can also prevent many people with ulterior motives. God knows that all the major internet giants are looking for the development team behind Suyin magic mirror. But even so, it was still shocking to see future technology occupying a 3-story office building directly in the financial center of Shanghai. There is no doubt about the strength of future technology. In this way, the recruiting process went smoothly. And Xiao Qianqian even screened one by one to prevent people with intentions. Xiao Qianqian was in charge of the company, but Li Yi started fishing. The life of the rich is so boring. On the second day, early in the morning, the sign-in was still the same. Ding! Congratulations to the master, you have obtained E-level Black Technology, a God-level virtual reality game platform. God-level virtual reality game platform, E-level Black Technology. Li Yi was a little surprised. Although the virtual reality game platform is very powerful, it should not be regarded as an E-level Black Technology, and it can only support a C-level. Is there another way to say it? Back to the master, the God-level virtual reality game platform has crossed the boundary between virtual and reality to a certain extent. The skills and experience that the master has cultivated in the game world will, within a certain range, be transformed into the skills and experience of the master in reality. What? Li Yi was completely shocked. Could it be possible that I can master all the driving skills I have acquired in the virtual reality game? Yes, master. And more than that, everything the master experiences in the virtual game will be 100% realistic. And at this stage, the master will enter a deep sleep, so even if the simulation game lasts all night, the master will not only not be tired, but will feel refreshed. During this process, the brain and cells will be in a state of extreme excitement without getting tired. You can practice a skill super efficiently and master it in a short time, and translate into skills and experience in reality, such as driving skills, marksmanship, fighting, musical instruments, calligraphy, etc., will all be like this. Of course, those game skills that are out of reality are invalid. For example, Tathagata God's Palm, Tianma Meteor Fist. This system can't do it. Li Yi couldn't help laughing when he heard this. The skill of this virtual game is simply amazing. As we all know, people can only maintain vigorous energy if they ensure adequate sleep. It's just that normal people sleep for one night, even for 8 hours, but most of them are light sleep, with little effect. And what really makes people rest is deep sleep, which may only last for an hour or two throughout the night. In other words, if you can maintain deep sleep, you don't need to sleep 8 hours a day at all, only 2 hours is enough, and the effect is excellent. It's just that deep sleep is something that can't be met. It takes several hours of light sleep to enter tens of minutes of deep sleep. But this virtual reality game can make Li Yi fall into a deep sleep directly. This black technology alone is of infinite value. What's more, it crosses the boundary between virtual and reality to a certain extent. For example, the fighting level of a top killer requires more than 10 years of special training. But in the virtual game, with the help of deep sleep, you won't be tired, and you can maintain the peak learning state throughout the whole process. It may only take a few months for Li Yi to reach it. This is the essence of virtual reality games. So Li Yi turned on the system without any hesitation, and began to experience the God-level virtual reality game. Chapter 23. This God-level virtual reality game is more like a platform. Li Yi can transplant all kinds of current games into it. Therefore, Li Yi directly transplanted Asphalt 8 into it and chose a map of Iceland. In an instant, Li Yi appeared on Iceland. Achoo! The icy air made Li Yi shiver uncontrollably. The icebergs and snowfields around him were extremely beautiful and realistic. Several sexy models, dressed in every inch of clothing, danced their waists wantonly, accompanied by the explosive music and the roar of the engine. Everything is 100% realistic, as if you are really participating in a wild feast in Iceland. Without much hesitation, Li Yi walked towards her car, which was the Koenigsegg one just like in reality. Two sexy models danced their waists along with the music, and the flags in their hands fell suddenly. In an instant, all 8 contestants ejected and started racing wildly. Not to be outdone, Li Yi went all out, relying on Koenigsegg's strong starting advantage, and did not fall behind. But when it came to the corner ahead, all the other racers entered the corner perfectly and gracefully. Seeing this, Li Yi also started to try, but didn't want to. Bang! The Koenigsegg one crashed into the wall of the bend and completely shattered. And Li Yi himself even flew up, truly experiencing the excitement of a car accident. It has been detected that the host's experience is too miserable, and the system has turned on the painless mode. Fortunately, the intelligent system has turned on the painless mode, otherwise Li Yi really wants to experience the sourness of the car accident. Looking at the broken Koenig Sego Ne1, the corner of Li Yi's mouth twitched, and then started the second and third rounds. Soon, Li Yi mastered the elegant technique, and without any accidents, he was able to complete the game smoothly. By the afternoon, Li Yi had already been able to make it into the top 3. And at night, Li Yi's driving skills improved greatly, and he was able to win the first prize. Throughout the whole day, Li Yi was immersed in the wild racing, one map after another, one test after another. Li Yi couldn't think of Shu very much. Li Yi's driving skills have also improved rapidly in the course of racing again and again. Whether it's reaction speed, keen judgment, or muscle memory, everything has reached an extremely terrifying level. After dinner, Li Yi soaked comfortably in the bathtub, enjoying the tranquility of this moment. Then enter the system again and start the virtual reality game experience. But this time, not only Asphalt 8, Li Yi also experienced Peace Elite. When entering the snow map, Li Yi was lucky and picked up a handful of 98K directly. Apart from feeling a little heavy, there was nothing wrong with it. Then I found another 8x mirror, and Li Yuguo disconnected the car and went straight to the commanding heights of the mountain. Because it is 100% realistic, it is not as simple as in the game, so Li Yi has no waves. Instead, he lurks down and looks for his target. Soon Li Yi found a wretched enemy who searched the house. Decisively adjust the sniper angle, aim, and shoot. Boom! A shot fell and went crooked. Li Yi couldn't help but turn dark. Playing a sniper is not as simple as a game. It's not about aiming, opening the camera, and shooting in an instant. On the contrary, realistic games are 100% realistic, and the distance must be calculated clearly, and factors such as wind speed and humidity must be calculated clearly one by one. Only in this way can accuracy be guaranteed. It can be said that what Li Yi is conducting is not a game, but a real confrontation. Then Li Yi practiced repeatedly until he killed the opponent with one shot after 5 times. A real sniper is like this. After countless exercises, he can develop enough experience and reaction ability to kill with one shot. It's not like playing a few games with a handful of 98K, and you can become a god. But in this way, even if Li Yi is given a real 98K, Li Yi is sure to be able to play well, although now he can't hit every shot. This is the power of 100% realistic games. Through realistic games, you can exercise your thinking ability and exercise your muscle memory. In this way, even in reality, you can use your thinking ability and muscle memory to master the corresponding skills in reality. Then Li Yi experienced modern warfare, Need for Speed, and even Crossfire. The whole night was very fulfilling. Drag racing, guns, airplanes, heavy weapons, knife fights, fighting. Li Yi experienced one by one, each time seemed to be a completely realistic process, not just as simple as a game. The simplest, just running the map with a full 3-level bag on his back, made Li Yi even more tired. This put Li Yi under a lot of pressure and made rapid progress. Li Yi feels that if this goes on, he will be equivalent to a seasoned racing driver in a short time. It is equivalent to a warrior who has experienced countless wars. Especially in close combat, Li Yi's alertness, reaction speed, and attack power all improved rapidly. It can be said that everyone's body is a treasure, but which aspect to develop and how much to develop will determine what kind of person you can become. Practice long-distance running, and after countless times of practice, quantitative change reaches qualitative change, and you can become a long-distance runner. The same goes for other pianists, fighting masters, racing champions, etc. It's just that manpower is exhausted. No matter what you practice, you will be exhausted, and you can't guarantee continuous efficiency throughout the process. But Li Yi has a virtual game platform, which is completely different. Under deep sleep, not only can you maintain the best rest, but you can also continue to maintain the best state. Make the brain and muscles in the most perfect state, so as to practice a skill faster and faster. Coupled with a 100% realistic experience, such as modern warfare, practicing firearms in the sky of artillery fire is undoubtedly more than 10 times faster than that from the shooting range. It is also true that Li Yi is undergoing transformation every day. This kind of transformation is not only the appearance, but also the temperament, as well as the strength of the body and soul. Chapter 24. In the early morning of the next day, Li Yi exited the virtual reality gaming platform and stretched, only feeling refreshed. Even if he was immersed in the simulation game all night, under deep sleep, there was no fatigue at all. Ignoring the others, Li Yi started to sign in directly. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for successfully signing in and getting the Rolls-Royce Phantom X10 with A-level black technology and top configuration. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is the top model of Rolls-Royce. The price of a low-end version is 10 million less, while the top-end version is much more expensive, at least 15 million. No way, Rolls-Royce is famous for its private customization. If you want top-end matching and uniqueness, you have to customize it, which naturally costs more. Now 10 cars at once are really worth a lot, and 150 million can't beat it. More importantly, these 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are all equipped with A-level black technology as standard. Although it is only A-level black technology, it cannot compare with the C-level black technology of Li Yi Koenigsegg NE1. But it also has 80% extreme fuel, automatic driving, intelligent interaction, and bulletproof. With the addition of such black technology, the value of Rolls-Royce Phantom has increased exponentially. For example, the extreme fuel rate of 80% can not only save fuel, but also greatly improve the all-round power performance of the whole car. As for the bulletproof, it has increased the safety by 100%. And the intelligent interaction makes the less Phantom not so rigid, but more intelligent. Whether it is working or entertaining in the car, it is very enjoyable. After breakfast, Li Yi originally wanted to continue the game, but suddenly received a call from the purple-haired girl Lin Xening. "What's wrong, little fairy?" Li Yi said with a smile. "This little girl is a little fairy with a beautiful face and a troublesome face, she is eccentric. Big bad wolf. Look downstairs. I don't know which local tyrant has a first-class Rolls-Royce Phantom. There are 10 cars, blocking the entrance of the community." Lin Xening's voice came from the phone, obviously a little excited. "It's so luxurious. I checked and found that they are all top-end versions. Since when did this kind of genius appear in our community? You can buy 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms at once. Is this a wedding car?" Li Yi smiled and said, "Who knows which local tyrant is free? Everyone has their own aspirations." "That's right, I just have nothing to do. By the way, Big Bad Wolf, tomorrow's Singles Day, would you like to invite me to dinner?" Lin Xening suddenly said, she wants to spend time with Li Yi in the carnival of single dogs. After hearing what Lin Xening meant, Li Yi smiled and said, "You say that I am a big bad wolf, and you still want to eat together, don't be afraid that I will eat you." "I'm afraid, I'm so afraid, even if he grows fast, has big legs, cup C, but is only 17, still young. You are a big bad wolf, not a beast, you have to be reserved." Lin Xening said she was afraid, but her words were full of temptation. "The goblin." Li Yi's face darkened. "If you're afraid of you, just lock yourself up at home and drink your wahaha well, you'll grow up obscenely." "Don't want." Lin Xening resolutely refused. "I have class tomorrow afternoon, come to pick me up from school in the evening, see you soon." "Don't let me go." "Okay, which school are you at?" Li Yi was helpless. Lin Xening took the initiative to this point, he was too embarrassed to refuse. It seems that tomorrow night I have to consider whether to be a beast or not as good as a beast. Fudan University, see you tomorrow. I have to rush to class, bye. Another top student from a prestigious school, Li Yi shook his head. As an ordinary book, he was a little shivering. But at this moment, another phone call came, and it turned out to be Han Xin. What's wrong? Li Yi spoke lightly, obviously not very interested in Han Xin. There is no way, the eccentric Lin Xening and the considerate Xiao Qian are more to his liking. Although Han Xin has an 8-point appearance and a good figure, he is still a little behind the two of them. The only advantage may be the cost of Cup D. However, the Cup CS of those two are not far behind. Lord, please drive away the car at the entrance of the community, the car will almost not be able to get in. Han Xin couldn't help but said, very speechless, now the door is surrounded by a circle of people watching, taking pictures, and shooting videos. It's so crowded that people can't even get in. The car at the door. Li Yi was startled, my car is in the garage. It's not the billion-dollar Koenigsegg one, it's 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, all blocking the door. Li Yi couldn't help but turn dark. So he and Lin Xening talked about the car all morning, and it was all his? Sure enough, Li Yi looked at the system warehouse, there were only 10 sets of keys, but no cars. Well, the system doesn't play by the rules. The cars that were signed in before are all in the system warehouse, and Li Yi needs to go to a place where no one is monitoring them to take them out, and then drive them back. So Li Yi thought that he was also currying in the system warehouse this time, but he never thought that these 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were all his own. Okay, I watched it all morning, and I was still wondering who was so powerful that he bought 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms at once. It turned out to be me. Li Yi sighed, a little embarrassed, I'll go down now. Han Xin. Speechless, really speechless. I didn't even count the cars I bought. Really? How inhumane. In fact, it's really not Li Yi's fault. This system is not a routine. Originally, he planned to find a few people in the afternoon, find a place, take 10 Rolls-Royces out of the system warehouse, and then drive them all back. But I didn't want to, this time the gate of the campus was blocked directly, and there was no notice. How did Li Yi know? Yes, very good. Soon, Li Yi came to the outside of the community, watching 10 Rolls-Royces lined up, the corners of his mouth twitched. Then Curry took out 10 sets of keys from the system compartment. Chapter 25. Lord, you are finally here. When Han Xin saw this, he ran over quickly. He was complaining, but when he saw Li Yi's appearance, he instantly burst into tears. Today's Li Yi, with a big-name British style and extraordinary temperament, is more attractive than first-line stars. Seeing Han Xin's eyes straightened, why would he complain? Turning to be extremely gentle. Mr. Li, these cars are here, do you want me to arrange someone to drive to the garage for you? That's troublesome. Li Yi said lightly, but laughed dumbfounded in his heart. Hearing that Han Xin said he wanted to drive a Rolls-Royce, soon, all the property staff who could drive rushed over. There is no way, this level of car, if you miss this time, you may not have many chances to touch it in your life. Then carefully drive Li Yi's Rolls-Royce to the garage one by one. It's just that Li Yi's mansion is equipped with 8 parking spaces, Koenigsegg one occupies 1, and there are 7 remaining parking spaces, which can park 7 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. But the remaining 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms have no destination. What can I do? Originally, Li Yi planned to find someone to drive it to Shanghai International Financial Center, where he has an office space of 9,900 square meters and 100 parking spaces. Even if part of it is used as employee benefits and given to employees who have cars, there is still a lot of surplus. Unexpectedly, a Mercedes S-Class AMG drove over and stopped beside Li Yi. The car window fell down, revealing a head of purple hair on the back seat, it was Lin Xening. Big Bad Wolf, all these 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are yours. Li Yi smiled awkwardly, looking at it now, it should be. Ha ha ha, we laughed for so long 2 mornings, it turned out that you were the one who bought 10 Rolls-Royce Phantom wedding cars. That's right, everyone has his own ambitions, I don't understand the world of local tyrants. Lin Xening felt amused when the two chatted in the morning. Li Yi's face turned even darker, if you laugh again, I won't pick you up tomorrow. Okay. Lin Xening stopped smiling, looked at the remaining 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, and said. Is this because there are not enough parking spaces? Li Yi nodded. Say it earlier, stop at my house. There are 8 parking spaces in my house, and I'm under 18, so I can't get a driver's license. If the driver doesn't come, it's all empty. Lin Xening said, then her expression changed. I won't tell you, I'm going to be late. As for the parking space, the one with the most beautiful property, you can check it out for him, and it will stop at my house. Goodbye, Big Bad Wolf. Soon, AMG went away, and Lin Xening was still waving at Li Yi from the window. Li Yi couldn't help laughing, this little girl is a big bad wolf, it seems that if she doesn't eat her, she won't be worthy of this title. Afterwards, Han Xin checked Lin Xening's parking space number, and asked someone to drive the remaining 3 cars over. Thank you. Li Yi said with a smile. You are welcome, Mr. Li, let us experience the Rolls-Royce Phantom, we should be thanking you. The property staff said with a smile and left one after another. Only Han Xin and Li Yi were left in place, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Originally, Han Xin had a lot to say, but thinking of Lin Xening, he didn't know how to speak. That's right, Lin Xening, the owner of Tangchen Yupan, the driver picks up and travels Mercedes S-Class AMG, more than 3 million. She and Li Yi are rightly matched, they are talented and beautiful, but I have some. Thank you this time. When you need a car in the future, you can find me. Li Yi said, Han Xin really helped a lot this time. You're welcome. Han Xin smiled sweetly, but said meaningfully. But why did she call you the Big Bad Wolf? Could it be that you, the Big Bad Wolf, did something to the little girl? Li Yi. Ha ha ha. Han Xin laughed and leaned forward. Speaking of business, my house hasn't been cleaned for several days, it's a bit dirty, you. Before Li Yi finished speaking, Han Xin directly interrupted. Don't you want me to clean it for you? All right, I'm off duty in the afternoon, so I'll help you once. Li Yi had a question mark on his face. He just wanted Han Xin to help him find a few reliable cleaners. He never thought. But it seems better for Han Xin to make a move. Frankly speaking, Li Yi has too many things in his house, so if he just finds Ant as a cleaner, he is really worried. Just then, the phone rang again. I'll take a call. Li Yi said, and connected the phone. Boss, I have found some personnel, and I have sent you all the information. You can take a look. If there is no problem, they will come to the company to report tomorrow. Okay, Qian, thank you for your hard work, I'll watch it when I get back. Li Yi beamed with joy, Xiao Qianqin's movements were really fast. It seems that yesterday the whole day was interviewed. After hanging up the phone, Han Xin on the opposite side hesitated to speak, and finally said. You started a company. Yes, future technology. How about it, do you want to change jobs? Give you the green light. Li Yi joked. Never. Han Xin shook his head resolutely, looked at Li Yi, and said meaningfully, even if the salary is doubled, I will not go. I am afraid that I will be eaten by the Big Bad Wolf. Li Yi. Don't worry, the Big Bad Wolf only eats young and beautiful little fairies. He won't eat you. Hearing this, Han Xin was furious and almost ran away. Damn it, you despise me. Haha, no, Really not. Li Yi waved his hands with a smile, played with 10 sets of Rolls-Royce keys in his hand, and turned to leave. Han Xin stomped his feet angrily behind him. This guy actually detested her. Is it possible that I am old? Still not pretty? You must know that she has 8 points without any makeup, and she is a beautiful beauty. As for the figure, I don't lose to anyone. Hateful. A hole. Big bad wolf. Han Xin was aggrieved, but Li Yi had already walked away. Chapter 26. Back at the mansion, Li Yi waved his hand, and the opposite wall directly became a screen. All the resumes were spread out one by one, and they were the employees Xiao Qianqian recruited. From hardware to software, from front desk to finance, there are more than 70 people. This convinced Li Yi very much. It's only been 2 days, and Xiao Qianqian is really powerful in combat. If it were someone else, how could he be so efficient? The system, can it analyze the background information of these people and find out who has problems? Li Yi tentatively opened his mouth, but he has dabbled in human resource management. But Li Yi knew nothing about the background of these people. Unless they investigate one by one, or even use hacking methods to investigate their details. For Li Yi, there is no technical difficulty, but the workload is too much. It would take a long time to investigate a single person, let alone investigate person 73 all at once. But if the system can handle it, that would be great. Back to the master, Xiaoi, analyzing the query. Inquiry completed. 23 people have questions, among them. Li Yi looked at the analysis results and a series of data evidence, his face was a little ugly. These 23 people turned out to be the best and most outstanding talents. Not only is he a high-achieving student from a prestigious school, his ability is even more powerful, and his qualifications are equally brilliant. It stands to reason that they should not come to a fledgling startup company like Future Technology. On the contrary, the top internet company is their destination. And in fact it is. These 23 people are all the elites of the major internet giants, even the elites of the elites. However, they were all sent to Future Technology, and the packaging was perfect. Even though Xiao Qianqian reviewed it many times, he still didn't find any problems. And their mission is to serve as commercial spies and internal agents. In order to grasp the development direction of Future Technology, steal confidential data, and then send it back to the headquarters. Among them are Xiao Huya Live Broadcast, Feiyu Live Broadcast, Kuai Shao Live Broadcast, and YY Live Broadcast. However, more powerful giants such as Penguin, Ali, Qiandu, and Huayi did not act like this. This incident completely aroused Li Yi's vigilance. There are no secrets in this world, let alone impenetrable walls. Li Yi can find out their details, and they can also find out Li Yi's details, and find out the details of Suyin Magic Mirror. No one is a fool, let alone these giants. Even if Li Yi keeps secret and does not reveal that Suyin Magic Mirror is a future technology, but these internet giants are very capable, they can still find Li Yi. The world of the internet is like this, there are not many secrets at all. For example, a foreign location data company can easily control the location and actions of any official in the White House, even the president, through mobile phone positioning. Similarly, with the help of Suyin Magic Mirror, they can also find out Li Yi behind them and find out the future technology. The reason why these giants have not acted rashly is that they want to arrange manpower to infiltrate future technology. So put a long line and catch big fish. It has to be said that such an act is resourceful. It's just that Li Yi is not a vegetarian. It seems that the last time he cracked the magic mirror without makeup, he was taught by infinite restarts and cleared all the data. He still wants to continue to die. That being the case, then Li Yi has no choice but to stay with her to the end, asking you to know how to write dead characters. It's just Li Yi's character, if you don't move, you will die, and if you move, you will be killed. It seems that the world of live streaming is about to change. Li Yi sighed, waved his hand, and a new picture appeared on the wall, which was the picture of Xiao Qianqian, a future technology. At this time, Xiao Qianqian was eating instant noodles over and over again, while staring at the computer very busy. Her hair is a bit messy, and she doesn't have time to put on makeup, but she still has a natural beauty, and she still has a 9-point complexion. Seeing this scene, Li Yi felt a little distressed. It was really embarrassing for this girl. Shallow! Li Yi yelled, and Xiao Qianqian, who was eating instant noodles, was startled. When she looked up, she saw the opposite wall turned into a screen, projecting a picture of Li Yi. Boss! Xiao Qianqian was very surprised. With such a powerful black technology, the wall is actually a screen. My God, I didn't realize it. Li Yi smiled and said, "Thanks for your hard work, Qianqian, you have done a good job these few days. Don't work so hard, the company will soon be on the right track, and the things that can be entrusted to others will be assigned to others." It's okay, boss, Qianqian is not tired. Xiao Qianqian shook her head quickly, and then exclaimed, "Ah, boss, wait for me, I'll clean up, I haven't washed my face yet." God knows how busy these 2 days have been, recruiting people for nothing, video interviews. I stayed up until past 2 o'clock last night to finish the work, and got up early this morning to check the details of these employees. I was so busy that I only had time to eat instant noodles, so I didn't have time to dress up. No, you have an extra messy beauty like this, which is good. Li Yi said with a smile, it's true. Just like the most beautiful girl in the junior high school class, even if she has short hair, no makeup every day, she can still arouse the hearts of many boys. That is the real beauty. Messy beauty. Xiao Qianqian had black lines all over her head, so she nodded. You are the boss. Whatever you say is what you say. But don't laugh at Qianqian. Qianqian has been too busy these 2 days, and she is not like this usually. Haha, good. I read all the information you sent me. 23 of them have problems. As he said that, a screen appeared on the wall opposite Xiao Qianqian, and it was the 23 people who had no problem. Ah, there is a problem, it's hidden really deep, no wonder I didn't find it out. Xiao Qianqian was furious, these villains actually came to our future technology to be commercial spies, really. I'll clean them out right now. No, Qianqian. Li Yi smiled and shook his head, saying. Divide them into a team of 23 people, and then add 7 people to form a team of 30 people. Then they are assigned to a department and isolated from the others. Let them develop Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0. What does the boss mean by using them to send wrong information to the giants behind them, so as to mislead the strategic development of those giants? Xiao Qianqian is very smart, and immediately understood Li Yi's plan. Not only that, I also want to use them to destroy the giants behind them. Li Yi said coldly, without getting angry. The world of the live broadcast industry should change, and those so-called giants in the live broadcast industry should also disperse. Chapter 27. These giants in the live broadcast industry dare to send commercial spies to future technology. Then Li Yi is going to make a move to overthrow the entire live broadcast industry, kill all giants, and replace them. And these spies are the sharpest swords against killing live broadcast giants. There is no way, there are not many outlets on the internet, and all of them have been grasped by the top giants, there is no chance for Li Yi at all. Like Penguin's social networking, Ali's e-commerce, Qianda's search, Suanmu's security protection. These levels are deeply rooted, and it is really too difficult for Li Yi to get a piece of the pie. Whether it is a social software to compete against WeChat, or an online shopping platform to compete against Dabai, it is too difficult for Li Yi, who has just started his business. But the current live broadcast and short video are very popular, and the future is boundless, and it is undoubtedly the new outlet at present. HUYA, Flying Fish, Penguin Live, Douyin, Kuaishou, etc. Although there are many overlords, there are no peak giants. Even the Penguin Group only has a small part of their energy for live broadcasting, and they will not go all out at all because of the nature of ticketing. Therefore, Li Yi still has hope of breaking through in the field of live broadcasting. What's more, most of these live broadcast giants are not doing well, and they are burning and losing money. Relying on the beneficiary father behind him, and relying on the investment of the shareholders who fooled him, he barely survived. For example, President Wang's Panda Live broadcast was originally of extraordinary strength, and he could compete with Xiao Huya and Feiyu. Korea's first female anchor, and Korea's top girl group, have all been signed by him, and there is even a champion team like IG under his banner, which can be described as unparalleled. But now? Isn't it closed down, bankrupt? There is no way. The live broadcasting industry is in the era of vassal hegemony. If you want to survive, then continue to suffer, continue to spend money, continue to burn money. Billions and tens of billions of burning. Don't think about making money in a short time. Even giants like Feiyu and Huya are barely making a profit. For example, Feiyu has a current market value of $2.422 billion, or nearly 17 billion yuan. But the current profit is only a little over 200 million, and it is an annual profit. That's right, in 1 year, Feiyu's live broadcast only earned about 200 million yuan, which is just a day's income of Suyin Magic Mirror. This is already considered good. Other live broadcast giants, let alone making money, are losing money on the contrary. Therefore, for Suyin Magic Mirror, which earns 200 million a day, these giants are as envious as they are seeing Chang'e's Zhu Beiji. Under this situation, all live streaming giants have only two choices. Either continue to invest, continue to lose money, continue to suffer, and wait until the other opponents are killed, and then they can start to make profits, and the remaining ones are kings. Either stop the loss in time, close the live broadcast, declare bankruptcy, and the funds invested before will be wiped out, no income, and even heavy debts. There is no doubt that the first way, God knows when it will come out. As for competing with Feiyu and Xiao Huya to the end, Principal Wang was not confident either, so the Panda Live broadcast was suspended. After all, both Flying Fish and Little Huya have the investment support of top giants like Penguin, so what can President Wang do to beat the live broadcast of Panda? It can only go bankrupt and stop losses in time. The same is true for other live broadcast platforms, either die or live worse. Maybe at the end of the battle, only Feiyu and Xiao Huya can live well in the live broadcasting world. For short videos, Douyin and Kuaishou can live very well. The others are just cannon fodder, destined to disappear. It is only a matter of time. But now it is different. Li Yi wants to enter the field of live broadcast and short video, then everything will be completely rewritten. Even if the current future technology has just started, there is no background in live broadcast and short video, but this is harmless. Li Yi has black technology and a magic mirror without makeup. And these giants even sent him a group of commercial spies. As long as these resources are used properly, Li Yi's live broadcast without makeup is still expected to break out of the encirclement of Xiao Huya, Feiyu, Douyin, Kuaishou, and Penguin Live broadcast, and go straight to Huanglong. The first step Li Yi has to do is to smash the plates and flip the table. First, turn the tables in the current live broadcasting industry, disrupt the deep-rooted advantages of the five giants, and reshuffle the cards, which is the opportunity to live broadcast without makeup. Thinking of this, Li Yi quickly issued instructions to Xiao Qianqian and arranged a series of actions. Over the past few days, Suyin Magic Mirror is like a cash cow, with a single-day income of 200 million yuan and a total profit of 1.1 billion yuan. This kind of profit rate is simply terrifying. No way, black technology is a money-printing machine. And the monopolized black technology is a super money printing machine. Such an achievement, for Li alone, is considered a brilliant talent. But compared with Penguin, Ali, and Qiandu, which have a market value of hundreds of billions, it is still a drop in the ocean. But Li Yi is not worried, his technological empire is just getting started. Xiao Qian was in charge of the company's affairs, while Li Yi continued to start the virtual reality game. Wild racing, modern warfare. 100% realistic, Li Yi had a great time playing. At this time, the AI housekeeper's prompt sounded, "Master, the property owner Han Xin requests to enter, do you want to let him in?" Li Yi paused the game, waved his hand, and the opposite wall became a screen, projecting the scene outside the door. I saw Han Xin standing at the door with a bag in his hand. "Really come to clean up for me?" Li Yi laughed dumbfounded, and said, "Let's go." Soon, Han Xin entered the house and Li went downstairs. "It doesn't look too dirty, except it's a little messy." Han Xin looked around, a little surprised. "As a single man, you are considered clean. There is a sweeping robot for sweeping the floor, and there is a fresh fan for ventilation after purification, but there is not much dust. Even the windows are black tech oleophobic layers that won't shed dust. The only problem is that it's kind of messy. I bought a carload of goods before, and it was really messy. After all, the house is too big to tidy up." Chapter 28. "It's messy, sorry. I'll pay you by the hour." Li Yi said. It's not easy to keep Han Zhenbei busy. Hearing this, Han Xin's face changed slightly, and he gave Li Yi a decisive look, and said in a bad mood, "If you can't speak, don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb." She helps Li Yi because she has a good impression of Li Yi and is willing to help Li Yi, not for money. To be able to enter Tangchen Yupan and be a small property manager, Han Xin also graduated from a prestigious 211 school. There is no way, the current owners are difficult to serve, such as Vank, which is 2.5 per square meter, and the property housekeepers recruited all started from college. As for Tangchen Yupan's level of mansion, it costs 16 yuan per flat and even the property manager is a graduate of a prestigious 211 school. Of course, the treatment is not worse than that of white-collar workers, or even higher. Saying that, Han Xin ignored Li Yi, went straight into the bathroom, looked for tools, and started to get busy. Li Yi gave a wry smile, without any unnecessary explanation. He just picked up a cup of coffee for Han Xin at the Smart Coffee Bar and put it beside him. Then go upstairs and continue the game. Hey, the life of the rich is so boring and tasteless. Han Xin looked around, went into a room, changed into sportswear, and started cleaning. After all, the work clothes are dirty, and I have to work the night shift at night, which is not very good. Even though Li's family has a sweeping robot and a fresh air machine, and there is not much dust on the ground, the cabinets are still somewhat dirty. Han Xin cleaned up the entire mansion, up and down, and mopped the floor. The things Li Yi bought were also sorted and arranged clearly. Even Li Yi's laundry was washed and dried. Some are not suitable for washing machine, Han Xin washes them by hand himself. After finishing all this work, Han Xin breathed a sigh of relief. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, almost dinner time. Forget it, this girl is a good person and will do it to the end, and I will cook you another meal, saving you from taking out food every day. Han Xin sighed, then his face changed slightly. It's cleaning for him, tidying up his house, washing his clothes, buying vegetables and cooking for him. How do you feel like I'm her maid? Or the one who doesn't want money? Don't be someone else's queen, but give you a free maid. Hey! I must have owed you in my previous life. Han Xin sighed. Her appearance and figure are indispensable for the rich second generation to spend a lot of money chasing her, willing to treat her like a queen. But here is Li Yi, that is, a free, considerate maid. Sighing, Han Xin opened the refrigerator, but was stunned. The refrigerator is full and has everything, but no vegetables or meat. This guy doesn't seem to cook for himself. Li Yi also knows how to cook, but she is too lazy to do it. Doesn't he like virtual reality games? I can only go to buy food first. Han Xin had a decision in his mind, but after a busy afternoon, he was covered in sweat. As a goddess, Han Xin couldn't accept going out like this. Take a shower first, then go shopping, that's it. Han Xin looked upstairs and saw that Li Yi was still in the room, and simply went to the bathroom. Hey, there is such a big bathtub, I like it. Han Xin raised his brows with joy, rinsed it first, and then found that the bathtub was already filled with hot water. Is this all intelligent? Han Xin was stunned, but when he thought of the smart door, he felt no surprise and entered it immediately. Shui Lang intelligently controlled the strength and speed, hitting her back and massaging the acupoints all over her body, making Han Xin feel so comfortable that she almost cried out. That feeling is really wonderful. Humph! Li Yi, the big bad wolf, really enjoys it. Han Xin said angrily, close your eyes and enjoy the spa, which is much more comfortable than a professional club. But I didn't want to, I was very tired after a busy afternoon, and fell asleep directly under such a pleasant massage. Half an hour later, upstairs, Li Yi was racing in a virtual game. With his powerful driving skills, he had already ranked among the best and was about to hit the finish line. But at this time, the butler's prompt sounded suddenly. Master, Han Xin fell asleep in the bathtub in the bathroom downstairs. It's been 30 minutes, please master. Fell asleep. Li Yi shook his head. Well, he enjoyed it the same way for the first time, and fell asleep directly. God knows how comfortable the spa treatment in the smart bathtub is, it is even more powerful than the techniques of top-notch technicians in top clubs. In desperation, Li Yi could only stop the game, go downstairs, and open the bathroom door. Then he was stunned in place, only to see Han Xin leaning on the bathtub in a posture of extreme enjoyment, his wet hair added a bit of charm. The majestic scenery in front of him is even more shocking. Cough cough, this is D? How do I feel it is E? Li Yi sighed. Before that, he thought that Han Xin had a good figure and good looks, but he didn't want to. He had hidden an E-class weapon. Yes, it is possible. It was dangerous to fall asleep in the bathtub, so Li Yi had no choice but to step forward, intending to pick Han Xin up. Is this real, or fake? It can't be processed, right? Li Yi suddenly thought of it, couldn't help stretching out his hand and pinching it. This touch should be real, right? As he spoke, Li Yi pinched it a few more times, very curious, and muttered even more. So thin, so big, what a devil figure. It seemed that Li Yi pinched a little pain. Han Xin woke up, but seeing Li Yi next to him, Han Xin was extremely nervous. Did you fall asleep in the bathtub? Then what is Li Yi going to do? Shouldn't he want to do that to himself? If so, should I refuse, or obey him? Chapter 29. Frankly speaking, Han Xin has a good impression of Li. If Li Yi is distracted and willing to let her girlfriend, Han Xin will definitely agree immediately, and it's okay to hand over the first time now. But obviously, that's not realistic. If it's just Li Yi's lover, Han Xin can't accept it, even if she likes Li Yi very much. After all, she is relatively traditional, and she still retains the idea of being consistent. Everyone has their own bottom line, let alone a person like Han Xin who can figure it out. Rationally speaking, rejection is undoubtedly the best. But I really like Li Yi very much, and I can't say the words of rejection. For a while, Han Xin, who was at a loss, had to close his eyes and continue to pretend to be asleep. But I don't want to. Li Yi seems to be full of interest, and keeps pinching a certain place, still saying in his mouth. It should be real, not fake. And it doesn't mean to stop. This made Han Xin's face darken, so he said, enough, pervert. I'm awake. Li Yi. Wake up and still pretend to sleep here. Li Yi said with a smile, my face is so red, I'm still pretending. Han Xin blushed even more when he heard this. Deng Shi was so angry that he gritted his teeth, wishing to have a decisive battle with Li Yi. How can you be like this? I don't want to lose face. Seeing that Han Xin was about to have a seizure, Li Yi pinched it again and said, it feels good, is this D or E? Of course it's E, can't you see it? The corner of Han Xin's mouth twitched, and he said decisively, it means I'm thin, if I get fatter, you'll definitely have a nosebleed. Li Yi. Okay, you can dress yourself when you wake up. If you can't wake up, I have to serve you myself. With that said, Li Yi pinched it again, then turned and left, leaving the bathroom, leaving Han Xin messed up in the bathtub with a complicated look on her face. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? He didn't mean that to me? For a while, Han Xin didn't know whether to be lucky or complain. Snort. Damn Li Yi, big bad guy. Han Xin said angrily, then got up and changed clothes. It's just that when he walked out of the bathroom, his face was a little red and a little dark. This guy looked at him and pinched him, but he was not impulsive at all. It really made Han Xin doubt his own charm. Excessive. Eat your takeout. Han Xin said, turned around and was about to leave. You can stop eating me, but you can't have no idea at all. This is the logic of women. If I have no idea at all, it means that I have no charm at all, which is unacceptable. Li Yi laughed dumbfoundedly, shook his head, and went upstairs directly. As for Han Xin, he really didn't plan to do anything, otherwise, could Han Xin leave in such a safe and sound way? As for the reason, it is naturally because there will be Lin Xening, a quirky little fairy tomorrow night, who is a real stunner. I can't eat Han Xin tonight and Lin Xening tomorrow night. If so, what will Li Yi become soon? Even a scumbag has to have a bottom line. Cough, why is it so easy to get beaten up? Li Yi smiled and said. Butler, order me a takeaway from Shangri-La. No, 1 to the property office. Good master, the order has been placed according to your preferences. In a smart mansion, no matter what it is, the AI housekeeper can handle everything in one sentence, and there is no need for Li Yi to do it himself. Property office. Xingxin, let's go have dinner together? I have to work the night shift at night. Modai, a good friend from the same company, said with a smile. Go by yourself, I have no appetite today. Han Xin said that thinking of Li Yi made her angry, and in a rage, she even bent the pen on the table. Seeing this scene, Modai came up and said meaningfully, is it a loss of appetite, or is it full? Fed by a man? Ha ha ha. Modai, you. Han Xin's complexion changed sharply, and he was burning with anger. This female hooligan drives when she disagrees with her, really. It's not that I said you, why are you hesitating so much? Like me, live in the moment and enjoy yourself in time. That is, handsome Li doesn't like me. If I were you, I would have taken the initiative to push him, forget it, you, think about it carefully. You really don't know how to be blessed when you are born in a blessing. Seeing this, Modai shook his head and left decisively. Soon, the room returned to silence. It's true that he doesn't like you, and he doesn't seem to like me either. Otherwise, how could he see all of me, and he didn't? Hey! Han Xin sighed, his expression was gloomy, and he tapped the table with his slender fingers, really losing his appetite. Half an hour later, the takeaway boy came in. Hello, Ms. Han Xin, this is your takeaway. Then, in Han Xin's bewilderment, takeaways were brought up one after another. Deep sea shrimp, crispy fish slices, cheese balls, rice noodles, seasonal fruit platter. There is even milk tea. A table was immediately filled. Seeing this scene, Han Xin was stunned. How could he not know that it was Li Yi? The empty heart that was originally covered with dark clouds was instantly cloudless. Then feast on it, the food is irresistible. As for getting fat? Snort. When my old lady was thin, she was If she got fatter, I'll see if you have nosebleeds. Soon, Modai came back after dinner, and seeing this scene, he felt sour. He, don't you have an appetite yet? It turns out that some local tyrant ordered a Shangri-La meal. Just this table, at least $1,000. A local tyrant? Don't be sour, come, let's eat together. Han Xin waved his hand very generously. Forget it, I don't want my capital to be not as big as you, and weigh twice as much as you. I'll lose weight. Modai looked at his sad and his weight of 120, shook his head decisively, and refused. Now she is called sensuality, and if she gets fatter, she will become porky, and she will be useless, really useless. Women, I am afraid that the place that should be fat will not be fat, and the place that should not be fat will be fat blindly. Chapter 30. Early morning. Li Yi stretched, and it was another night immersed in virtual reality games. However, with deep sleep, Li Yi is not only not tired, but refreshed, just like the feeling of getting enough sleep. Sign in without hesitation. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the master, you have obtained the C-Level Black Technology Special Effects software. C-Level Black Technology Special Effects software? What's the use? Li Yi spoke, a little puzzled. The host can try and imagine a picture. Li Yi thought for a while, how about pulling the coffin in 9 dragons? After the words fell, the opposite wall directly became a screen, and what appeared was the scene of Zhulong pulling the coffin. Above the sky, the cold wind was piercing, and the clouds were dense. The hazy atmosphere suppressed the entire world. At this time, the roar of the dragon exploded, and suddenly the wind rose and the sky turned pale. A huge faucet protruded out suddenly, with a majestic appearance, just like the appearance of an ancient dragon, which made people shudder. Above the giant, it is lifelike, even the dragon's beard is extremely lifelike, dancing in the wind. Then the second head, the third head, the fourth head. A total of 9 mighty and domineering dragons galloped across the sky and the earth, galloping through the clouds and fog. Kowloon roared, and the earth trembled. And at the back, there is Sun Yan's black iron chain, which is firmly tied to the Kowloon. On the other side, it is the most mysterious existence hidden in the clouds. Immediately, a strange magical atmosphere swept all directions, making the mysterious existence in the cloud and mist more mysterious. The Kowloon roared and went straight to the 9 heavens. The 9 black iron chains whirled, and slowly pulled out the mysterious existence. It was a bronze coffin. The coffin had weird patterns on it, and the shape was extraordinary and frightening. What kind of coffin needs 9 prehistoric dragons to pull it? There is no answer, but the texture of the special effects and the eerie atmosphere give the final explanation. At the end of the picture, Li Yi was stunned. The shock in his heart could not subside for a long time. In just one sentence, this special effect black technology is directly integrated into a video, and the special effect is so powerful that it is outrageous, it is really unbelievable. Pulling the coffin in 9 dragons is one of the most fascinating scenes in Covering the Sky. Book fans are eager to make it into a TV series or movie, but they are worried. Worried that the special effects are not strong enough to achieve that effect, so don't be another vindictive horse. Pull the coffin of Kowloon into a coffin of 9 horses. After all, Do Di, who was riding a horse in front of him, dared to compete. What other masterpieces would the film and television circle dare not destroy? There is no way, whether it is movies, TV, animation, puppetry, special effects, the cost will always be the big one. And it's crucial. Whether the special effects are good or not can directly determine the standard of a movie, TV series, or animation. It is also because the cost of special effects is too high that many originally good dramas have become special effects for 50 cents, and they have become bad movies. For example, there are so many Xiangxia movies and TV series nowadays, but few have good special effects. Even the special effects of the old movie Legend of Shushan 20 years ago can completely explode the current new movies and TV series. That's right, it's that exaggerated. It's not that the special effects haven't improved in the past 20 years. On the contrary, the progress has been great, very great, but the cost is high, the production process is complicated, and it takes a long time, so that the current new dramas cannot be used or waited for. In the end, it can only become a 50-cent special effect, which can only destroy the original work. But the black technology drawn out by Li Yi this time will completely change this problem. Special effects don't need to be so troublesome, don't need so much investment, don't need so much time, and don't need so much money. As long as the text is used for rendering, it will be generated instantly with powerful artificial intelligence black technology special effects. It's that simple, it's that easy. If this black technology is used properly, Li Yi will not only gain untold wealth, but even shake up the entire entertainment circle, the entire film and television industry. But Li Yi doesn't plan to be too violent, and everything has to be done step by step. Just like a country, military technology will always be more than 10 years ahead of civilian technology. This is the so-called technical reserve. Like Warwick, why is it awesome? Why is it so awesome that the entire White House has to gather the power of the whole country to block Warwick and limit Warwick's development? It is because Hawaii's technology is powerful. Not only the technology currently in use is powerful, but also the technology in reserve, which makes the White House panic. It can be said that the technology that has been put into use only accounts for 30% compared to the technology reserved by Warwick. Similarly, future technology must also have black technology reserves, as Li Yi's backup at critical moments, and the confidence to kill the giants. Therefore, Li Yi intends to process this black technology of special effects and make 3 versions. A version for mobile phones is considered a low-end version, with limited image quality and limited functions. After all, where the performance of the mobile phone is placed, it is too powerful to move. It is used to shoot short video special effects such as vibrato, and netizens make short video web dramas. A PC-side version is considered a high-end version, with more powerful performance and better picture quality. It can be used to produce special effects such as movies, TV dramas, animations, etc., and is used to produce special effects for major domestic and foreign crews. An ultimate server-level version with all functions unlocked and invincible performance. Li Yi plans to set up such a department in the future technology to make the ultimate giant production special effects. This department does not accept any commercial cooperation, it will only serve future technology. Li Yi will enter the film and television industry and the entertainment industry in the future, and use this ultimate special effect to create an epic chapter that has never been seen before or since. Li Yi's goal for this series of movies is to start with a guaranteed box office of 3 billion. Chapter 31. This is a 3-step process, 3 stages, and 3 directions, which are progressive and interlocking. It can not only maximize the benefits, but also accelerate the innovation, subversion, and hegemony of future technology. It seems that the development of science and technology in the future will accelerate again, and Xiao Qian, a hard-working little fairy, will have to work overtime again. Li Yi sighed, and then drove the Koenigsegg NE1 to Shanghai International Financial Center. All employees are employed today, and the future technology is on the right track. The Shanghai Financial Center has 101 floors, of which the 3 floors 99.100.101 are all owned by Li Yi, the future technology headquarters. After stopping the car, Li Yi went directly to the 101st floor, the top floor. This floor is also 3,300 square meters, but most of it is empty. There are only 2 offices, which are the offices of Li Yi and Xiao Qianqian. Seeing Li Yi approaching, Xiao Qianqian arranged other things and hurriedly greeted her. "Boss, everything is on the right track. The 23 commercial spies have added 7 more according to your instructions to form a 30-person attack department. They are isolated on the 98th floor for the sake of confidentiality and develop Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0 version." Li Yi nodded and said, "How did they react?" Although they pretend to be calm on the surface, everyone is very happy, thinking that they can get access to the core source code of Suyin Magic Mirror. Xiao Qian said with a slight smile, "Sure enough, they are all a group of treacherous and cunning people. If the boss hadn't been so insightful, I would have been fooled by them this time. Eat a fall and gain a wisdom, don't worry about it." "Yeah, boss, everything else is well arranged and everything is on track. Would you like to take a look?" Xiao Qianqian said, as the real boss, Li Yi should go and have a look. But Li Yi waved his hand and said, "Now is not the time for me to come out, you are enough. I will come out when necessary." No way, Li Yi doesn't want to be a celebrity yet, and wants to keep a low profile. After all, once the future technology shocks the world, his good days will come to an end, and he will no longer be so free. It's better to enjoy more while you can, and make more waves while you can. In fact, Li Yi really wanted to keep a low profile, but she was afraid that her strength would not allow it. Still cherish the last time when you can keep a low profile. Since those giants have found future technology, there is no need to hide it. Launch the official website of future technology, and at the same time update Suyin Magic Mirror, transplant all the user data of Suyin Magic Mirror to future technology, and change it to future ID. Li Yi said that this future account, just like QQ account, WeChat ID, and Alipay account, is the foundation of future technology. In the internet industry, the scale of users is very important, very important. For example, the Penguin Group, why can copycats beat other people's originals? It is because of the user scale of 700 to 800 million. It can be said that as long as there are hundreds of millions of users, you can make a wave of achievements in whatever you do. Good boss, I will ask people to reserve all those good numbers in advance." Xiao Qianqian smiled wittily, and had a lot of ghost ideas. Numbers like 8,888 are worth a lot of money wherever they go. "Then boss, is our next development going to be Suyin Magic Mirror?" Xiao Qianqian asked, a little curious. "Of course not, our next goal is live streaming and short videos." Li Yi smiled and said meaningfully. Xiao Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help saying, "The so-called Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0 is to fool those live short video giants, making them think that when we are working on Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0, we have created a Suyin live broadcast, a future short video. Directly broke into their base camp." "Yes, that's it." Li Yi smiled and said. "In this way, on the bright side, the future technology is the 99th floor, and everyone is there, busy working on Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0. In addition, find a group of reliable people, put it on the 100th floor, and quietly develop the Suyin live broadcast. You only need to make the framework, and I will come to the core source code myself." "Good boss, if you just make the frame, it won't take long, and it will be done tomorrow." Xiao Qianqian said, "After all, the most difficult thing is the source code. Just like building a house, it is easy to pack the exterior walls, but it takes a lot of time and effort to pour the core structure inside. The same is true for software. It is rare that it is never the external structure, but the core source code." "That's good. In this way, Suyin Magic Mirror will attack today and tomorrow, test it the day after tomorrow, and release it the night after tomorrow." Li Yi made a prompt decision. At the same time, find another team, which is also on the 100th floor. Just make a short video software, and make a good website and framework. The core source code will still come from me myself. Good boss, but if you do this, won't you be very tired? Xiao Qian couldn't help but speak, very worried. It will be very tiring, why don't you massage my back? Li Yi joked with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Qianqian's face instantly turned crimson, but she nodded, okay. As she spoke, she pushed Li Yi to sit on the boss chair next to her. Xiao Qian stood behind Li Yi, massaging Li Yi flexibly with her slender jade fingers. Ask from time to time, boss, how is the strength? Well, yes, you are still very talented, with the professional demeanor of blind massage. In the massage industry, the chain blind massagers are generally skilled. As for those silk foot massages, the general skills are not good, and some services are good, you know. Humph. The boss scolded me, Qian is not a blind massager. Xiao Qian pouted and said. My grandfather's family is a family of traditional Huxia medicine, so I have been familiar with it. I have dabbled in these aspects and know a little bit. So smart. Li Yi was surprised, no wonder Xiao Qianqian's massage techniques are so good, she can be called a master. Chapter 32. Xiao Qianqian's skills were already extraordinary, coupled with her special intentions, Li Yi felt very comfortable all over. After enjoying half an hour of Xiao Qianqian's gentle service, Li Yi gave up. Okay, Qian, you go and arrange those things first, I'll wait by myself. Let's have dinner together at noon. If you don't stop, Qian will be exhausted. Xiao Qian said angrily, but she didn't have the slightest resentment, and continued to run around. When she came downstairs, Xiao Qian seemed to be a different person, no longer gentle, no longer considerate, but extremely majestic, with the posture of a capable and strong woman. Soon, all the tasks arranged by Li Yi were arranged one by one. That's how she is, as a professional manager, she is always cold and strong, with the attitude of a strong woman. And only in front of Li Yi, would she be gentle and considerate, even shy. Immediately, the entire future technology, hundreds of people were divided into several parts, all busy. However, knowing that the Suyin magic mirror, which is currently popular all over the country, is the work of future technology, all these employees are bloody. I just feel that the future is boundless, and Xiao Qian doesn't need to say anything at all, everyone is full of enthusiasm. Such a promising company is a perfect golden stock. And they are all key veterans, lucky enough to seize the opportunity, as long as they work hard, there will be a lot of opportunities and a bright future. This is indeed the case, the current future technology has just started, and the speed of development is fast, and there is an urgent need for all kinds of talented elites. As long as they are good enough, able to resist things, and have no problems, no matter whether it is Li Yi or Xiao Qian, they will be reused. When the future technology matures and there will be no shortage of jobs in all departments, if you want to be promoted again, even if you are good enough, you have to wait slowly. Just like Ali Group, God knows how many years it will take to go from P1 to P8. Even with the best talents, many people can't make it if they are bald. There is no way. What is most lacking in this world is the peak talent who is 1 in a billion, and the most in short supply is a top talent who is 1 in a million. It is worth mentioning that it is even more exciting to be infiltrated by several major internet giants as commercial espionage. They thought that Xiao Qian assigned them all to the tackling team according to their ability to develop Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0. They even signed non-competition treaties and confidentiality treaties. Not only them, but all employees of future technology, after learning about Suyin Magic Mirror, Xiao Qian asked them all to sign these two contracts. The so-called non-competition treaty means that if you change jobs in the future, you can't go to the same industry again, otherwise you will be punished by law and pay sky-high compensation, and you can only switch jobs. For example, Chong Treasurer, the former president of Lenovo Mobile, first left Lenovo, and then moved to Dabai Technology as the vice president of the group. But there is a non-competition treaty behind this. Once Lenovo sues, this matter will not end well. Tens of millions of liquidated damages are not easy to use. As for the confidentiality treaty, let alone, once the secret is leaked, it will face double sanctions of law and money. But even so, none of these commercial spies hesitated, and even beamed with joy. As long as you have access to the core technology of Suyin Magic Mirror and pass it on to the giants behind it, the benefits are immeasurable. Even if it is illegal, even if the compensation is huge, they believe that the giants behind them will pay them 10 times and 100 times, and it is enough for them to not have to go to work in this life. No way, the temptation of money is terrifying. As long as the temptation is big enough, there is nothing wrong with it. These commercial spies immediately worked hard to develop the framework of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0. They thought that as long as the framework is completed as soon as possible, then Li Yi will definitely give them the core source code for integration. But I don't want to, everything is just playing tricks on them. The intentions of these commercial spies were clearly seen by Li Yi from the very beginning, but they were just scheming. At the end, God knows who will cry. At noon, Li Yi drove Xiao Qianqian to Tangchen Yupan in a Koenig Sego Ne1. Xiao Qianqian recalled the embarrassing experience that day. Remembering being hugged by Princess Li Yi, her face turned red involuntarily. Li Yi saw everything, but said nothing. This Xiao Qianqian is really interesting. Facing the employees below, they are unparalleled in strength and coldness, which makes people shudder. But facing herself, she seemed to have lost the disguise of a strong woman, gentle and delicate, shy from time to time. It's very interesting. Afterwards, Li Yi took Xiao Qianqian to the 5-star Heilong seafood restaurant next to Tangchen Yupan. I have been to Shangri-La, this time I will try seafood. Boss, there's no need to spend so much money, it's really not necessary. Seeing this grade, Xiao Qianqian quickly waved her hands. This time, at least a few thousand, or even tens of thousands of consumption. Xiao Qianqian is not materialistic at all, so she immediately refused. Qianqian, you've been so busy these days, you eat takeaway or even instant noodles in the office every day, you are not allowed to do this in the future. Reward my hero today. Li Yi smiled and said, for the sake of future technology these days, Li Yi, a hands-off shopkeeper, is very happy, but Xiao Qianqian sleeps directly in the office, working overtime day and night. Li Yi sees all this in his eyes and knows it in his heart. Okay then, an ordinary small restaurant will do next time, boss. Xiao Qianqian said that she didn't want Li Yi to spend so much money. Li Yi smiled, didn't say anything, took Xiao Qianqian's hand, and went upstairs directly. After a sumptuous seafood feast, the two left contentedly. Without drinking, the consumption is not high, only about 10,000. After all, 2 bottles of Ace of Spades cost almost 10,000 yuan. Chapter 33. Afterwards, Li Yi took Xiao Qianqian to the underground parking lot of Tangchen Yupan. Looking at the first-class Rolls-Royce, Xiao Qianqian was very surprised, and couldn't help saying, "Boss, are these all yours?" The 10 Rolls-Royces on the internet, the rich man who blocked Tangchen's Yupan gate, are you? Li Yi's face turned black instantly. Has this matter been posted on the internet? Xiao Qianqian nodded repeatedly, trying not to laugh. Okay. Li Yi sighed with a complicated expression. Next time, if we draw 10 more cars and block the gate of the community, it will be fun. Well, the headlines on the second day. What kind of hatred and what resentment? Mysterious rich man, 10 luxury cars, Tangchen Yupan gate again. That would be fun. Li Yi shook his head, took out a key, and handed it to Xiao Qianqian. Driving back, I will leave it on for future trips. It's a gift for Singles Day. Boss, no need, really no need, I'll just take a taxi. Xiao Qian quickly waved her hand and refused. A girl like her, even if she is in love, doesn't want luxuries. Even if the other party gave her an expensive gift, she would return it for about the same value. It's not about seeing outsiders, but about equality and respect. This kind of love can last forever. Seeing this, Li Yi had no choice but to say. This is a car allocated by the company to professional managers. As the leader of the future technology, you represent the face of the company, and it is not appropriate to take a taxi. Hire a driver later, and all expenses will go to the company's account. From now on, commuting, just use this car. What Li Yi said was undeniable, so Xiao Qian nodded and accepted it. I was even more moved in my heart. Why didn't I know that Li Yi did all this for her? So what if she is a professional manager? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and it is still a top-end version, at least 15 million. Even if it is a large company with high-level cars, the A6 and A8 are dead, within a million. How can there be a direct allocation of tens of millions? It's just that Li Yi has said so much, in the name of the company's distribution of cars, Xiao Qian can't refuse any more. Cars produced by the system cannot be transferred, but they can be reasonably used by others. Boss, I haven't driven for a long time, I'm a little unfamiliar, I'm afraid I'll touch it. Sitting in the car, Xiao Qian looked at Li Yi next to her with a worried look on her face. This is a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. If you touch it casually, it will cost 1.8 million. It's okay, these Rolls-Royces are all specially customized by me. There are powerful assisted driving, even if you encounter risks, you can intelligently avoid collisions. There is also perfect automatic driving. If you don't want to drive yourself, just let it drive automatically. Li Yi demonstrated to Xiao Qian, go to the door of Tang Chen Yupan. Okay, master. Then the Rolls-Royce Phantom started directly, got out of the garage, went straight outside, and finally stopped firmly at the gate of Tang Chen Yupan. Wow! So smart! Xiao Qian couldn't help exclaiming, full of surprise. This is much more powerful than Tesla's autopilot. Then the two parted ways. Xiao Qian put his hands on the steering wheel to make a show, still driving automatically, and went straight to the future technology. There are still many things to do in the company this afternoon, and there are even big moves in the evening, she cannot do without it at all. It's just that the automatic driving was too stable. At first, she was a little worried, but she kept her attention all the way. Later, the car was too stable, and she fell asleep directly. It's no wonder that she is really tired these days, often working overtime and staying up late, and she really lacks sleep. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yi, who was racing in a virtual reality game, received a prompt from the AI steward. Lin Xening sent a message, Big Bad Wolf, I'm about to finish class, come pick me up. Li Yi smiled, said hello, and then went downstairs. Future technology has a big move tonight, and Li Yi also has a big move. Lin Xening, this little fairy, is too arrogant, let's see how I deal with her tonight. Then Li Yi drove a Koenig One and went straight to Fudan University. As a native of Modu, it is very easy to take the Fudan exam, the score line is relatively low, and there are more recruits. But as a person from other provinces, especially those provinces with major college entrance examinations, it is really difficult to get into schools like Fudan and Qingbei. It is precisely because of this that the household registrations of Shanghai and Yanjing have become the existence that everyone is vying for. Even if the cost of living in these two places is frighteningly high, you still have to come here. The situation is compelling. Many people would rather live in dwellings outside the 6th Ring Road, with tight clothing and less food, than drift north. Soon, when Li Yi arrived at Fudan University, the guard at the gate let her pass without stopping her. But when Li Yi's Koenig Segoen entered the gate of Fudan University, it immediately attracted countless people's eyes and even screams. There are boys and there are girls. Boys are naturally envious, and because of their love for supercars like Koenig Seg, they are also jealous and bitter. As for girls, it's more complicated. People who want Li Yi's contact information are indispensable. Especially those girls who want to stay in Shanghai are eager to find a strong support. Otherwise, relying on one's own efforts, so what if he is a top student at Fudan University? A house in Shanghai is at least 7 or 8 million yuan, and it is still outside the N-ring, which makes them feel desperate. Not to mention other costs. Soon, Koenig Seg stopped in front of the library, the door opened automatically, and Li Yi stepped down. The eyes of the surrounding girls stared straight, and some even exclaimed directly, as if they were star-chasing fans. They thought that Li Yi was just a rich local tyrant, rich, maybe average-looking, not to mention temperament. But I don't want to. Li Yi is not only rich, but also beautiful and temperament. Especially that kind of temperament, where is the second generation of local tyrants and riches? It's more like a young and promising elite, a typical rich generation. Chapter 34. Oh my God, he can rely on his face to make a living, but he is still so powerful. A girl next to her couldn't help but open her mouth, her eyes were straightened, like a star-chaser brain-dead girl. Which professional little fresh meat? Within 30 seconds, I want to get all his information. When one person's morals are broken, the others also don't want it, and they all said. Handsome and temperamental, and worth over 100 million yuan. He is simply a male god tailor-made for me. Sure enough, there is Yan Ruyu in the book. I met Shenhao at the entrance of the library, and she is so handsome. This must be fate. Bah! A bunch of stinky and shameless people. My first sister from the School of Finance is here, what's the matter with you? You are shameless. Ever since you had Lin Xening, a freshman, you have already passed away. When you are old, you have more capital than you, are more beautiful than you, and have a better figure than you. Listening to everyone's words, Li Yi shook his head. Even if he is a top student in a prestigious school, he still can't avoid it. However, Lin Xening is so famous that she seems to be the first sister of the new School of Finance, which makes Li Yi a little surprised. At this moment, a purple-haired figure rushed towards Li Yi, beaming with joy and saying, "Big Bad Wolf." As she spoke, Lin Xening directly opened her arms and jumped onto Li Yi's body without thinking about other things. Like a koala, she hung directly on Li Yi's body. That way, it looks like a long-distance couple who have been separated for a long time. Li Yi couldn't help laughing, so she reached out and hugged her, and said in a low voice, "Little fairy, there are so many people around." What? Lin Xening came back to her senses and quickly got off Li Yi. Seeing so many people watching, mostly girls, Lin Xening's expression became a little weird. "They're all because of you, right? Okay, Big Bad Wolf, come to pick me up from school, and don't forget to mess with women. Tell me honestly, did you give me your WeChat ID?" With a dark face, Li Yi stretched out his hand, and gave Lin Xening a pat on the head. "It's okay, you are too deep into the drama." Only then did Lin Xening stick out her tongue, and said playfully, slightly. Then he stretched out his hand to hold Li Yi's arm, and put half of his body in Li Yi's arms. Looking around at the women around her, there was a little more coldness, as if they were swearing sovereignty. Seeing the intimate gesture of the two, the girls sighed with complicated expressions. Even Wu Yuehui, the so-called former sister of the School of Finance, had to die down. There is no way, compared to Lin Xening, even though she is 8-point good-looking, she is not as good as her. What's more, Lin Xening is 3 years younger than her. Men, what they like most are young and beautiful girls. As the saying goes, men have always been single-minded. No matter if it's a boy in his 20s, a man in his 30s, an uncle in his 40s, even an uncle in his 50s or 60s, without any exception, they all like girls in their 20s. There is no solution. But even so, Wu Yuehui still didn't want to give up, and wanted to go up to say hello, even if it was just to get acquainted. There may not be no chance in the future. With an existence like her, as long as there is a contact method, relying on his Wu Yuehui's means, the future will be long, and there must be something to play. This is Wu Yuehui's confidence. But he didn't want to. Zhao Yang, a rich second generation next to him, was even faster and rushed straight up. Just looking at the intimacy between Li Yi and Lin Xening, the corner of Zhao Yang's mouth twitched, still unwilling to say. Xening, this is your boyfriend. No. Lin Xening shook her head and smiled. Oh, like this. Zhao Yang heaved a sigh of relief, his brows were beaming with joy, but he wanted to say something when Lin Xening said. She is my male god. Zhao Yang's face turned extremely dark in an instant, and the smile on his face froze. God. The meaning of these two words makes him feel more uncomfortable than a boyfriend. From the beginning of the military training, Lin Xening's appearance and temperament, eccentric, conquered everyone. It directly crushed Wu Yuehui, who had been the first sister of the School of Finance for nearly 4 years. It is natural that people want to chase Lin Xening, but most of them feel that they are not good enough for Lin Xening and can only give up. After all, he is a top student from a top prestigious school in Daxia, and after being rejected, there are still a few who have the courage to stalk him. And this Zhao Yang is the most persistent one, and also the one who annoys Lin Xening the most. So Lin Xening called Li Yi directly, just to make Zhao Yang despair, and stop annoying her every day like a mangy dog. Hehe, it turns out that he is the male god of Sister Xening, no wonder he is so extraordinary. A sound like a silver bell sounded, and Wu Yuehui came slowly with graceful steps, and then stretched out her hand to Li Yi. Hello, I am the head of the student union of the School of Finance, Wu Yuehui. Seeing that Li Yi didn't intend to reach out, Wu Yuehui was not angry either, and then smiled charmingly. It's also Xening's senior sister, can I get to know you? Can't. Li Yi didn't say anything, and Lin Xening who was next to her broke her mouth and said directly. Sister, my male god has me, don't you want to be his lover? That being said, there is a bit of tit-for-tat flavor. Wu Yuehui's complexion changed slightly upon hearing this, but she was not to be outdone, and said with a smile. If he wants to. As she said that, Wu Yuehui looked straight at Li Yi, her eyes were fiery, winking like silk, with endless teasing meaning. I might not think about it. You are shameless. Lin Xening was furious, she didn't expect Wu Yuehui to be like this, she was so good that she was also a goddess, and she was once a sister of the School of Finance. How did you become so humble and shameless when you met Li Yi? He even promised to be a lover. Really? Chapter 35. As a former sister of the School of Finance, Wu Yuehui is also good-looking, with a graceful figure and extremely high dual quotients. I don't know how many rich second generations pursued, but she refused them all with ease. Originally, Lin Xening thought that Wu Yuehui was so noble. But I didn't want to. When I met Li Yi, I became a licking dog, even a lover. It's really shameless. Hehe, sister, you are still too young and too innocent. In today's society, among the outstanding and successful people, who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Wu Yuehui said with a smile, full of sarcasm. Only a little fool like you believes in the so-called love. Among the rich generation, which one doesn't have the red flag at home and the colorful flags fluttering outside? There are also model couples in the entertainment industry. Do you know how many of them are formal marriages? On the surface, they are model couples, but behind the scenes they are playing their own way. How many people have broken up and divorced a long time ago, and can still bring their children to show their affection on parent-child shows? Hearing this, Lin Xening fell silent, and the others also had complicated expressions. What Wu Yuehui said was cold and realistic. Reality makes people unable to refute. Sister Xening, you have the confidence to keep him? Ha ha ha. Wu Yuehui laughed unscrupulously, especially seeing Lin Xening's deflated appearance. She was very refreshing. Even if you kill 1,000 enemies, so what if you lose 800? She doesn't want Lin Xening to feel good either. Why does it all belong to the little girl Lin Xening? Since getting Lin Xening, she has been the first sister of the School of Finance for 4 years, but was robbed by Lin Xening. Now I met Li Yi, such a handsome, rich, and temperamental super male god, and she was robbed by her. This made Wu Yuehui very angry. Whether you can keep it or not is not up to you. But whether you have a chance or not is up to me. Not to be outdone, Lin Xening looked at Wu Yuehui and said coldly. I'm not as good looking as I am, not as good looking as I am, and not as good looking as me. What do you compare me to? Why don't you drink your green tea while you're at it? Wu Yuehui was trembling with anger, and this Lin Xening even insinuated that she was a green tea bch. I couldn't bear it any longer, and I was so angry that I wanted to spit out the fragrance. Ubch. It's just that before she finished speaking, Li Yi beside her had already raised her hand. Snapped. A slap slapped Wu Yuehui's face fiercely, directly knocking Wu Yuehui into a daze. Not only Wu Yuehui was dumbfounded, but everyone around was also dumbfounded. No one would have imagined that Lin Xening and Wu Yuehui, the two goddesses of the School of Finance, would tear each other up because of Li Yi. It was even more unexpected that Li Yi would make a move, and slapped Wu Yuehui so hard that the corner of Wu Yuehui's mouth was bleeding. Pooh! Wu Yuehui spat out the blood in her mouth, looked at Li Yi, full of doubts. I'm willing to be a lover for you. You beat me for her. Word by word, hysteria. Unnecessary. Li Yi opened his mouth lightly, embraced the sluggish Lin Xening in his arms, and said with a smile. There are so many people who want to be my lover, what kind of onion are you? You. Wu Yuehui's face was livid with anger, and the corners of her mouth twitched. No matter what she said, Wu Yuehui is also a goddess with high business and good looks, and she has been recognized as the #1 goddess of the Finance Academy for more than 3 years in a row. It was not until Lin Xening appeared that she was surpassed and replaced. I don't know how many people like her and spend a lot of money chasing her. Why did she come to Li Yi? She doesn't even have the qualifications to be a lover, she doesn't even deserve it. It really hits people. Please tell me clearly. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are handsome. Wu Yuehui shouted angrily, her eyes were full of anger, and she was about to reach out and grab Li Yi's arm. But was directly blocked by Li Yi, still calmly said. Today I'm just here to pick up my little elf, don't force me to lose face. My little fairy. A few simple words made Wu Yuehui feel desperate. Different names for a person, relying on her EQ of Wu Yuehui, is enough to see Li Yi's attitude towards Lin Xening. It's definitely not just for fun. This made her envious and jealous. Let's go, big bad wolf. Lin Xening stood on tiptoe, smiled, and lightly kissed Li Yi on the cheek. Then he took Li Yi's hand and walked forward, not wanting to continue to face Wu Yuehui. Since Li Yi hit Wu Yuehui for her, Lin Xening's worries and hesitation all disappeared. Now she is full of joy and happiness. Every heart is completely filled by Li Yi. Hey, little fairy, you're going in the wrong direction. Li Yi couldn't help but blushed. This Lin Xening didn't know what she was thinking, and even pulled him towards the playground. His car was behind. What? Lin Xening was startled, very embarrassed, immersed in the joy of happiness, really didn't pay attention. Unexpectedly, Li Yi behind her wrapped her arms around Lin Xening's willow waist, directly hugged her in a princess hug, turned around and went straight to Koenig-sego anyone behind her. Immediately, the doors on both sides are fully opened, and the luxurious interior is extremely cool. Seeing Lin Xening being embraced by Princess Li Yi, everyone behind her was silent and sour. Especially Wu Yuehui's face was extremely ugly. Li Yi didn't say much, but saying, "My little fairy, hugged by a princess is the best declaration." It is enough to explain Lin Xening's status. Of course, there was that sharp slap. As Lin Xening was held in Li Yi's arms, she looked even more shy and happy. Soon, the sound of the engine sounded, and the Koenig Segoen galloped away. Only Wu Yuehui and others were left, frozen in place with complicated expressions. Chapter 36. Zhao Yang, are you still leaving? Could it be that you are thinking of changing your goal and chasing after Wu Yuehui, the former sister of the School of Finance? Someone didn't think it was a big deal, and smiled. Zhao Yang's face turned black instantly. He glanced at Wu Yuehui, imitating Li Yi's tone, and said calmly, "She doesn't deserve it." Wu Yuehui was already furious when she heard the words, but now she is even more furious. "I do not deserve? I really don't deserve a male god like Li Yi, and I don't even like a good-for-nothing rich second generation like you. I don't even bother to know your name." Thus, Wu Yuehui, who was so stuffy, broke out completely in a rage. "UBD, you don't deserve it." As he said that, a high-heeled shoe kicked Zhao Yang hard. At number %. Under Zhao Yang's severe pain, he directly bowed his body and became a crotch-covering faction. But he didn't expect that Wu Yuehui had already gone crazy. He was relentless when he gained power, and he would punch and kick Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang is an arrogant rich second generation, how can he bear it? Resolutely covering his back with one hand, clenched into a fist with the other, he swung hard at Wu Yuehui's face. This time, Wu Yuehui was stunned again, but then she came back to her senses in an instant and shouted angrily. "Okay, he slapped me in the face, and you slapped me in the face too. Damn it, I'll fight you." Wu Yuehui yelled angrily, stretched out her hand and grabbed Zhao Yang's face. Long nails, arrogant high heels. The whole martial arts was completely staged, and the scene was much more tragic than Yuanzi. People around looked at each other in blank dismay. At this time, Koenig Segoen turned around and came back, passing by here, couldn't help but stop. Watching this scene, Li Yi and Lin Xening looked at each other, and they both looked at each other in blank dismay. Terrible two people. It wasn't until the two were taken away by security that the curtain ended, leaving only blood on the ground. Li Yi also drove Lin Xening to her dormitory. Originally, both of them were about to leave school, but Lin Xening suddenly remembered that she forgot to take the gift she had prepared for Li Yi, so the two turned around and turned back. But he didn't want to, just happened to witness that peerless battle. As for the follow-up, that is not Li Yi's concern. Soon, the two returned to Tang Chen Yupan. Dinner was held at Shangri-La. Candlelight dinner, red wine, and food, the atmosphere is extremely rich. It's Singles' Day, Shangri-La is full of men and women tonight. Some have been chasing for so long, thinking about Singles' Day and struggling a little more. If they don't succeed, they will be benevolent. Some are lonely and don't want to toss and turn alone in the middle of the night on Singles' Day. So make an appointment with someone, keep each other warm, and relieve loneliness. At worst, there will be no trace overnight. After tomorrow, we will still be buddies. Others are even more extreme, directly bringing the object out to show affection and spread dog food. Of course, some are more realistic, directly marking the price, how much per night. After all, on days like this, business is better and you earn more. This is the case in Daxia, consumption is driven by festivals. But when Li Yi and Lin Xening came, the atmosphere of the audience changed completely. Men and women, all eyes are on them. Lin Xening's overthrowing the country and the city, sinking fish and falling geese, is amazing. Li Yi's personable demeanor and imposing appearance also make people very excited. It can be said that she is a talented man and a beautiful woman, which is wonderful. It's just that many people were sour when they saw the feast at Li Yi's table. Whatever, another 20,000 plus. A meal. Drinks alone cost more than 10,000 yuan. People are better than people, really die. But even so, there are still men and women who can't help but look at Li Yi. Looking at this scene, Lin Xening couldn't help but said. Look, the young couples at that table are fighting again. They wanted to take advantage of Singles' Day to show their love and abuse the dog. But I didn't want that woman to keep watching you secretly, and the man couldn't hold back his face and wanted to break up. You, blue face is a disaster. Li Yi. Before ordering, peeking at Li Yi and Lin Xening is basically 1-to-1. Men are more bold, while women are more tactful, secretly. But since Li Yi spent a lot of money, ordered more than 20,000 feasts, and ordered 2/10,000 of champagne, most of the girls are not calm. Even if you come to Shangri-La, 2 people, hundreds or thousands are enough. This kind of 20,000 at once is really inhumane. As a result, several young couples fell out and even broke up because the man peeped at Lin Xening or the woman peeked at Li Yi. This made Li Yi burst out laughing. Feelings are something that is afraid of comparison and cannot be compared. You said, if I go to the bathroom, will someone come and stuff you with a note? Lin Xening said with a smile, full of strange spirits. You don't mean to try it, do you? Li Yi shook his head with a smile. This little fairy is hopeless. Try it and try it. As Lin Xening said, she got up and went to the bathroom. Sure enough, those who have boyfriends are just ready to move, not daring to be too presumptuous. But when her boyfriend left temporarily, she stepped forward decisively to strike up a conversation, and even gave Li Yi a small note and left her cell phone number. This made Li Yi very speechless. The way you stuff the note looks like love. Soon, Lin Xening came back with a smile, looked at the small note next to Li Yi and said. Don't come here next time, order takeaway at home. Li Yi. Hee, just kidding, anyway, they are not as good looking as me, and they are not as temperamental as me. If there is no hope, you are not blind. Lin Xening spoke again. Li Yi. Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of the women at the next tables all twitched. By the way, little fairy, what gift? Li Yi looked at the box next to Lin Xening, a little curious. She said it was for him, but she never showed it to him, let alone gave it to him. Humph. I can't show it to you now, I have to go home. It must be kept secret. Don't worry, you will definitely like it. Lin Xening said, her face was slightly flushed, she had to lower her head, copying the vegetables pretending to be calm. This little goblin. Li Yi sighed, more curious about the content of this gift, could it be? Chapter 37. An hour later, the two left Shangri-La and went directly to Li Yi's mansion. Give me a key, I will come here often in the future. Lin Xening stretched out her hand and looked straight at Li Yi, full of meaning. Anyway, she and Li Yi are in the same neighborhood, if Li Yi dares to hide behind her back, she will come and catch him in the window. There is no key, just go to the door. Li Yi couldn't help laughing, why didn't she know Lin Xening, the little fairy's mind? Fingerprints. Lin Xening was a little curious, and walked to the front entrance door, only to find that the door opened directly. Ah, so smart. It's not fingerprints, and it's not ordinary face recognition. After all, it's my first time here, and my face information hasn't been entered at all. Lin Xening is very clever and thought of a lot at once. That's right, it's a kind of intelligence. Next time you come, just come in. This door already knows you. Li Yi smiled and said that she had already given Lin Xening permission, but Li Yi would of course be notified in advance. It is good. The two walked in, the door was locked again, and all the lights in the room were automatically turned on in an instant, and the lights were brightly lit. Need a change of shoes? Lin Xening opened her mouth, then felt something was wrong, and looked down. Ah! The shoe film has been pasted. So smart. There is a hidden film sticking machine under the entry stone, so you don't need to change your shoes, just come in. Li Yi explained that this greatly facilitates the arrival of guests. Awesome! Lin Xening nodded, looking at the entire mansion. It's about the same size as my house, but it's more refined than mine. It's more intelligent. Well, even though he's a man living alone, he's still tidy. Those who didn't know thought there was a mistress hiding. Li Yi couldn't help laughing. It was only 2 days after Han Xin packed up, otherwise it might look different. Can you show me the gift now? What the hell is it? Li Yi spoke with a smile, vaguely guessing. Lin Xening smiled mysteriously. Where is your bedroom? Li Yi pointed to the upstairs. Wait for me to get off, I'll tell you later, you can come in again. As she spoke, Lin Xening stood on tiptoe, kissed Li Yi lightly, went upstairs, and locked the door. Li Yi shook his head, waved his hand, and the opposite wall became a screen, projecting the picture of his room, and Lin Xening walked inside. But after thinking about it, Li Yi waved his hand again and closed his vision. Some surprises, still a little bit of mystery, all the more wonderful. 5 minutes later, the upstairs door was still closed, but Lin Xening's voice came, "You can come up." Li Yi smiled, went upstairs and opened the door. The whole bedroom was pitch dark, so Li Yi had to turn on the light. At this time, Lin Xening was completely huddled under the blanket, tightly wrapped up. Her head was buried in the quilt, but her face was red to the ears. Even though Lin Xening was usually unscrupulous, she was actually cowardly. Before that, he had never even held a boy's hand, let alone fell in love. He was a legendary player with a mouth full. It was only after meeting Li Yi that everything became so unbelievable. Especially with today's experience, even Wu Yuehui, the former goddess of the School of Finance, is willing to be Li Yi's lover. And the active girls in Shangri-La really gave Lin Xening a great sense of crisis. It turns out that Li Yi, which she likes, is even more popular than she imagined. If I don't work hard, I will be hooked up by some vixen before I know it. Therefore, Lin Xening had the impulse to do so today. Li Yi smiled and walked towards the bed slowly, reaching out to lift the quilt, wanting to see the picture under the quilt. Don't want. At this moment, Lin Xening spoke suddenly, her voice trembling. What's the matter, Xening? Not ready. Li Yi smiled and said, very gentle, after all, Lin Xening is only 17 now, and there are still many months before she turns 18. No. Lin Xening said, hesitating to speak, actually, there are 2 things, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Good thing. Li Yi resolutely said that his current personality is more inclined to enjoy the moment and live in the moment. Okay then. Lin Xening took a deep breath, waved her big hand, and the quilt on her body flew up and fell to the side, revealing a graceful curve, long white legs, slender and straight. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh, this surprise is fine. I saw that Lin Xening was actually wearing a set of sexy underwear, the kind that men like best. Lin Xening's most perfect figure was fully revealed. Seeing this scene, Li Yi's brows were filled with joy, and she was about to turn off the lights, directly. But unexpectedly, Lin Xening said suddenly, the bad news is, my aunt doesn't agree. Aunt, she doesn't agree. Li Yi's face turned extremely dark in an instant. My pants are all off, you tell me no. Ha ha ha. Seeing Li Yi's dark face, Lin Xening laughed so hard that her branches trembled. You little fairy, it was definitely on purpose. Li Yi's face turned darker, she was sure that everything was done on purpose by Lin Xening. She intentionally dressed like this during her menstruation to seduce him. Lin Xening, you can do it. Li Yi turned off the light casually, and lay beside him angrily. This night was really hard to describe. Feeling that Li Yi seemed to be angry, Lin Xening quickly crawled over, hugged Li Yi, and said obediently. Big brother, Xening really didn't do it on purpose. Really? Oh. Ghosts believe it. Originally everything was fine, who would have thought that this afternoon, suddenly, she came. Lin Xening said pitifully, feeling very wronged. Li Yi. Well, I don't blame you, it's my bad luck, it's okay. Li Yi couldn't bear it, and reached out to hug Lin Xening. In fact, Lin Xening's ability to do this is already very good, very good. After all, she is still a 17-year-old girl. There is ample time. The two embraced and fell asleep, planning to fall into a deep sleep. But it's hard for Li Yi to fall asleep holding such a superb beauty like Lin Xening. It seems that if nothing happens on such a night, I'm sorry to God. Chapter 38. After all, Lin Xening has 9 points of good looks, not to mention her figure, and her playful personality, all of which are top-notch. With such a beauty in her arms, Li Yi can sleep soundly, she is not a man. Sensing Li Yi's restlessness, Lin Xening took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision. Then speak softly. Big brother, Xening said in the book, there is another way. Happiness came too suddenly. At the same time, all users who are using Suyin Magic Mirror received a prompt. The software will be updated and iterated in 1 hour. Dear users, please be prepared. At that time, users will be provided with better services. At the same time, open the official website of Future Technology. Seeing this information, all users were excited. The previous Suyin Magic Mirror had only one software, only a small broken website of Suyin Magic Mirror, no platform, no company, not even a customer service. It's like a small workshop. Can't stand the powerful, but monopolistic black technology. When other software can't even remove the mosaic perfectly, Suyin Magic Mirror can perfectly remove the beautification, remove the filter, retouch the picture, remove the mosaic, and directly restore the real plain face, which is really incredible. Therefore, many knowledgeable users have speculated that there is a strong team behind this plain makeup mirror. Otherwise, there is no way to come up with black technology that surpasses the current technology. Some people also speculate that this Suyin Magic Mirror doesn't even have a customer service team, and it doesn't have a team at all. It's just a software developed by a genius. Just like the development of Face Zuckerberg back then, it changed the global social network by accident. Behind this plain makeup magic mirror, there is also such a soul, a genius who is destined to change the world. As a result, all users were excited, and stopped other things one after another, while posting on the forum, waiting for the update of Suyin Magic Mirror. They all want to see what kind of existence is behind this magic mirror without makeup. An hour soon arrived, and the update was pushed on time. Hundreds of millions of users have downloaded and installed one after another, and a new app has been added to their mobile phones, which is still Suyin Magic Mirror. However, whether it is the icon or the UI interface, it has become much fresher, and the flat pattern is even more attractive. Just open the Suyin Magic Mirror app, there is an additional registration and login interface, which requires the user to register for a future account before it can be used. The advantage is that after registering a future account, you can use multiple terminals and multiple mobile phones to share the resources of one account and the number of uses of Suyin Magic Mirror, and you can experience more functions and services. In addition, any user with an ID ending in 8 will be given 8 future coins. Users whose last 2 consecutive IDs are 88 will be given 88 future coins. Users whose last 3 consecutive IDs are 888 will receive 888 future coins as a gift. By analogy, it can be regarded as an activity designed by Xiao Qianqian to encourage users to register. Although most of the best numbers have been reserved, there are still many entering the market. And this future currency is a virtual currency similar to Q coins. $1 is equal to 1 future currency. It can be used to purchase the number of uses of Suyin Magic Mirror, as well as other subsequent consumption in the future technology mall. Such activities make users very interested. After all, it can be regarded as the land reclamation of ID in the future, and everyone wants to grab the registered ID, okay? That feeling is like getting a 6-digit QQ number. Soon, all Suyin Magic Mirror users registered future accounts. During this period of time, the number of users of Suyin Magic Mirror has already reached 200 million. No way, the advantage of monopoly is like this. If you want to go to beauty, filter, retouch and mosaic, there is no substitute except for the magic mirror. Such irreplaceability has caused the number of users of Suyin Magic Mirror to increase day by day, and has already exceeded 200 million. It's just that the account number has not been introduced before, so it is not very obvious. Now that the ID account has been introduced, the employees of Future Technology are all excited to see the number of users soaring in the background. Half an hour after the update, the number of users reached 80 million. According to this momentum, 1 hour can reach 100 million. It will reach 150 million in the early morning. After all, Suyin Magic Mirror originally had 200 million users. It's just that some users haven't had time to update it. Many users have registered and started to log in to use Suyin Magic Mirror, and found many new functions. For example, user tribes can establish their own tribes according to their interests and make like-minded friends. In addition, there are more friend functions. You can add friends and socialize. There is also a sharing function, which is similar to moments. You can choose to share publicly, or you can choose to be visible only to yourself and friends. It can be said that the original plain makeup mirror is just a tool to restore plain makeup. But now, it is a pan-social platform. For example, someone used the Suyin Magic Mirror to find an internet celebrity with 9 points in live broadcast and 3 points in plain makeup. Before, he could only sulk himself. Now you can share it in the tribal communication area, fight against her with netizens, and pull other users to eat melons together. It is conceivable that many hot news in the future may break out in the tribal exchange area of Suyin Magic Mirror, causing a sensation. This change has greatly improved the user stickiness and entertainment of Suyin Magic Mirror. This is crucial to the future development of technology in the future. Chapter 39. At the same time, the website of Future Technology was also opened simultaneously. Out of curiosity, many users flocked to the website of Future Technology, wanting to take a look at what kind of existence is behind this plain makeup mirror. As a result, only an hour after it went online, the number of visits to Future Technology's official website has reached a terrifying level of hundreds of millions. Everything is moving in a beautiful direction. As for Future Technology, it is destined to be king at the beginning. It quickly rushed to various hot search lists and focus lists. Affected by this, the number of registered users of Future Technology has soared rapidly, reaching 150 million soon, and it is still growing. It can be said that for a while, Weibo, Taiba, major forums and search engines were all occupied by Future Technology and Suyin Magic Mirror, and information about Future Technology was everywhere. There is no way, Suyin Magic Mirror is like a demon mirror, bloodbathed the live broadcasting industry, the internet celebrity circle, and even the entertainment circle. Those who rely on beauty filters to live, whether they are internet celebrities or celebrities, all kneel under the magic mirror of plain makeup. At the same time, the prestige of Suyin Magic Mirror has resounded all over the country and even the world. Since Suyin Magic Mirror does not have an iOS version of Fruit, many Fruit users are dedicated to Android. In order to use Suyin Magic Mirror, there are many Android backup phones. It can be said that the Suyin Magic Mirror will completely explode the Future Technology. Absolutely, at the beginning, it will be Wang Jia. At the same time, in Tang Chen Yupan's mansion, Lin Xening had just returned from rinsing her mouth in the bathroom, and said with a bit of resentment, "It's all your fault, it took so long, my mouth is numb." Seeing Lin Xening's resentful eyes, Li Yi smiled awkwardly, quickly hugged Lin Xening into his arms, and gently stroked her hair. During this period of time, Li Yi has been experiencing in the virtual reality game. In a 100% realistic environment, Li Yi's reaction speed and endurance have improved rapidly. On the contrary, the ability in a certain aspect has also reached the point of terror. So, Lin Xening suffered so much that her lips were almost numb, so it was over. Or a little tired, and soon, Yi Ren in his arms fell asleep, but Li Yi was a little sleepy. One night Li Yi only needs 2 small deep sleeps is enough, where does one need to sleep all night? Bored, Li Yi waved his hand, and the opposite wall turned into a screen, projecting various data of future technology. It was only 11 o'clock, and the number of registered users of future technology had reached 200 million, and it was still soaring. Well, Weibo is hotly searched, and the major search engines are also among the top few. It can be said that Suyin Magic Mirror and future technology are completely popular. Even the communication areas of various tribes are very lively, whether it is a star tribe, an internet celebrity tribe, or a two-dimensional tribe, it is very lively. It just made Li Yi's face black. The largest and most lively tribe turned out to be the Mosaic tribe. A group of users, all kinds of fancy exchange action movie resources. This made Li Yi very speechless, and could only turn a blind eye. Young and frivolous, who doesn't have a few secret folders in a certain hard drive? Then Li Yi sent a message to Xiao Qianqian, the future technology has been successfully launched, and the next activity can be warmed up. After receiving the order, Xiao Qianqian quickly made arrangements. Soon, on future technology and Suyin Magic Mirror, a notification will pop up in all pop-up windows. 2 days later, future technology's blockbuster new product will be released, so stay tuned. Seeing this pop-up message, the user became excited again. They are already very satisfied with a magic mirror without makeup, so what big moves will future technology make next? Looking forward to it, really looking forward to it. But the ones who are most looking forward to and excited are not the users, but live broadcast giants such as Feiyu and Xiao Huya. They know that this update is for the launch of the official website of future technology, and for future technology to become formal. And the next blockbuster new product will be released 2 days later, it will be the powerful Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0. Moreover, their people have penetrated into the future technology and entered the research team of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0. Presumably, it won't be long before they will get the source code of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0 in advance, and even release Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0 first. As for the core function of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0, I have obtained information from commercial spies, it is to go for plastic surgery. Unbelievable black technology for plastic surgery. Go to beauty, go to filter, go to retouch, plus go to plastic surgery. It is conceivable that by then, the era of real live broadcast without makeup will be completely opened. Once the era of live broadcast without makeup begins, who will pay attention to the current live broadcast of beauty? Those chasing stars and internet celebrities, what they like is real beauty, natural beauty. It's not the plastic surgery beauty carved by a scalpel, and it's not the artificial beauty created by filters, beautification, and photo editing. Treating a favorite 9-point female anchor as a goddess, as an idol, chasing after every day, rewarding every day, spending a lot of money, but in the end I found out that she only has 3-point true face. Who can bear this kind of thing? No one can bear it. It is precisely because of this that Suyin Magic Mirror is so popular. Only earning 200 million a day for such a long time. No way, users are scared, really scared. Goraiyo's face-changing technique and Kyushu's makeup technique are really terrifying, and there is nothing they can't do. Based on this situation, once the Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0 is launched and a new era of live broadcast without makeup is opened, the current era of live broadcast of beauty filters will inevitably collapse in an instant and come to an end completely. And at this point in time, Whoever grasps the opportunity will walk in front of the live broadcast without makeup, and will be the real live broadcast giant. Therefore, for Fei's live broadcast, the boss Lin Xening personally went into battle, and directly asked the development team to complete the framework of the live broadcast without makeup. As long as the commercial spies who infiltrate the future technology get the source code of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0, they will immediately integrate and launch the Suyin version of Fei live broadcast. At the same time, HUYA live broadcast, Penguin live broadcast, YY live broadcast, etc. are all like this. After completing the new software framework, just wait for the commercial spies to send back the source code of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0. Chapter 40. Whether it's the boss, the minister, or even the low-level employees, they all beat their blood and enthusiasm. Everyone knows that the next 2 days will be crucial 2 days. It will be the end of the beauty live broadcast era, and the 2 days when the plain makeup live broadcast starts. It will be 2 days when the live broadcasting world will be completely reshuffled and the world will be redivided. Whoever gets the source code of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0 first and masters the core technology will be able to seize the opportunity and even dominate the entire live broadcasting industry. All of a sudden, whether it was the Flying Fish live broadcast, the Little HUYA live broadcast, the Penguin live broadcast, or the YY live broadcast, they all entered a state of first-level preparation. Just wait for the core source code to be sent back. Then integrate it into the prepared live broadcast software without makeup, warm up, launch, and seize the opportunity. It can be said that everything is ready, only the east wind is owed. And this Dongfeng, no accident, will arrive later in the day. In the early morning, Tang Chen Yupan. Lin Xening woke up leisurely from Li Yi's arms, and then got up and dressed at an extremely fast speed. Why don't you sleep for a while? Li Yi was a little surprised. Lin Xening's posture seemed to be running away. I dare not, look, my lips are blistered. It's all your fault, I'm still not feeling well. Lin Xening said resentfully, thinking of last night, she was angry. I really hope that Li Yi is a 3 seconds, if so, her mouth will not be numb, let alone foam. Li Yi couldn't help laughing, then, it's not my fault that I'm strong. Humph. Lin Xening snorted coldly and waved her hands, anyway, don't think about it today, I'm leaving, bye. With that said, Lin Xening put on her clothes and left without stopping. Li Yi froze on the spot, something was wrong. Logically speaking, shouldn't it be all men who pull out their X and are ruthless? How come Lin Xening is here, the other way around? Became Lin Xening X completely ruthless? In fact, what Li Yi doesn't know is that Lin Xening's parents are usually busy and often don't come to Tang Chen Yupan. Lin Xening sometimes has classes in the afternoon and stays in the school dormitory. And this weekend, Lin Xening's parents are coming to see her, so Lin Xening has to hurry back to wash and tidy up, in case her parents see the clues. Her family education has always been strict. If she let her parents know that she didn't go home last night and slept with a man all night, it would be even more embarrassing to Li Yi. I'm afraid I will be beaten to death by my parents. So Lin Xening ran away early in the morning. Li Yi shook his head, too lazy to think too much. Will the future be long? Sign in decisively. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host, who has obtained the 3rd floor of the A-level Black Technology office building. Please select the property right and bind it. It's the 3rd floor of the office building again. Li Yi's brows were beaming with joy. The more things there are, the better. With the development of science and technology in the future and future expansion, what we need most is office space. Resolutely bind these 3 floors to the financial center of Shanghai, the 3 floors of 96, 97, and 98. Each floor of these 3-story office buildings is 3,300 square meters, not counting the added value of black technology, worth 150 million yuan, and 100 parking spaces are also standard. Connected with the previous 99, 100, and 101, there are 6 floors and 200 parking spaces. This made Li Yi very happy. It would be best to sign the entire Shanghai Financial Center. It will be domineering if it is directly used as the headquarters of future technology. Then Li Yi drove to future technology. The launch of the future technology is only the first step. There are still bigger actions to take place today and tomorrow, and Li Yi has to go to the town in person. Seeing Li Yi in person, Xiao Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Boss, you are finally here, very successful, very successful. The number of registered users of Suyin Magic Mirror has reached 250 million. In other words, the number of users of our future technology has reached 250 million. And it is still growing." Li Yi nodded and said, "Very well, thank you for your hard work. It's all what Qianqian should do. This is only the number of users of the Android version. If the fruit version is launched, I believe that it will not be a problem to reach 400 million in a short time." Xiao Qianqian said, with some meaning. "It's just that Apple didn't let go. Although they also sent emails, inviting us to launch the fruit version of the Suyin Magic Mirror. Boss, look. Hehe, QOQO's Overlord Treaty doesn't do anything, but wants to take 30% of my profit. The young master Suyin Magic Mirror earns 1 billion, and he has to give him 300 million. How can such a good thing be?" Li Yi sneered unceasingly. For other companies, even giants like Penguin, would bow their heads and admit it to the Overlord Treaty of Fruits, but Li Yi never compromised. "Okay, boss. I'll reply to them. There is no plan to develop other platform software for the time being." Li Yi nodded, his eyes lit up. "Okay, just reply like this. Then immediately gather people to work hard to make the Windows version of the Suyin Magic Mirror framework. I will still come to the core source code myself. In 2 days, the Windows version of Suyin Magic Mirror will be released together." Xiao Qianqian raised her brows with joy. The boss has a good idea. Both the Android and Windows platforms are released, so let's just leave the fruit and don't push the fruit version. Let's see how long they can last. Yes, this is a game. Whoever bows his head first will lose, and can only be slaughtered by others. Li Yi smiled and said clearly. "Anyway, our Suyin Magic Mirror is a monopoly, the only one in the world, and there is no semicolon. Without Suyin Magic Mirror, there is no substitute for fruit. But their platforms are diverse. Fruit is not good, there are Android and Windows. If it really doesn't work, develop an international version and attack the international market. Yet, when the fruit can't sit still, it will naturally come to ask for negotiation." Xiao Qianqian's brows were beaming with joy. The boss is young but his backbone is commendable. What about fruit? Just now. And it's not a momentary reckless gangster, on the contrary, a gangster who is quite methodical and sure of winning. Chapter 41. By the way, boss, the framework of the live broadcast without makeup is ready, look. Xiao Qianqian quickly opened her mouth and moved a computer. Li Yi looked at it and nodded, "Good job, this is the version." "Then those commercial spies." Xiao Qianqian pointed to the downstairs. Li Yi smiled and took out a USB flash drive. "Give them the source code of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0. Let them integrate it as soon as possible, tell them to stay up all night to fix it, and launch it tomorrow night." "Good job, boss." Xiao Qianqian was overjoyed, and went downstairs with the flash drive. She knew in her heart that the boss was going to cheat people. In this USB flash drive, it may be the real Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0, the ultimate version that can undergo plastic surgery. It's just that it's hard to say whether there are any hands and feet inside, and how many hands and feet are moved. But what is certain is that big things will happen soon, and there will be good shows to watch. Soon, Xiao Qianqian came to the 99th floor, the first-level secret research and development room where the attack team was located. In the past 2 days, 23 commercial spies and 7 staff members were locked inside to carry out the research and development of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0. The whole process is kept confidential. During the period, they were not allowed to go out, and all communication devices with the outside were confiscated. Even if Xiao Qianqian went in, he had to be verified step by step. After swiping the card, fingerprint recognition and face recognition, Xiao Qianqian finally opened the door and entered it. It has to be said that Xiao Qianqian's acting skills are good, and she needs to be complete in acting. Although it was just a cover, it was still so realistic and encrypted layer by layer, so that the commercial spies in the room couldn't believe it anymore. Seeing Xiao Qianqian come in, everyone was excited, as if the source code of Suyin Magic Mirror was right in front of them. As long as they get the source code, they can find an opportunity to pass it on to the live broadcast giant behind it. As long as it is passed back, there will be immeasurable merit, and the reward will be at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. You don't have to worry about it for a lifetime. Naturally worthy of the efforts of the past few days. Thank you for your hard work, but the future technology will not treat everyone's hard work. Xiao Qian smiled and said, holding up the USB flash drive in his hand. This is the source code of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0, the Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0 that can undergo plastic surgery. Integrate it into the framework you developed as soon as possible, and then test it. It will be launched tomorrow night, there must be no mistakes. Don't worry. President Xiao, we will definitely complete it perfectly. Yes, don't worry if you leave it to us, everyone here is the elite, there is no pressure. Everyone spoke one after another, their brows brimming with joy. Xiao Qianqian nodded, put the USB flash drive on the table, and reminded again. Integrate the test as soon as possible, and report the progress at any time. If there is any problem, communicate in time, and I will pay attention to it all the way. Okay. Afterwards, everyone quickly started to get busy, integrating tests. It turned out to be the real Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0, which can really have plastic surgery. During the test, several top-tier actresses were restored to their pre-plastic surgery appearances, which is really surprising. This kind of plastic surgery is like turning an ugly duckling into a swan. However, despite being excited, these people also moved without any trace. Due to the fact that the test software needs to be connected to the internet, the source code of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0 was passed on one by one through various hidden channels, and passed on to the benefactor behind it. Then continue to test quietly, as if nothing happened. But I don't want to, the president's office on the 101st floor. Li Yi and Xiao Qianqian were sitting on the sofa, drinking red wine while watching the performance of these commercial spies, only feeling extremely amused. He thought he had figured out the future technology in Li Yi, but unexpectedly, he was the one in the game. It can only be said that the Tao is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 1 foot tall. Li Yi is the demon king who makes them cry and the giants cry. Give it to him like this, aren't you afraid that they will actually decipher the source code of the Suyin Magic Mirror? Xiao Qianqian was a little surprised that what Li Yi gave was true. Don't worry, since the last incident, no one dares to crack the software of future technology casually. Unless they are really not afraid of heavy losses. What's more, the source code is also encrypted. Li Yi said with a smile, full of indifference. How about giving you the real source code? Do you dare to break it? The last time I failed to crack Suyin Magic Mirror, it resulted in infinite reboots, data self-destruction, and the data in several computer rooms were emptied. Who would dare to crack the source code this time? Cosmopolitan chooses direct-to-pack use. By the way, Qianqian, contact me with some big financial institutions. Li Yi suddenly remembered something and wanted to play with a bigger one. You're going to short their stock. Xiao Qianqian is very smart and thought of a lot at once. Li Yi nodded, that's right, since they dare to infiltrate future technology, then I naturally have to give them some more surprises. As the saying goes, if friends come from afar, they will be punished no matter how far away they are. Haha, it's good to say that a friend comes from afar, even if he is far away, he will be punished. I'll do it now. Xiao Qian said with a slight smile, and quickly started to deal with it. Soon, several big financial institutions in Shanghai came to Future Technology one after another. When they learned that Future Technology was going to be the stock of Kongfei Live, several major financial institutions were all shocked. After all, the stock of Fei Live has been soaring all the way, with a promising future, and Penguin Group is behind it as the major shareholder, so there is only a skyrocketing share, so how can it be possible to plummet? Under such circumstances, anyone with a brain should go long, how can it be possible to go short? But in this regard, financial institutions are still willing to cooperate with Li Yi, after all, it is a guaranteed business. No one will have trouble with money. What's more, this kind of opportunity to make a lot of money at once. But what they didn't know was that Li Yi's daring to short Fei's live broadcast naturally had his self-confidence. And these financial institutions will cry sometimes. Chapter 42. Ready to short the stock of Fei Live, Li Yi took out all his capital. Therefore, Li Yi asked Xiao Qian to come forward and use the 1.5 billion income of Suyin Magic Mirror as a pledge for financial securities lending, which simply means borrowing stocks. According to the ratio of 1:1.2 in the industry, Li Yi can borrow 1.8 billion Fei stocks with 1.5 billion funds as collateral, and then repay them within the agreed time. But when the other party saw that it was a future technology company, such as Suyin Magic Mirror, he was very relieved. Decisively increase the ratio from 1.2 to 1:1.5, and lend 2.25 billion flying fish stocks to Future Technology, a total of 40 million shares. The two parties agreed that within 1 month, Future Technology would return 44 million shares of Fei Live to the financial institution at an interest rate of 10% up. At that time, 44 million flying fish shares will be returned, and the transaction will be completed. The pledge of 1.5 billion is still Li Yi's, and if he wins or loses, it is Li Yi's own business. If not, then the 1.5 billion pledged is from the financial institution, and the Future Technology will have to accompany the difference. The cooperation this time is very pleasant. The financial institution feels that it is making a stable profit, but only thinks that the stock price of Fei Live will only skyrocket. Where will it fall? Within a month, 10% interest is very impressive. Li Yi, on the other hand, was a little depressed that there were too few funds available in his hands. If there is 10 billion, Li Yi will definitely kill Fei Live broadcast directly. After all, the market value of Fei Live is only about 17 billion. With 10 billion shorting Fei Live broadcast, Fei is basically over. There are only about 2 billion, which is still not enough, but it is no problem to make a lot of money. The rich man's game is so exciting. It's just that facing a giant like Fei Live broadcasting, without full confidence, who would dare to short the other party? Just when Li Yi was depressed, a financial institution went back and forth and asked to meet Li Yi in person, but Xiao Qian couldn't do it, and said bluntly that there was great cooperation. In this regard, Li Yi summoned the other party in the reception room. "Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Yang Kaikai, the vice president of Ruiza Group. Mr. Li is really young and promising. It's incredible to own such a company as Future Technology at such an age. It's a pleasure to meet you," said. Yang Kaikai smiled and stretched out his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Yi shook hands with him politely, and said lightly, "I don't know if Mr. Yang has any big cooperation. Short flying fish? Oh? Mr. Yang also wants to short the flying fish together." Li Yi became interested. No. Yang Kaikai shook his head quickly, "Our Ruiza is not as courageous as Mr. Li. We just want to help you." We only earn 10% interest, and we don't participate in anything else. Oh? How can I help? Li Yi became interested, and already had some calculations in his heart, but he didn't expect the other party to come so soon. It's very simple, we will lend Mr. Li another 60 million shares of Fei Live. Yang Kaifeng said with a smile, a total of 100 million shares. I wonder if I can help Mr. Li short the Fei Live broadcast. 100 million shares of Flying Fish Live. Li Yi couldn't help laughing, saying that it was a lie that he was not moved, but he calmly said, it's a price. These 60 million shares of Fei Live have a market value of 3.375 billion. I want Mr. Li to use 10% of Future Technologies shares as a pledge. If the repayment is not made within 1 month, 10% of Future Technologies shares will belong to Ruiza Group. Yang Kai opened his mouth and said, I will see you in a poor way. 3.375 billion, 10%. It seems that Ruiza's current valuation of Future Technology is 33.75 billion. Li Yi smiled and said, this Fei Live broadcast with a valuation exceeding 17 billion is neither low nor high. After all, Fei Live, which has a market value of nearly 20 billion, has an annual profit of just over 200 million. And Future Technology? Daily profit of 200 million. It is far more than n times the live broadcast of Flying Fish and HEYA. This means that it is not listed. Thanks to such a high profit, God knows how far the stock price of Future Technology will rise. Therefore, even if the Future Technology has just started, the valuation is still frighteningly high, far exceeding that of Fei Live. To put it bluntly, Ruiza just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. Of course, there is also an element of gambling. After all, Ruiza does not know whether the Future Technology can always be profitable and maintain such a high profit. But venture capital is just a gamble. But Li Yi waved his hand and said coldly, 5 points. The shares of 5 points are worth 3.375 billion. That is to say, the valuation of Future Technology is 67.5 billion. Good. Happy cooperation. Yang Kaifeng waited in his heart and agreed without hesitation. Future Technology is worth the price. At least from the perspective of Ruiza Capital, Future Technology refers to this price. He is worth a bet. Happy cooperation. To establish the partnership, Li Yi borrowed 60 million shares of Fei Live from Ruiza again with 5 points of shares in Future Technology as collateral. A total of 100 million shares of Fei Live streaming is considered a huge gamble. Yang Kai left happily, feeling that Li Yi's short selling of Fei's live broadcast would inevitably fail. At that time, there will not be enough capital to repay the 60 million shares, and the 5 points of shares in Future Technology will be in the pocket of Ruiza. Once this happens, Ruiza Capital will become the second largest shareholder of Future Technology. In addition, Future Technology funds will be tight, and even face bankruptcy. As the second largest shareholder, Ruiza Capital can inject large-scale capital to dilute Li Yi's shares. If this continues, it may not be impossible to completely eat up the Future Technology and completely control it. As long as you hold Future Technology and find an opportunity to kick Li Yi away, Future Technology with a daily investment of 200 million yuan is not Rui capital. In the world of capitalists, there has never been a timely delivery of charcoal, only timely delivery of crane top red. But what he doesn't know is that Li Yi may not fail to short Flying Fish. And the shares of Future Technology have nothing to do with Ruiza. Just kidding, is Li Yi the one who will sell the equity? Unless he gets a small company that is just for fun, the listing is just to make money for fun, just like the current capitalists, they will run away. But Future Technology is the foundation of Li Yi, and she will never sell it. Even this big gamble is due to the absolute certainty, that's why it's so. In the end, Ruiza Capital may not get anything, and there will be nothing left to lose. Chapter 43. Flying Fish Headquarters. Are you sure you got the source code of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0? Boss Lin Xening was overjoyed when he heard the news, and rushed over directly. Yes, boss, look, this is Li Mo, a popular first-line actress. The second female lead in the hottest Gongda drama. The boss looked at the other person's astonished face, nodded, and had endless aftertaste. I know him, haha, I was lucky enough to dive into her when she first debuted. It's really good looking, without any moisture. That figure, that face, that technique, tisk tisk tisk, just thinking about it. Hey! It can't work now. At that time, she was a newcomer, she had no background, what she wanted to do, it was a matter of one sentence. Now that she is popular, a big name, I just think, but it is not easy to handle. Forget it, old if the old ones don't go, if the new ones don't come, there will always be younger and more beautiful ones. Hearing the boss's words, the corner of the manager's mouth twitched, and he didn't dare to press the hand that opened the Suyin magic mirror. What's wrong? Click, let me see the function of Suyin magic mirror 2.0. Lin Xening urged, a little displeased. That's fine, boss. You have to promise not to get angry. Don't get angry. Okay, I'm not angry, I'm not angry. After getting the assurance from the boss, the manager pressed the mouse button. In an instant, the picture changed sharply, the person was still the same person, but the face was not the same. FK. Who is this ugly guy? Seeing this, the boss was furious, full of disbelief. Is this the popular first-line actress Li Mo? The 9-point beauty I was hiding in the past? Boss, don't get excited. Frankly speaking, this is what she looked like before the plastic surgery. The manager smiled awkwardly and explained. I vomit. In an instant, Lin Xening couldn't take it no matter how heavy the taste was, so he vomited directly, really vomited. Where are the 9 points? There can't be more than 3 points before the plastic surgery. It belongs to the type that he can't even arouse any interest in without clothes. Quick, get water and towels. After a while of panic, Lin Xening recovered and took a deep breath. This is the new function of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0, to go for plastic surgery. Yes, boss. Okay, very good. Immediately integrate it into FEU's live broadcast without makeup, and let the propaganda department prepare for it, and immediately make an official announcement. In the early hours of tomorrow night, FEU will launch an epoch-making live broadcast without makeup, the kind that can go for plastic surgery. Lin Xening waved his big hand, high-spirited. I watched the live broadcast of Little Huya Penguin and YY this time, how can you fight me with flying fish? Okay boss, I'll do it now. At the same time, Huya live broadcast, Penguin live broadcast, and YY live broadcast also did the same. I got the source code of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0, tested it and it worked, and immediately integrated it decisively. And directly issue the statement, even the timing is the same. Tomorrow night at 12 o'clock, Huya Live will launch an epoch-making live broadcast without makeup, the kind that can go for plastic surgery. At 12 o'clock tomorrow night, Penguin Live will launch an epoch-making live broadcast without makeup, the kind that can go for plastic surgery. Tomorrow night at 12 o'clock, YY Live will launch an epoch-making live broadcast without makeup, the kind that can go for plastic surgery. The 4 major live broadcasts, the same time node, the same statement, the same live broadcast without makeup, and the same plastic surgery. For a while, the entire internet exploded. Instantly squeezed into various headlines and various focus lists. In addition, they also immediately held a media conference, bluntly saying that after a series of research by the group, they have finally achieved a qualitative breakthrough, surpassing the beauty of the plain face mirror, removing the filter, removing the picture, removing the mosaic, and realizing the ultimate removal of plastic surgery. He even kept bragging about his own strength to create momentum for the live broadcast without makeup. On the CCTV news, Lin Xening, the boss of FEU live broadcasting, talked and boasted to the CCTV reporter. As we all know, the country has technical reserves, and we do live broadcasts, and we also have technical reserves. Like the Suyin magic mirror before, go to beauty, go to filter, go to retouch, go to mosaic, it's all trivial, nothing. Our FEU live broadcast has long mastered this technology. It's just that it was first launched by Future Technology. We don't even know how they got this technology. The host's eyes lit up and he asked quickly. Oh? What Mr. Ren means is that the core technology of Suyin Magic Mirror, a future technology, is all from FEU live broadcast. It's hard to say, because we don't have any evidence. Although Flying Fish Live was indeed hacked half a month ago, and then Suyin Magic Mirror came out. What Lin Xening said was vague, but the implication between the lines is very clear. It's almost bluntly saying that future technology stole Flying Fish's Suyin Magic Mirror technology. This stinking shameless person steals other people's technology and dares to beat him up. The villain will sue first. Watching the news, Xiao Qianqin's face became very ugly, and he was burning with anger. If the sky wants to destroy it, it must first make it crazy. He can also be regarded as a publicity for our live broadcast without makeup. Just like that sentence, seeing him build a tall building, seeing his banquet pavilion, seeing his building collapse. Tomorrow night at 2 o'clock, it may be when he is brilliant, but how many seconds can he be brilliant? But Li Yi smiled and shook his head, he didn't care, everything was under his control. What does Mr. Ren think of the live broadcast without makeup and the current live broadcast of beauty? The host asked again, another sharp question. Haha, you don't need to ask this question. People with conscience have only one answer, and that is the live broadcast without makeup. Lin Xening smiled and said, FEU's Suyin live broadcast will be launched soon, and decisively smashed the brand of the current beauty live broadcast, and became the Suyin live broadcast platform. Promoting truth, goodness, and beauty, and combating falsehood and ugliness is social morality. In the current beauty live broadcast, many internet celebrities have changed from 3 to 5 points to 8 to 9 points, which is simply a scam. Deceive fans' attention, deceive fans' feelings, and even defraud fans of gift money. Although this kind of behavior is innocent, it is immoral. It's really hateful. Deserve to be hit. Chapter 44. Having said that, Lin Xening was very angry. To be honest, looking at those users who complained, looking at those users who were deceived by the anchor with their beauty, I feel very sympathetic to them. Therefore, FEU live broadcast is at the forefront, and it is the first to launch live broadcast without makeup, so that all users will no longer be deceived by beauty and filters, and will not pay for plastic surgery. That's right, our live broadcast of FEU without makeup can even go for plastic surgery. What? Even plastic surgery can identify and remove it. The host of CCTV was shocked and said quickly. Then Mr. Ren, the live broadcast of FEU Suyin, which will be updated at 12 o'clock tomorrow night, will have the function of removing plastic surgery. Of course. FEU live broadcast without makeup, go to beautify, go to filter, go to retouch, go to makeup, go to plastic surgery. Do anything. Lin Xening waved his hand in high spirits. Beauty live streaming is a cancer and a scam. Suyin live streaming is the truth, goodness, and beauty, and the future. It is my responsibility and FEU's responsibility to give users the best live broadcast without makeup. See you at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Okay, thank you again Mr. Ren. Let's look forward to the live broadcast of FEU Suyin at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. See you soon. With the broadcast of the CCTV interview, the live broadcast of Flying Fish without makeup became popular. Suyin live broadcast is even more popular. For a while, the word Suyin live broadcast completely became popular. The four major live streaming giants have spoken together, and everyone knows that the live broadcast industry will change in the future, or the four giants will change the sky together. In the future, the beauty live broadcast will be completely cold, and the plain makeup live broadcast will be completely opened. This wave of publicity by Lin Xening on CCTV also made FEU Live stock price rise steadily as soon as the market opened. FEU Live is listed on the US stock market. From the beginning of November to the beginning of April, US stocks adopt winter time, and the trading time lasts 6.5 hours, from 22:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. of the next day Beijing time. Due to the interviews with CCTV and other media during the day, the stock price of FEU Live soared as soon as the market opened at 10:30 in the evening. It soared from 56.25, and soon reached 60 yuan. And it's still growing. Not only Flying Fish Live, but all the live streaming giants' share prices are soaring, skyrocketing. It can be said that everyone is optimistic about the live broadcast without makeup at present, and they are all optimistic about the live broadcast stocks. As a result, the stock price of Flying Fish Live opened at 56.25 yuan, broke through the 60 mark at 11 o'clock, and surpassed the historical highest price of 63 yuan in the early morning, reaching 70 yuan. And it's still increasing dramatically. It can be said that the stock of FEU Live has become a bull stock, buying up and not buying down. Many people stayed up all night rushing to buy. Those big consortiums and big capitals have made moves one after another, making big moves. They all feel that after 12 o'clock tomorrow night, once FEU Suyin Live broadcast is launched, the stock price of FEU Live will increase sharply again, and it may exceed 80 yuan by then. Therefore, the unique high price of 70 yuan is still rushing to buy. No way, in such a bull market, what you buy is what you earn. Watching this scene, Li Yi beamed with joy, but did not act rashly. He has borrowed 100 million shares of FEU Live from Ruiza Capital through pledge, and bought it for 5.625 billion. If all of them are thrown away now, the income will be 7 billion, and the net profit will be nearly 1.4 billion. Not generally impressive. But Li Yi knew that the stock price would be even higher before FEU's live streaming boom turned into a downturn tomorrow night, and he would earn even more at that time. But this made Ruiza Vice President Yang Kaifeng very angry. This damn Li Yi was talking about shorting, and he put me in the same position. He just saw that FEU's stock would skyrocket, and deliberately used the gimmick of shorting to go long. Now the stock of FEU Live has risen by nearly 25%. I lent him 100 million shares, and he can earn at least 1.4 billion, or even more. I'm so angry. With that said, Yang Kai threw the cups on the ground. Where is there such a thing as empty? The more you do it, the more you do it. President, calm down, don't we still have a 1-month contract? Now that the stock price of FEU Live has risen to such a sky-high price, Li Yi won't have enough capital to repay us 100 million shares of FEU, so the 5% stake in future technology will belong to us. Already. The secretary smiled and spoke, her eyes were full of charm and flattery. Unexpectedly, instead of being happy, Yang Kai slapped her on the face directly. Bullshit future technology shares. Look at the news, even Suyin Magic Mirror's technology is plagiarized by Flying Fish. What else is there in future technology? Yang Kaifeng became more and more angry. I was so blind that I believed Li Yi, and even gave a sky-high valuation of 67.5 billion for future technology. It's over, it's really over. When the future technology is worthless, how can I face the board of directors? I'm going to be over. Hey, the hateful future technology, a mistake will cause eternal hatred. As he said that, Yang Kai sat down on the ground, only feeling that his life was bleak and dull, and he would never turn over in this life. By the time the market closed at 5 o'clock on the second day, the stock price of FEU Live had risen from the initial price of 56.25 to 80 yuan. The total market value of FIU has also soared from 17 billion to an unprecedented 24 billion yuan, an increase of 41%. And the 100 million shares of FIU live in Li Yi's hands also rose from 5.625 billion to 8 billion. A net profit of 2.375 billion. But Li Yi still didn't sell it. He believed that the stock price would continue to soar when FIU live broadcast opened tonight. When it reached its peak, when its prosperity turned to decline, it was the time for him to make a move. In the afternoon, a lot of trolls appeared on the internet, wantonly spreading news, bluntly saying that Suyin Magic Mirror is the future technology plagiarized FIU's live broadcast. With this, attack the Suyin Magic Mirror frantically. Attack future technology. For a time, future technology stood on the cusp of the storm and was heavily targeted. Li Yi didn't care about this, but Xiao Qianqian blushed with anger. Boss, this sailor must have been hired by FIU Live. They stole our technology and beat us back. It's too much. I'll buy the navy to fight back. It's only a few hours away from 12 o'clock in the evening, and he doesn't have much time to jump around. But Li Yi shook his head and said lightly. Let him enjoy the last few hours of carnival, it can be regarded as my last kindness to him. Chapter 45. Okay. Xiao Qianqian gave up and couldn't help but said, affected by this, the employees are a little fluctuating. Normal, pay attention to observation. If anyone wants to leave, they will all be dismissed and will not be held accountable. At the same time, they will be added to the blacklist and will never be hired in the future. Li Yi smiled and said, a bunch of waste that cannot suffer, it is useless to keep them. Enterprises like future technology will never be short of people. What they need is not necessarily talents, but loyalty. In Li Yi's view, loyalty is more important than ability. Okay, I'm going. Xiao Qianqian knew what Li Yi was thinking, and said quickly. At 7 p.m., many media reporters appeared outside Future Technology, and gathered around Future Technology. They all want to interview Future Technology and ask about Future Technology's plagiarism of FIU's live broadcast core technology. However, due to the floor where the Future Technology is located, there is a black technology access control. Without the authorization of Li Yi and Xiao Qianqian, they couldn't get in at all and were directly blocked out of the door. This made these reporters very angry. One after another published articles on the spot, bluntly saying that Future Technology is a guilty conscience and dare not accept interviews. As for the Future Technology employees who were not calm at first, some of them panicked even more when they saw this. In this regard, Li Yi did not hesitate and directly fired all these people, leaving only those employees who believed in the company and were willing to share will and woe with the company. As for those employees who are not firm in their will and are not worthy of Future Technology, they will be eliminated today and will never be hired. And those 23 commercial spies are still locked up in the confidential R&D room on the 99th floor. Everyone's expressions were beaming, imagining that they could leave as soon as 12 o'clock came. Then get tens of millions of rewards from the live streaming giant, marry Bai Fumei from then on, and go to the pinnacle of life. I have to say, dreams are really beautiful. During this period, Li Yi also received 2 messages, one from Lin Xening. No matter the gossip or gossip, I believe my big bad wolf, you are the best. No matter what the future holds, success or failure, I will be with you. At worst, I will support you, haha. Of course, if you want, I can do it tomorrow night, give you that one more time. Seeing this message, Li Yi couldn't help but laugh, giving that one more time, is this a consolation? But Lin Xening's message warmed Li Yi's heart. Trust him without hesitation, and support him, yes. Very good. The other one is from Han Xin. Floating clouds can't cover my eyes. The person in my heart will definitely be able to overcome obstacles and create greater glories. Come on. Next time you need to clean up, remember to call me, I'm always on call. Thank you. The 2 text messages made Li Yi feel better, and Xiao Qian stayed with him all the time. It seems that the state of the world is not so cold. At 10:30 in the evening, with only 1.5 hours left before the 12 o'clock World War II, the US stock market opened. There is no doubt that the stock price of FEU Live is still going up all the way, and the growth rate is terrifying. There is only 1.5 hours left, and everyone thinks that after 1.5 hours, the live broadcast of FEU Suyin will be released, and the stock price will be even higher and reach the highest point. So they bought one after another. So, the stock price of FEU Live opened at 80 at 10:30 in the evening, and within a quarter of an hour, it reached 90. At 11 o'clock, it was already 95. Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he said decisively, in the last hour, one buyout price, 100 shares, 100 million shares divided into 5 batches, all sold out. Yes. Xiao Qian responded decisively, and in an instant, many employees became busy and sold the shares of FEU Live. 100 million shares were poured into the market one by one and sold. It was nearly 12 o'clock, and the stockholders believed that after 12 o'clock, the stock price of FEU Live would skyrocket, and they were all rushing to buy it, but they would not sell it. It can even be said that only Li Yi's family is going against the wind and selling. Therefore, Li Yi's 100 million shares of FEU stock could not be sold out in an hour. As a result, it was sold out quickly, and it only took 40 minutes. As for who is taking the order, it has nothing to do with Li Yi. Li Yi is no virgin Wre. On the contrary, I earn my money, you destroy your property, and I have nothing to do with it. Boss, earned. Xiao Qian ran in with an iPad and said excitedly. We borrowed 100 million shares of Flying Fish, borrowed 5.625 billion. Now we pay 100 yuan, and we get 10 billion. We made 4.375 billion. The boss is so powerful. In just 2 days, once he entered and exited, he made a profit of 4.375 billion. Xiao Qian danced excitedly, as if forgetting the current situation of future technology, and forgetting that there are still a group of reporters outside, waiting to step on future technology. Without him, she believed that Li had already prepared a backhand, and after 12 o'clock it would be time for a comeback. Li Yi smiled and said, 4.375 billion? How is it so little? That's how much? Xiao Qian was shocked, there must be more. You will know when the time comes. This time, Li Yi has full confidence and earns a lot of money. Boss, there are still 10 minutes until 12 o'clock. Xiao Qian looked at the time and reminded. Li Yi nodded and stood up. Okay, let's go and meet our employees, the 4 live streaming giants are arrogant enough. Next, it's time for us to perform. Xiao Qian beamed with joy and was very excited. She knew that Li Yi was finally going to make a big move. Soon, Xiao Qian took Li downstairs, looked at the crowd, and said. Everyone, this is the founder and real boss of our future technology, Mr. Li Yi, and the developer of Suyin Magic Mirror. Welcome. The remaining more than 100 employees were startled for a moment, and then applauded one after another, all in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Li Yi is so young and so handsome. A typical person who can be in the entertainment industry and rely on his appearance to make a living, but his strength is also too strong. Chapter 46. Wow! There was thunderous applause, and all the employees looked at Li Yi with eyes full of excitement. Li Yi waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Thank you for choosing to believe in me and supporting future technology at this time, thank you. And now, there are still 5 minutes before 12 o'clock, and the next step is the home field of our future technology. Hearing that, all employees of future technology are all beaming, waiting for Li Yi's order. Today they are not ordinary aggrieved, they have been plagiarized core technology, and also called plagiarism back, surrounded by reporters, on the news, on the headlines, on the trending search, all negative. Can you not be aggrieved? While the outside reporters looked at this scene, all their faces changed slightly, they calmed down, and waited for the development of the situation. Is it possible that this future technology, under this situation, can turn the tables? Looking around at the crowd, Li Yi spoke loudly, saying word by word. Research and Development Department, get ready, and release the live broadcast without makeup on time at 12 o'clock. Public Relations Department, please invite outside reporters to Conference Room 1, and I will personally hold a press conference. The Ministry of Justice, let the lawyers prepare to sue the 23 commercial spies, and the 4 live streaming giants behind them, Xiao Live, Feiyu Live, Penguin Live, and YY Live. At the same time, collect the evidence, make backups, and call the police. Let the economic investigation come over and send these 23 commercial spies to prison. Just kidding, stole Li Yi's core source code, still want to sit back and relax, still want to get tens of millions of rewards, marry Bai Fu Mei? How can there be such a good thing? Li Yi wants them to sit in prison, and they will be useless for the rest of their lives. One order after another, issued in an orderly manner. It was said that the people of future technology were extremely excited, especially the female employees, all of whom had a strange light in their eyes. Their boss, Li Yi, is not only handsome and rich, but also so strong and decisive. He is simply the domineering president who came out of an idol drama. Then all the departments moved, and acted separately according to Li Yi's arrangement. The reporters outside were also surprised when they saw this scene. Could it be that there is something inside? Even the Ministry of Justice and Economic Investigation are involved? It really is a big melon. Soon, many media reporters were all invited to the number 1 meeting room. This is a very large conference room, even if it is used to hold a press conference, it is enough. Today, in addition to the reporters' long guns and short cannons, there are many more cameras in the meeting room, which is the future technology setting. Soon, Li Yi came in and sat in the center, with Xiao Qian beside him. Director Li, may I ask? Seeing this, a reporter quickly got up and spoke. But Li Yi just waved his hand and said beyond doubt. Sit down, don't worry, all the questions today will come to light, and I promise, you will gain a lot. Hearing that, the man was unhappy, but due to Li Yi's majesty and the surrounding cameras, he had no choice but to sit down. Have you seen the cameras here? Li Yi pointed to the camera next to him, smiled and said. This is the live broadcast of future technology without makeup, the first official live show. It will be completed by future technology, together with journalists and media, and witness. After the words fell, a projection appeared on the screen behind, which was exactly the situation of the live broadcast. It's just embarrassing that due to the power of the live broadcast without makeup, I went directly to beauty, makeup, and plastic surgery. Xiao Qianqian's 9-point appearance is still impeccable, except for the dark circles under her eyes from staying up all night. But at the scene, many female reporters in coquettish dresses, as well as female reporters who underwent plastic surgery, immediately revealed their true colors and restored their original appearance. Seeing this, their expressions changed one after another, and they had to lower their heads. How dare they raise their heads to ask questions? For a moment, Li Yi had absolute control over both the momentum and the arrangement. These media reporters are usually the ones who interview others, report back, write whatever they want, edit whatever they want. Taking people's money, spring and autumn brushwork, nothing to worry about. But now, Li Yi counterattacked directly, and there was a live broadcast. It is the first official live broadcast of Showdown Live, and it will definitely be recorded in history. God knows how many people will watch this live video. It is very likely that if one is not careful, the reputation may be ruined. The media industry is all about reputation, otherwise, who will hire you in the future? For a while, the aggressive reporters were subdued by Li Yi with one move. They behaved honestly like the students. Seeing this scene, Li Yi was very satisfied, and said slowly. First of all, regarding the core technology of Suyin Magic Mirror, the past, present, and future are all independently developed by me, and they are completely controlled by future technology. Apart from this, there is no other company. What? When many media reporters heard this, their faces changed sharply, full of disbelief. Someone even picked up the phone and said, "Mr. Li, look at this is Fei's live broadcast without makeup. You can also go to beauty, filters, photo editing, makeup, and mosaics. You can even go to plastic surgery. Yeah, this little HUYA without makeup can also live broadcast. The Penguin Suyin live broadcast I downloaded can also do it. It's okay to live broadcast without makeup on YY. In this regard, how does Li Dong explain? The core technology of Suyin Magic Mirror has been mastered by the 4 major live broadcast giants, not your company alone." Hearing this, Li Yi smiled and said, "It's still a family." What? Everyone was confused and even more puzzled. Li Yi continued, "It's very simple, because they used all my technology. The technology was stolen from me. The language is not surprising. In a word, all the people present changed their expressions. Not only these media reporters, but tens of millions of netizens who were watching the live broadcast without makeup were also completely shocked. The 4 major live broadcast giants all stole the core technology of future technology, who would believe it? I don't know what evidence Li Dong has for such a statement." Someone asked, and the others nodded their heads in agreement. It's very simple, because this technology is completely controlled by future technology. Therefore, future technology's live broadcast without makeup can be used forever like the previous Suyin Magic Mirror. But Flying Fish Live, Little HUYA Live, YY Live, and Penguin Live can only take 10 minutes. With that said, Li Yi looked at the time. It's 12:50 now, and in 5 minutes, the live broadcasts of the 4 major live broadcast giants will all collapse, and they will never be able to recover. Chapter 47. It's 12:50 now, and in 5 minutes, the live broadcasts of the 4 major live broadcast giants will all collapse, and they will never be able to recover. What? Hearing this, all the reporters at the scene were stunned and felt incredible. Netizens watching the live broadcast were even more dumbfounded, their expressions were extremely wonderful. But in everyone's heart, they don't believe it at all. If you say it will collapse, it will collapse. How can it be so magical? It's only a few minutes. I see that you are in a hurry to interview future technology, and you haven't eaten dinner. Why don't you drink some tea and eat some fruit first, and wait and see? With a big wave of Li Yi's hand, the service staff next to him quickly put tea and desserts in front of all the reporters. At first, everyone couldn't let go, "Sorry. But I was really hungry, so I couldn't take care of it. I simply ate it one after another, and praised the taste from time to time." And Li Yi looked at the camera, and continued. Netizens watching the live broadcast don't need to worry, although you can't eat the fruits and delicacies here, you can call friends and eat melons later. Witness the miracle together. Presumably a few minutes later, the 4 major live streaming software crashed together at the same time. It must be very beautiful. It can be called the most exciting moment of this century. And at this time, a countdown appeared on the live broadcast screen, the countdown to 12:10. When the netizens thought about it, it was the same reason, and they immediately called their friends, bluntly saying that there are big melons to eat in the live broadcast without makeup. In the end, no matter whether the 4 major live streaming softwares all crashed or did not crash and slapped Li Yi in the face, it was a big melon. A big melon that is delicious on both sides. As a result, in just a few minutes, the number of online users of Suyin Magic Mirror skyrocketed, exceeding 100 million in no time. And at 12:9:30, there were already 120 million online users, and it was still soaring. No one will refuse the live broadcast of Dabai future technology and the 4 major live broadcast giants. Okay, the time is up. Media reporters present, you can see if the 4 major live broadcast software in your hands are still available. Li Yi smiled and said, the ultimate move has been activated, it depends on how the 4 giants die. The reporter was dubious, opened the live broadcast software he had just downloaded in his hand, tried it one after another, and then his face became very ugly. How is it possible? My live broadcast of flying fish without makeup is no longer available. The live broadcast of Xiao that I just downloaded is no longer available. My YY without makeup live broadcast is also 404. My penguin without makeup live broadcast also crashed. Everyone exclaimed, you look at me, I look at you, they are all incredible. Just like what Li Yi said, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the 4 major live streaming softwares all crashed and couldn't be used at all. It's not just your 4 major live broadcast software that can't be used anymore, the more than 100 million users who watched this live broadcast, your 4 major live broadcast software can't use it either. Everyone can try it. Hearing this, many people hurriedly opened the Feiusuin live stream, Xiao live stream, Penguin Suyin live stream, and YY Suyin live stream that they had downloaded, only to be surprised to find that none of them could be used. Without exception. If there is a malfunction, it's fine if one family appears, how can it be possible for 4 families to appear together? What's more, it crashed as soon as it went online. And the time of the crash was exactly 10 past 12. Li Yi predicted before that it was 12:10, and every second was exactly right. Could it be that the 4 major live broadcast giants really all stole the core technology of future technology? Then release it first, and even beat it back, accusing future technology plagiarism. So shameless? Such thoughts arose spontaneously in everyone's hearts. Otherwise, this matter cannot be explained at all. As a result, more and more people began to pay attention to the live broadcast without makeup, eating big melons. It's exactly 10 past 12. Because I stole my source code, I can only use it for 10 minutes. From now on, they will no longer be able to use the live broadcast without makeup. It can be said that within 3 to 5 years, with the technology of the 4 major live broadcast giants, none of them will be able to break through the live broadcast without makeup. Hearing this, everyone at the scene was shocked, but they were powerless to refute. And the bosses, executives, and technical masters of the 4 giants were also watching Li Yi's live broadcast. Their faces were extremely gloomy, and their eyes were even more angry. Since the software crashed at 10 o'clock in the morning, they got the news, and then tried their best to repair it. But I found that it was not so easy, and even hope was slim. During the live broadcast, Li Yi spoke coldly and resoundingly. It's not that I look down on the so-called 4 major live streaming giants. Not to mention plastic surgery, beautification, filters, makeup, and photo editing, it's too difficult for them. Without my source code, to put it bluntly, they couldn't even do the most basic demo sasing. You can only use commercial espionage to infiltrate future technology and steal the source code of future technology. Use this to package it and make it your own live broadcast software without makeup. Then on CCTV, in front of audiences across the country, he said it was his own technical reserve. They even beat back, saying that it is our future technology that plagiarized the technology of your Feiyu live broadcast. I just want to ask, Rendong. Having said that, Li Yi paused, looked at the camera suddenly, and asked sharply. Director Ren of Flying Fish. I know you are also watching my live broadcast, so I just want to ask you, face? Don't you want it? Return Flying Fish's technical reserves. What technical reserves do you Feiyu have? Apart from hiring commercial espionage, infiltrating future technologies, stealing source code, hype, and packaging, what other skills do you have? Hearing this, Lin Xening, the boss of Flying Fish who watched Li Yi's live broadcast, his face flushed red, and the three pressures were a little high. He is also a well-known big entrepreneur. He was on the cover of Time and is famous all over the world. How has he ever been criticized in public and slapped in the face? More importantly, this is a live broadcast. A live broadcast watched by 120 million people across the country. But Li Yi? All the cards were shown to the public, leaving no room for it. This is to beat him to death for 1,000 years. Flying Fish live broadcast is completely f***ed up. Chapter 48. And Li Yi in the live broadcast still has no intention of stopping. This is Li Yi's style: if you don't make a move, it's fine, once you make a move, you will be hammered to death. Director Ren, I know that Fiu's live broadcast is now crashing, and you are running around in a hurry. I also know that you have organized the most elite engineers to rush to repair and turn the tide. But let me tell you a word, it's useless. You are doomed today. And Flying Fish Live is dead. No one can save you. Without the source code of future technology, your Flying Fish Live broadcast technology can't reach it, so what do you use for live broadcast without makeup? Hearing this, Ren Xening's face turned ashen to the extreme, and he felt boundless despair. Not only him, but other HUYA live broadcasts, Penguin live broadcasts, YY live broadcasts, and several bosses as well. Li Yi's words are like swords, although they speak of Fei's Ren Qianqian, but their families are in the same situation, and they are all equally desperate. You will say, even if you can't do the live broadcast without makeup, then go back and do the live broadcast of beauty. Anyway, the previous Fei Beauty live broadcast, didn't he live well? But don't forget, who is in front of CCTV, facing the national audience, saying that the beauty live broadcast is a fraud and a cancer, which makes you feel heartbroken. Who said that the live broadcast without makeup is the truth, kindness, and beauty? It is the future, and it will make your blood surge. It's come to this point, if you can't come up with a live broadcast of truth, kindness, and beauty without makeup, why don't you go back to defrauding and doing a live broadcast of cancerous beauty? Even if you are really thick-skinned, users are not so stupid. Wake up, idiot! The era of live broadcasting without makeup is coming, no one will play beauty live broadcasting with you. Hearing this, the users who watched the live broadcast were very happy. Whoever he is, even the chairman of Fei with a market value of more than 10 billion. If you dare to provoke me, you are direct, straightforward, just like a textbook interpretation. It has developed to this point, there is no need to say anything, everyone knows the right and wrong. But the executives of the four major live broadcasts watched Li Yi's live broadcast and were all silent. Unable to utter a single word from being bullied, my heart panicked to the extreme. They thought hiring industrial espionage and infiltrating futuristic technology would be seamless. Then I got the source code and launched the live broadcast without makeup, so I can sit back and relax. But I don't want to. I got the source code, but Li Yi tampered with it, and I can only use the source code at 10 AM. Now that the four major live streaming giants have set up the flags for beauty live broadcasting, and the four major beauty live streaming softwares have all launched, the result is a problem. What's worse, the brand of the beauty live broadcast before was also smashed by them, and there was no way out. I thought it had infiltrated future technology, but I didn't want to be killed by future technology. In this situation, everything is over, really over. Mr. Li, can you tell us what's going on? A reporter at the scene got up and spoke respectfully, very curious. Li Yi nodded and said eloquently. When future technology was established, many employees were recruited, and 30 of them were excellent. Even if you go to bat, you can get a very high salary, definitely the elite of the elite. So with the love of talent, I formed these 30 people into a research and development team to develop the framework of Suyin Magic Mirror 2.0. That is, the ultimate version of a facelift. Then, I gave them a trial version of the source code for framework integration and testing. Since it's just a test, I added a time limit to the source code of the trial version, limiting the use time to 12:10 tonight. By this time, the official version has been released, and the source code of this trial version is useless. In order to prevent the leak of the source code of the beta version, I also encapsulated a self-destruct program. Therefore, at 12:10 tonight, the source code of the trial version will be deactivated, the self-destruct program will be activated, and all data will be destroyed, and everything will be fine. Hearing the words, everyone nodded. This arrangement is very reasonable. The source code is very important, and the trial version must be destroyed in time to prevent leakage. But I didn't expect that among the 30 people here, 23 are commercial spies. It even passed the source code for our test to the 4 live streaming giants. And the 4 major live broadcast giants even took the opportunity to launch the 4 live broadcasts without makeup, and even accused us of plagiarizing them with future technology, which is really shameless. As for the subsequent results, everyone has seen that at 12:10, the source code stops serving, and the startup program self-destructs. Having said that, Li Yi couldn't help shaking his head. Now the 4 major live broadcasting giants, not only can no longer produce the so-called live broadcast without makeup, but even their databases may be destroyed a lot. Hey, it's terrible. Hearing that, whether it was the media reporters at the scene or the users watching the live broadcast, they were all silent, which was inconceivable. Especially the users who watched the live broadcast had complex expressions, and they all lamented that Li Yi did it beautifully. Not only the 4 major live streaming software without makeup were destroyed, but the database was also implicated. It's really a steal. At this time, the number of users following Suyin live broadcast has reached 300 million. And it's still growing. After the 4 major live broadcast software all collapsed, their users had nowhere to go and could only go to the only available live broadcast without makeup. But I didn't want to, and I ate a big melon that shocked the world and wept ghosts and gods. So 1 past 10, 10 past 100, more and more people join in. Seeing this, the high-level executives of the 4 major live broadcast giants changed their expressions sharply, their hair stand on end, and cold sweat covered their foreheads. Quickly send someone to rescue the data. This time, it turned out to be a self-destruct program again. Damn, really hateful. Encapsulating a self-destructing program in source code is really hard to prevent. If all the data is destroyed, it will be really troublesome. I really want to continue doing beauty live broadcasts, but I can't do it. Chapter 49. In the internet industry, data is very important. If the data is destroyed, the loss is simply incalculable. For such bad behavior, I strongly condemn and take legal forms to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of future technology. Users before the video are also invited to support the original future technology and resist the bad plagiarism of the 4 live broadcast giants. At this time, a group of people walked in. Chairman, the economic investigation team is here. Okay, come in. Soon, all members of the Economic Investigation and Future Technology Legal Department came in and appeared in the live broadcast. In front of live media reporters and 300 million live broadcast users, Li Yi handed over all the collected evidence to the Economic Investigation. Seeing such a battle, even the corners of the economic investigators' mouths twitched. This scene was directly broadcast live, with 300 million followers. It seemed that there was no room for it. If you think about it, more than 300 million people are paying attention. This matter cannot be suppressed, and no one dares to suppress it. It can only be done in a business-like manner and dealt with according to the law. The reason for this arrangement is that Li Yi does not leave any room for it. The energy of the giants is very large, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they can reach the sky. But facing the live broadcast of 300 million people, everything is on the bright side. No matter how powerful you are, it's useless. Thanks to the comrades of the Economic Investigation for intervening in the handling. At the same time, the Future Science and Technology Legal Department will sue 23 commercial spies, as well as FEU Live Broadcast, Xiao Live Broadcast, Penguin Live Broadcast, and YY Live Broadcast for unfair commercial competition. In a word, another heavy blow. Things have developed to this point, and the four major live broadcast giants have been defeated across the board and suffered heavy losses. Future technology can be described as a complete victory, fame, and fortune. But Li Yi didn't give up, on the contrary, he continued to hammering to death. Economic investigation, litigation, a wave of engagement. If things go on like this, it will be difficult for the four major live streaming giants to stand up, let alone calm down the situation. Li Yi wants to nail the four live streaming giants to the pillar of shame and cause them to suffer heavy losses. God knows what will happen to the stocks of the four major live streaming giants once they go to court and everything is settled, and how much their market value will shrink. This is the case with the stock market. A slight disturbance can cut the market value in half. What's more, this kind of evidence is sufficient, the facts are clear, and the rhythm of the economic investigation and litigation. Absolutely the pill. What about giants? When the scenery is unlimited, you are a giant. Once you are killed, I don't know how many people will rush to step on you. This is Li Yi's style, I don't mess with you, you continue to carnival. If I mess with you, your life would be worse than death. Li Yi continued the live broadcast, and suddenly changed the topic. Because this incident made me very angry, I shorted 10 billion shares of FEU live streaming before that. Remind the media present and the netizens who watched the live broadcast, if anyone bought FEU live stock, sell it quickly, and you will be caught if you are slow. The same is true for several other major live broadcast platforms. If they can't even live broadcast without makeup, the stock price is bound to collapse, so sell it quickly. Okay, this is the end of the first official live broadcast of Future Technology. Thanks to the media present and more than 300 million online users around the world for witnessing together. At this point, the live broadcast is completely over. But the face of the media at the scene changed sharply. Many people bought the shares of FEU Live and the Big Four. Now that this has happened, the stock price is bound to drop sharply, and it will definitely crash, and there is no suspense about cutting it in half. Especially for FEU Live broadcast, Li Yi also shorted 10 billion stocks, which is even more terrible. As a result, many reporters could no longer care about other things, and decisively took out their mobile phones on the spot and sold them wantonly. The faces of the users in front of the video changed sharply, and they took out their mobile phones to sell their stocks. This Li Yi, who was paid $1,000, dared to short the 10 billion shares of FEU Live. Damn it! This is a big trouble, FEU pills. Flying Fish boss Lin Xening looked at this scene, his face changed sharply, and immediately spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and passed out directly. Ambulance, hurry up! The entire Flying Fish headquarters was in a panic. Li Yi's short selling is like a fire, igniting the powder keg. Completely blew up the kingdom of Flying Fish Live, and also destroyed the kingdoms of the four major live broadcast giants. Everyone rushed to sell at the same time, and the result can be imagined. The stock price of FEU Live went up fast and fell even faster. The stock price of FEU Live was originally as high as 63 yuan. However, due to the appearance of the Suyin magic mirror some time ago, many female anchors with 8 or 9 points were exposed, but in fact they were only 3 or 4 points. It caused a strong rebound from users, which greatly affected the stock price of FEU, which fell to 56.25. And the hype of FEU's live broadcast without makeup yesterday, the strong launch of the live broadcast without makeup, and the possibility of plastic surgery, is a good thing. The stock price of FEU skyrocketed from 56.25 to 105 in 2 days. From 56.25 to 105, it took 2 days. It can fall back from 105 to 56.25, which takes less than 2 minutes. That's right, Li Yi said in the live broadcast that after shorting the stock of FEIU's live broadcast, the stock of FEIU has already begun to collapse. In just 2 minutes, it fell from 105 to the previous 56. And there is no intention to stop, and it continues to fall, and it will not stop falling. 5 minutes later, it was 50 yuan, and 10 minutes later it was 45 yuan. At 1 o'clock, it was not even 40, only 39. All the people who bought FEIU stocks lost money, and they had no pants left, but they had to sell them. There is no way, even Suyan's live broadcast technology is stealing future technology, and it was broadcast live by Li Yi, and he was directly stunned in front of 300 million people. It can be said that the reputation of FEIU live broadcast is ruined now, and even this brand is stink, it is going to end. If you want technology but no technology, you need brand but no brand. Still have to face economic investigation. Facing future technology lawsuits. Li Yi's combination punches, it is conceivable that there will be no room for turning around in FEIU's live broadcast in the future. Therefore, even if you lose money, you have to throw it away quickly, otherwise it will really rot in your hands. Chapter 50. Not only the FEIU live broadcast, but other Xiaohuya live broadcasts, YY live broadcasts, and even Penguin live broadcasts all collapsed in an instant. The stock price plummeted, and there was no stopping it. Not to mention returning to the previous level, all of them will be cut in half. After all, US stocks are not like domestic stocks. There is no limit to the circuit breaker, and there is no daily limit or limit. On the contrary, it is possible to soar several times overnight and go bankrupt overnight. As a result, the stock prices of the 4 major live broadcast giants were all cut in half. The most serious Flying Fish live broadcast, due to Li Yi's tens of billions of short selling, was even cut in half. The stock price fell, so I couldn't see it directly. With the power of Li Yi alone, the entire live stock market was filled with blood and sorrow. On the other side, after the live broadcast ended, Li Yi took the economic investigation to the confidential R&D department on the 99th floor. After swiping cards, fingerprints, and facial recognition, the outer door of the confidential research and development department was finally opened. In an instant, laughter came from inside. Haha, what are your plans after you go out? How do you plan to spend the huge sum of money that the benefactor behind you gave you? Flying Fish Live gave me 50 million. My initial plan is to buy a house with 10 million, buy a supercar with 10 million, and start a business with the remaining 30 million. I'm different, Penguin gave me 80 million. I like women, I want to go out, 3 a week, 12 a month, every time the same. Bah! You're so FG worthless, you're already 80 million rich, what more peripherals do you need? Just go to the university to take care of a few, clean, beautiful, and young, isn't it good? That's right, aren't young models good? Why do you have to be on the periphery? Ha ha ha, brother is right. The 23 commercial spies are still laughing and laughing, imagining that after they go out, they will get money from the 4 major live broadcast giants, become multimillionaires, and then all kinds of waves will fly. Unexpectedly, the door opened suddenly, and then everyone looked at each other with joy. The door is open, it's over. We can go, free. Yes, marry by fume from now on, and walk to the pinnacle of life. Saying that, a group of people smiled and walked out. I only feel that I am a rich man with a net worth of 50 million, and it is not what it used to be. How can I continue to work in the future of technology? It is impossible to work part-time in this life, a typical nouveau riche mentality. But unexpectedly, a group of economic detectives at the door surrounded them directly. Several comrades, have you heard what they said? Don't worry, Li Dong, not only heard it, but also recorded it. This case will be solved soon, just wait for the good news. What's the meaning? Looking at this scene, the 23 commercial spies were all dumbfounded, feeling that their brains were not enough. It seems that the situation is not so rosy. Hehe, you're still on the periphery, young model, female college student. Li Yi shook his head with a smile. You can spend the rest of your life in prison. Why? We are innocent. Those people panicked completely. They are all a group of high-end code farmers. Where have they seen such a scene? You are suspected of being commercial espionage, stealing future technology, source codes worth billions of dollars. Take you into custody according to the law. What? Billions? Hearing this, everyone's heart went cold. Commercial espionage, they admit, is hard to argue with at this point. The problem is billions. The sentencing of this thing depends on the amount of money. If it is hundreds of thousands of commercial secrets, then it is not a big problem, it will come out within a few years after entering. But billions of commercial secrets, is it necessary to sit in prison? Now, everyone panicked, and some even knelt down directly. Chairman, manager, I have an old man and a young man, please show me your hand and let me go. The upper ones are old, and the lower ones are young? Still thinking about peripherals, young models, and college students? It's really interesting. You, let them be spared. Li Yi said coldly, without any sympathy. People always have to pay a price for their actions, even if you can't afford the price. Take it away. As he spoke, all 23 people were taken away. Commercial espionage, billions of source codes, enough for them to sit in prison. Even if he is released more than 10 years later, he will be in his 50s at that time, with a criminal record behind his back. What else can he do? To put it bluntly, this life is useless. Completely useless. Li Yi is not a virgin Wre, let alone be kind to them. If you dare to attack Li Yi, you have to pay the corresponding price. The price of the 4 live broadcasting giants is that their market value has been halved, and they are almost bankrupt. And the price for these 23 commercial espionage is to sit in prison and die for the rest of their lives. On the other side, after some rescue, Flying Fish boss Lin Xening finally woke up from the ICU intensive care unit. The first sentence is to ask about the stock price. How much is the stock price of Feiyu Live? Has it fallen back to 50? The confidant next to him twitched his mouth and shook his head. Now, Lin Xening heaved a sigh of relief, and his face looked much better. It's fine if I don't fall back to over 50, and I'm relieved. I don't want to be rich and powerful, as long as I can survive this wave. Hearing this, his confidant's face became even more ugly, and he couldn't help saying, Chairman, our stock is no longer in the 50s, but now it's only 34. And it's still falling. 34. Still falling. Poof. Another mouthful of old blood spewed out, and Feiyu old Dong Lin Xening, who had just awakened, was so anxious that he passed out again. The siren sounded, the doctor rushed in, another round of rescue. Chapter 51. This time, Feiyu boss Lin Xening didn't wake up again until 3 o'clock in the morning, and then asked, How much is it now? Now, I dare not say it. Your confidant is trembling, very worried. What if your old man passed out again, or even hiccuped directly? What should you do? Say, I can stand it. Lin Xening waved his hand, saying beyond doubt, but his tone was weak and weak. Okay, let me say. It's only 23 now. Chairman, you must take care, take care. The confidant quickly comforted him, and was very worried. 23. Lin Xening nodded, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, he only felt heartbroken, grinned, and said, Contact me Director Ma of the Penguin Group immediately. Director Ma is the major shareholder of our Feiyu Live Broadcasting. After Feiyu is over, he also suffered heavy losses. Please help him. Yes, yes. I'm going. The confidant hurried to contact, but he didn't want to. He couldn't get through the phone anyway, so he had to reply. Chairman Ma won't answer the phone. It's over, it's really over. Mr. Ma, the last straw is gone. The Flying Fish live broadcast is now completely over. In desperation, Lin Xening passed out again. A group of directors were all panicked, but there was nothing they could do. Flying Fish is gone, they are all gone. Boss Ma doesn't answer the phone, it seems that he is going to give up our FEU live broadcast. Thinking about it, Penguin is not only the major shareholder of FEU Live, but also the major shareholder of Little Huya. Now that FEU has been shorted by Li Yi for tens of billions, Ma Dong would rather keep Little Huya than save FEU. You think too much. The stock price of Mr. Ma's own Penguin live broadcast has plummeted. How can you care about FEU and Xiaoya's live broadcast? That's right, Mr. Ma will either give up the live broadcast industry directly, or invest huge sums of money to save the market and save his own Penguin live broadcast. He will never control our FEU live broadcast. Then let's all break up. Yeah, sell the stock in your hand if you can sell it, don't let no one want 20 yuan by then. 20? Hehe, I've fallen to 19 now. Forget it, let's do it all, don't struggle anymore. Director Ma and the chairman have given up, what can we do? After some calculations, the major shareholders of FEU Live made up their minds to give up struggling and sell all the stocks in their hands at a low price. Penguin headquarters. Brother Xiao Ma was also furious. This Li Yi is really ruthless. He turned the entire live broadcasting world upside down in one fell swoop. It's too much. The current four giants in the live broadcasting industry, Xiaohuya Live, FEU Live, Penguin Live, and YY Live, three of them are related to Xiao Ma. In addition to Penguin Live, he is also a shareholder of Huya Live and FEU Live. It can be said that Brother Xiao Ma is the number one person in the live broadcasting industry. A Penguin Group controls 3 of the 4 live streaming giants. It is precisely because of this that it is difficult for Ali to enter the live broadcast field. But I didn't want to. Li Yi's wave directly killed all the 4 major live broadcast giants. And the one who suffered the most serious loss was his brother Ma, the Penguin Group. Chairman, the market will close in 2 hours, what should we do? The subordinate asked. Brother Xiaoma took a deep breath and said. Abandon FEU live broadcast and Xiaohuya live broadcast, invest huge sums of money, and try our best to keep Penguin live broadcast. In the future, we will vigorously develop Penguin live broadcast. Other people's children are not as good as their own children. What's more, whether it's FEU live broadcast or Xiaohuya live broadcast, the plate is bigger, and if you want to save it, you have to invest a lot of money. In comparison, it is more cost-effective to broadcast live with my own son Penguin. Abandon the car to protect the handsome man, Brother Ma is not ordinary decisive. Future technology. Completely different from the gloom and gloom of several other companies, future technology has won a complete victory, and the sky is full of joy. Boss, the number of users of our Suyin live broadcast has exceeded 300 million. The number of online users has even surpassed the previous record set by FEU. Xiao Qian said excitedly, full of joy. You will be king at the beginning, you will be top-notch as soon as you release it, and you will be a giant as soon as you start a business. This feeling is really too mysterious. Of course. Now that the 4 major live streaming giants are kneeling down and are still maintaining it, whether there will be a tomorrow is a question. Therefore, their users can only rush to the only remaining live broadcast without makeup. Li Yi didn't take it seriously, and had already calculated everything when he fiddled with the source code. If the 4 live broadcasting giants are still alive, it will not be easy for Li Yi's Suyin live broadcast to stand out and snatch their users. Now that the 4 major live broadcasting giants are kneeling, only the live broadcast without makeup is left. It is difficult not to break the record. How about the anchor? Li Yi asked. The so-called live broadcast is one aspect of having a strong platform, and it also needs excellent anchor resources. It's not bad, a lot of newcomers have flooded in, and some of them have extraordinary qualifications. Xiao Qian paid attention, and quickly said. The four major live broadcasting platforms are all going downhill, and Suyin Live Broadcast has a bright future, so many anchors are pouring into Suyin Live Broadcast. In addition, we have just launched, and there is no so-called one brother and one sister, so those anchors are working hard. That's right, in this situation, whoever seizes the first opportunity will win. It can be said that the current Suyin Live Broadcast is full of gold and opportunities. It all depends on the ability of the anchor. As long as they are capable, the Suyin Live Broadcast will praise them. Li Yi nodded, thinking about it. Chapter 52. In addition, always pay attention to the background data. Any live broadcast involving pornography will be blocked directly. If it is serious, call the police immediately and send a lawyer's letter. Li Yi remembered something and couldn't help but speak. Hearing this, Xiao Qianqian's expression changed sharply, and she couldn't help saying. What the boss means is that he is worried about the retaliation of the four major live broadcast giants, and deliberately finds some people to organize some large-scale live broadcasts, and then uses this to ruin our live broadcast without makeup. It's possible. Let people pay attention at all times. I have added relevant mechanisms in the software. Once there is a violation, an alarm will be automatically issued. The background network management will deal with it quickly and deal with it severely. The heart of defense is indispensable, especially at this time. The more vigilant Li Yi was, and he was not dazzled by the victory. In addition, pay attention to those potential anchors who are qualified. Yes, sign them up, and the treatment will be based on FEIU live broadcast, which is a high standard in the industry. At the same time, accept other business cooperation. Li Yi's live broadcasting is naturally to make money, not to pretend. Therefore, there must be no less business operations. Then boss, should we take this opportunity to acquire FEIU Live? Xiao Qian said, full of meaning. The market value of Flying Fish was 17 billion before the live broadcast, and it reached a peak of 31.7 billion in the early hours of yesterday. Now it has been cut in half, and only 5.7 billion is left. Our future technology is shorting FEIU. With 10 billion funds, we can completely control FEIU Live, or even completely acquire FEIU Live. Almost 6 billion is enough. Li Yi couldn't help turning dark when he heard this, and waved his hands. Qian, the FEIU Live broadcast is now abolished, how can it be worth 6 billion? Even if we buy FEIU Live, it doesn't make any sense. The current Flying Fish live broadcast is a World War II aircraft carrier that cannot be repaired, and the only value is the parts inside. Xiao Qianqian's eyes lit up. The boss means. A rotten aircraft carrier like Flying Fish is not worthy of being packaged and sold. It is no longer worth purchasing. We only need to buy the valuable parts inside, isn't that enough? Li Yi smiled and said, full of meaning. For example, FEIU's executives and talents, such as FEIU's traffic anchors, if you buy them, you can buy them for less than 200 million yuan, which is equivalent to buying the entire FEIU live broadcast. Everything else is worthless. Boss is wise. There is really no need to spend 6 billion for something that can be done with 200 million. Qian has been taught. Xiao Qian raised her eyebrows with joy, and said excitedly, the boss is still sinister, no, the boss is still wise. Li Yi couldn't help but turn dark. The current FEIU live broadcast has been abolished, and the market value is in a bubble. Even the Penguin Group has given up, and several major shareholders have sold their stocks. It is impossible to make a comeback. The only valuable ones are the traffic anchors and executive talents who have signed with FEIU. These are the most lacking in future technology, so naturally we can't let them go. Also, the top streamers of the other 3 major live broadcasting giants, as well as the executives with the ability and resources, can also be contacted. If possible, they will be recruited. If there is enough value, liquidated damages, we can also develop technology in the future. Li Yi spoke lightly, not in the usual domineering way. Okay, boss. Xiao Qianqian's eyes lit up. This is indeed the best opportunity, I'll make arrangements now. But at this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the office next to him. What's wrong? Li Yi frowned slightly. I gonna go see. Xiao Qianqian left, and soon ran back. Boss, our Suyin live broadcast has been online for more than 4 hours, and the revenue has exceeded 10 million. And a female anchor with a reward of 1 million was born. A female anchor who has tipped millions in just a few hours. Li Yi laughed dumbfounded, and nodded, the team behind her is worth the money. As he spoke, Li Yi waved his hand, and the opposite wall became a screen, and the female anchor and the number of fans were projected. 3000 cuteness. Sure enough, she is cute enough. Even without makeup, she has a score of 9, which is not bad. She is almost catching up with my Qianqian virtuous wife. When Xiao Qianqian heard this, her cheeks flushed slightly, the boss's mouth is so sweet. Sweet? Have you tried it? Li Yi joked, just wanting to tease Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian blushed even more, and said angrily, the boss is so bad. Qianqian ignored you. Seeing Xiao Qianqian's shy look, Li Yi couldn't continue flirting, so she said. Sanqunmen's fans are growing very fast, go and check this Sanqunmen. If she has no team behind her, but she is really powerful, then sign her. Okay boss, I'll go right away. Saying that Xiao Qianqian was about to leave, she was grabbed by Li Yi and said. It's not urgent, we'll deal with it later. Xiao Qianqian nodded, but Li Yi stood up and approached Xiao Qianqian. Qianqian, this time the future technology has achieved great success. You have done so much good deeds, and I want to reward you. Okay. Xiao Qianqian didn't refuse, thought for a while and said, but don't spend money on rewards. For an immaterial girl like Xiao Qianqian, money is really not what she wants. Don't spend money on rewards, this is difficult. Li Yi frowned slightly, thinking, then what should I reward you for? How about, reward you with a kiss? Xiao Qianqian blushed again when she heard the words. Why, don't you want it? Seeing Xiao Qianqian's shy look, Li Yi joked. But I didn't want Xiao Qianqian to say nothing, but just closed her eyes, as if she was at your disposal. Chapter 53. The distance between the two was so close that the atmosphere in the air was a bit dignified. Seeing this, Li Yi was very surprised. Could it be that this little girl really likes her? They even closed their eyes. But at this point, if Li Yi doesn't make a move, it will be too unmanly. So Li Yi hugged Xiao Qianqian and kissed her lightly. Xiao Qianqian's heart beat faster, her face turned red directly to her ears, the feeling of suffocation made her palpitate extremely. The white arm couldn't help wrapping around Li Yi, and responded dully, very unfamiliar. God knows she's never even held a boy's hand, let alone kissed him directly, isn't that out of line? It was not until a long time before the two separated. Boss, I'm off to work. Xiao Qian said with a blushing face, not daring to face Li Yi, and fled immediately. Behind him came a faint voice, if you kiss me, you are mine. Where can you go? Hearing this, Xiao Qianqian paused, but said angrily, the boss is good or bad, who belongs to you? Saying that, Xiao Qianqian went straight out of the chairman's office, but her pink cheeks were brimming with happiness. Like a young girl in love, shy. At this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning, and there was only half an hour left before the US stock market closed. Li Yi looked at the stock market and burst out laughing. In one night, not only were the stock prices of the four major live streaming giants brought back to their original shape, they were all cut in half, and they were still falling. There is no way, what happened today really has too much impact. Hiring commercial espionage, plagiarizing the core technology of future technology, the result was even put together by others, and ultimately suffered heavy losses. Not only can't show the live broadcast without makeup, but also face economic investigation and future technology prosecution. Such a result is really appalling and difficult to turn over. And for the next development, there is no capital to be optimistic about them, let alone invest again. As for retail investors, stockholders, this time, he was cheated miserably by the four major live broadcast giants, and he lost all his pants. How would he dare to enter again in the future? It can be said that apart from giants like Penguin, it is very difficult for the other three live streaming giants to stand up. Even Penguin may not continue to invest, after all, the losses are too serious. Thinking of this, Li Yi felt a little eager to open the stock of Penguin Live. The current share price of Penguin Live, which was 40 yuan yesterday, rose to a peak of 73 yuan this morning, and now it has fallen to 15 yuan. Big ups and downs, more exciting than a roller coaster. If the Penguin Group does not take action to save the market, it will fall even worse when the market opens next time. But the entire market is for sale, and there is no order at all. Is it possible that the Penguin Group really gave up on Penguin Live? Li Yi shook his head, didn't believe it, and still stared at the market. Wrong. Suddenly, Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he realized that someone was buying shares of Penguin Live, and was buying the bottom. Although the action is relatively hidden, the scale is not small. As for who it is, needless to say, the only one who dares to make a move at this time is the pony brother of the Penguin Group. So Li Yi made a decisive move and bought the shares of Penguin Group in a big way. Now Li Yi has shorted 100 million shares of FEU Live and earned 10 billion in income, which can be described as extremely rich. Decisively started to buy Penguin stocks, 15 yuan to buy the bottom. How much? How much? Therefore, under Li Yi and Xiao Ma's actions, the stocks of the other three companies still plummeted after being cut in half, but Penguin's stock price did not fall again, but remained at around 15 yuan. It can be regarded as a miracle. On the other side, Penguin headquarters. Chairman, another force has appeared, and it is also buying the bottom, wantonly buying up the shares of our Penguin Live broadcast. What? Brother Xiao Ma was a little surprised, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He originally planned to buy the bottom with all his strength before the market closed, and planned to win more than 80% of the shares of Penguin Live. Wait for the market to improve in the future, and then make a move slowly. In this way, not only can the stock price of Penguin Live be stabilized, but it can also make a fortune. But I don't want to, there are people who have the same idea. That's not much fun. Quick, look it up for me and find out who it is. Could it be Ali's Malaysia? Brother Xiao Ma shook his head and said. It shouldn't be. Most of the live broadcasting world is dominated by my Penguin. It's difficult for Ali to get in. That's Li Yi. Yes, Li Yi of Future Technology. Brother Xiao Ma shook his head, his expression became very exciting. After shorting FEU Live, Li Yi has 10 billion funds in his hands. Now he is hunting down the bottom and buying my shares in Penguin Live. What is he going to do? Brother Xiao Ma's face changed slightly, and he couldn't grasp Li Yi's movements. It seems that this kid is not afraid of anything, and he never follows the routine. It caused him a heavy loss. After tonight, the entire live broadcasting world was filled with blood and rain, and all of them were cut in half. Among them, the one who lost the most was his brother Ma, the Penguin Group. Without him, Penguin Group is not only the parent company of Penguin Live, but also holds a 40.1% stake in FEU Live through Nectarine Investment Limited, making it the largest shareholder of FEU Live. It also holds 31.5% of the shares of Xiao Live through Linen Investment Limited, second only to Huanzhou Times, which holds 43.9% of the shares, and is the second largest shareholder of Xiao Live. Now that the stock prices of the three major live streaming giants have all been cut in half, one can imagine his loss. There are tens of billions. This BD. Brother Xiao Ma took a deep breath. He has been in the business world for so many years and has seen many ups and downs. He never thought that the boat capsized in the gutter and fell into Li Yi's hands. Yes, it is possible. Go and find out, who is behind this Li Yi, who is behind the future technology. Are they domestic or foreign? Brother Xiaoma said coldly, without getting angry. Let me Penguin Group suffer such a heavy loss, and dare to buy the shares of Penguin Live Broadcasting. I don't believe that there is no support behind it. Yes. Chapter 54. At 5:30, the U.S. stock market closed. Only then did Xiao Qianqian walk in, holding a cup of coffee and putting it next to Li Yi, looking at the screen, a little surprised. Boss, did you buy the Penguin Group's stock? Well, I spent 1.5 billion to buy 30% of Penguin Live. Li Yi smiled and said. Now the shareholding division of Penguin Live is relatively simple. I account for 30%, and Penguin Group should have about 60%. As for the others, they add up to less than 10%. Now Future Technology is the second largest shareholder of Penguin Live. This. Xiao Qianqian was shocked and couldn't help shaking her head. After this wave of blood and rain, the live broadcast industry has been completely reshuffled. In the future, there will only be two live broadcast giants, Suyin Live of Future Technology, and Penguin Live. And you, the boss, are the boss of Suyin Live and Penguin Live. The second largest shareholder of the company holds 30% of the shares, doesn't it mean? Doesn't it mean that the world of live broadcasting will be dominated by our future technology in the future? Li Yi said with a smile, picked up the coffee. In the future, maybe you will replace me to participate in the board of directors of Penguin Live, ha ha ha. Well, since meeting the boss, Qianqian's life trajectory has been deviated. Xiao Qianqian only felt that the experience during this period was like a dream. It stands to reason that she just graduated and is still hitting a wall looking for a job. Or in a small business, doing a very ordinary job, dawdling. But I didn't want to meet Li Yi, become the acting manager of Future Technology, and also participate in the board of directors as the second largest shareholder of Penguin Live. Okay, everyone has worked hard these 2 days, especially my good wife. Li Yi stood up and put her arms around Xiao Qianqian's willow waist. Xiao Qianqian's body trembled suddenly, but she didn't refuse, but her face turned even redder. So, I want to give you another reward. Xiao Qianqian's face changed slightly, and before she could make a move, she was pushed to the base of the wall by Li Yi, and she was hit by the wall. Well. Xiao Qianqian's heart beat faster, but she froze completely. Afterwards, the two separated, and Li Yi directly hugged Xiao Qianqian by the waist and entered the lounge next door. There was a large bed worth hundreds of thousands, and the mattress alone cost 100,000, which Xiao Qianqian specially prepared for Li Yi. Xiao Qianqian's expression changed sharply. Judging by the rhythm, is it possible that Li Yi is going to eat her? Right here? At this moment? Immediately said, Boss, you. Li Yi didn't say anything, and directly put Xiao Qianqian on the bed. Xiao Qianqian closed her eyes tightly, her face flushed red, and she said anxiously. Boss, you are going to Qianqian now, Qianqian is not ready. Li Yi couldn't help but turn dark, and said. What are you thinking? I want you to take a good rest. You've been suffering for several days in a row, and you've got panda eyes. All right. Xiao Qianqian was very embarrassed, blushed even more, but got up directly and said, "No, boss, I still have work to do, I have to have a good rest, Qian, everything is up to me." Li Yi said, put Xiao Qian on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and left. Afterwards, Li Yi came to the 99th floor, the headquarters of the Suyin Live broadcast. This entire floor is full of employees of Suyin Live and Suyin Magic Mirror, two major business departments. As for the other floors, most of them are empty, waiting for subsequent expansion. "Hi boss." Seeing Li Yi approaching, the people around hurriedly said hello. Li Yi nodded, looked around the crowd, and said, "The past few days have been staying up all night and working overtime. Everyone has worked hard. Everyone here, go to the finance department to receive a bonus of 3,000. 3,000 yuan per person." Hearing this, everyone was excited, and they didn't feel sleepy after staying up all night. "Long live the boss! Long live the boss! The boss is the most handsome." Seeing everyone beaming with joy, Li Yi waved his hand, and everyone immediately fell silent. Future technology will not treat every employee badly. As long as you work hard, I will give you the best platform and the best treatment. In addition, employees in all positions are divided into 2 shifts. One shift rests in the morning and works in the afternoon. The other shift rests in the afternoon and works in the morning. Long live the boss! Long live the boss! Now, more than 100 employees were completely excited. In this era of social animals, overtime work may not be enough for overtime pay, let alone Li Yi who works overtime for 2 or 3 days and pays 3,000 directly to the boss. And it's half a day off to give everyone a rest. What a conscience! After finishing these things, Li Yi returned to Tangchen Yupan. Turn on the system and decisively start to sign in. Signed in yesterday, it is another AI artificial intelligence mansion. Li Yi is still bound to Tangchen Yupan, which is also a big double story on the top floor. It's next door to his current home, temporarily vacant. I don't know what will happen today, Li Yi thought so, and started to sign in decisively. Ding! The sign-in was successful. Congratulations to the host, you got the Night 15X5. With sea-level black technology. Night 15. Li Yi was overjoyed, finally came an SUV. Or a heavily armored SUV. Night 15 is the civilian version of Dwayne Johnson's Gurkha LAPV in Fast and Furious 5. And it is stronger and more domineering than Gurkha LAPV. It is 6.1 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and 2.5 meters high. The parking space is too small to fit. Fortunately, the parking space of Tangchen Yupan is big enough. Chapter 55. The shape of the Cavalier 15 replaced the streamlined shape of ordinary vehicles with diamond lines, reflecting the square and square characteristics of the mounted vehicle. Such a tough and sturdy appearance is not like a car, but more like a tank driving on the road. In fact, Night 15 can indeed be said to be a road tank. Not only can it be bulletproof, but it can also resist 15 kg Tn. 40 level Gongji, the chassis of the vehicle can also withstand Shuli Yudan explosions. Safety performance, needless to say, is not ordinary bulletproof at all. As for traffic accidents, there is no need to worry. Cars on the road will be completely broken if they dare to be tough with Night 15, but Night 15 will be safe and sound. In addition, the interior of the Night 15 is very luxurious, even the entertainment facilities are complete. A 27-inch LCD TV, and a PS3 game console. Water bar, freezer, and cigar box are all available, the ultimate luxury. In addition, there are high-efficiency fuel, automatic driving, intelligent interaction, bulletproof, extreme stealth, and extreme performance modes of sea-level black technology. The Night 15 weighs 5.9 tons and can carry 3 tons of people or weapons. It costs 2,000 yuan to add a tank of fuel, and the original fuel consumption per 100 kilometers is as high as 50 L. But with 80% black technology and high-efficiency fuel, the fuel consumption per 100 kilometers is only 15-18 L, which is about the same level as a supercar. Even Showdown has soared a lot because of the black technology bonus. Once the extreme performance mode is turned on, the Showdown of Night 15 can also reach the point of terror. Today's Cavalier 15, equipped with C-Class black technology, surprised Li Yi very much, and there are 5 cars in total. It's just that Li Yi was a little tired after staying up late for 2 days. So Li Yi started the virtual reality game after washing up. While playing games, with the help of the system's deep sleep, restore energy. Normally speaking, after staying up late for 2 consecutive days, Li Yi may have to sleep for 8 or 9 hours before recovering well. But for deep sleep in virtual reality games, 2 hours is enough. 2 hours of deep sleep is more effective than a day of light sleep. But I didn't want to. At this moment, there was another situation at the gate of Tangchen Yupan. At this time, it happened to be the high peak of going to work at 7 o'clock. The residents who were about to go out were shocked when they saw the 5 Cavalier XVs parked at the door. What kind of car is this? It looks so tough, it looks like a tank. Yeah, and it looks familiar. Yes, in Showdown and Passion. Love, isn't this the Dwayne Johnson's car? You're talking about the military version of Gurkha LAPV. This is the civilian version. It's even more domineering and arrogant. Not only is it bulletproof, it can withstand 15 kilograms of TNT. My God! Isn't that invincible in the country? Of course. To put it bluntly, this is a tank that can be legally used on the road. Otherwise, how could an SUV be so expensive? You must know that Rolls-Royce's SUV Curry is only a few million. And this car is all handmade. A car takes 1,500 hours. The first batch is limited to 100 units, at least 20 million. One car costs 20 million, 5 cars, 100 million. Oh my God, which local tyrant does this belong to? Sure enough, Tangchen has a lot of talents. Not surprisingly, whose master it is. Haha. Last time, 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms blocked the gate of Tangchen's first rank. This Yasai, 5 Knights and 15s blocked the gate of Tangchen's first rank again. What kind of enmity, what resentment? That's right, Tangchen Yupan provokes such a godly hero, our community is going to end, we have to change the property. Well, it's possible. It was said that Han Xin, who had just received the news, had an extremely wonderful expression. Don't ask, it's Li Yi's. It must be his. Every time the luxury car blocked the door. In desperation, Han Xin could only call Li Yi. Li Yi, who was playing a virtual game, was notified by the AI and quit the game directly. Hey, Xingxin, what's the matter? Lord, the 5 tanks at the gate of Tangchen Yupan are yours, right? Hearing this, Li Yi's expression changed slightly. Could it be, the door is blocked again? Lord, come quickly, there are a lot of people around the door, and there are internet celebrities coming to live broadcast. Yes, the live broadcast software used is your future technology without makeup live broadcast. Han Xin had no choice but to say blandly. I beg you, Shen Hao, hold your hand high. If you block the door again, I, a small property manager, won't have to work, and go home to farm directly. Tangchen Yupan is blocked by luxury cars every day, and we still can't mess with him. The luxury car that I bought, I guess our property management has to get out and change people. Well, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding, I'll go now. Li Yi said in embarrassment, and hurried downstairs. After working for 2 days, Li Yi was also a little tired. She really didn't expect to block the door again. But the live broadcast without makeup is really popular, and there are internet celebrities at the door. It seems that the sisters have good looks, otherwise, without the bonus of makeup, beauty, filters and plastic surgery, how would they dare to live broadcast without makeup? It is precisely because of this that there are many fans of the Suyin live broadcast, and more rewards. Fans donate rewards, of course they want to see the real beauty, not a pretentious 3-point change to 9-point change, let alone plastic surgery. Original beauty is called beauty, as for plastic surgery and face change, if you are willing to spend money, you are not afraid of pain. If you go to Korea, you will get 9 out of 3 points. Chapter 56. Soon, Li Yi came to the gate of Tangchen Yupan, and was really shocked to see 5 knights lined up in a row. It's not like 5 SUVs at all, on the contrary, the wild and fierce shape is more like an armored tank. At this time, Han Yu, a young man with yellow hair and hot tinfoil, galloped over in a Mercedes G, and stopped behind Knight 15. Looking at the 15th knight in front of him, Han Yu couldn't help but look complicated. As the dream of many men, the Mercedes G is already a domineering SUV. A lot of off-road cars parked in front of the Mercedes G will look insignificant, not even a Hummer. But today, when the big Mercedes G stopped in front of Cavalier 15, it was completely different. It only felt small, really small. So much so that Han Yu, who was sitting in the big G, had to look up to the 15th knight. Watching this scene, the 3 female anchors who were broadcasting the live broadcast quickly adjusted the camera to the Knight 15 and the Mercedes G. Mo Xining, the most beautiful anchor among them, smiled and said, "There is no comparison, no harm. Everyone, the majestic Mercedes G is trembling like a little brother in front of the Knight 15. Netizens saw that this was indeed the case, and all kinds of gift barrages flew up. But when Han Yu heard the words, he was furious. As a rich second generation, he irons tin foil every day, drives a big G to pick up girls, and has a rebellious temperament. How can he bear this anger? What's more, this anchor is so beautiful, not to mention 9 points of appearance. Tut tut. Han Yu said with a sinister smile. He had some calculations in his heart, and got out of the car decisively to find fault. Dare to belittle his Mercedes big G like this, if this little anchor doesn't accompany him well today, he won't do it. So Han Yu sneered and walked forward, just about to explode, but saw the first-class Knight 15. There are 5 cars lined up in a row. This made Han Yu startled, and his legs felt a little weak. As a car fan, Han Yu is very aware of the value of Cavalier 15. It is all handmade and available in limited quantities. In Daxia, 20 million may not be able to buy a new car. This kind of limited production cannot be solved with money, but with power. This person lives in Tangchen Yupan, and he can also buy 5 new cars of the Knight 15. He is definitely a godsend. But these 3 beautiful female anchors are not worth mentioning, especially the most beautiful Mo Xining. Humph! Han Yu snorted coldly, and said in a cold voice. Which BD said that my Mercedes big G is like a little brother in front of Knight 15, trembling, get out. Hearing this, the people around frowned slightly, only feeling harsh. This man speaks too badly. And the 3 anchors were even more frightened, but Mo Xining still stood up and said politely. Sorry, I'm just making a metaphor, nothing else. Excuse me? To belittle my Mercedes big G so much, is it over with a word of sorry? Han Yu sneered, stepped forward, and said unscrupulously. Then what do you want? Mo Xining felt aggrieved, and hastily turned off the live broadcast. What do I want? You, and you. You 3, stay with me, let's just let this go. Han Yu smiled and said, his eyes full of greed, otherwise, the 3 of you will not be able to leave today. Rogue, I have already apologized to you, why are you still like this? Mo Xining said stubbornly, feeling aggrieved and helpless. I like the cute and pitiful posture. Saying that, Han Yu stretched out his hand to touch Mo Xining's face. But at this time, a hand stretched out and directly blocked him, be forgiving and forgiving. It was Li Yi who shot. What are you? Do you dare to learn from other heroes to save the beauty? Han Yu was furious. As a domineering rich second generation, how could he bear this anger? Immediately withdrew his hand, and immediately hit Li Yi's head with a straight punch. Seeing this, Li Yi turned sideways to dodge like a conditioned reflex, but he lifted his foot instantly and kicked Han Yu's abdomen fiercely. All of this happened in a flash. Li Yi didn't even think about it, it was almost an instinctive reaction. During this period of time in virtual reality games, Li Yi has experienced countless fights. The body's reaction speed is eye speed, muscle memory has long been formed, and the counterattack without thinking is extremely sturdy. What? With a scream, Han Yu was directly kicked by Li Yi, only to feel the pain in his internal organs. BD, you dare to hit me! Han Yu was so angry that he had already lost his mind, got up, and rushed forward again with fists in turn. Boom! Another kick. Before Han Yu got close to Li Yi, he flew out again. Now Han Yu was stunned, and the severe pain forced him to calm down. If he is impulsive again, he will be the one who gets beaten. So Han Yu stood up and said coldly, "Okay, are you really going to stand up for them today? Successful? I just don't like your little yellow hair, bullying girls." Li Yi smiled and said contemptuously. "What's more, what she said is right. In front of my Knight 15, your Mercedes Big G is just a little brother, only worthy of trembling. You." Han Yu was furious, but he calmed down and stared at Li Yi, full of disbelief. "These 5 Knights 15 are all yours." Chapter 57. These 5 Knights 15 are all yours. Nonsense. As Li Yi said, he reached out and took out 5 sets of car keys from the system space, and shook them at the little yellow hair. So, a man's ability is based on strength, not by bullying women. As for you little yellow hair who only knows how to chew on the old, you'd better go to the bar to socialize. You. Han Yu was furious, wishing he could rush up and fight Li Yi to the death. But he dare not. He can't beat Li Yi, he is afraid of being beaten. That's right, it's so realistic, he dare not be impulsive anymore. Otherwise, if he rushed up again, he would be kicked away by Li Yi. Okay, today's matter, I will write it down. Han Yu said viciously, he had no choice but to get on the big G of the Mercedes in disgrace. It's just helpless that the Knight 15 stood in front of him, and if the Knight 15 didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to enter the community either. Li Yi saw this scene in his heart, but didn't pay any attention to it. The export and import of Tang Chen Yupan are separated. During the peak hours of work at this point, they all go out, and few come in. Except for Han Yu, who was driving the big G, who knew where he was fooling around last night, and only came back at this point. Therefore, Li Yi's car only blocked Han Yu's big G, it did not affect other people, and it was harmless. "Thank you." Mo Xening came up, said with a smile, and extended her hand generously, "My name is Mo Xening, today is thanks to you." "A piece of cake." Li Yi said lightly, worried that Han Yu would trouble the 3 of them, so he simply said, "Can the 3 of you drive?" "Yes, we also came here by car, and we happened to find these 5 Cavalier XVs, so we wanted to broadcast it live, but unexpectedly." Mo Xening said gently, pointing to the Mini in the distance. "That's good, help me drive the car into the garage, it's not a problem to block it all the time. Li Yi is looking for a driver, isn't this ready-made?" This. Mo Xening was a little hesitant. After all, it was the 20 million Knight 15. If she accidentally touched it, it would not be enough to pay for her Mini. But the straightforward Li Lin next to her was beaming with joy. Okay, if it weren't for today, we might never meet the 15th night in our lifetime. Signing. Okay then. Seeing this, Mo Xening had no choice but to nod. Come on, 1 car per person. Li Yi took out the keys, Mo Xening, and 3 of them, each with a car. The remaining 2 are one for Li Yi and one for Han Xin. Then all 5 got into the car. Li Yi and Han Xin were in the front, and the other 2 girls were in the middle. Mo Xening got into the last car directly. Soon, all 5 cars started, and followed Li Yi directly to the underground garage I. Tang Chen Yupan, each double-story mansion comes standard with 8 parking spaces. Li Yi now has 2 sets, exactly 16 parking spaces, all connected together. 5 knights 15 rushed towards the garage together. Their appearance was not ordinary domineering. People around took out their mobile phones, took pictures, recorded videos, and even broadcast live. Seeing this scene, Han Yu at the back was furious, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he was a little ready to move. As the rich second generation, spoiled and spoiled, used to being arrogant and domineering, why have you ever felt so wronged like today? It was even said that others had beaten him horribly, and now his stomach is still in unbearable pain. The most important thing is face. He, Han Yu, was slapped in the face in public. The original Mercedes G can be said to be a very domineering car. Just like a female saying, a scumbag man drives a big G, and a scumbag girl runs a Mercedes E. Usually, Han Yu drove the big G, not the usual prestige, going to the bar, going to the nightclub, every time he could take away the little girl, it was indescribable. It can be said that big G is his signature. But today, it was killed in seconds. In front of the 20 million Night 15, the 2 million Mercedes Big G is really not enough, and he knows it well. But I just can't swallow this breath. As a result, Han Yu became more and more angry as he thought about it, and finally started the engine, kicked the solace of his feet, and slammed into the Cavalier 15 that Mo Xening was driving away. Boom! The 2 cars collided violently, and the huge sound shocked the whole field. The people around were astonished, and followed the prestige one after another. I saw that Knight 15 was knocked forward and rushed forward for a certain distance, but he stopped steadily. From a distance, he was safe and sound. But the big Mercedes G in the back was appalling, the entire front of the car was crumbled, and it was rotten. There is no way to repair it, it is completely scrapped. And Han Yu inside was wailing endlessly, the airbag opened instantly, and the huge impact shook his face bruised and swollen. Although there is no danger of life, it is really uncomfortable. Just kidding, dare to tail Cavalier 15, so what about the Mercedes Big G, it's just courting death. Seeing this scene, everyone around stopped to watch in shock, and they fully understood what is called the 15th Night. What is a road tank that can be legally used on the road? What is an armored SUV? Hearing the movement behind, Li Yi and others all stopped and got out of the car one after another. Seeing this scene clearly, Li Yi was furious. This rich second-generation little yellow hair is a lunatic. He even directly hit the car Mo Xening was driving. Fortunately, it is the Cavalier 15. If it is replaced by another car, the consequences will be disastrous. But at this time, in the 15th night, Mo Xening had already turned pale with fright, and stayed where he was, at a loss. I don't even know how the car stopped. Fortunately, the Night 15 has a built-in sea-level black technology and a perfect intelligent system, which can intelligently deal with it in the event of a car accident. For example, in the current situation, directly park the car intelligently and turn off the engine. Chapter 58. Are you okay? Li Yi opened the car door, looked at Mo Xening inside, and said with concern. Mo Xening shook her head with a look of panic. As long as you are okay, nothing else matters. Come on, get out of the car first. Li Yi stretched out his hand as he spoke. Mo Xening nodded, and took Li Yi's hand, but her legs were a little weak, and she was still in the fear of chasing after her just now. After all, she is a girl, so how could she go through such an accident? Seeing this, Li Yi had no choice but to reach out and hug Mo Xening out of the car. A car of this level has a very high chassis. Like Mercedes Big G, the chassis is too high, it is very difficult for girls to get out of the car, especially girls in skirts. The boy can take the opportunity to carry her out of the car. Not only will the other party not call you a hooligan, but they will also think you are a gentleman, even if you touch something you shouldn't touch during the period. This is the essence of a scumbag driving a Big G. Knowledge points. And this Cavalier 15 is taller than the Mercedes G, and it is more difficult to get on and off the car. Like before, Mo Xening and Han Xin, even with a height of 170, they all climbed up, really climbed up. After being hugged by Li Yi, Mo Xening was still a little dazed, subconsciously hugging Li Yi and not letting go. After all, he had just experienced a car accident and was still in fear. And Li Yi stood up for her before, which made her feel quite safe, so much so that she couldn't help holding Li Yi's hand a little harder. This made Li Yi burst into laughter, so he could only say, "Okay, Xening, it's okay." Mo Xening nodded, then slowly let go of Li Yi, and then panicked. "I'm sorry I hit you with your car." Seeing Mo Xening's guilty look, Li Yi couldn't laugh or cry. "It wasn't you who bumped into it, what are you apologizing for?" "But I drove it," Mo Xening said, still feeling guilty. Li Yi shook his head, took Mo Xening's hand and walked to the back, pointing at her. "Look, there is nothing wrong with my car except for the slight deformation of the rear. And it's not your responsibility at all. Hey! It's really all right." Mo Xening's eyes lit up in surprise. "I saw Li Yi's Cavalier 15, after being stunned by the Mercedes Big G, there was nothing wrong with it, and the rear end and bumper were slightly deformed, which was harmless. It's just that he is a Big G, and he still wants to bump into my Night 15. He is looking for abuse." As he spoke, Li Yi pointed at the big Mercedes G whose entire front was scrapped, and said with a smile. "Is it? It's all good. This car can't be repaired anymore, it's completely useless." Hearing this, Han Yu, whose nose and face were bruised and swollen from being hit by the airbag in the Big G, suddenly became livid and furious. "I feel even more regretful. Meng Lang is gone, really Meng Lang is gone. To actually drive a Mercedes G to hit the Cavalier 15, isn't that courting death? Therefore, the Night 15 of the family is safe and sound, and his Big G is completely abolished, and he can't even repair it." In desperation, Han Yu had no choice but to push open the deformed car door and climb out of the car. He was in great pain and his heart was bleeding even more. "What next?" Mo Xening asked, and the others also looked at Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and said, "Remember, don't panic if there is a car accident, first take photos in all directions, keep the evidence, and then report to the police." As he spoke, Li Yi took a photo and called the police. Han Yu next to him watched this scene, but didn't say a word. Now he is very square, very scared. "Okay, just wait for the traffic police to come, let's drive the other cars to the garage first." Li Yi spoke, ignoring Han Yu at all. Then what if he ran away? Han Xin was a little worried. It's better if he ran away, that's a hit and run, the consequences are more serious, and the sentence is even worse. Li Yi glanced at Han Yu, only to see that the other party shivered. "Come on, Xening, you ride with me." As he spoke, Li Yi pulled Mo Xening towards the Cavalier 15 that he was driving. Then a group of people drove 4 Cavalier XVs and went straight to Li Yi's parking space. The Night 15 is super big. Fortunately, Tang Chen Yupan's parking spaces are all extra large, considering the possibility of luxury cars. Otherwise, a parking space cannot be parked in. Soon, all 4 cars were parked, and everyone got out of the car one after another. 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, 5 Cavalier XVs, and that The outrageous female anchor Li Lin's eyes were straightened, and she danced excitedly. That's the Koenig Sego NE1, limited to 6 units worldwide, with a market value of over 100 million. Oh my god, Shen Hao, are these all your cars? It's almost like a basement car show. For a while, the eyes of the 3 women looking at Li Yi changed again and again. Even Mo Xining was very restless. Seeing this, Han Xin sneered and said, "What's the matter? It's actually 10 Rolls-Royces. I don't know which woman he gave one to." Li Yi's face turned black instantly. This Jiahua was absolutely intentional. And he also has 2 sets of mansions of nearly 1,000 square meters in Tangchen Yupan. One is for his own living, and the other is a golden house for hiding his charms. I don't know how many he has hidden. Han Xingxin continued, with a serious look. Let me guess, which one is Tangchen Yupan Mercedes SAMG? Or which pretty professional manager in your company? Li Yi's face turned even darker. These 2 started with a 9-point makeup without makeup. They need to have a good figure and a temperament. There is one in the family and one in the company. Li Dong, the beauty is not shallow. Han Xin said with a smile, full of meaning. Chapter 59. Ahem, in fact, there is another maid who cleans me every day and handles trivial matters. She is just a little incompetent. When I was not paying attention, she secretly used my bathtub and slept comfortably to death. It's really... Li Yi looked at Han Xin, smiled and spoke with a look of disgust. Come on, hurt each other. Anyway, Li Yi is not afraid. Who is your maid? Han Xin blushed instantly, and snorted coldly, I still have something to do, you continue. Said Han Xin left directly, I don't know if he was angry or went to work. She is? Mo Xining asked, a little curious. It's okay, the maid who cleans the house is just playing with her temper in the monsoon every day. Li Yi opened his mouth lightly, not paying attention. He didn't have much interest in things like Han Xin. Hearing this, Han Xin, who hadn't gone far, was furious, and waved his powder fist at Li Yi, as if to demonstrate, but he didn't look back. Ha ha ha, that sister has such a good figure, maybe she has an E? If you wear a maid outfit, little big brother, can you bear it? Ha ha ha. Li Lin, who has a straightforward personality, said directly, full of meaning. Mo Xining was startled by the unexpected driving, and hurriedly said. Don't worry about it, Li Lin has always been this kind of virtue, except for her ignorance, she is actually quite a good person. Ahem, it's okay. People with big chests and no brains are like this. Li Yi opened his mouth lightly, full of calm and breezy, Li Lin's size is also very good. You say I have big breasts and no brains. Li Lin's complexion changed sharply, and then she was beaming with joy. Ha ha ha, I like this word, ha ha ha. Although not as powerful as that sister just now, she is still a circle older than Mo Xining. I am proud. You. Mo Xining was so angry that she looked down, well, her C is indeed powerless to refute Li Lin's D. It's just that you BD drove like this in front of Li Yi, so you said me, my mother, I don't want to lose face? Actually, Ning is pretty good. The key is that my little princess has never been in love. Shen Hao, I like you. As Li Lin spoke, she directly pushed Mo Xining towards Li Yi. Li Lin, you. Mo Xining's complexion changed drastically, and she was caught off guard. She was about to fall when she was standing still in the sky-high dress. At the critical moment, Li Yi reached out and hugged Mo Xining, which prevented her from falling. And Mo Xining hugged Li Yi even more subconsciously, her blushing cheeks were like overripe apples for a while, and she was even more weird in her heart. She is usually extremely indifferent to the opposite S**X, never giving them a chance to get close. But today I was hugged twice by Li Yi, not only didn't feel disgusted, but even liked it a little. Could it be that this is called love? But the problem is that Li Yi is too arrogant, and there are so many peerless beauties around him. According to Han Xin, one in the family and one in the company start with 9 points. And the maid. Although I don't know if it's true or not, but a girl like her, Mo Xining, who is indifferent and doesn't fight or grab, obviously can't hold it. Even if she follows Li Yi, she may only be a lover. It is too difficult to be Li Yi's only wife. Real. It's not just Li Yi, any successful person who has reached that level has the red flag at home and the colorful flags fluttering outside. Thinking of this, Mo Xining's heart was extremely complicated, but holding Li Yi's hand, she couldn't help but exert a little more strength. Feeling this change, Li Yi smiled slightly and said, "It's okay." "Oh, thank you." Only then did Mo Xining come back to her senses, and found that she was still hugging Li Yi, as if she was still hugging him very tightly, and immediately blushed even more, and quickly let go. "Thanks, thanks. You're welcome." Li Yi hadn't spoken yet, but Li Lin took the words and said bluntly, "When you are done, remember to ask me to be a bridesmaid, and just give me a big red envelope." "How dare you say that?" Mo Xining was furious, this girl was too much, then reached out and twisted Li Lin's waist hard. "Ah! It hurts, my aunt, please forgive me. Please forgive me." Li Lin hurriedly begged for mercy and resolutely fought back, causing the two daughters to make a fuss. Seeing this scene, Li Yi couldn't help but laugh. It's not bad to have such a good girlfriend. But the third female anchor next to her didn't pay attention to this, she just looked straight at Li Yi, and she didn't know what she was thinking in her eyes. At this time, a group of people came over, including a female traffic policeman. "You are the owner of Night 15. The man with a big belly in the lead looked at Li Yi and said in a bad tone, "It's you who scared my son like this." As an entrepreneur of the older generation, Han Weiguo has a net worth of nearly 2 billion, so what about the 15th night? He doesn't take it seriously, and Li Yi is not very old, he is also a rich second generation, so just bluffing and bluffing is fine. Could it be that he had to bow down and apologize in person? How is this possible? Humph! My father is here, you are finished today, and you can't even lose money. Han Yu snorted coldly, the previous panic was gone, replaced by unscrupulous. Li Yi couldn't help laughing, and said lightly, "Like a father, like a son, they are all the same breed." Presumptuous! Han Weiguo yelled angrily, but looking at the 15th knight lined up in front of him, his tone softened a bit. "Young man, today's matter is my son's impulsiveness, but his car was also destroyed, so let's forget about it." Just between the lines, there is still a condescending attitude. Not only does it not mean any apology, but it seems to let Li Yi go. This made Li Yi very upset, and said with a sneer, "Forget it. Even if I agree, you can ask the traffic policeman, will she agree?" At this time, policewoman Song Qin came up and said, "If there is no illegal act, and both of you are willing to go private, that's fine. If there is, then you have to follow the rules." Hearing this, Han Weiguo snorted coldly, knowing that it was his son's fault, he simply said, "Young man, I don't think there's anything wrong with your car. I'll accompany you for 1,000 yuan, and that's the end of the matter." $1,000. Li Yi smiled and shook his head, looking at Han Weiguo like an idiot. "Are you an idiot?" Chapter 60. You. Han Weiguo was so angry that Li Yi called him stupid. Simply presumptuous. Although Li Yi's family is the 15th knight, but he is just a college student who just graduated. Han Weiguo doesn't take it seriously, he's just a rich second generation. And Han Weiguo, as an entrepreneur worth nearly 2 billion, is also a powerful figure, so why would he be afraid? In anger, Han Weiguo wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Li Yi. "My car, Cavalier 15, is limited worldwide, and there are only 100 units at the moment. A new car cannot be bought in Daxia for 20 million yuan. One door, you can buy a BMW. Now the car is deliberately rear-ended by your son's Mercedes Big G, although my car is hard enough, it is not broken. But the rear bumper and the rear of the car are all deformed. Yes, the headlight frame is also a bit deformed. All need to be replaced. And these accessories need to be sent from Canada, and skilled workers need to come from there. Do you know how much it costs? A brand new Mercedes Big G may not be enough to pay for it. Pay back 1,000 yuan, are you an idiot? Every word, Han Weiguo was speechless, and his face was extremely livid. He knew that what Li Yi said was true. There are currently only 100 cars of this level in the world, and all materials are specially customized. Like a tire, even if it is hit by a bullet, it can continue to move forward. If you go to other places to repair it, how can it be repaired? There is also the rear bumper, the rear of the car, and the headlights. Although it is only a little damage, luxury cars are all about perfection, so they have to be replaced. The original Canadian factory has to be responsible, others can't handle it. Whether it is materials or technology, it will not work. But Han Yu's mother next to him didn't know this, and said angrily, "Isn't it just deformed? Just find a car repair shop to fix it. Returning a Mercedes Big G is not enough to pay, you are stealing money. You are blackmailing. Police, you heard it all, he wants to blackmail us. You shut up." Han Weiguo snorted coldly, knowing that this matter would be difficult, he quickly stopped his wife. If Li Yi is really angered, if he really follows the rules and does not accept private chats, then he will be in big trouble. At the very least, his son would have to go in if he couldn't get it right. Although he could make money in the future, he would inevitably suffer a lot of grievances. BD, Han Weiguo, you are a trash. Your son was bullied and we were blackmailed. Not only did you not say anything, you didn't let me say it. You are a trash. UBD, UBD. I, Li Qiun, fell in love with you because I was blind. Such a piece of trash. Li Qiun shouted sharply, getting angrier as he spoke. It's useless at home, and it's useless outside. Tell me, what's the use of you trash? Snapped. A slap across the face was slapped on Li Qiun's face, and Han Weiguo was already furious. This prodigal girl has no discernment and can say everything. I even said that I am incompetent, I am also a big man with a head and face, I don't want to lose face. BD, Han Weiguo, you dare to hit me, I will fight you. As he said that, Li Qiun jumped on him, his long fingernails, and grabbed Han Weiguo fiercely. What? Han Weiguo screamed, a bloodstain was scratched on his face, and he kicked Li Qiun away. BD, you are an incompetent BD, just hit me if you have the ability. Li Qiun went completely crazy, and rushed forward again, and the two fought again. Watching this scene, Li Yi and the others looked at me and you with complicated expressions. As for Han Yu, seeing his father and mother fighting hand to hand, he was frightened and stupid. How dare he speak? Then what, don't you care? Li Yi smiled and looked at the policewoman next to her. I'm a traffic policeman, not a civilian policeman, so I can't control it. I can only persuade. Song Qin opened his mouth and said solemnly, stop hitting me, if you hit me again, call the police. Everyone. It sounds reasonable. And look at this posture, do I dare to go up? What if I scratch me and I can't fight back, what should I do if my face is disfigured? Song Qin continued, with reasons and evidence. It sounds reasonable. Li Yi nodded, the policewoman was a little interesting. Han Weiguo yelled angrily, and slapped Li Qiun hard on the face again. You prodigal BCH, it's okay to be crazy at ordinary times, but if you play tricks again today, our son will have to go to jail. Only then did Li Qiun calm down, covered her face, and nodded. Okay, I'll take note of this account. First settle the son's matter for me, if you can't handle it well, go back and see if I won't tear you apart. Han Weiguo couldn't help shaking his head, with a melancholy expression on his face. If it wasn't for your father's power, I would have taken a fancy to you? And gave birth to such a useless son? Really? Incompetent bungler. Tired, really tired. Even the owner of Cavalier 15 dared to mess with it. Fortunately, he's just a young boy who just graduated, he's just a wealthy second generation, otherwise Han Weiguo, who is worth more than 1 billion yuan, wouldn't dare to provoke him. But no matter how tired you are, it's your own life, so you have to take care of it. So Han Weiguo walked towards Li Yi and held out a finger. Young man, take a step back and open up the sky. To tell you the truth, I have a lot of energy. This matter will be settled with 100,000 yuan. Otherwise. Humph. As a human being, Han Weiguo knew very well that he had to be strong and frightened towards the rich second generation. Otherwise, once they are weak, they will open their mouths like a lion. But he never thought that Li Yi is not a rich second generation, but a full rich generation. 100,000? Threatening me? Li Yi couldn't help laughing, and said, I'm just saying this to you, your son's prison food is guaranteed. You. Han Weiguo was so angry that before he had time to say anything, he heard Li say. Comrade Traffic Police, please show me the accident responsibility statement. This little yellow hair deliberately hit my car, suspected of intentional injury, and caused my personal property loss of more than 3 million yuan. Is it enough to be sentenced? By the way, I am not short of money, and I do not accept private money. Already? Song Qin nodded, that's enough. Not only do you have to pay 3 million yuan for car damage, but you also have to be sentenced to 3 years in prison. I'll issue you a statement of responsibility, and you can report to the police for the rest. It is good. Li Yi nodded, and then he was going to call the police with his mobile phone. Seeing this, Han Weiguo's expression changed sharply. If he calls the police, his son will be sentenced to at least 3 years in prison. Chapter 61. What's more, once you have a criminal record, it's not just a matter of 3 years. Han Yu's development will be affected for the rest of his life. Han Weiguo came from an ordinary background and didn't have much education. But with a good mouth, she married Li Qiun and relied entirely on the protection of her father-in-law's official authority to make a small factory bigger and achieve today's achievements. It's just that being uneducated means being uneducated, and the old idea of official standard is still in his bones. I feel that in business, strength is not important, but human relationship is important. Innovation is not important, but flattery and management are important. Many old industrialists of that era were like this. It is inevitable that you only know how to bully the weak and fear the hard, and use your power to overwhelm others. This is also the fundamental reason why many old-fashioned industries continue to decline, and even go bankrupt or close down. Thoughts, can't keep up with the times. So, Han Weiguo immediately stepped forward, stopped Li Yi, and continued to threaten. Young man, do you know who I am? Do you know how capable I am? To tell you the truth, if you mess with me, I will make you go all the way. He knows that this kind of rich second representative is arrogant on the surface, but in fact he is a stern person, and he will not be soft when he is tough. But I don't want to, Li Yi is not a rich second generation at all. Haha, you are very capable. How old are you? Li Yi shook his head with a smile, and said indifferently. Is there a FEU live broadcaster with great energy? Is there a FEU live broadcast with a market value of 20 billion that has great energy? Flying Fish Live. Han Weiguo's face changed slightly, he didn't know what Li Yi meant by saying that, but he heard Li Yi continue. Flying Fish's old dong was sent to the ICU by me, and even Feiu's live broadcast was bankrupted by me, so what are you? Hehe, your little energy is also called energy? Enough to see. Li Yi looked at Han Weiguo in front of him, full of sarcasm. Flying fish is bankrupt, you are Director Li of Future Technology. Han Weiguo's complexion changed sharply. He, who has always been a bully and shy of toughness, felt his hair stand on end, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. His eyes couldn't help but look to the side, and he saw a black and white supercar parked beside it. It was the Koenigsegg one. There are only 6 sets in the world. In the whole of Huaxia, 2 sets are supported to death. As for Modu, there is only one, which is the car of Director Li of Future Technology. It's over, it's over. Thinking of this, Han Weiguo only felt icy cold, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He thought that Li Yi was young, just graduated, and just a wealthy second generation, but he didn't expect that he would be the chairman of Future Technology. He has always bullied the weak and feared the strong, but now he looked at his son Han Yu with even more Sun anger. How many children did this dog provoke? Even Li Dong of Future Technology dares to provoke you. Don't you think your father's life is too long? Find some excitement for me? In a fit of rage, Han Weiguo kicked Han Yu hard and kicked him to the ground. Dad! What are you doing? Han Yu was stunned, then furious, very puzzled. Kneel down and plead guilty to Director Li. Han Weiguo shouted sharply, and kicked Han Yu again without holding back. You dare to provoke even Li Dong, you cheating black sheep, how did I, Han Weiguo, give birth to something like you? As he said that, he rushed up and punched and kicked Han Yu to the flesh. Soon Han Yu turned into a pig's head with a bruised nose and a swollen face, covered in blood. Looking at this scene, Li Qiun next to him looked complicated, but he didn't say a word. Li Qiun felt cold when she knew that the person in front of her was Director Li of Future Technology. Even if they can be regarded as famous figures with some background, but compared with Director Li of Future Technology, they are not enough at all. Since the Battle of the Gods in the live broadcast world last night, Li Yi's name has already caused a sensation all over the world. With the power of one person, the 4 live streaming giants were brought down. Short selling of tens of billions made Douyi Live Broadcasting almost bankrupt, and the old Dong Ren has been in the intensive care unit for thousands of years without knowing whether he is alive or dead. With such an existence, his son dared to provoke him. Isn't this courting death? Han Yu, who was beaten half to death, understood what was going on no matter how stupid he was. Knowing that he had provoked an existence that shouldn't be provoked, he quickly knelt on the ground and said, Li Dong, I was wrong, please let me go. Please. Hearing this, Li Yi smiled noncommittally, and looked at Ren Qiannian. What do you say? Dong Li, it's all caused by this BD, and I'm to blame. I'll teach him a lesson later. But I only have this one son, so I ask Ren Dong Gao to let him live. I'm willing to give 10 million as compensation. Han Weiguo spoke hastily, fearfully. If it was an ordinary person, he, Han Weiguo, wouldn't pay a penny. But since Li Yi, the chairman of Future Technology, can't afford to mess with him, he can only give 10 million. Typical bullying. Li Yi looked at Han Weiguo with a silent expression, but said in his heart, System, check Han Weiguo's property. A piece of cake. Whether it is the AI intelligence of Li Yi's home, the AI intelligence of all luxury cars, or the AI intelligence of future technologies, they are all far beyond the current AI level, and they are all in line with the system. Therefore, it would be much easier to leave this trivial matter to the system to check. Relying on the high-dimensional technology to reduce the dimensionality of the Earth's technology, in less than a second, there will be a result. Han Weiguo, graduated from junior high school, stepped in backwards, and his wife Li Qiun. Thanks to the support and protection of his father-in-law, the family business today. Later, when his father-in-law retired, Han Weiguo's net worth skyrocketed, and he was still afraid of Li Qiun. The 5 lovers are all hiding outside, and so is the money. Li Qiun controls the funds on the surface. 5 children, Han Yu, and 2 illegitimate children, 2 illegitimate daughters. There are 5 sets of real estate, with a cumulative value of 300 million yuan, each in Tangchen Yupan. The working capital is 78 million, which are stored in. The fixed assets are worth 500 million yuan, and there are 3 fireworks factories, monopolizing 1/5 of the country's fireworks market. Hold shares. Sun Han Yu, Zhengqiang J underage girl. Comprehensive net worth 1.8 billion. Chapter 62. Looking at these materials, Li Yi couldn't help shaking his head, looking at Han Weiguo with a cold look. 10 million. Han Weiguo's heart trembled, but he still spoke calmly. Mr. Li's redemption. My Han family business is the main business, and I invest a lot. I'm not as rich and powerful as Mr. Li. 10 million is already the limit of liquidity. At this time, you are still fooling me for a fool. Li Yi shook his head and patted Han Weiguo's head. You say, if your son is not dead, who will die? Han Weiguo was terrified, and hurriedly said. Mr. Li, I made a mistake. I remembered that my wife still has 2 cards with 20 million. A total of 30 million. This is all my current assets, please show me your hand, Dong Li. It's really gone. At this time, Li Qiun also stood up and said quickly. That's right, Mr. Li, Lao Han didn't lie this time, it's really gone. I know all about his money. Really gone? Li Yi shook and sighed. There are still 20 million from my wife, so how much do you have from your 5 lovers, 2 illegitimate children, and 2 illegitimate daughters? Nearly 50 million, right? Continuously deceive me as a fool, you are very good, Director Han. What Li Yi hates the most is when others lie to him, so today's matter is even more difficult. What? 5 lovers, 2 illegitimate children, and 2 illegitimate daughters. Li Qiun was stunned, as if he didn't know this, and he was furious. Okay, Han Weiguo, you're so sneaky. Even I don't know, you're so well hidden. I said that the annual sales of the fireworks factory are not low, but the profits are not seen. If you are afraid that I will check the accounts, you will save them with your lover. Yes, very good. You wolf-hearted thing, without my father, would you be where you are today? See if I don't tear you apart. As he said that, Li Qiun couldn't care about anything else, and stretched out his hand to scratch Han Weiguo. Han Weiguo was shocked. How did Li Yi know these secrets? Hastily said, no, really not. Qiun, trust me. No? I believe you a ghost. Seeing that the hand-to-hand fight was about to be staged again, Li Yi quickly said sharply. If you want to fight, you go home and fight with a knife. Let's settle this matter today. Hearing this, the two quickly calmed down, but the atmosphere was completely different. The two were still in the same heart before, but now, God knows how much the husband and wife have in mind. When the marriage reaches this point, there is no love, only habits and interests are left. Before his father-in-law was in power, Han Weiguo was still a little bit jealous, and tolerated Li Qiun everywhere, even hiding his lover, illegitimate child, and money outside. But now that his father-in-law has long since abdicated, it is very difficult for Han Weiguo to bear it any longer, but his son is his own, so he is saved. Mr. Li, make an offer. How much will you be able to let my son go? Han Weiguo sighed and could only speak like this. I'm sorry, I'm not short of money. In this matter, money is not enough. Li Yi smiled, and said lightly, but I don't mind if people take me for a fool. Li Dong. Han Weiguo knew that he was not good, so he hurried forward to intercede, but Li Yi didn't respond at all. Instead he pointed to Han Yu who was kneeling on the ground and said, Officer, this kid reeks of alcohol, I suspect he was driving under the influence of alcohol. Hey? Drunk driving. Song Qin frowned slightly, then took out the tester, and after a test, it was not only drunk driving, but also drunk driving. Drunken driving, intentional rear-end collision, endangering the personal safety of others, causing personal property losses of more than 3 million yuan, and the other party does not want to chat privately, and does not accept mediation. Song Qin looked at Han Weiguo and sighed, then shook his head. Your son is finished, and he will be punished for several crimes. At least 5 years will start. The exact number of years depends on the police. 5 years to start. Hearing this, Han Yu was frightened and stupid, and Li Qiun was even more stunned. Even Han Weiguo was stunned and panicked. They never expected it to be so serious, starting in 5 years. Han Yu is only 21 years old now, and after 5 or 7 years of being locked up, he will be 27 or 8 years old. The best years are spent in prison, the consequences can be imagined. It can be said that this life will be wasted. Li Dong. Please. Please hold your hand high. Han Weiguo quickly opened his mouth and had to bow his head. If Li Yi was willing to chat privately, the crime could be mitigated. At that time, if you do activities again, it may be reduced to a year, or even a few months of detention. Actually, it's better to go in for such a cheating BD like him. Otherwise, if he doesn't go in, he will trap you in sooner or later. Li Yi smiled and said, full of meaning, don't you think so? Director Han. Han Weiguo felt a chill in his heart when he heard the words, but he was speechless. Han Yu's cheating existence really has the strength to trick him into it. Entrepreneurs can make hundreds of millions of dollars, and few have a clean foundation. If you look into the dead, there are more or less things that can't be seen. What's more, don't you have 2 illegitimate children, 2 illegitimate daughters? Which Yig is not better than this Han Yu? Li Yi said with a smile, and patted Han Weiguo on the shoulder. But Li Qiun next to him looked at Han Weiguo viciously with fire in his eyes. As for the earth-shattering battle between the two of them when they get home, that's unknown. Soon, the police came, dealt with it routinely, and took Han Yu away. Haha, what a future technology director Li, he really has a good trick. Today's matter, Lao Han, I wrote it down. Han Weiguo spoke coldly, and gave Li Yi a hard look, completely resentful. Seeing this, Li Yi burst into laughter, but said lightly. Comrade policeman, I heard that this kid has other criminal records, such as harming young girls. As for the evidence, I will give it to you later. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Whether it's the police or Han Weiguo. Even Han Yu, the person involved, looked flustered, trembling, and said incoherently. No, I didn't. Dad, you tell them, I didn't. That girl wasn't me. I didn't. The more the cover-up, the more the truth. Han Yu's posture at this moment made the pupils of all the policemen shrink slightly, and they knew in their hearts that this matter was almost inseparable. Otherwise, Han Yu wouldn't be so scared, let alone speak incoherently, and wouldn't even call himself out. Start in 3 years, less than 10 years. Seriously, the sentence will be heavier. If the 2 crimes are punished together, it will be a super VIP prison meal for more than 10 years. Well, I can catch up with the commercial spies of the 4 major live broadcast giants. If there are more than one, it will be even more difficult to calculate. Damn it, you are going to kill my son. Han Weiguo bristled with anger, his eyes were about to burst. Li said a few words, his son is completely finished. But before he finished speaking, his wife raised her hand and slapped Han Weiguo hard on the face. Snapped. A crisp voice sounded, and the 5 fingerprints were even more dazzling to the extreme. Chapter 63. In an instant, Han Weiguo was stupefied by the beating, and just about to have an attack, he heard her wife sternly shout. Han Weiguo, you are mentally handicapped. Because of what you said, my son committed an extra crime and was sentenced for many years. Do you dare to say it again? Are you going to punish you or to death? Hearing this, the bewildered Han Weiguo turned pale with shock and calmed down completely. Li Yi is the kind of person who wants revenge and doesn't even bring overnight. Before he wanted to pay less money, he lied to Li Yi twice, and Li Yi gave his son a drunk driving punishment. Then he couldn't swallow the breath, and said a harsh word, but Li Yi revealed the matter of Han Yuqiang. If he speaks harshly again, who knows what Li Yi will do? But it can definitely kill his son completely, and let his son sit in prison. This is Li Yi's personality, revenge can't be overnight. So, Han Weiguo nodded, didn't dare to say anything, and left bitterly. But in my heart, I firmly remember Li Yi, write down this account. Watching this scene, Li Yi shook his head and sighed. It's obviously a very simple thing, but it's really. Everyone was speechless after hearing the words. The so-called one misstep will cause eternal hatred. When Han Yu dared to hit Li Yi's knight 15, Li Yi had no intention of letting Han Yu go. But in this society, killing people is against the law, but sending people in legally so that they can enjoy the most different kind of prison food at the best age is excellent. More importantly, in it, all inmates will take extra care of rapists. As for how to take care of it, everyone knows, such as picking up a piece of soap. It is conceivable that a sentence of more than 10 years at this age is definitely more serious than killing a rich second generation like Han Yu. At this point, all the dust settled, and the others left one after another. Only the 3 daughters of Mo Xining and the traffic policeman Song Qin were left. More importantly, Song Qin kept staring at Li Yi, which made Li Yi feel a little uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like this? Is it possible that you are also tempted by me? Li Yi joked that Song Qin's appearance also started at 9 points, and his figure also needless to say. More importantly, as a policeman, Song Qin has a dashing and capable look. And that looks a bit like the piled-over policewoman in the game. If it is cosplay, it must be very interesting. Hey, I'm looking to see if you have committed any crime. Song Qin's pink cheeks flushed slightly, and then said solemnly. Have you ever raced a car, with a Porsche 911? Porsche 911? Li Yi frowned slightly, and couldn't help but think of a street next to Tang Chen Yupin a few days ago. At a traffic light, a Porsche 911 provokes him. As a result, Li Yi not only took the lead in the whole process, but also changed into the road of the Porsche 911, letting the other party eat his own exhaust. Could it be that Song Qin was nearby and witnessed this scene? Now you want to settle accounts after autumn? But who is Li Yi? How could he admit it? Shaking his head decisively, no, I am such a busy person, how can I have that time? Yes. Song Qin smiled, looked at the black Koenigsegg one, his eyes lit up. There's nothing wrong with it, it's you. That day you two raced fast, I didn't catch you, but I took the Porsche 911 back to the police station. Li Yi. What a miserable Porsche 911, not only lost in a mess, followed him to eat ashes, was also caught by the traffic police, and even brought back to the police station, what a tragedy. But Li Yi still pretended to be stupid, is there? There must be. Koenigsegg one, there is only one in the whole Magic City, it must be you, there is no mistake. Song Qin was very firm, and even thought about taking Li Yi back for punishment. Li Yi suppressed a sigh, and tentatively said, there is no proof for empty talk, is there any evidence? Is there a video? Song Qin shook his head, no, it's too soon, too late. There is no evidence, what are you talking about? Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and said carelessly, really, I scared my father to death. UBD. Song Qin was furious, this Li Yi was so out of tune. Okay, I don't have evidence this time, I admit it, and I will focus on you in the future. Don't, if you also fall in love with me, then I will be in trouble. Li Yi smiled and said teasingly, I don't want to be watched by the traffic police every day. There is no way, other men will lick and coax a top-quality beauty. But Li Yi can't, he can only flirt. You are beautiful, hey. Only fools like people like you. Song Qin snorted coldly, with a look of disgust. Just as the words were finished, Mo Xining suddenly stepped forward, took out her mobile phone, looked at Li Yi with a blushing face and said, Can I add your WeChat? As the goddess of Jufen, the opposite S*X always asks her to add WeChat, and then she ruthlessly rejects her. But I never took the initiative to ask for the WeChat of the opposite S*X. Coupled with that shy posture, everything is self-evident. This made Song Qin's face livid, shook his head, and muttered, Is there really a fool who likes you? Li Yi. Song Qin. Chapter 64. Seeing Mo Xining's shy face, Li Yi said lightly. You have also seen that I am very dangerous. Mo Xining nodded. Then do you want to add more? Li Yi said with a smile. Mo Xining nodded again. Okay. Li Yi sighed, took out his phone, and shook his head. You know that a man like me is dangerous, but you still want to add WeChat, I guess you are a fool. Well, can I add one too? Maybe I'm a fool too. At this time, Li Lin, who was straightforward, also took out her mobile phone and spoke with a smile. Li Yi. Song Qin. I also want to add. I guess my brain is not very good. Another female anchor said the same thing. Li Yi. Song Qin. Mo Xining. Li Lin. Afterwards, several people left separately, and Li Yi returned to Tangchen Yupan, continuing to sleep in deep sleep to recover while playing virtual reality games. He didn't pay attention to today's turmoil, let alone the battle of the gods last night. But I don't want to. The media at home and abroad are completely blown up because of Li Yi, because of the battle of the gods between the 5 live broadcast giants last night. Guangming Daily, the battle of the gods is staged in the live broadcast industry, and the rookie Future Technology has swept the 4 live broadcast giants. Xinhua News, Future Technology by Shorts, Lore Flying Fish live broadcast. The latter may face bankruptcy. Global Times, in the future, the suppression of technology will end the era of beauty live broadcast and start the era of live broadcast without makeup. The Guardian, make a strong move and buy 30% of the shares at the bottom. Future Technology has become the second largest shareholder of Penguin Live. BBC, Suyin Live, plus the second largest shareholder of Penguin Live, may become the number 1 giant in the live broadcast industry in the future. Ta Kong Pao, Ren Qiannian, chairman of FEU, is still in the ICU. Is there a tomorrow for FEU's live broadcast? Mirror report, Rui Capital lent 100 million FEU shares to Future Technology, and the loss was as high as more than 4 billion. The top management took the blame and resigned. The Times, who is Li Yi? With the power of one person, the 4 major live broadcast giants were overthrown, and the live broadcast stocks were miserable, and there was a lot of grief. All of a sudden, domestic and foreign media headlines and news apps were all overwhelmed by Future Technology, live broadcast without makeup, battle of the gods, shorted bye-bye, massacred, and swiped the screen. The 4 words of Future Technology have become an existence that everyone knows. And the Suyin live broadcast took advantage of this to become popular and unparalleled in momentum. That effect is much more effective than spending billions on advertising to make headlines. It can be said that the battle of the gods last night, with the fall of the 4 major live broadcast giants, has achieved Future Technology and achieved the live broadcast without makeup. It is precisely because of this that the number of users of Suyin live broadcast has soared rapidly. It quickly broke through the 500 million mark, which can be described as terrifying. This record is not only a new record for live broadcast without makeup, but also a new record for the entire live broadcast industry, unprecedented. Naturally, it caused a series of chain reactions, and many people wanted to buy future technology stocks and take the opportunity to make a lot of money. However, it was discovered that the future technology was not listed at all. A lot of capital is directly related to future technology, and wants to invest heavily in shares. But he didn't want to. Xiao Qianqian directly refused, bluntly saying that future technology is not bad for money. If you think about it, the cash flow of future technology is already in the tens of billions of short-selling FEU Live. Even if it bought a 30% stake in Penguin Live, it only cost 1.5 billion, leaving more than 8 billion. Really not short of money, let alone short of money. This made capital gnash their teeth with hatred. They can see a cake as big as future technology, but they can't eat it. The taste is so sour and refreshing just thinking about it. At the same time, a special meeting was held at the Fruit headquarters, and Tim Cook sat in personally. Everyone, there is only one topic for today, and that is the issue of future technology. Tim Cook's expression was a bit complicated. Small emerging companies like future technology couldn't catch his eyes at all. Not to mention reducing the 30% commission for fruits, don't even think about it. If you want to list on the Fruit.io's platform, all app account funds will go to the Fruit platform. After 30% of the fruit is drawn, the remaining 70% belongs to the app developer. This is the overlord clause of Fruit. Even the Penguin and Ali group had to compromise, bow their heads, and pay the overlord clause of the protection fee. What kind of capital do you have for your little future technology? Talk to Fruit. But who would have expected that the development of science and technology in the future will be too fast, too fierce, and the most important thing is monopoly. For example, Suyin Magic Mirror and Suyin Live Broadcast, only future technology can do it, and there is no substitute at all. The technology of other giants can't reach it, even if you want to copy it. So much so that Fruit had to hold a general meeting of shareholders to discuss this matter. Chapter 65. Just this morning, Future Technology once again rejected our Fruit invitation, and said that it has no plans to develop apps for other platforms. Cook said in a deep voice, frowning. But according to our information, the Android version of Suyin Magic Mirror and Suyin Live has already been launched. The Windows version has also been developed and is being tested. It will be launched soon. What? There are Android and Windows versions, but there is no iOS version. A director spoke angrily, full of resentment. That's right, even though we invited him repeatedly, the other party politely declined. Cook nodded. It was a bit unpleasant. Why was the dignified Fruit so ignored by others? Damn it! This future technology is too floating, so you don't pay attention to Fruit. Are you trying to challenge our 30% hegemony? A senior executive spoke, hitting the nail on the head, and talked about the key points. That's right. All online Fruit.io's terminals have a 30% commission. Gold-absorbing beasts such as Suyin Magic Mirror and Suyin Live Broadcast can have a monthly revenue of more than $1 billion. We take 30%, which is enough hundreds of millions of dollars. A year is billions of dollars in profits. Cook sighed, and it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. It's just that the other party has never launched the Fruit platform, so we can't get any income from this. And this is also the key point of the game between the two sides. Having said that, Cook paused, looked around at the directors, and said in a deep voice, the next thing we have to decide is to choose to compromise with future technology and reduce or even give up the 30% commission. Or continue to compete with future technology to the end, and see who bows first in the end. Fruits must never compromise. The 30% commission is the most important income of our iOS ecosystem, and we must not give it up. Yes, future technology is a money printing machine. If you give up, wouldn't you lose hundreds of millions of dollars every month? Billions of dollars a year. And once we give up, other app giants will take the opportunity to attack us and ask us to reduce the commission. All shareholders agree, never give up. Hundreds of millions of dollars per month, billions of dollars in revenue a year, no one is willing to give up. But all the executives frowned and looked dignified. Shareholders only care about the current money, but executives care about the development and fate of the fruit. After a long time, a high-level person spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, just this morning, the number of users of Future Technologies live broadcast without makeup, in the Kyushu market with 1.4 billion people alone, has exceeded the 500 million mark. Once globalized, this monopolistic software will face 7 billion people around the world. How many users will there be? You should know this. Everyone was shocked. How long has it been? The number of users of Suyin Magic Mirror and Suyin Live has reached 500 million, and it is only one country. Horror can only be said to be horror. More importantly, because the fruit platform does not have a magic mirror, many people have already considered giving up the fruit phone and switching to Android. The executive spoke again, voicing his biggest fear. How can that be? The collective expression of the directors changed, full of disbelief. For Suyin Live Broadcast and Suyin Magic Mirror, give up the fruit phone? Are these users crazy? Nothing is impossible, the times are not what they used to be, and the fruits are not what they were 3 years ago. Cook sighed, looking sad. With the complete rise of Huawei and Rice mobile phones, especially Huawei, which has already seriously impacted the market share of fruit in the field of high-end mobile phones. Now coupled with future technology and restrictions on fruit at the software level, the final result can be imagined. And no. I think Mr. Cook is a bit exaggerated. Warwick has indeed had a great impact on fruit, but a small emerging technology company in the future has this energy. That is, if the future technology has Huawei's ability, our fruit may really have to compromise. But unfortunately, they don't. Several major directors spoke with a smile, full of indifference. Just kidding, how long has it been since the establishment of future technology? How does it compare with Warwick? It's true that they don't have the strength of Warwick at present, but they have a monopoly of black technology. Cook looked at the shareholders, and his voice raised several decibels. Every piece of software in future technology is a monopoly, and there is only one company in the world, which is irreplaceable. This is fatal to the fruit. Many users will choose to give up the fruit phone for the black technology software of future technology, and switch to Huawei and other Android phones. So shareholders, please don't focus on hundreds of millions of dollars, but pay attention to the development and future of fruit. Otherwise, in the end, future technology will not compromise, and we will not be able to earn hundreds of millions of dollars in monthly commissions. As a result, all users were lost, and they switched to Android and Warwick, so there is no reason to cry. Chapter 66. This. For a while, all major fruit shareholders were silent. Due to the declining trend of fruit phones in the past few years, coupled with the strong rise of Android, it has been too severely impacted by Warwick, and it is no longer irreplaceable as before. In fact, many users have begun to give up fruit and choose Huawei and other mobile phones. It is precisely because of this that the White House had to block Warwick. In the end, a conclusion was reached, and all shareholders left with a sullen face. Today, because of a new small company in Kyushu, the fruit of the industry overlord has to compromise and bow its head. It can be regarded as unprecedented and unprecedented. Early the next day, Li Yi stretched and started to sign in. Ding! Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the black technology formula of environmentally friendly fireworks. What? Recipe for environmentally friendly fireworks and firecrackers. Li Yi was taken aback, a little confused. Today's sign-in rewards seemed a bit too down-to-earth. But upon checking, Li Yi was overjoyed. As we all know, once the conventional fireworks are set off, the concentration of particulate matter, PM10, PM2.5, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides and other pollutants in the air will increase sharply by 28 liters. As a result, serious air pollution is caused, which directly endangers the health of citizens, especially in winter, which will aggravate smog. It is precisely because of this that in the past few years, fireworks have been banned all over the country. Even for weddings, fireworks and firecrackers cannot be set off in urban areas. But it is precisely because of this that there is a lot less flavor of the year and a lot less festive atmosphere. This makes a lot of people uncomfortable. The taste of environmental protection is a dilemma. Of course, there are also environmentally friendly fireworks coming out as the times require. It's just that the so-called environmentally friendly fireworks are very limited at the moment, and they can't achieve zero pollution at all, and the cost is ridiculously high. It can be said that the effect is very small, and many people do not buy it. However, Li Yi's Black Tech environmental protection formula, compared with the traditional formula, is sulfur-free in terms of chemicals. Physically, it is smoke-free. In terms of technology, it has achieved full combustion and no residue. No pollution at all. It will not cause environmental pollution and aggravate smog. Even the noise is divided into 3 categories, one is regular noise, the other is low noise, and there is no noise every day. Fully meet the needs of various levels. After all, some people, on some occasions, just want to hear it, but there is no sound at all, and that feels weird. Most importantly, the cost of the black technology formula is only half of the cost of conventional fireworks. And the discharge effect is better, more delicate. When blooming in the air, various characters and letters can be presented, yes. It can even bloom a dynamic picture of 100 flowers blooming in a flash in the pan. This can be said to be technical suppression for the current fireworks. And after special customization, it is even better for the Spring Festival and various international competitions. If it can be mass-produced, I am afraid that the future is bright, and the official will personally endorse and support it. And Li Yi can even use this to monopolize the fireworks market across the country and earn a lot of money. Never underestimate the real economy, like the former Han Weiguo, a small fireworks boss, with a net worth of nearly 2 billion. Of course, Li Yi will say to the outside world that money is not important, the key is that I am a person who likes to protect the environment. Environmentally friendly fireworks are just a stepping stone to the future of technology. What Li Yi wants to do is a real environmental protection cause. For example, to solve the problem of the century, smog. It's hard, very hard. But Li Yi is confident to solve the problem of this century. As an entrepreneur, Li Yi not only needs to make money, but also needs a strong enough whole card, or in other words, image. Li Yi is currently not interested in charity and so on, the routine is too deep. God knows who got the money in the end, anyway, most of them will not reach the hands of the helpers. But environmental protection, it touches kin. Li Yi doesn't want to think that after hundreds of years, he is living well, but the earth has died due to environmental problems and is forced to wander around the earth. And this environmental protection fireworks is the stepping stone for future technology to enter the field of environmental protection. Now there is already a formula for environmentally friendly fireworks, and there is no shortage of funds, but there is a shortage of factory buildings and workers. Thinking of this, Li Yi was about to call Xiao Qianqian, but just received a call from the other party. Boss, Qiaoqiao seems to be bowing his head. He has sent the vice president of the group and the CEO of the Kyushu region to negotiate with you in person. We are waiting for you in the conference room. Oh? The vice president of fruit is here? Are you waiting for me? Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he nodded. It's interesting, okay, I'll go to the company in an hour. 1 hour later. Boss, is this appropriate? After all, he is the vice president of the fruit group, the top leader in the country. Xiao Qian was very surprised. For such a boss, it seemed a bit inappropriate for Li Yi to let him wait for an hour. Qian, now it's the fruit begging us, it's them who compromise, not us bowing down. So it doesn't matter, if he can't afford to wait, then let him go, let's see if he dares to go. But Li Yi didn't mind, and didn't care. What about the overlord in the industry, and what about the overlord clause? In the face of monopolistic black technology, even fruit has to compromise. The so-called game is just like that. Either compromise, or be tough to the end, don't give up halfway and expose your demands. Whether it's business negotiations or chasing girls, it's the same. Once the demand is exposed, the other party will definitely eat it to death. Okay boss, I see. Xiao Qian nodded quickly, only to realize that following Li Yi, her mentality had to gradually change. It is no longer the previous mentality of small businesses asking for help, but should be the attitude of Tiankai runner-up. However, Li Yi said 1 hour, but actually came to the company after 1.5 hours. During this period, Lu Kai, the vice president of Fruit, has long been impatient. If it weren't for the Suyin Magic Mirror and Suyin Live broadcast of future technology, which are so popular and still monopolistic, he would have left a long time ago. Another 20 minutes later, Li Yi arrived late. The two sat opposite each other. Lu Kai said in a cold voice, wanting to give Li a badass, "These 2 hours today are not in vain." "Mr. Li, what a big shelf, it makes me wait so hard." Hearing this, Li Yi smiled, without even a word of explanation, just said lightly, "Actually, you don't need to come here in person for this kind of thing. Video conference is enough. In the future, don't worry about it. Even if you don't think it's troublesome, I'm afraid of trouble." Lu Kai has black lines all over his head, thinking that he heard it wrong. What kind of logic is this? Li Yi made him wait for so long. Even if he didn't apologize, at least he should have some kind words. 400. For example, President Lu Haihan, "I'm really sorry for the traffic jam on the road. I will treat you well at noon today." And so on. Even if it's fake, it can make me feel better. The result? Not only did Li Yi not apologize in the slightest, but he also disliked him for coming, afraid of trouble. Yes, really. Looking around the world, Li Yi is the only person who dares to despise him so much, the vice president of Fruit, and doesn't take Fruit seriously. Real. Even the one in the White House dare not treat Fruit like this. This made Lu Kai furious, but before he had time to say anything, he heard Li Yi say directly, "Okay, stop talking nonsense, show your bottom line, and talk directly. My time is precious, and I don't have time to negotiate with you slowly." With the permission he got this time, it's fine to compromise, but try to fight for the benefits. For example, change the 30% commission to 15%, or 10%. This requires the two sides to negotiate slowly, and even after several rounds of consultations, the group will have results. But I don't want to. Li Yi wants to shine his sword as soon as he comes up. What does this mean? But Li Yi has reached this point, so Lu Kai has no choice but to say. Fruit, as an excellent ecological platform, has always welcomed such excellent companies as Future Technology. For this reason, the group is willing to make the only special case and give Future Technology a 20% commission. 20%? Li Yi shook his head, too much. I can't see the sincerity of the Fruit. After speaking, Li Yi was about to get up, obviously impatient to continue the conversation. Chapter 67. Lu Kai's expression changed drastically. Why does Li Yi have no patience at all? The talk is about to collapse. Had to quickly say, 15%. Hearing this, Li Yi didn't care about the slightest stop, and just said indifferently, Qian, see off the guests. Lu Kai was startled, he had never met such a negotiating opponent. Shouldn't it be a bargain? Why did you see off the guests as soon as you opened your mouth? Just drove them away? It is completely eating him to death, aggressive, leaving no room at all. President Lu, I'm sorry, please. Xiao Qian said politely. Lu Kai shook his head and had no choice but to say, okay, I'll give you the bottom line, 10%. Fruit can reduce the commission for future technology from 30% to 10%. This is a special case that has never happened before, and will never happen again in the future. Except for future technology. Hearing this, Xiao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. 10% commission should be the best result. Saving 20% of the profit, the boss must be able to accept it. But Li Yi still shook his head and said lightly. Too much, to be honest, I didn't plan to give the fruit a penny. Not a penny. This is my bottom line, and it is also the necessary foundation for the future technology Suyin Magic Mirror, Suyin Live, and other software to be launched on the iOS terminal. The overlord clause of the fruit, whoever goes online on the iOS side, will have to forcibly draw 30%. Even the pinnacle giants like Penguin and Ali had to compromise and bow their heads. But Li Yi just refused to agree, just wanted to challenge the overlord clause of the fruit. Don't say that 10% is drawn, and no penny is given. Just kidding, I earn 10 billion, and I have to give you 1 billion, how can I give you face? If you offend me, all the fruits will be ruined for you. Charging is so slow, really. Lu Kai was shocked and even more angry when he heard the words. This Li Yi is too rampant, and she doesn't know what to do. Isn't it too much not to agree to the 10% commission? Mr. Li, you know that 10% is already our biggest concession. As for no commission, I don't think neither I nor President Cook nor the board of directors will accept it. Lu Kai stood up and said coldly, this time I plan to be tough, and I must not compromise again. Li Yi smiled, and said lightly. If you don't agree, then the next step in the strategic layout of future technology is to build an ecosystem, that is, to launch future technology mobile phones, and then attack and replace the fruit field. Li Yi said coldly, loudly, Director Lu, you can see if future technology has the ability and capital. Hearing this, Lu Kai was shocked. If other companies utter wild words like this, he doesn't care at all, and he doesn't care at all. Do you even doubt the other party's dishes? Drink like this. But the future technology is not good, he has to care. Even if the future technology has just started, it will be an epoch-making black technology when it is shot, far exceeding the current level of technology. If the future technology is forced to invade the high-end mobile phone market, and then the black technology that blows up the sky is brought out, isn't the fruit really dangerous? Now that the fruit phone has been eaten by Huawei, it is very painful and depressing, so the stock price has plummeted and the market value has shrunk. If future technology is added, the result can be imagined. This is what Cook is most worried about. Director Li, please wait a moment, I have to discuss this matter with the boss. Lu Kai looked solemn, so he had no choice but to speak like this. Yes, but I have something to do, so I won't serve you. Qian, I'll leave the rest to you. Dong Li. Lu Kai opened his mouth quickly, but Li Yi waved his hand and left directly. Seeing this scene, Lu Kai was furious, but he was helpless. The entire negotiation, from the very beginning, was Li Yi's home field, and he, Lu Kai, was completely passive. Even more so. In the end, the two communicated on the phone, but the fruit still compromised. In the future, all the software of future technology will not be charged for any online fruit iOS ecology fruit. This is a special case that has never been seen before, and will never be a special case. Soon, the two parties signed the contract. It's a pleasant cooperation. Why don't Chairman Lu stay for a meal before leaving? Xiao Qian said with a smile. Lu Kai frowned, and shook his head, forget it, I'm full, I shouldn't eat. As soon as she said that, she turned her head and left. Looking at this scene, Xiao Qianqian had already laughed so hard that her flowers were trembling. Then came to Li Yi's president's office, excitedly said, "Boss, you are so powerful. You are the vice president of the fruit group and the leader of the Kyushu region. You have eaten him to death. You don't know how he looked when he left, he was so full of anger." "Yes." Li Yi smiled and didn't care too much, he was just a vice president. In Kuokuo, he is the vice president of the group, the leader of the Kyushu region, and many bigwigs want to give him face. But without the fruit, it may be nothing. Sometimes people are like this, they always take the glory given to them by the platform as their own strength. Even thinking that the wings were stiff, he flew into the sky, but fell badly. In the end, I realized that if I leave the platform, I am nothing. By the way, boss, how can you be sure that the fruit will compromise? Xiao Qianqian opened her mouth in surprise, and she still feels unbelievable until now. It's very simple, the snake hits 3 inches. The fruit now is no longer the unshakable absolute overlord it once was. While swinging the pad in his hand, Li Yi checked the situation of the live broadcast without makeup in the past few days, and said slowly, "Ahuai is a headache for fruit, and fruit's new machine is even more unsatisfactory. The continuous decline in market value is already the biggest problem. Under this situation, fruit does not dare to fight to the end with future technology." "Oh, like this." Xiao Qianqian nodded and remembered it firmly. "By the way, Qianqian, help me, Li Zhao, find a few fireworks factories, and then buy them directly. It doesn't need to be too much, just buy 5 factories, the bigger the better, and their channels, all packaged collected." Li Yi thought of the black technology of environmentally friendly fireworks, and made a decisive statement. With a factory, he can realize the black technology of these environmentally friendly fireworks. As for publicity and branding, it is even easier. Directly publicize it on Suyin Magic Mirror and Suyin Live Broadcast. And the brand, the 4 words of future technology, is the best brand. Just like the magia of rice, no matter what kind of product it is, it sells well when it comes to magia, there is no need to spend a lot of money on advertising and hype. This is the advantage of the platform. Coupled with the real environmental protection, maybe the official will make a big move to help promote it. This kind of zero-pollution environmental protection fireworks is obviously an achievement of sunshine, no one will let it go, the official will definitely promote it vigorously, and even personally endorse it. Chapter 68. What's more, the smog is too serious now, and the magic capital is about to fall. Let's take advantage of the first 3 months to launch environmentally friendly fireworks and start a wave of business. Ah! Boss, our future technology will not only be the internet, but also set foot in the fireworks industry. Is this considered an industry? Xiao Qianqian was so shocked that her sexy lips became O-shaped. "Do you know rice technology?" Li Yi smiled and said. Originally rice technology started out as a mobile phone, but now, Rice TV's annual sales exceed 10 million, becoming the #1 sales in the country. There is also his rice department store, which sells food, use and play. It can be said that even if Rice does not make mobile phones, these department stores alone can make him live well and make a lot of money. Xiao Qianqian nodded, and instantly understood. This year's Double 11, Rice Technology has won many sales first, TV sales first, smart home product sales first, smart hardware sales first. Even refrigerators and washing machines are selling very well, making it into the top 10. It seems that the mobile phone is poorly made and did not win the first place. So, don't set limits for yourself, and don't set limits for future technology. As long as it is a valuable and meaningful product that can make people's lives better, future technology must be promoted. Li Yi said with a smile, the above, 990 can be used as the future corporate culture of future technology. But what Li Yi didn't say is that the premise is to guarantee profits. He is an entrepreneur, not a philanthropist. He won't do things like losing money and making money without profit. By the way, boss, I checked Sankyunmen. There is really no team behind her. She is very popular now. I have signed her according to your request. Xiao Qian said with a smile. Oh? Signed, yes, how much did it cost? Li Yi continued to check the report and asked casually. 30 million. Xiao Qian said with a smile. Li Yi nodded, 30 million, although it's a lot, it's not a loss. The future her is worth the price. At present, the top anchor internet celebrity in the industry is only 30 million a year, or 100 million in 3 years. As for the astronomical contract fee of 50 million a year, it is estimated that only Timo, who was newly signed by Station B, is the leading actress. As for a rookie like Sankyunmen, 30 million yuan a year is really not a small amount, and it can even be said to be super high. But Sankyunmen by CA is 9 points without makeup, and has natural cuteness. No team can attract millions of rewards. It can be said that there is no future in the future. Although 30 million a year is a lot, it is still worth it. Thinking of this, Li Yi picked up the teacup. But Xiao Qian did not want to continue. Of course it's not a loss. For such an excellent future top internet celebrity, 30 million 5 years, what a bargain. What? 30 million 5 years? Only 6 million a year. Li Yi was dumbfounded and almost spit, he thought it was 30 million a year. Xiao Qian was taken aback, what's the matter, boss, did you give me too much? No, not much at all. The number of anchors in this series is only 6 million a year. Li Yi sighed, looked at Xiao Qian and said, Qian, your heart is really dark, but I like it. That's about the same. Xiao Qian smiled gently, and continued, and there is 10 times the sky-high liquidated damages. 10 times the liquidated damages, that is 300 million. If Sankyunmen wanted to breach the contract, he would have to pay at least 300 million in liquidated damages. Yes, very fine. The current traffic is too fast, like the 4 top streamers who were in full swing before, and the 4 returnees now it's starting to cool down. Now is the era of the Korean War and Meng Xian. But who knows how long these 2 can last? 1 year, 2 years? Or celebrities die so quickly, let alone internet celebrities. It can be said that Xiao Qian bought out the future of Zhuang Meng with a contract of 30 million yuan. Poor Sankyunmen signed the deed of sale for 30 million yuan, and sold his future. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh, Xiao Qian's operation almost flew away. Don't worry, boss, Qian won't let you suffer. Xiao Qian smiled and said, all her starting points are from the perspective of Li Yi, and from the perspective of future technology. If Sankyunmen has great potential and good qualifications, the Suyin live broadcast will definitely praise her vigorously. It is possible to praise her as the first sister of the Suyin live broadcast, and even become a star debut. But we must be cautious. Once we spend so much praise her at a high price, and if she quits again and flies away, wouldn't we suffer a heavy loss? So you used the 30 million 5-year contract to buy out 3,000 cute stars. Li Yi nodded, stretched out her hand and pulled Xiao Qian into her arms. Qian, plan before you move, you are getting more and more mature, and you are becoming more and more like a professional manager. Thank you boss for the compliment. Xiao Qian said with a slight smile, instead of resisting Li Yi, she turned around and said softly. Boss, that Sankyunmen is really charming, and she will come to the headquarters to report tomorrow. Look, should I arrange for her to meet you? As he said that, Xiao Qian winked at Li Yi, which was full of meaning. Tomorrow is not as good as today's. People far away are not as good as those in front of us. Li Yi reached out and lifted Xiao Qian's chin. I am still more interested in my Qian wife. You are not worse than her, even better. With that said, Li Yi turned Xiao Qian over and kissed her. Well. Xiao Qian was caught off guard, and felt even more regretful in her heart. Why tease Li Yi? Now it's all right, get caught. In desperation, Xiao Qian could only happily enjoy the tenderness of this moment. Regardless of identity, regardless of tomorrow, let alone the future. As long as the moment, the person in Li Yi's arms is her. As long as Li Yi really likes her, that's enough. Why do others care so much? Xiao Qian also didn't realize that her courage had become so great, and her bottom line had become so low. It seems that having no name or status may not be unacceptable, as long as Li Yi loves her. What's the difference between this and a lover? But since meeting Li Yi, her principles are gone. Chapter 69. The night is like water. Li Yi once again opened the stock of Fei Alive, but it was still terrible. From the previous 52.65, to the incredible peak of 105, then fell back to 52.65, then 40.30, 20, 15. It's only $10 now. It's just so miserable, so horrible. And the 4 major live streaming software have all been shut down, and none of them has come back. Even Penguin Live. There is no way. The signboard of the Beauty Live broadcast has been smashed, the flag of the Plain Face Live broadcast has been set up, but the Plain Face Live broadcast cannot be produced. What else can be done? In addition, Li Yi encapsulated the destruction program in the source code, causing the databases of the 4 major live broadcast giants to suffer heavy losses. It's still being repaired. It is precisely because of this that the stock prices of the 4 major live broadcast giants have plummeted. The highest Penguin Live broadcast reached 21 yuan, a large reason is that Li Yi bought 30% of the bottom, which makes people feel that there is still hope for Penguin Live broadcast. Some people even suspect that this is the case because of the strong cooperation between Future Technology and Penguin Live. As for the other 3, they were all horrible. Li Yi sighed, spent 1.1 billion, bought 110 million shares of Fei Live, and returned it to Rui Capital. In this battle of the gods, Li Yi was able to short Flying Fish Live broadcast in one fell swoop, overthrowing the 4 live broadcast giants, and Ruiza Capital contributed a lot. It was the 100 million Flying Fish shares lent to Li Yi by Ruiza Capital, which enabled Li Yi to stage a battle of gods and kill gods in one fell swoop. However, according to the agreement between the 2 parties, Li Yi borrowed 100 million Fei shares from Ruiza Capital, and now he has to repay 110 million Fei Live shares. The extra 10 million shares are the profit from lending, 10 points. Unfortunately, at the time of borrowing, the stock price of Fei Live was 5.625 billion shares, which was 5.625 billion. Now, although 110 million shares have been returned to Rui Capital, the stock price of Fei Live is only 10 yuan, a total of 1.1 billion. One positive and the other negative, I saw that Ruiza Capital lost 4.525 billion. And when Li Yi went short, he sold Flying Fish at 100 yuan a share, making a profit of 10 billion. Now even if we pay 1.1 billion shares back to Rui Capital, we still make a net profit of 8.9 billion. This is the capital game. In a few days, Li Yi earned 8.9 billion by shorting Flying Fish. It can be said that it is incredible to make money at such a speed. Even if 1.5 billion buys 1/3 of the shares of Penguin Live, Li Yi's current assets are still as high as 7.4 billion. As for the income from the Suyin Live broadcast and the Suyin Magic Mirror these days, there are quite a lot, but they are all burned. The live broadcast of Suyin just started, it is a beast that swallows gold, and burns all kinds of money. It costs money to dig top streamers, it costs money to dig executives, and it costs money to buy various equipment, etc. For example, the live broadcast of Fei and Xiao Huya has been burning money before, and it took several years to start making some money. And Principal Wang's Panda Live broadcast also kept burning money, until it went bankrupt, and didn't make any money. It also caused Principal Wang to bear a whole body of debts, which is miserable and miserable. But it doesn't matter, the ability to make money from live broadcast without makeup is very strong, and it is very good to maintain a balance of payments in the early stage. Once the platform becomes bigger and on the right track, it is time to make big money. WeChat, QQ, etc., all started from losing money, and then they have the unshakable dominance today. There is no way, the internet industry is like this, and only pay will be rewarded. Afterwards, Li Yi transferred all 110 million shares of Feiyu Live to Ruiza Capital, which can be regarded as the completion of the cooperation. As for Ruiza Capital's expression, whether it wants to kill Li Yi or what, that has nothing to do with Li Yi. The game of capital is like this, it is really emotional. Just like Li Yi won this time, he successfully shorted Flying Fish Live and won a big victory. With the capital of Ruiza, he made a net profit of 8.9 billion. But if it is the other way around, and Li Yi fails to short Feiyu's live broadcast, what will be the result? It's very simple, Li Yi will be burdened with debts, and he can't pay at all, and future technology will even go bankrupt. Even the shares will be given 5% to Ruiza Capital in accordance with the VAM agreement. Don't look at just 5%, once future technology is about to go bankrupt, Ruiza Capital can inject a large amount of capital, so as to continuously increase its own shares and dilute Li Yi's shares. Until the end, Ruiza Capital completely controlled future technology, and then looked for opportunities to kick Li Yi out. At that time, the entire future technology will be in the pocket of Ruiza Capital. This is the calculation of Ruiza Capital, and it is also the original intention of Ruiza Capital to lend 100 million Flying Fish shares to Li Yi. *Yen. It's like Jobs who founded Fruit but was kicked out many times. Is the fruit Jobs's? No, it belongs to the capital giants. As the founder of Jobs, the shares in his hands were also diluted to a very small extent, and he was even swept out many times. Later, the capital saw that the fruit without Jobs could not be played, and there was no other way, so they invited him back. As the saying goes, children are the only ones who can tell right from wrong, adults only look at the interests. Therefore, Li Yi doesn't care whether Feiyu goes bankrupt or Ruiza Capital loses 4.165 billion yuan. This is the case with capital games, life and death is the right way, there is no emotion at all. At the same time, Sub-Aim Kyoiki was at the mansion. 00. Principal Wang looked at the news hotspots one by one, with a complicated expression. Fortunately, I knelt down in advance of the Panda Live broadcast, otherwise I couldn't escape being caught by the future technology wave. This Li Yi is ruthless. That's right, not only did he single-handedly overthrow the 4 major live streaming giants, he also bought 30% of Penguin Live's shares and became the second largest shareholder of Penguin Live. Li Xioxin shook his head, it's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. I think Mr. Ma has the heart to kill him now. Interesting. Principal Wang nodded, with a complicated look on his face, a good daughter-in-law wins him. Li Xioxin's eyes lit up, and he shook his head. I understand your reluctance. Doing live broadcast, you lost, he won. He is much more arrogant than you. He made a net profit of nearly 9 billion in the night of shorting Feiyu live broadcast alone. Bitch, although your car is good, compared to the existence of Koenigsegg anyone, it is still inferior. Even your position as the country's husband has long been replaced by him. It's too difficult for you to win him. Hearing this, Principal Wang's face became even darker, and he said angrily, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Haha, did you give birth? Li Xioxin smiled and didn't mind. Actually, it's not impossible. You can play chicken? Maybe you can meet him in the chicken game and beat him once. Principal Wang nodded, it's the same reason, why can't he be so good at playing chicken? Tomorrow, I will go to the live broadcast without makeup, and eat chicken from the door. Chapter 70. Sunset and Sunrise, Another Day, Daily Check-in. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a C-level Black Technology watch exchange coupon. The host, please select a watch and bind it. Any brand, any grade is fine. Black Technology watch? Li Yi thought for a while, and chose a limited edition Watch King, the Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum watch. Patek Philippe - the blue-blooded aristocrat in the table, the recognized god of decline. Regardless of bloodline, workmanship, innovation, scale, etc., all aspects are at the top level, and the comprehensive ranking is undisputed. Even if it is Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Vacheron Constantin, they all have to bow their heads. The one selected by Li Yi is the most complicated watch product since Patek Philippe was founded. The movement has 686 parts and consists of 12 functions, including tourbillon, perpetual calendar, monthly calendar, leap year cycle, week 670, month, date, flyback, minute repeater, sky map, moon phase and moon track. Hailed by collectors as the finest work in existence. Due to the technical complexity and ingenious design, only 2 of the 180 Patek Philippe master watchmakers can make this watch. It is precisely because of this that only 2 watches are produced a year, and they are only made for Patek Philippe's top customers. From the production in 2001 to the discontinuation in 2011, a total of 22 pieces. The current market value is 17 million, but everyone understands that it cannot be bought at this price. More importantly, there is a price but no market, and no one is selling it. But what makes Li Yi more interested is the C-level Black Technology of this Watch King. Although it is a mechanical watch, it has built-in powerful artificial intelligence and many Black technologies. For example, like 007's Omega, it can generate a magnetic field, absorb metal, and even distort the warhead. Rays can be released to cut objects. Also has radio tracking. In the watch hands, there is more concentrated Jean medicine. 007 directly blew up a base with the explosives in this hands. Li Yi thinks this function is useless. After all, in Daxia, it is still not available to this level. But the next function will be of great help to Li Yi. This watch also has a security check warning function, which can detect all people or objects around Ji. When a sharp weapon or even a gun or poison is detected, the built-in intelligence system will remind Li Yi to take precautions. In this way, Li Yi's safety factor will be greatly improved. In addition, like Detective Conan's watch, it can automatically lock the target and launch a super anesthetic needle. Take action first, and get rid of all the targets that threaten Li Yi. The detection range can be set by Li Yi, up to 1000 meters. However, the smaller the range, the faster and more precise the detection, and the usual distance of 500 meters is enough. After all, as long as there is no gun, just a sharp blade, it is difficult to hurt the extraordinary Li Yi. What's more, there is the road tank Cavalier 15, such a bulletproof armor SUV. It can be said that with this watch, Li Yi's safety has been greatly improved. From a distance of 1 kilometer, all potential threats can be locked and responded to, which is more effective than hiring a bodyguard. Defenses cannot do without. The company has Black Technology access control, and it is difficult for criminals to enter. And Xiao Qian, as a professional manager, drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom, which also has a bulletproof function. According to Li Yi's request, a female retired special soldier was hired as a bodyguard and driver. As for Li Yi, with this watch with warning function, it is even more powerful. Playing with the Patek Philippe in his hand, Li Yi began to check the reports of Suyin Magic Mirror and Suyin Live. Due to the compromise of Fruit, no further commissions will be made on future technology software. In the early morning, future technologies Suyin Live Broadcast and Suyin Magic Mirror will all be launched on the Fruit app. In just 8 hours, the number of downloads has exceeded 100 million. This means that the number of future technology users has increased by 100 million, reaching an incredible 600 million. Many of them are overseas users. No way, there was no Fruit version of Suyin Magic Mirror Suyin Live Broadcast before. Fruit users really envy and hate. Now that it is finally available, naturally we must hurry up and download it. And the income for these 8 hours is even more frighteningly high. The income from the Fruit side, Suyin Magic Mirror and Suyin Live Broadcast alone has reached 80 million. Things like Suyin Magic Mirror were the most popular at the beginning, and the payment ratio was quite high. 200 million a day is no problem. But gradually, that kind of curiosity cooled down, and the number of people who used it gradually decreased, and the income dropped to about 100 million. This is all normal. After all, internet celebrities have been appraised without makeup, and there are not many new targets. That's why Li Yi launched the live broadcast without makeup, which is infinitely connected. Use the income from Suyin Live Broadcast to make up for the income of Suyin Magic Mirror. As a result, the daily revenue of future technology is still in the range of 200 million. Now with the addition of the iOS terminal, the surge in income is no problem. In a short period of time, there is no pressure on the daily revenue of 300 million. But after subtracting the money spent during the growth process of the Suyin Live Broadcast, there will be tens of millions left. Therefore, Li Yi still needs to open up new fields, such as making money without losing environmental protection fireworks. Not disappointing Li Yi, Xiao Qianqian had a goal the next day and sent a team to negotiate. Moreover, the targets Xiao Qianqian chose were large and formal, located in 5 cities, all of which were transportation hubs. In this way, it is more convenient for subsequent distribution and sales. These things, needless to say by Li Yi, Xiao Qianqian did everything flawlessly, no loss of being a virtuous wife. With Xiao Qianqian taking care of everything, Li Yi was very relieved, and started her life of salted fish again. Simply turn on the top-end computer that has been dusty all the time, and have a game of PC to eat chicken. Smart Home is a system of artificial intelligence plus Italian control, which is more convenient. Li Yi has never used this computer before. However, the powerful hardware costs more than 100,000 yuan for a full set, and it really feels good in the hand. At the same time, in a club in Shanghai. 0.5. Han Weiguo walked in with scars all over his body. What's wrong, brother Han? Who hurt you like this? Yang Kaikai, the former vice president of Ruiza Capital, said in a cold voice, startled, say it, and I will take care of it for you. That idiot BCH. Han Weiguo waved his hand, speechless. Sister-in-law. Yang Kaikai smiled awkwardly, ahem, I won't say much about housework. Han Weiguo nodded, I don't know why you are looking for me this time. Future technology, Li Yi. Yang Kaikai opened his mouth in a deep voice, burning with anger. It's this BD who caused Ruiza to pay more than 4 billion yuan, and I was kicked out because of this, and became a bereaved dog. Chapter 71. Future Technology, Li Yi. Hearing these words, Han Weiguo's face also changed sharply, full of coldness. It's also him who sent my son in. He will be sentenced to at least 10 years, and his whole life will be ruined. He also exposed my background and found out all 5 of my lovers. Speaking of this, Han Weiguo was out of breath. Do you know? Now my wife is crazy and beats me with a knife every day. I dare not go back now. And my father-in-law is also furious. Although he has retired, the people who took over are all his former subordinates who are trying to save his face, and maybe they are all planning to engage in my hands fireworks. It's all Li Yi. Han Weiguo bristled with anger, his voice trembling a little. Brother Han, I can't bear this tone, can you bear it? Yang Kaikai's eyes lit up, and the angrier Han Weiguo was, the better. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. Of course I can't bear it, but what can I do? Han Weiguo sighed, looking helpless. He is Li Dong of future technology, and his future is limitless. I am a small 28-year-old fireworks boss, so what if I can't bear it? How can I fight against him? Haha, the two of us alone are naturally no match for Li Yi. But we can't, someone can. Yang Kaikai shook the wine glass, full of meaning. Hey? Brother Yang has a way. Han Weiguo's eyes lit up, and the pupils were full of light. Ren Millennium. Yang Kaifeng said with a smile, click on it. Hiss. Yang Kaikai took a deep breath, Flying Fish Live broadcast Old Dong, Ren Qian. Isn't he still in the ICU intensive care unit, and he doesn't know if he is alive or dead? Haha. Yang Kaikai smiled and shook his head. Brother Han, who is Director Ren? The ICU is just superficial, deliberately paralyzing Li Yi. In fact, Ren Dong has been discharged from the hospital a long time ago, and has already begun to plan a counterattack, which will severely damage future technology. Even I was found by Director Ren. I see, I admire. Han Weiguo beamed with joy, and he was determined, with the joining of Director Ren, it will be difficult for Li Yi to survive. That is, if you want to blame Li Yi for being too sharp and offending too many people. Come on, cheers. The two looked at each other, their brows were beaming with joy, and they chatted happily over the wine without saying anything. Then how do we get revenge on Li Yi? How do we get back on future technology? Han Weiguo smiled and spoke, a little anxiously. Brother Han, don't worry, Director Ren naturally has a plan for this matter, and the two of us just follow orders. Once successful, not only will you be able to avenge your hatred, but you will also be able to embrace Fiyu Live Broadcasting's thigh and become Director Ren's right-hand man. Yang Kaikai patted Han Weiguo's shoulder, and said deeply. At that time, both of us can go a step further. Even your father-in-law doesn't have to worry, it's just a matter of what Director Ren says. Haha, good. Han Weiguo was overjoyed, the girls here are nice, we must have a good time today, and we will discuss how to get revenge on Li Yi tomorrow. Haha, good, let's go. On the other side, Li Yi has already entered the chicken eating. If there is no team, he will fight against 4. It's just that I didn't want to, this time I happened to pass by Port G, and the result can be imagined, half of the people landed one after another like dumplings. Watching this scene, Li Yi also wanted to find some excitement, so G Hong Kong was tough. Nearly 50 people landed in the small Port G at the same time, the degree of excitement can be imagined. In addition, Li Yi landed a bit late, lost the initiative, and decisively entered the container group, looking for a gun first, and the surrounding area was already full of bullets. The number of survivors dropped even more rapidly. Unfortunately, I was out of luck, Li Yi only picked up a second-level bag, a flash bomb, and a frying pan. Miserable? More than 50 people landed in Port G together, it's so exciting. In desperation, Li Yi could only go to the container next to him and continue searching. Well, 98k. Li Yi's eyes lit up, and when he was about to rush in to pick it up, his expression changed sharply, when he heard a clear sound of footsteps, jumping off the container. I'm afraid I also saw 98k, so I rushed here decisively. It's a flying fish anchor girl, but she uses a small layer. Fiyu's live broadcast has been suspended for several days, and there is even a possibility. These anchors have nothing to do, but because of Fiyu's contract restrictions, they can't go to other platforms for live broadcasts, so they can only play a few games on different aliases. Anyway, idle is idle. So Daimei found a few anchor friends and formed an anchor-eating chicken team. Haha, I found 98k, this game is safe. Dumb girl smiled and spoke, full of pride. Nonsense, with the lineup of our anchor team, will we lose? It's even hard to get second place. Lin Xening, who is also a popular anchor of Flying Fish, said, very domineering. Hee, sister, I've landed 3 kills, you guys have to work hard. Xiao Tuan was even more domineering. 3 kills on the ground plus 1. The wild little princess doesn't talk much to wolves. Dumb girl looked at her first kill, a little dazzling, rushed into the container, said. Humph. Don't be complacent, I got 98k, and I will overtake you in an instant. But I didn't want to. Before Dabai was close to 98k, a pan fell from the sky. Snapped. 373. The whole world fell silent, and the dumb girl was thrown to the ground by Li Yishi's frying pan. It turned out that Li Yi didn't take any risks when she heard the footsteps of Dabai. It takes time to reload the 98k. It is very likely that the dumb girl behind will send it away before the reload is completed. So Li Yi was not in a hurry to pick up 98k, but just hid at the door, with the wok in his hand ready to wait. As a result, it is conceivable that there is only 98k light in Dabai's eyes. Where did she notice that there is someone beside her? It was directly overturned by a pan. Ah! This man is so wretched. He used 98k to fish and knocked me down. Come and save me. Dumb girl spoke quickly, then switched the microphone to everyone, and said pitifully. Little big brother, please give me your hand. But Li Yi didn't pay any attention to it, and raised the frying pan in his hand again, and it was about to fall down. Dabai's complexion changed drastically, and she really knelt down this time, and said hastily. Little big brother, I'm Flying Fish's live broadcaster Dabai, are you my fan? Be merciful, the next big sister will team up with you and take you to eat chicken. Anchor dumb girl. Li Yi shook his head, I don't know. As he said that, the pan in his hand fell mercilessly and sent it away in waves. Ah! I'm dead. Tuan, you avenge me. Kill that windy man. Chapter 72. What? Dumb sister kneeling? Wahahaha, don't worry, my sister will avenge you. As Lin Xening said, she will come right away. I'm on my way too. The wild little princess also rushed over. And Xiao Tuan was a little far away, so he found a commanding height, opened the quadruple mirror, and locked the container. As long as that guy shows his face, Xiao Tuan is 100% sure to shoot him. There is no doubt about the power of the M24. Just kidding, the anchor team agreed to eat chicken, and it took less than 2 minutes to kneel down. Even if dumb girl doesn't want face, we don't want face? All of a sudden, the 3 anchors all came to attack Li Yi. Li Yi ignored the others and picked up the 98k licking bag decisively. I have to say, this girl called Dumb is really fat, and I even gave him a quadruple mirror and AK. Soon, Li Yi's face changed slightly after licking the bag, and he heard several footsteps surrounding him. Could it be her teammate? Li Yi murmured in his heart, but he didn't hesitate at all. At this time, if you rush out directly, you will definitely be killed by a wave. He decisively threw a flash bomb outside, and then threw a smoke bomb. So, Lin Xening and the wild little princess who had just rushed over originally wanted to block Li Yi to death, but they didn't want to be blinded directly. Not good, run away. When Lin Xening heard the footsteps, her face changed drastically, and she quickly backed away. It's a pity that it was still one step too late. Li Yi had already rushed out, and shot the AK in his hand to kill him instantly. Bang bang! Lin Xening got her head shot and knelt down. Then he turned around and shot the blind wild little princess headshot again. Xiao Tuanchuan's face at the commanding height changed drastically, and all 3 teammates fell down in an instant, leaving her alone. Immediately lock Li Yi, gun 2. But he didn't want Li Yi to keep moving, so he just avoided it. After Xiao Tuan finished reloading, he was about to shoot again, but he saw that there were already bursts of smoke around the container, and he couldn't see anything clearly. What a terrible consciousness! Seeing this scene, Xiao Tuan fell silent, startled. First, he used a flash bomb to blind the three of them, and dropped smoke at the same time, just in case. Then the AK clicked to kill, headshot, and directly took away the two people. When her vision returned to normal and she wanted to kill Li Yi, she had already avoided it, and then hid in the smoke. With such awareness, even 1v4 will not be a disadvantage. And the marksmanship is also terrible. The lethality of the AK is extremely high, but the recoil is also frighteningly high, and most people cannot handle it. This person can use an AK to kill a headshot, which is simply unbelievable, even comparable to a plug-in for automatic aiming. Li Yi hid behind the container in the smoke and looked around calmly. Sure enough, 3 of the 4 died, and 1 more almost killed him with a single shot. Moving the angle of view, Li Yi soon found Xiao Tuan on the elevated road, only to see that the other party was firmly locked onto Li Yi's position. Li Yi smiled, took out a pod and threw it far and near. Seeing this, Xiao Tuan sneered in his heart, "Sister will be fooled by such a simple deception." Immediately adjust the scope, ignoring the place where the smoke rises, but lock the direction where the smoke bomb is thrown. She knew that Li Yi must be hiding there, deliberately throwing the smoke into the distance, just to attract her attention. Unexpectedly, Li Yi stuck to the container, walked to the end, and then jumped out from behind the container. Landing, mirroring, soars. All in one go. Boom! Before Xiao Tuan realized what was going on, he was headshot by 98K and turned into a box. So far, the 4-person anchor team has been wiped out. He was taken away by Li Yi in a wave. 3 minutes. In the first 3 minutes, our anchor team was wiped out. They were all taken away by that windy man. Dumb girl spoke bitterly, full of disbelief. Is he dead? AK can kill a headshot. The wild little princess couldn't help but speak, very unconvinced. As the saying goes, AK is like a lover, who can give you the pleasure and excitement of a headshot for a moment, but she is not easy to control and cannot give you eternal comfort. It's really not easy to suppress AK, it's an absolute skill. Li Yi can press so steadily with AK, strafing headshots, it is inevitable that the wild little princess will suspect that it is a cheat. It shouldn't be, just because of his fighting consciousness, he can eat chicken, and he doesn't need to hang at all. Ling Xue shook her head and said, her expression was complicated, it can only be said to be terrifying. What a terrifying fighting spirit! That's right, such an existence doesn't bother to use it at all. He is extremely cautious in every step, otherwise he would have been the ghost of the 3 of us. Let alone 1v4. Xiao Chuan sighed. At this time, someone in the public channel spoke. Dabai, the live broadcast team? Could it be that it's really the anchor Dabai, with a similar voice? Indeed, it was the trumpet of dumb girl, I knew it, but it seemed that he was slapped to death with a pan by a man like Wind. Haha! And Ling Xue's trumpet was also headshot by a man like Feng. And the trumpet of the wild little princess was blown up by a man like the Wind. There is also Xiao Tuanchuan's trumpet, which fell into the hands of a man like the Wind. There are countless fans of the 4 major live broadcasts, and even their aliases and interested fans know each other. All the players in Port G are not calm anymore. The anchor team of Xiao Chuan, Duan Miai, Ling Xiu, and Wild Little Princess was wiped out by the men like the Wind. Let's go, temporarily truce, avenge the goddess, encircle and suppress the man like the Wind. Yes, for Xiao Chuan's sake, stop fighting, and encircle and suppress men like Wind. As a result, Port G was in turmoil, and the remaining 30 or so people actually ceased fighting, and surrounded and killed Li Yi in the direction where Li Yi was. These bastards are blatantly forming a team illegally. Li Yi's face was livid, and he was very helpless, according to Zhao Hao. It seems that Duan Miai and Xiao Chuan are actually the real anchor team. Well, we're in big trouble. Thinking of this, Li Yi quickly hid in the outermost corner of the G container. In this way, you can prevent the enemy from stealing butt doubles from behind. After all, it's easy to hide a hidden arrow, but it's hard to defend against it. Then Li Yi jumped onto the container, glanced at it, and his expression became very exciting. I saw 6 people in front surrounded him. Even if they were not in the same team, they didn't fight each other, as if they wanted to surround and kill him. Haha, man like the wind, let's see what you do this time. Dumb girl smiled and said, in a good mood, my sister's fans are very hardcore. The others also did not quit, but wanted to see how Li Yi, a handsome man, would face the siege of more than 30 people. Chapter 73. Li Yi quickly noted down the positions of several people, then judged the distance, and threw the grenade to the right twice in a row. Bang! Bang! 2 thunderbolts struck, and 2 of the 3 people on the right fell down. The 3 on the left were terrified, and before they had time to react, Li Yi jumped out and shot the 98K in the head. Then the figure flashed back to the container, reloaded, jumped out from above again, shot another headshot, and the second person fell down. Then he jumped out from the side, the third shot, and the third fell down. A team of 3, all in a box. And Li Yi quickly switched to AK, a burst of fire, the survivors on the right were killed, and this team was all boxed. Relying on strong consciousness and excellent technology, Li Yi has made a big impact in Port G. For a moment, Port G became a strangling field. 98K plus AK, a perfect combination, one near and one far away, quickly harvesting a personal head. At first, more than 30 people surrounded and killed Li Yi, but gradually, it became Li Yi alone chasing and killing the remaining 10 or so people. That's right, within a few minutes, more than 20 people had died in the hands of Li Yi. Soon, Li Yi killed more than 30 people one by one. Port G, completely clear the venue. Oh my god, this guy is so strong. Even more than 20 people can't kill him alone. Dumb girl was dumbfounded, but she was still a little angry when she thought of being slapped to death by a frying pan. The typical 530 stream of consciousness, plus technology stream, can only be said to be terrible. Even small groups are full of praise. I really want to fight against him, but it's a pity, how can I have such good luck? That's right, it's an accident to meet by chance this time. It will be too difficult to meet again next time, unless the game party cheats and deliberately randomly matches us to 1,000 rounds. The wild little princess shook her head, the possibility of this is too small. Unless the game party cheats. Possible. Ling Xue nodded and said with a smile. The game also needs publicity to maintain its popularity, and we are undoubtedly the best publicity to fight against men like the wind. For this reason, the game side may cheat. Just wait until he finishes playing, and start another wave, saying might not be able to meet. After licking a few bags and replenishing the consumption, Li Yi drove the jeep leisurely to the next target without any nostalgia. Port G, in less than 10 minutes, changed from more than 50 people to Li Yi alone. It's just that more than 30 people can't kill Li Yi alone, let alone the others. Li Yi ran around, swept, chased the airdrop, and killed more than a dozen people. In the end, it was still far away from the final circle, but in the whole picture, there were only 5 people left. Could it be that the opponent is in full formation? Li Yi thought so, judging from the route of the plane and the direction of the circle, it might be in P City. Drive there now. P City, a 2-story building, Principal Wang and the others have long been bored to death. Because it is a live broadcast, the performance of the 4 is also very good. In this round, the plane flew from Port G to the military base. It is conceivable that the vast majority of people chose Port G and the military base. There are more than 50 people in Port G, and there are more than 20 people in the military base. And Principal Wang's 4 people rushed out from the military base and went all the way to P City, which can be described as infinite scenery. It's just that it's only been more than 10 minutes, and there is only one enemy left, which makes all 4 of them look confused. Of course, there are still people watching the live broadcast, who are also completely confused. Never seen a game like this. Damn it, it's only been 10 minutes, and there are only 5 of us left. How can we die so quickly? Principal Wang was speechless. Generally, a round would take half an hour, and only 4 or 5 players remained in the final round. This time, there are only 4 or 5 left in 10 minutes, what the hell? God knows what's going on. It's probably at Port G. More than 50 people went there at once, and now there is only 1 left. Here, we also swept all the way from the military base, so it was so fast. A decisive battle between the 2 sides in Midtown? As Lin Xening said, he couldn't believe it. His teammates? Are they all dead, or is he alone? Principal Wang shook his head, and said in the same days. Side is alone, too lazy to wait. The 4 of us are fully armed, what are you afraid of him doing? Fire up the flare gun and wait for him to come over, and the battle will be settled quickly. It is good. So, the 4 of them went to the roof of the garage and fired the signal gun. Hey? Is this trying to attract me? Haha, 4 against 1 is quite arrogant. Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he drove there decisively. Park the car in P City, get off the car with Li, and pass through the housing area. If he rushed directly and exposed in advance, the opponent had the advantage of the terrain, 4 against 1, and he would definitely be able to take him away in one wave. Soon Li Yi came over and locked the location of the 3 of them, all on the 2nd floor. He decisively threw a flash bomb, followed by a grenade, and then threw another grenade at his feet, but he decisively rushed upstairs. Principal Wang and the 4 were blinded by a flash, but before they recovered, the grenade followed closely. A teammate fell directly to the ground. At this time, Li Yi used the sound of 2 grenade explosions to cover up the sound of footsteps, and rushed directly to the building. By the time Principal Wang and the others reacted, Li Yi had already reached the door on the 2nd floor. AK strafed another teammate, and instantly knelt down. In an instant, 4v1 became 2v1. All of this happened between Lightning and Flint. FK. 4 against 1 is like this, it's really shameful. Principal Wang was furious, and with the live broadcast, he couldn't lose face, and said decisively, let's charge together, 2 against 1, Tian will kill him. It is good. Lin Xening nodded, and the 2 of them rushed out decisively, one behind the other. While Li Yi was shooting with AK, he took advantage of the corner to dodge. After a short and intense firefight, Li Yi was down to half his health. However, Principal Wang and the 2 were swept away by all axes, and the 4 of them formed a box. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief, 52 kills, 0 assists, 0 deaths, successfully eating chicken. It was too easy, Li Yi shook his head and exited the game. Having experienced so many battles in a 100% realistic game, whether it is combat awareness or marksmanship, it has already been extremely terrifying. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the king of soldiers. Going to play and eat chicken is a piece of cake. Li Yi's side was calm and breezy, but he didn't want to. The people who participated in this wave of games were all stunned. After being killed by Li Yi, many people thought it was hanging, and they didn't quit. Instead, he continued to watch Li Yi's massacre, trying to find evidence, and a wave of complaints started. It turned out that where is the hang? It's completely stream of consciousness plus strength faction. At this level, you can be a professional gamer. Someone even recorded the whole process and posted it on the internet. Plus the live broadcast of Principal Wang and the 4 of them. Thus, the Windy Man was completely on fire. Chapter 74. A frying pan beat the dumb girl to death. Kill Lin Xening with a headshot. Double kill wild little princess. The perfect sniper kills Xiao Chuan. The entire anchor team was planning to eat chicken, but they didn't want to be sent away by men like Wind in the first 3 minutes. And Principal Wang and Li Xioxin's star team were wiped out in less than 30 seconds. Li Yi 1v4, attacking the building with a strong force, destroying the opponent with a group, has become a classic case. Now, the original chicken-eating game was completely popular, and it was on the headlines of the game version. A Man Like the Wind, 1-on-1 4-player match, 52 kills, group kills the anchor team and the star team. Seeing this scene, Principal Wang and Xiao Tuanchuan's sisters all turned pale. And the Man Like the Wind became famous in one fell swoop. Whether it's Principal Wang's star team or Xiao Tuanchuan Daimei's live broadcast team, they are all very uncomfortable. This damn windy man actually stepped on them to take the position and became famous in one fell swoop. It just doesn't make sense. So Xiao Tuanchuan directly stated publicly that Tuanzi refused to accept it and asked a man like Zhang Feng. And Daimei even bluntly said that it is shameless to fish with 98k, and she also wants to make an appointment with a man like the Wind. In contrast, Principal Wang is much more generous, saying that a man like Feng can kill even the anchor team in seconds, and their star team won the 3rd place, although the defeat is an honor. He also expressed his appreciation for the skills and awareness of the same man as Feng, and intends to sign the same man as Feng. But what Principal Wang doesn't know is that you can't afford to sign a man like Feng. The collective invitation of the anchor team and President Wang's statement made the Wind-like man even more famous, making headlines again, and even trending on Weibo. And the video of the whole game also completely became popular. There is even a chicken-eating anchor broadcasting on the Suyin live broadcast, specializing in analyzing the various operations of this handsome man. Also analyzed clearly and logically. Of course, there are also people who suspect that Li Yi is cheating. However, many influential anchors who eat chicken have said, technology can be unlocked, but consciousness and IQ cannot be unlocked. The Wind-like man has excellent consciousness and excellent skills, no less than a professional player. You don't need to open and hang, you can eat chicken steadily. Now everyone is not calm. Many well-known chicken-eating anchors have logged into the game one after another, thinking that they will meet a man like the Wind in the game, kill Li Yi, and become famous in one fell swoop. Regarding this, Li Yi, who is the person involved, is still ignorant. It's just a game, how can I get these? Until dusk, Li Yi answered Xiao Qianqian's phone call. What's wrong, Qian? Boss, I found an esports prodigy, stream of consciousness, stream of technology, he can be called a top professional player. And he should not have a contract yet. The most important thing is that it is already popular now. Xiao Chuan, Daimei and many chicken-eating anchors are looking for him, and they all want to challenge him. Many live streaming platforms are also looking for him, rushing to sign him. Even Principal Wang expressed that he is willing to sign this person. That's it, such a talent, we can't let go of the live broadcast without makeup. Li Yi nodded, at present, there is a shortage of strong esports anchors in the live broadcast without makeup, so go and operate it. Well, but boss, I can't find his information. Xiao Qian was very helpless. He doesn't seem to be online very much, and he quit after the game. So boss, do you have any means, can you dig him out? That's it, okay, let me try, what is his ID? Li Yi thought about it, and if he really wanted to look for it, he might not be able to find it. What privacy is there in the internet age? As long as the means are strong enough, or the price is high enough, the daily trajectory of the head of the White House can be checked clearly. That would be the best, his name is a man like the Wind. Boss, you must find him and sign him. From now on, he will be the first brother of our live broadcast without makeup. Xiao Qian said with a slight smile, as if seeing hope. Li Yi, What's the matter, boss, is it difficult? Xiao Qian asked after hearing Li Yi's silence. Li Yi couldn't help laughing, and coughed lightly. There's no need to look for it, the person you mentioned, is me. Xiao Qian was stupefied, full of disbelief, but then she beamed with joy. Wow, boss, you are so good at eating chicken? Why don't you take me with you some other day? Okay, work hard, I'll eat it for you another day. Xiao Qian. Hearing this, why is it so awkward? Bad boss, pervert, hum. Xiao Qianqian's pink cheeks instantly turned crimson. Li Yi coughed lightly, and quickly changed the subject. How is the fireworks factory going? *NTT. It has been finalized, and all of them were packaged and bought. The 5 factories, including workers and channels, cost 800 million yuan. Xiao Qian said. Due to the tighter government control over the past few years, the market for fireworks is getting worse and worse. Many companies are struggling to make ends meet, and they all want to sell, so it is easier. Li Yi nodded. The scale of the 5 factories is not small, the total is only 800 million, which is very cheap. If fireworks and firecrackers are not banned, let alone 800 million, 1.2 billion may not be won. There is no way, the situation is pressing, coupled with the unsatisfactory economic environment, the internet giants are laying off employees and recruiting people, let alone these industries that are already in decline. Coupled with the smog and the official attitude, the market for fireworks is even worse year after year. 0. Just like after the strict inspection of drunk driving, the liquor market is getting worse year after year. It is precisely because of this that future technology recruitment is very smooth. You don't even need to take the initiative to look for them. They all have technology masters who have jumped from internet giants to future technologies. There is no way, those internet giants have no shortage of talents. Not only will they not be given opportunities, they may even be laid off. In contrast, the future technology that has just started has a bright future, and there is a lack of technology masters everywhere, so it is undoubtedly better. Very good, Qian. Let's get in the raw materials, and then proceed to production according to my formula technology. The confidentiality work must be done well. Li Yi reminded, although patent protection has been applied for, we still need to pay attention. Don't worry, boss, all employees have signed a non-disclosure agreement and have monitoring equipment. In addition, I have sent reliable people to watch over and legal deterrence. As long as there is a problem, they will be brought to justice and sued to death. Sue them bankrupt, and sue them to the end of the prison. Xiao Qian said, very domineering. Although our current legal team is not as strong as Penguin, it is still very good. They are all elites. Many of them are professors and seniors from Qingbei, and even experts on CCTV. They were recruited by me. Very good, Qian. As for lawyers, don't be reluctant to spend money, offer 50% higher treatment than Penguin. As long as they are talents, accept them all. Build the most powerful legal team in future technology. Li Yi said that he agrees with Yi very much. Chapter 75. If a company wants to grow bigger, legal affairs are very important. With so many good things in future technology, legal affairs are even more needed. Not only can safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of one's own side, but also can defend one's own side. Like Penguin's lawyer, too powerful. Even if it is a copycat of your product, with the support of a strong legal team, you can defend your guilt into innocence, and you can't win a lawsuit. This is the ability of giants. At the software level, Li Yi can use black technology to encrypt, and can encapsulate self-destructing programs, so no giant will dare to crack it in the future. And the secrecy at the industrial level can only rely on monitoring, manpower, patents, and legal deterrence. Just like Disney, as long as my interests are violated, even if it's just a cartoon clip, I will sue you to death. It's so ruthless. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not, it's just to maintain your dignity. 907. In this way, the regiment deters Xiao Xiao. 5 days later, the 5 major fireworks factories had all stepped into the formal order and mass-produced the first batch of fireworks. It's just that all fireworks are prohibited in the outer ring of the magic city. Although Li Yi got the product, she didn't try it. Xiao Qian could only communicate with relevant departments and pass all kinds of tests before passing. But the good thing is that the official of Motive personally endorsed the environmental protection fireworks of the future technology, and gave a series of environmental protection labels. Not only lifted all restrictions, but also carried out a series of promotions. Without him, when the zero pollution and environmentally friendly fireworks of future technology, after the joint inspection of Fudan University and Shanghai Environmental Protection Bureau, the two parties confirmed that they are really zero pollution, this matter has been decided. No one can stop the advancement of future technological zero pollution fireworks. Such new breakthroughs are both environmentally friendly and technological, and they are completely sunny achievements. Of course, the official of Shanghai will not let it go, and will naturally promote it with all its strength, as a milestone in the environmental protection and technological development of Shanghai. On this afternoon, Li Yi received a call from Lin Xening. Big Bad Wolf, you have a concubine relationship with your professional manager every day, and you don't miss me, have you forgotten me? Li Yi couldn't help but laugh, between the lines, was full of jealousy. During this time, Lin Xening got angry with Li Yi because of Xiao Qianqin's matter, and did not look for Li Yi. Li Yi also didn't take the initiative to find Lin Xening. For girls, he has never been very proactive. If the other party throws a temper tantrum, Li Yi will try to coax her in various ways. How can she mess around in the future? This is Li Yi, no matter how high the goddess is, no matter how superb the goddess is, Li Yi will never take the initiative or be indifferent. Now that Lin Xening took the initiative to find her, Li Yi smiled and said, "How come? I was just thinking about taking my little fairy to set off the most beautiful fireworks." Fireworks? Lin Xening became interested, then shook her head. How is it possible? Fireworks are now prohibited in the entire Demon City area. Are you going to take me to the outer ring to find a remote grove, and then, okay, Big Bad Wolf? You are bad. Li Yi. Outer rim, grove. You, what are you pretending to be in your mind? Li Yi was very speechless, this little goblin, simply. Blame me, no matter who told you that my relatives came last time, you never let me go. It made my lips blistered and my jaw almost dislocated. Humph. When Lin Xening talked about that night, she still had some resentment. She has done that for Li Yi, and she has let go of her goddess arrogance. The result? Li Yi actually had such a beautiful female professional manager in the company. For an 8-point beauty like Han Xin, Lin Xening doesn't have the slightest sense of crisis and doesn't care even if she has a super explosive figure. But for Xiao Qian, who is also the best goddess of 9 points, Lin Xening has a sense of crisis. After all, Xiao Qianqin's appearance, figure, and temperament are no worse than hers. Similarly, Xiao Qian had the same mentality towards Lin Xening. The two of them are rivals at chess. As for Han Xin, he is slightly worse, so don't care. How do I remember? It seems that some goblin took the initiative. Li Yi smiled and spoke, full of meaning. How dare you say it? Is it because you are afraid that you will not be able to bear it and you will have something wrong? Lin Xening said angrily, a little angry. Haha, but you were really good last time, really. Li Yi said with a smile. It can be regarded as embarrassing for Lin Xening, after all, she is still a girl under the age of 18, so what she can do is already very good. Come and pick me up soon. On the weekend, accompany me. Accompany me wherever you go. You have to take me with you when you go to the company. I want to see, that Xiao Qian, who is flirtatious? Who is pure? Lin Xening said suddenly, feeling a little wronged, and even more a sense of crisis. Li Yi has a good personality, super good looks, full of talent, and his wealth is even more inhumane, so it can be said that he is impeccable. Except that there are more yin yang and yan yan around, it is prone to various problems. There's no way, Lin Xening likes a good man, and so do other girls. On the contrary, there are not so many women around those who are not good enough, but she doesn't like them either. There is no solution to this matter. Okay, I'll be there soon. Well, I have good news for you, my relative is gone. Humph. With that said, Lin Zibai hung up the phone. But the implication of that sentence made Li Yi a little uneasy. Relatives are gone, can't it be possible? After all, this little fairy is not so attractive. Even if you are in the entertainment industry, you can rely on your looks to be the number one female. Now that your relatives are gone, can you escape the fate of being eaten? Joke. Afterwards, Li went downstairs and went straight to Fudan University. But the car I drive is not a Koenig hexagonal, but a road tank, the Cavalier 15. And pulled a lot of zero-pollution environmental protection fireworks. After all, Koenig hexagonal, as a supercar, has limited space, let alone load a lot of cargo. 5.6 It is worth mentioning that Hanyu's matter has been resolved. Han Weiguo compensated Li Yi for car damage of 3 million yuan, and Hanyu was also under criminal detention, unable to escape from prison for more than 10 years. As for the damaged Cavalier 15, Li Yi received it from the system warehouse and took it out again, and it was safe and sound. The vehicles produced by the system are like this, as long as they are not completely scrapped like Hanyu's Mercedes G, and other faults are damaged, the system can be perfectly repaired in an instant. Half an hour later, Li Yi's Night 15 came to Xiaohuishan to study. Immediately attracted countless attention, compared with the last Koenig hexagonal, not much worse. After all, Night 15 is really too domineering and tough. Whether it is the shape of the diamond line or the huge size, they are all so unusual. It feels like an SUV, but more like a heavy armor. Chapter 76. My God, what kind of car is that, so domineering? Highway tank, Night 15. Not only can it be bulletproof, but it can also be resistant to 20 kilograms of explosives. Of course, the price is also extremely high, maybe 20 million in Daxia. Shenhao's world, interrupt me. After the car was parked, the door opened automatically, Li Yi stepped down, listening to everyone's discussion, he couldn't help but laugh. Hey! Isn't that the one who hit Wu Yuehui last time? Lin Xening's boyfriend. Yes, that's him. Last time Koenig hexagonal, this time Night 15. Lin Xening is really blessed to have such a boyfriend. Don't be sour, Lin Xening is not bad, okay? She is the first sister of the School of Finance, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a schoolgirl, and her family is also worth hundreds of millions. That's right, they are the ones who are talented and beautiful, and they are of the right family. As for Wu Yuehui, it's called a toad wanting to eat swan meat. At this time, Wu Yuehui, who happened to pass by, was furious. Last time she was slapped by Li Yi for scolding 28 Lin Xening. Afterwards, Zhao Yang's fellow also followed Li Yi's example and disliked her, even saying that Wu Yuehui, the former first lady of the finance school, was not good enough for Zhao Yang, a good-for-nothing rich second generation. This made Wu Yuehui furious, and fought with Zhao Yang. In the end, he was taken to the education office by security guards, and the whole school notified him of the punishment, which made it known to all. It can be said that the face is ruined. Even the licking dogs who chased her have been kept at a respectful distance since then, and no one cares about her anymore. Some even asked her directly, "How much is a night?" It is embarrassing that the former first sister of the School of Finance has been reduced to this point. It's just that Wu Yuehui, who is used to high consumption, has no spare tire to use as an ATM, and her funds are tight immediately, which makes her extremely painful. The gaze towards Li Yi was much more complicated. Li Yi also saw Wu Yuehui, but did not stop at all, and turned to look at the surrounding scenery. Could it be that in his eyes, I, Wu Yuehui, am just a passerby? Is it not as good as the surrounding scenery? Wu Yuehui's expression was extremely gloomy. Look, Shen Hao's watch is so delicate and complicated. It's not all platinum, is it? Some people have very sharp eyes, and they can see that Li Yi's watch is extraordinary. Okay. Wu Yuehui was startled, looked carefully, her expression changed sharply, and she couldn't help exclaiming. This is the legendary Watch King, the Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum Watch. Patek Philippe, the blue blood noble in the watch. What do you know? Wu Yuehui snorted coldly and said. This is not an ordinary Patek Philippe, but the best of all Patek Philippe's. Only 2 pieces are produced a year, and they are custom-made for Patek Philippe's most distinguished customers. Production has long been discontinued, and there are only 22 pieces in the world. The market price is 17.6 million, but you can't buy it at all. As a well-informed gold digger, Wu Yuehui is very familiar with these sky-high luxury goods that she can't afford in her lifetime. My God, a watch, 17.6 million. Crazy, really crazy. Idiot, you don't understand the world of Shen Hao. Wu Yuehui shook his head and said, with a disgusted face. And, those who don't know, I thought you had one too, ha ha ha. You. Wu Yuehui was furious, but she was speechless. Big bad wolf. At this time, Lin Xening rushed over with a smile. Without further ado, Yuxia jumped on Li Yi's body, hanging directly on Li Yi's body like a koala. Li Yi hugged Lin Xening and said with a smile, I'm not afraid that others will see it this time. Don't be afraid. Last time we two were only in the name of a couple, but not in reality. But this time it's different, humph. Lin Xening said, it seems quite reasonable. But it is true, that night, because Lin Xening's relatives came, although Li Ang and Lin Xening didn't make it to the last step. But really all that can be done. As she spoke, Lin Xening looked at Li Yi straightly, full of meaning. It seems to be reminding Li Yi of something, and also like the temptation of Hong Kuo. This little goblin. Li Yi couldn't help laughing, without saying a word hold her and go to night 15. Everyone in the back looked at this scene with complicated expressions. This time, the relationship between the two is obviously much closer than last time. This made everyone envious, especially Wu Yuehui. In the envy, there was a lot of jealousy. What's annoying is that both Li Yi and Lin Xening ignored her existence and completely treated her as a passerby. I wanted to compete with others, but found that I didn't even have the qualifications to be an opponent. Yes, nothing more. This made Wu Yuehui very angry. She also wants to find a man who is Koenig Segonal today and Cavalier 15 tomorrow. She also wants to find a handsome, wealthy, talented, and well-mannered president who will pamper her to heaven. But all of this, she can only think about, nothing more. Wow! This car is so domineering, it's just a road tank. Lin Xening was extremely excited, and then looked back. I saw that the space behind 307 is extremely wide, even if it is equipped with 6 fully armed soldiers, it is more than enough. And with such a large space, there are only 4 extremely luxurious leather seats. It can be said that the space is very abundant, and there is no sense of congestion at all. Even if a few people do something behind, there is no pressure. This made Lin Xening slightly frowned, looked at Li Yi decisively, and said angrily. Big bad wolf, you drive a car like this, with such a large space. Do you want to drive to a deserted street at night when you can't see your fingers, and then in the car? Hey! Bad guy! Big bad guy, big pervert! Li Yi! This little fairy, what's on her mind? Really weird. Or, in the eyes of women, men are all so wretched? Li Yi shook his head and sighed. The world is a lesson, I really haven't thought about it this way. But since you have mentioned it, if I don't try it, won't it seem that you are too unattractive? Big pervert, hate it, don't. Lin Xening shook her head, looking at Li Yi's posture. Could it be that she was thinking too much? Women say no, but they want it. So are you a woman, or do you want it? Li Yi smiled and continued to bully the little elf. Chapter 77. Hey! Let's talk about it next time, not this time. Lin Xening flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head and said aggrievedly, her tone was extremely soft. Big brother, directly in the car, Xening can't bear it, it's too exciting. Can you take your time? Xening promises that she will promise everything in the future, listen to you, and give you the best of herself. Li Yi was very moved when he heard the words, reached out and stroked Lin Xening's beautiful hair, and said softly. Scared you, idiot. Lin Xening is the kind who is cold in front of outsiders and rejects the opposite s**x. In front of Li Yi, he talked superficially, drove at every turn, and even seduced. But in fact, cowardly push, conservative push. Before I met Li Yi, I never even held a boy's hand. Now Lin Xening is still a girl under 18 years old, if she is directly in the car. Lin Xening really can't let go. Just take your time, we're not in the car tonight, we're going home. Li Yi is serious. Lin Xening. It seems that there is not much difference, even if it is changed to another place, I still cannot escape the fate of being eaten by you. Lin Xening thought for a while, then said helplessly. Little Xening, who has no relatives to protect her body, is so miserable. Big bad wolf, good or bad? Li Yi. Afterwards, the two had a meal, and then went straight to the Huangpu River. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was winter, and there were not many people around. Li Yi parked the car to a secluded shore, and then opened the trunk. My God, there are so many fireworks. Wow! Lin Xening beamed with joy and was very excited, but then came back to her senses. Big brother, fireworks are forbidden in the capital city, we will be caught by the police uncle. Li Yi touched Lin Xening's hair, smiled and shook her head, don't worry, no one will catch us. Come, move down. As they spoke, the two of them removed all the fireworks from the car and put them on the shore. But Lin Xening was shocked. You also said that no one is arresting us, so this is not coming. As soon as the words fell, 2 security personnel walked over. This made Lin Xening panicked, and she pulled Li Yi decisively, hurry up, get in the car, and run. Li Yi shook his head with a smile, hugged Lin Xening in his arms, and said with a smile, it's okay, silly girl. Hi, may I ask if you are Ji-dong of Future Technology? Soon, 2 security personnel came over, stretched out their hands, and asked with a smile. Hello, I am. Li Yi nodded and shook hands with her. Hello, Mr. Li, we have received instructions from above that you can set off fireworks to your heart's content here, which can be regarded as a pilot. The ban on future technology products will be lifted soon. Thanks. Li Yi's brows were beaming with joy. The arrangements here have already been made properly, otherwise today would be really troublesome. After all, the official lifting of the ban has not yet been officially promulgated. We help you. As they said that, the two of them shot together and helped to move the fireworks down. This time, Li Yi brought a lot, not only in the trunk, but also in the rear space. Soon, boxes of fireworks were moved down and placed on the bank of the Ai. Thanks. Dong Li is polite. Then the 2 security personnel left. Wow, how powerful you are, even the laws of the magic capital are lenient to you. These security guards, not only did not expel you, but also helped you, really. Lin Xening was dumbfounded and amazed. That is, don't look at who your man is. Li Yi smiled and said without much explanation. Humph. I know stinky fart. Lin Xening let out a cold snort, her eyes sparkling brightly as she watched the fireworks. Before, she was too young and a girl to dare to touch fireworks. When I grow up, fireworks and firecrackers have been completely banned in the metropolitan area, and there is no chance. It can be said that for Lin Xening, fireworks are something that she has seen but never played. This time, Lin Xening will not let go of such a good opportunity. Holding the windproof lighter decisively, eager to try. The fireworks held by Li Yi are not only environmentally friendly fireworks with zero pollution, but also low-noise fireworks. Only those nearby can hear it, and it won't disturb the people. Even so, when the bright fireworks bloomed from the sky, it still amazed the entire night sky in an instant. On both sides of the Huangpu River, no matter if it was an office building or a residential building, they were all alarmed. Hey! Who set off fireworks by the Huangpu River? Are you not afraid of being caught? Yes. I'm not afraid of exacerbating the smog. Although it's beautiful. Crazy, in the smog of the magic city, committing crimes against the wind, you are not afraid of being detained. At first, some people complained, but then, it all turned into amazement. Even those who worked overtime all gathered in front of the window, full of praise. Oh my God, the fireworks are so beautiful, they bloom like a flaming rose. I like it so much. Hurry up and take a picture. No, hurry up and broadcast live broadcast without makeup. I want all fans to share the amazingness of this moment. I saw fireworks rising into the sky above the Huangpu River and exploding with a bang. It's not like the usual fireworks, which explode in a ball and spread out to the surroundings. On the contrary, it turned out to be like a flaming rose, blooming in an instant, astonishing the world. Delicate and realistic appearance, lifelike, the effect, those who don't know it will think it is a holographic projection. Then, countless fireworks bloomed together, all in the shape of flowers, but they were all white. All of a sudden, the entire sky above the Huangpu River was transformed into a sea of flowers. It was so beautiful that it amazed the entire magic city. Lin Xening was insane after seeing it. At this time, Li Yi lit another huge firework. After blooming in the air, it turned out to be a giant oriental dragon looking down on the world, appearing in the Minister of the Sea of Flowers. Then, another big firework took off, and there were two small ones next to it, Wang Li's. After blooming, it turned out to be Neza who stepped on the hot wheels. And the two smaller ones are Kunkunkan and Hunshan Ling. On the banks of the Huangpu River, Li Yi and Lin Ziwan lived in Liping County. The fireworks tonight are so beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Compared with traditional fireworks, it's just a blast. Even the fireworks specially made for the Olympics cannot be compared to 1/10 of them. The residents and overtime workers by the Huangpu River were all amazed and dumbfounded. The netizens who watched the live broadcast were completely uneasy, and the bullet screen gifs flew up. Wow! A sea of white flowers looks like thousands of pear trees blooming. That's a giant dragon. There is a dragon in the ancient East. And Neza, the hottest Neza this year. Look at that blob of blue, it's the Earth, the wandering Earth. Chapter 78. Hey, this dragon is a bit weird, it's not the Eastern dragon, it's the dragon in Game of Thrones. That's a giant panda eating bamboo. So cute. Wow, caca, alpaca, spitting alpaca. Thanos. What a powerful firework, blowing up a Thanos. Now this firework technology is so powerful. It's black technology, rubbing the Olympic fireworks show on the ground, there is no suspense. Where can I buy it? I want to buy it in bulk, and it's okay to set it off when I go back to my hometown, because it's beautiful. A lot of money for a child, no, a lot of money for a channel. Buy him. How much you have, how much you charge? I really like it, I'm so envious, I want it with my real name. Is there a purchasing agent? Strength Fireworks Channel King, sincerely seek cooperation. Whether it is the citizens of Shanghai or netizens from all over the world, they are all not calm. This firework is so powerful, it is simply black technology. In particular, the blooming of the flame rose is completely animated, which is simply unbelievable. There is also a sea of white flowers, which are set off together, which is even more stunning. In addition, Neza, National Treasure, Alpaca, Wandering Earth, etc., these popular elements are also loved by everyone. But what they don't know is that this is only a small part. Produced by black technology, how can it be so simple? Not only is the cost 50% lower, it truly achieves zero pollution, the noise of the 753 is controllable, and various customizations can be made. It doesn't matter if it's a simple pattern or text, or something as complex as a flame rose blooming or a sea of flowers. Even if the funds are sufficient, it is not a big problem to customize a small animated short film for you with fireworks. It can be said that when Li Yi's fireworks bloomed on the Huangpu River, it completely amazed the city and the citizens of the city. And when Li Yi's fireworks were broadcast live on the internet, it amazed the whole country and even the whole world. Many foreign netizens were equally excited, envious of their real names, and even thought of purchasing on behalf of them. It's just that this thing is inflammable and explosive, how can I buy it on behalf of you? There are also many powerful channel operators who smell business opportunities and want to join. But for this, Li Yi will not let go easily. We will only strictly review, make our own brand, and open our own monopoly channels. Big brother, Xening is so happy tonight, so happy. Lin Xening danced excitedly, looking at Li Yi with blurred tenderness in her eyes. She has never played with fireworks before, and this is the first time she has such a black technology that blows up the sky. It is destined to be remembered by Lin Xening for a lifetime. Sick, girls are all emotional, and everyone has a door in their hearts. It may be an inadvertent move that can open this door, and after that, you are her completely unique. After that, she will give up all principles, accompany you crazy, accompany you regardless of everything, whatever. Just like Lin Xening tonight. Such a beautiful firework, such a precious memory, and the person who gave her this beauty are enough for her to never forget. Even if Li Yi offered to do something in the car, Lin Xening at this moment would never refuse again. Because in her heart, Li Yi is more important than the bottom line and herself. Also, keep going. Li Yi said with a smile, took Lin Xening's hand and continued to let it go. The environmental protection fireworks of future technology have a very good safety factor, and there is no risk, except holding the fireworks to the body. In the end, many fireworks were lit together. Over the Huangpu River, amidst the dazzling sea of flowers, a giant dragon soars, and Neza soars into the sky. The whole scene was simply ignited. Even all the live broadcasters are making a lot of money. No way, there are too many rewards for such a burning and exquisite fireworks show. Finally, over the Huangpu River, many words appeared. Environmentally friendly fireworks, truly zero pollution, regular noise, low noise, no noise, 3 options are available. Today's fireworks experiment is over. Next time, the fireworks feast of future technology will bloom over the entire Huangpu River. In the end, 8 large characters stretched across the sky. Future technology, the future has come. My God, it turned out to be the handwriting of future technology. I said, there is only such a future technology that can make fireworks of this black technology. Future technology, the future has come, raw powder. It's just a small experiment, but it has reached such a point that it can completely rub the Olympics and the Spring Festival Gala on the ground. Then what will happen if the future technology goes all out? I look forward to it, I really look forward to it. Black technology. It's really zero pollution. I said, how can it be set off in Shanghai? It turns out that it is zero pollution, officially licensed. Future technology is domineering, and all future technologies' zero pollution fireworks will be lifted in the future, and you will never be afraid that the Huxia New Year will be boring. Yes, 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 I sincerely hope that future technology will be vigorously distributed and supported to the end. Subsequently, Future Technology launched a website for environmentally friendly fireworks, Future Fireworks. There are various detailed introductions on it, as well as a unified price list across the country. There are also dealers and specialty stores that already exist. This made netizens completely uneasy. Without him, future fireworks are not only environmentally friendly, but also inexpensive. Like entry-level environmentally friendly fireworks, the price is only about 30% more expensive than ordinary fireworks. Even the prices of various high-end fireworks that can be customized are within an acceptable range. At the same time, the officialdom of Shanghai issued a direct announcement. Future Technology Group has launched the world's first truly zero-pollution fireworks, and it is also the world's most advanced and most beautiful black technology fireworks. Regarding the zero-pollution fireworks of Future Technology, the official government of Shanghai has lifted the restrictions in an all-round way, so as to return the real taste of the new year to the people. He also said that the official of Shanghai Magic City will continue to vigorously support future technology, support such 100% environmental protection enterprises, and make them bigger and stronger. This wave of publicity has made future technology and the officialdom of Magic City both well received. Immediately afterwards, Yanjing, Shenzhen City, etc. also issued declarations one after another, lifting the ban on future technology's zero pollution and environmentally friendly fireworks, and returning the real taste of the new year to the people. This kind of technology and environmental protection will only be strongly supported by the government, and will also give preferential policies and even subsidies. There is no way, the prohibition of discharge is not a palliative measure, but the real pollution-free is the fundamental law. After the fireworks were over, Li Yi and Lin Xening walked towards the 15th night. But when she got to the front of the car, Lin Xening stopped suddenly, looked at the back seat of the car, full of meaning. Chapter 79. Ahem, don't you want to? Li Yi looked at this scene with a complicated expression. Lin Xening gave Li Yi a white look, and said angrily, "It's your idea, I just can't bear to let you down." Li Yi. Well, I think. With a wave of Li Yi's hand, the rear door opened automatically. Li Yi carried Lin Xening into the back row. Lin Xening looked flustered, her heart beating extremely fast. Just spent a wonderful night of fireworks, and then in the car around the deserted river. It's too exciting. As a result, Lin Xening's body trembled a little. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh, and hugged Lin Xening into his arms. The atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Wait, someone is coming. Lin Xening opened her mouth suddenly, startled. I saw a few people passing by, perhaps attracted by the fireworks. Li Yi smiled slightly and said, "It doesn't matter." Night 15, invisible. In an instant, Night 15 was completely invisible and disappeared in place. Even if a few people passed by, there was no slight fluctuation, and the Night 15 could not be seen at all. Otherwise, he would have been shocked by the sturdy appearance of Night 15 long ago, and there would be no reaction at all. Is this car really invisible? Like 007's car? Lin Xening said, full of inconceivable. Li Yi nodded. Of course, it's not only visual invisibility, but also electromagnetic invisibility. Even satellites, radars, monitoring, detectors, etc., can't find his existence. It can be said that the real invisibility. My God, such black technology is simply terrifying. If it is used on a fighter plane, wouldn't it blow up the enemy's base, and people don't know what's going on? Lin Xening said in surprise, full of inconceivable. In theory it is. Li Yi nodded. If he could sign in and produce such a black technology in the future, the whole world would be completely rewritten. Now in war, the power of the Air Force is getting bigger and bigger. Afterwards, on the banks of the Huangpu River, in the 15th night, Li Yi and Lin Xening were all gentle. Even if someone passes by, they can't see the slightest, but it adds a different kind of emotion. Completely invisible black technology, Li Yi really likes it. There is also a space as large as the Night 15, and the ultimate sound insulation effect. They are simply doing bad things for the two of them, tailor-made. This night is destined to be a precious and memorable night. Whether it's the scenery of the Huangpu River, the luxury of Night 15, or the gentle Yiren in his arms. At the same time, Han Weiguo, who was having a good time with Yang Kai in the clubhouse, suddenly received a call from his secretary. "Brother Han, your secretary is not sensible, it's really disappointing to disturb you at this time." Yang Kai frowned slightly, a little unhappy. Even the princess who had just ordered in her arms was a little unhappy. She even directly reached out to take the phone, and said charmingly, "Why, could it be that Lisa is not as attractive as this phone?" "Haha, of course Lisa is more attractive." Han Weiguo laughed out loud, hung up the phone resolutely, and stood aside. "The sky is big and the earth is big, and I'm the biggest. Tonight and Brother Yang are happy to the end, the company's affairs, no matter how important they are, we'll talk about them tomorrow." "Haha, Brother Han is refreshing, come, I respect you." The two chatted happily over wine, and the princesses waited on them carefully, everything was so harmonious. But at this time, it was still the secretary's call. What happened to Shan Shan? Han Weiguo was slightly angry, it was too disturbing. "Hehe, I just want to ask, Brother Han, is your secretary very bright? Do you miss you? Are you so anxious to find you in the middle of the night?" Yang Kai said wretchedly, full of meaning, "If that's the case, why don't you pick it up and call her together, hey? Brother Yang, a person of the same path, hehe, I'll call her over right now." Han Weiguo said with a smile, the two of them seemed to know each other, and then connected the phone. "Hey, Shan Shan, do you miss me?" "No." On the opposite side, the secretary was a little anxious. "Hey? Miss me?" Han Weiguo was furious when he heard the words. Yang Kai was beside him, didn't this slap him in the face? I was about to get angry immediately, but I didn't want the secretary to speak quickly. "No, boss, it's a question, I'll talk about it later." "It's over." "What? I'm screwed." Han Weiguo frowned and was furious. "I said Shan Shan, is it because I have been too indulgent to you on weekdays, and you dare to curse me?" "No, boss, it's not that you are about to die, but our Han's fireworks are about to die." "What? How dare you curse the company to the end and curse me to go bankrupt? You little bch, you are so heartless, I. Boss. It's future technology. 0. In desperation, the secretary could only speak like this. Future technology. Hearing these 4 words, Han Weiguo was stunned, calmed down instantly, and said in a deep voice. "Speak slowly, what's going on?" "It's such a boss, future technology has launched truly zero-pollution environmentally friendly fireworks, and has received the official endorsement and support of Shanghai. Even the price is only about 50% more expensive than ours. The most important thing is that because of zero pollution, Shanghai and many other cities have released restrictions on future technology and environmental protection fireworks, allowing them to set off in urban areas. And their zero pollution fireworks, as well as black technology bonus, are much more powerful than the Olympic fireworks show. Once the goods are on the market, our traditional fireworks are simply incomparable, the gap." When the secretary said this, he used a figurative metaphor. That kind of gap is like the gap between the current fruit new flagship phone and the functional phone. Environmentally friendly fireworks with future technology is the new flagship of fruit. And our Korean fireworks are functional phones, or the oldest mobile phones, BB machines. That's right, the gap is heaven. Boss, do you understand me when I say this? It was not until midnight that the 15th night left the bank of the Hoangpu River and went straight to Tangchen Yupan. As for Lin Xening, she was already tired and fell asleep in the back seat. After all, it was her first time getting off. Chapter 80. Hearing this, Han Weiguo broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but say, "Is the gap really that big? Hey, boss, what do you say? I'll send you a video, you can watch it yourself." After the secretary finished speaking, he continued, "You don't need to post it anymore, boss, you can go directly to Weibo, or go to the live broadcast without makeup, it's all on the hot search list, and there are fireworks shows of future technology everywhere." Hearing this, Han Weiguo and Yang Kai quickly took out their mobile phones, one went to Weibo, and the other went to the live broadcast without makeup. Looking at the blooming flaming roses, the beautiful sea of flowers, and the lifelike dragon, Yang Kai's eyes are straight. And Han Weiguo became autistic in an instant, really autistic. After a long time, he murmured, "It's over, it's really over. As soon as the future fireworks come out, what about my hands fireworks? What about the 467 about traditional fireworks? Since the country was born, how can ye be born?" As he said that, Han Weiguo dropped his cell phone on the ground and spread out on the sofa, his eyes glazed over, and he looked as if his grief was greater than his heart's death. "Brother Han, are you okay?" Yang Kai looked at this scene, full of worry, and couldn't help but speak. "Do you think I look okay?" Yang Kai Feng. "It's over, it's really over." Han Weiguo sighed, furious. As soon as the environmentally friendly fireworks come out, the entire fireworks industry will be over. It feels like a smartphone replacing a feature phone. No, it's more serious than that. After all, the official has not restricted the use of feature phones, it is just the market's own choice, and smartphones have eliminated feature phones. But the official prohibition of traditional fireworks, especially in urban areas. Even towns in many cities are not allowed to let them go. Only the zero pollution and environmentally friendly fireworks of future technology are allowed to be set off. Having said that, Han Weiguo looked at Yang Kaifeng and said helplessly, "Do you know what that means? This means that you traditional fireworks companies will die faster." Yang Kaifeng said it directly. Han Weiguo. "Ahem, that's true, it's over. It's over." Han Weiguo shook his head and said, "I didn't expect that my magnificent hands fireworks would come to an end like this. Or fall into the hands of Li Yi, and fall into the hands of future technology. Hehe, I am not reconciled, I am not reconciled." "But what if you are not reconciled? What can you do?" Han Weiguo shook his head repeatedly, watched the video, and murmured, "This zero pollution black tech fireworks can't be made at all, and shouldn't appear. Give us another 5 years, and we won't be able to make it. No, 10 years may not be enough. Hehe, Do is in a hurry." Yang Kai smiled and said negatively, "I am not as good as you when it comes to making fireworks. But you are not as good as me when it comes to dealing with future technology." "Oh? Brother Yang has a solution." Han Weiguo's eyes lit up, he quickly filled a glass of wine, and personally respected each other. "Simple. Brother Han now needs factories and factories, people and people, funds and channels, and channels. What is lacking is the technology of future technology. Let's steal it from him, isn't that all?" "Haha, great idea, why didn't I think of this one?" Han Weiguo beamed with joy, and his whole body became radiant. It shouldn't be difficult to steal the formula and technology of environmentally friendly fireworks. Money can turn ghosts around. Of the few fireworks factories that Li Yi bought, I don't believe that none of them are not greedy. As long as there is greed, that's fine. Money leads the way, what else can't be fixed? At the same time, I contacted Rendong of Feiyu, and the two sides worked together to overwhelm the future technology. In this way, it's hard for Li Yi not to die. Yang Kai opened his mouth coldly, and when he mentioned Li Yi, he was furious. Originally, he was the vice president of Ruiza Capital, one of the top 500 companies in the world. As a result, Ruiza Capital lost 4.525 billion yuan because of the borrowing of 100 million flying fish shares from Li Yi, and was directly kicked out. Because of this failure in life, Yang Kai no longer has any financial institution willing to use him. Just kidding, with a sudden loss of 4.525 billion, Ruiza Capital almost knelt down. Whoever dares to use him, can't afford it. It can be said that the current Yang Kai has become a lost dog because of Li Yi. Of course, Han Weiguo is also a lost dog driven out by his wife. Is because of this, the two bereaved dogs cherish each other, and from time to time, the relationship is not so good. Soon, Yang Kaifeng contacted the old Dong Renqian of Feiyu, and told about the current situation in Han Weiguo's plan. Ren Qiannian beamed with joy, and hastily made arrangements. The three of them conspired and worked together to engage in future technology from two directions at the same time. It is to engage in future technology to death. On the morning of the second day, Tang Chen Yupan. Lin Xening woke up from Li Yi's arms, recalling the experience in the car by the river last night. She just felt so incredible. I never imagined that she would be so crazy for Li Yi. The bursts of pain made her look even more complicated. Then he turned around, took a bite on Li Yi's hand, and complained. Humph! Let you experience that feeling too. When Li Yi heard this, she didn't get angry, but hugged Lin Xening in her arms. He knew that Lin Xening had paid a lot for him. Even though Lin Xening knew that she couldn't be Li Yi's only one, she was still willing to give her best self, at the best age, to Li Yi completely. This is already the most rare. Does it hurt? Lin Xening felt a little distressed, hugged Li Yi's waist, and said with concern. It doesn't hurt. Li Yi shook his head with a smile. Compared to Lin Xening's pain, he was in pain. Lin Xening nodded, looked at Li Yi, suddenly became serious, and said solemnly. I don't care about anything else, but you have to love me forever, don't abandon me, don't ignore me. You have to always put me in your heart. Even if you have a new love, you can't forget me. Better not. 4.2 I know. Having said this, Lin Xening's voice suddenly softened, even with a bit of pleading. Big brother, can you promise Xiaoning? Li Yi was very moved when he heard this. For him, Lin Xening has come to this point. It is really rare. Xiaoning, for me, you gave up the arrogance of a goddess and bet your life's happiness, how can I be willing to let you lose? Li Yi said sincerely, full of determination. I promise, no matter what happens in the future, in my heart, you will always be the most important, and will always be the first. Never leave. Big brother, you are so kind, Xiaoning loves you. As she said that, Lin Xening looked straight at Li Yi, and took the initiative to push herself up. She couldn't remember the first time at all, and it still hurt a little. Chapter 81. Tang Chen Yupan. Li Yi and Lin Xening were living a two-person world when suddenly the phone rang and it was Xiao Qian. Humph! Your secretary, you chased her so hard. She hasn't been to the office for 2 days, so she can't hold back. Lin Xening said, a little displeased, and agreed that Li Yi would stay with her for these 2 days. But he still said, there may be something important, you deal with it first, I'll squeeze juice for you. With that said, Lin Xi got up and went to the kitchen. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh. This little goblin obviously cared, but she still didn't want to embarrass him. In fact, this is all normal. If Lin Xening doesn't care at all, then there is a ghost. If you love someone, you will have a certain possessive desire, unless you don't love. It's just because the love is too deep that you obviously care about it, but pretend you don't care. Li Yi answered the phone and said, "What's the matter, Qian?" "Boss, there is a problem with the monitoring of a factory in Dabai. I suspect they may have taken action." 28. Xiao Qian couldn't help but said. "After all, it's enough to break one monitor. It's impossible for a batch of monitors to be broken. It's the most critical parts. I suspect it's man-made, or they deliberately did this, trying to steal the core technology of environmental protection fireworks. You see, because the core technology of environmentally friendly fireworks is too important, several major factories have installed complete monitoring systems. And all the videos are uploaded to the cloud server synchronously, which can be retrieved remotely by future technology and monitored at any time. In this way, even if someone wants to make an idea of environmental protection fireworks, they can find out in time and respond accordingly. But this time, there were problems with Dabai's important surveillance systems, which were obviously abnormal. "Okay, Qian, I know about this, leave it to me." Li Yi hung up the phone, thinking about it. People staring at future fireworks are indispensable, even many. Especially in the past 2 days, the environmentally friendly fireworks have begun to be fully replenished, and the market sales are not as hot as usual. Even if the 5 major factories are fully operating and producing at full capacity, the supply is still in short supply. Originally, Li Yi planned to distribute the products nationwide, but now, the first-tier cities and second-tier cities alone are not enough. Think about it too, fireworks and firecrackers have been banned for so long, and a non-banned environmental protection fireworks suddenly come, how will the people react? Of course, I took the opportunity to buy. That feeling, like someone who has been hungry for several days, suddenly encountered Michelin star food. God knows how big the appetite is. After all, a year without fireworks really has no taste of the year. In addition, the price of environmentally friendly fireworks is not much higher, and the vast majority of families do not have any pressure. Therefore, the sales of environmentally friendly fireworks are not as popular as usual. The goods just produced today were booked in full by a big customer yesterday. Even tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the goods have already been sold out, and they are completely out of stock. As for profit, it is impossible to measure. For this thing, the production cost is very low, and the channel cost is not high. It can be said that the 1-week profit of future fireworks exceeds the 1-year profit of Hanwei Guo's Han's fireworks. It's that scary, it's that exaggerated. If this continues, God knows how much money fireworks will make in the future. For example, before fireworks were banned, the number of fireworks sold in Shanghai alone was as high as 400,000 boxes. The price of environmentally friendly fireworks with future technology is half that of ordinary fireworks. Based on the average price of 500 yuan per box, 400,000 boxes are worth 200 million yuan. This does not include the customizable dynamic high-end fireworks of future technology, which are all starting from thousands. It can be said that in the city of Shanghai alone, the sales of future technological fireworks can reach 300 million. There are so many cities in the country, how many are there? The specifics cannot be calculated. But in 2008, the annual sales of fireworks had exceeded 30 billion. Today's environmental protection fireworks of future technology, fully liberalize the restrictions, let alone 30 billion, 150 billion will be stopped. After all, more than 10 years have passed, consumption levels have risen sharply, and prices have also risen rapidly. 10 years ago, a box of ordinary large fireworks might only cost $180, but now they can't afford $300. Nowadays, ordinary fireworks are banned all over the country, and only the environmentally friendly fireworks of future technology have no restrictions. It can be said that the entire Kyushu market, 99% of the 50 billion market, will be swallowed by future technology. The profit alone may be as high as 30 to 40 billion. Such a big piece of cake, you say, who wouldn't be envious? It is only natural that Dabai had problems. But they have methods, and Li Yi also has methods. A few days ago, Li Yi signed in 5 sets of intelligent nano-monitoring equipment for 5 consecutive days. It has long been spread all over every corner of the 5 major fireworks factories. Secret? There are no secrets, everything is under Li Yi's control. It's just that the nano-monitoring equipment is too small, and the people in the 5 major fireworks factories don't know anything about it. So Li went upstairs, turned on the computer, called the monitoring of Dabai fireworks factory, and couldn't help shaking his head. This matter was really done by a senior executive named Jian Song from Dabai fireworks factory. Soon, Li Yi locked it, and then investigated, sighed. Hanwei-guo, oh Hanwei-guo, you're really ungrateful. That's right, it was Hanwei-guo who made the shot this time. He spent 50 million to buy all the technical materials of future technology environmental protection fireworks. Facing the temptation of 50 million yuan, Jian Song decided to give it a go, but he was 50 million yuan 043. As long as you succeed, you don't have to worry about it for the rest of your life. So Jian Song took advantage of his position to send other people away and tried to destroy several important surveillance sites. Then I thought about sneaking into the secret room secretly in the afternoon while the monitoring personnel were repairing, stealing all the technical information and passing it to Hanwei-guo. In this way, not only can they get a reward of 50 million yuan, but they can also shift the responsibility to the maintenance and monitoring engineers. Even if it is exposed in the future, after investigation, there will be maintenance and monitoring engineers topping it. Such a plan can be described as seamless. It's just that he didn't expect that the monitoring equipment was destroyed in the morning, and the future technology far away in Shanghai had already grasped the situation and reported it to Li Yi. And Li Yi immediately found out the culprit of him. Back and forth, but half an hour's scene. But Li Yi did not capture him directly, but remotely retrieved all the core technical data in the secret room, deleted them all, and modified them to create a new special version of the core technical data. Just wait for Jian Song to come to the door, wait for him to steal it, and pass it on to Hanwei-guo. Just waiting for Hanwei-guo to be overjoyed after getting the information, and immediately start experiments and even mass production. As for what will happen then, that has nothing to do with Li Yi. Well, really irrelevant. I did not do anything. Chapter 82. Did something happen to the company? Lin Xening knocked on the door and walked in with a cup of freshly squeezed honey citron tea. Li Yi smiled, stretched out his hand and pulled Lin Xening into his arms, saying, "It's a trivial matter, the fireworks in the future have aroused the greed of many people. It's normal. After all, it's a big business worth more than 50 billion yuan. It's all eaten by the future technology family. Can others not envy you?" Lin Xening said with a smile. The analysis was straightforward. Fireworks have been banned for many years in a row, and now the environmental protection fireworks for future technology are suddenly released, and there will inevitably be a rebound in consumption. Therefore, the sales of fireworks are bound to skyrocket, and there is no pressure to exceed 50 billion. The premise is that fireworks can be produced so much in the future. Li Yi couldn't help shaking her head. Yeah, the market is so big and the profit is so big, but it's a pity that the future fireworks are just getting started, so we can't afford it. As for Li Yi's current 5 factories, although they are not small in scale, they are really limited, too limited. Even if it is operating at full capacity and the production capacity reaches its peak, it can only satisfy first-tier cities. They can't even take care of second-tier cities, let alone other third and fourth-tier cities. The only solution is to acquire other fireworks factories and expand production capacity. As a top financial student at Fudan University, Lin Xening, apart from her usual eccentricity, analyzed the development of the company in a clear and logical way. But in this way, many problems are bound to arise, including the leakage of core technology. This point must be taken seriously. Li Yi nodded, it's impossible to prevent them one by one, we can only cut the mess quickly and kill the chickens to make an example to the monkeys. Only in this way can other people be afraid and dare not mess around. Just like several internet giants, who are greedy for the future technology of Suyin Magic Mirror, they try their best to crack it. As a result, the Suyin Magic Mirror was not cracked, and its own server was hacked, the data was automatically cleared, and the loss was heavy. And the 4 major live broadcasts are almost all over, even if they haven't recovered yet. In serious cases, they may go bankrupt. In fact, the reason for not recovering is not a technical problem. With the background and energy of the 4 major live broadcast giants, even if the data is destroyed, it can be done in a few days. The reason why the live broadcast has not resumed after more than 10 days has passed is simply an irresistible factor. With Li Yi's prosecution against the 4 major live streaming giants and the matter of commercial espionage, the authorities have already been involved in the investigation. During the investigation, all data were sealed up, waiting for the results of the investigation. You want to restore? How to recover? During the investigation, don't move, don't move. Wait until the investigation has a result, or future technology withdraws the lawsuit, and the 4 major live broadcast giants can resume the live broadcast. It can be said that the current status of the 4 major live broadcasts is rectification. There is no way, this incident has sufficient evidence and has a very large impact. And because of Li Yi's live broadcast, 300 to 400 million people followed that day, and more than 1 billion people followed worldwide. Both at home and abroad. At this point, who dares to make big things into small things? So what if the 4 major live broadcast giants can operate secretly? More than 1 billion people around the world are watching, and they can only do business. It is time to suspend business, and it is time to investigate. Wait until the results are available before considering the subsequent resumption of the live broadcast. This made the 4 major live broadcast giants very painful. Especially Little Brother. His Penguin Live has suffered heavy losses. The problem is that the person who sued Penguin Live is also the second largest shareholder of Penguin Live. This made Xiao Ma very helpless. After this incident, no giant would dare to crack the software of future technology, unless they are not afraid of death. Similarly, in the fireworks industry, Li Yi also wants to make an example to others, to deter Xiao, so that they don't dare to think what they shouldn't have. And the one who was killed was Han's Fireworks. Sure enough, everything was as Li Yi expected. In the afternoon, maintenance engineers entered the factory and started maintenance monitoring. The executive Jian Song took the opportunity to enter the secret room, cracked the code, and copied all the data of the future technology and environmental protection fireworks. Then all traces were removed before leaving carefully. I only feel seamless, but I don't think it's a live broadcast. Li Yi, who was far away in the first grade of Tang Chen, hugged Lin Xening and ate the melon seeds that Lin Xening had peeled for him, quietly watching the surveillance screen, admiring Jian Song's self-righteous performance. He stole your core technology, don't you send someone to arrest him? Lin Xening was a little surprised. Li Yi's expression was too calm, without anger, and even looked forward to it. This is really not normal. Catch him. Li Yi shook his head, stroked Lin Xening's capital, and said meaningfully. Such a good employee, it's too late, how could he be arrested? I'm stumped. Is there a problem with the technical information? Lin Xening, who has a pure heart, instantly thought of the key point, looked at Li Yi, and said excitedly. Okay, you want to cheat people again, haha, I like it. What do you like? What do you like? Sports? Oh, well, we do sports. Li Yi smiled, picked up Lin Xening, and went to the next bedroom. Ah, big villain, you are here again. Lin Xening had no choice but to enjoy the pain and happiness. There is no way, as a normal 23-year-old male, facing a superb stunner like Lin Xening, Li Yi is not a man if he has no idea. On the other hand, Qian Song, who got the information, contacted Han Xingxing decisively. Han Dong, all the technical materials are in hand, it's done. Good, good, good. Han Weiguo beamed with joy, and said, 50 million, I'll call you now. No, you did a good job this time, I'll give you 60 million. Thank you Director Han, thank you. Lin Yazao, Qian Song was overjoyed, what a surprise, 10 million more, a full 10 million yang. Soon, the two of them finished their transaction, both beaming with joy. With the core technology of environmentally friendly fireworks, Han Weiguo's Han's fireworks requires factories, people, and channels. It can be produced quickly and distributed quickly. Maybe it can rely on the background of one of the 5 major fireworks giants to surpass the future technology. Wouldn't it be better to say that future fireworks uses hacker technology to steal the technology of Han's fireworks? So, without even eating, Han Weiguo went straight back to the factory, immediately summoned technical backbones, advanced simultaneously, and went into mass production directly. With a market worth 50 to 60 billion yuan, 90% of my Han's fireworks. Han Weiguo smiled and spoke, full of vigor and vigor, as if he looked 10 years younger in an instant. But I didn't know that there is a word called extreme joy begets sorrow. Chapter 83. Qian Song looked at the text message that had just arrived, a total of 60 million, and kept giggling. With so much money, he didn't even dare to think about it before. Not to mention 60 million, even if it is 6 million, he will not be able to make it in his whole life. It's just that people's greed is endless, even with 60 million, Qian Song still feels a little dissatisfied. After all, the national fireworks market is not just 60 million, 600 million, or 6 billion, but 60 billion. As an executive of Dabai Fireworks Factory, Qian Song has no general understanding of the current fireworks market. During the period when fireworks are prohibited in most areas, including import and export, the sales of fireworks are as high as 30 to 40 billion. Now that the restrictions on environmentally friendly fireworks are fully relaxed, and there is no ban on burning, how much will it be? 60 billion is definitely just the beginning. Even 70 billion, 80 billion is possible. The profit among them is as high as frightening. Generally speaking, the retail profit alone is as high as 40%. Not to mention production profits. Absolutely a profiteering industry. Han Weiguo's Han's Fireworks has acquired the core technology, and will soon be mass-produced and distributed. By then, it will be no problem to earn 30 to 40 billion a year. With a market of more than 60 billion yuan, Han Weiguo can earn 30 to 40 billion yuan, while Qian Song can only earn 60 million yuan. The so-called no contrast, no harm. Compared with 883, Qian Song felt unbalanced immediately, and the joy of getting 60 million all at once disappeared. No way, human desires are unlimited. Therefore, Qian Song decisively contacted other fireworks factory uniforms. Sure enough, since the launch of future tech environmentally friendly fireworks, traditional fireworks have been completely frozen. Whether it's a giant like Han's Fireworks or other big fireworks, there is only one way to do it: stop production and stop work. Under the impact of future technological and environmentally friendly fireworks, the traditional fireworks they have produced cannot be sold at all, and they are all in stock. They are all in the warehouse with a backlog of curry, so where dare to continue production. As for the future? Even more bleak. Hearing that Jian Song said that he had obtained the core technology of the future science and technology environmental protection fireworks, most of the fireworks bosses were not calm at once. Want to buy one after another. For this, Jian Song was overjoyed, and directly offered a price of 100 million. Love or not? In this regard, many fireworks masters did not hesitate at all. As long as you get the core technology of future fireworks, let alone 100 million, you will have tens of billions. Immediately, they transferred money to Jian Song to buy technology. Your account with the end number 3350, accounted to, balance. Your account with the end number 3350, has been credited to, and the balance has reached. Your account with the end number 3350. The account has been credited to, and the balance is. Your account with the end number 3350. The account has been credited to, and the balance is. Looking at the reminders of the text messages, Jian Song was floating, really floating. In half a day, he has become a billionaire, or several hundred million billionaires. In the end, 10 fireworks giants bought the core technology in his hands. Moreover, he was either afraid of future technology, or he still had a bit of integrity, so he didn't make a single step. After all, this kind of behavior, stealing other people's technology and then competing with others, is the most despicable behavior in the business world. There is no one. And Jian Song's card balance also changed from 60 million to 1.06 billion. This made Jian Song extremely excited. Today, he is also a rich man with a net worth of hundreds of billions. I was just worried that Li Yi would be liquidated by the incident, so instead of resigning, she continued to return to Dabai fireworks factory to go to work on time. I have done enough roles, and I will find an opportunity to resign later. I have to say that Jian Song is quite capable. And the 10 pyrotechnic giants who have obtained the core technology are very clear that the current opportunity is a fighter. Whoever is the first to mass produce and distribute the goods first will win, and whoever can seize more markets and earn more money. Deng, Zib, like Hanwei Guo, aggressively invested in raw materials and decisively started mass production, for fear of being a step too late. Facing a market worth tens of billions, whether it is Hanwei Guo or the top 10 fireworks giants, their eyes are straightened, so how can they care about other things? There is nothing better than this. Li Yi didn't know about this, and didn't care about it. Jian Song was nothing more than a small person, even Hanwei Guo and Li Yi didn't take it seriously. He just waited to see the fireworks, to see what kind of big fireworks, the fireworks that shocked the whole country. Fireworks can only be seen in newspapers and media. But I don't want to, the number of fireworks this time may be a bit too much. On Monday, Li Yi sent Lin Xening away, ended the weekend of the two-person world, and started to sign in again. Ding! The sign-in is successful, congratulations to the host, and you have obtained a combat ha. What? Fight 2 hai? Hearing this result, Li Yi was immediately stunned, not the usual stunned. What is this? Back to the master, the fighting ha is an artificial intelligence synthesized AI ha. It looks no different from ordinary ha, but it has a high IQ and a strong sense of vigilance. It is usually cute, and when the owner is in danger, instantly berserk, combat power explodes, and effectively protect the owner's safety. Li Yi beamed with joy. It turned out to be so. To put it bluntly, you are a sentinel guard robot dog. This is a good thing. With the black technology watch of Cavalier 15 and smart warning, Li Yi's safety is not much problem. Even if it is a top killer, once it enters within 1 kilometer of Li Yi, the black technology watch will be on alert and respond accordingly. There is no big problem with the company, but Li Yi's family is still a little worried. Originally, Li Yi planned to find bodyguards for her parents, but now it's all right, with this fight. Just send it back, let the parents keep it as a pet, and it can also protect the parents. System, what is the fighting ability of this Erha? Li Yi asked, feeling that this thing is a bit unreliable. After all, Erha? Master, please don't worry, there are no hot weapons, 10 top killers, and they are not Erha's opponents. As an AI guard dog, Erha has a built-in super anesthetic drug. As long as it is sprayed by it, the opponent will instantly lose its action and cannot take care of itself. The range of the saliva 500 meters, the rate of fire is comparable to the Desert Eagle. FK. Li Yi was surprised. A 2-barrel gun that can shoot super narcotics? In addition, when encountering danger, Erha's body will turn into a shield to protect the owner. Blocking bullets will do. Chapter 84. Li Yi nodded, very satisfied, and couldn't wait to meet this fighting AI Erha, but found that curry was not in the system warehouse. System, where is Erha? Li Yi said, his face changed slightly. Could it be at the gate of the community again? Master is wise. Li Yi. In desperation, Li Yi put on her coat decisively and went straight downstairs. Fighting Erha, if he goes berserk and overwhelms the neighborhood guards in the neighborhood, he will be in big trouble. But when Li Yi arrived, she was very surprised. I saw how cute this guy was, making everyone around him laugh from ear to ear. Some people are feeding it with the snacks they just bought. The key is that it tastes delicious. As a robot dog, shouldn't you eat electricity and drink motor oil? Why are you still eating snacks? Smart Erha, I like it very much. Which neighbors, do you sell it? Yes, if there is no master, come home with me? My sister loves you very much. This Erha, a typical face dog, looks good when he is not smiling, but is cute when he smiles. The problem is to be obedient and sensible, not to be stupid or to make trouble. It is simply Erha's alternative, which immediately attracted everyone's love. Even several well-dressed ladies wanted to bring this Erha back home. But he didn't want to, no matter how tempting he was, the Erha just wouldn't go with them. This makes everyone helpless. When everyone was depressed, Erha's eyes lit up suddenly, he wagged his tail and trotted all the way to Li Yi, and circled around Li Yi, full of flattery. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh, this dog is really a dog, almost like a real Erha. I hope you don't tear down your house, or I'll tear you down. Li Yi smiled and shook her head. When Erha heard this, he nodded abruptly. Okay, you won, go home. Li Yi walked back directly with Erha. Now the few young women were unwilling, and one of them, a young woman in her 30s, came over directly. Hello, neighbor. I like this Erha very much, can you sell it to me? It doesn't matter how much it is. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone and said, I'll transfer it to you, as much as you want. Li Yi laughed dumbfounded, and said, it's not a matter of money or not, it depends on Erha's willingness. Saying that, Li Yi looked at Erha, and said, are you willing to follow this aunt? No, this sister. Erha heard the words, looked at the young woman, and shook his head violently, as if he looked disgusted. You see, it doesn't want to, and I can't help it. Young woman. At this time, a little girl came over and said with a smile, Emperor Husky, would you like to come to my house to play? Hearing the other words, he still shook his head. Haha, I have to go out on a horse, this dog is smart and spiritual. Saying that, an aunt came over swaggeringly and said with a smile. Son, are you willing to be with me? Mom will love you very much. Hearing this, Erha first spat at the aunt, then turned around, pointed her butt at the aunt, and farted. The meaning of disgust is self-evident. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into laughter, and the girl and young woman even laughed so hard that their branches trembled wildly. Only the ant stood there alone, messing around in the net minister. Li Yi shook her head with a smile, and took Erha back home, fearing that he would send the ant to the hospital in anger. After returning home, this Erha is just like the real Erha, still stupid and cute, except that he doesn't demolish the house. Watching this scene, Li Yi couldn't help but asked, "What's your name?" Erha suddenly ran over, wagging his tail non-stop, full of flattery. Shouting dog. No, it's too vulgar. Erha nodded, agreeing very much. Why don't you call me Erlang Shen? Anyway, both of you have the surname Er. Li Yi smiled and said. Erha still shook his head, a little disliked. But Li Yi didn't bother to change it, it's called Erlang Shen. So the fighting AI Erha became Erlang Shen. Erlang Shen, do you know how to do some work? Like cleaning? Li Yi said with a smile, if you know how, it will be much more convenient. Hearing this, Erha wanted to run away, but was caught by Li Yi. The result can be imagined, Erha started the journey of cleaning with a rag in his mouth. The next morning, Li Yi contacted the courier brother, originally intending to take Erlang Shen back to his hometown to protect his parents. But I don't want to sign in and check out a combat AI Erha. Well, Erlang Shen stayed in Tangchen Yupan because of this, after all, he had a relationship for a day. And the new Erha was couriered back to his hometown. Well, one stays in Tangchen Yupan to clean up, and the other is sent back to his hometown to protect the safety of his parents. It's fine, nothing wrong with it. When bored, Li Yi would take Erlang Shen downstairs for a stroll. Every time I go out, a group of women surround me. From ages to decades, everything. This made Li Yi very helpless. At dusk, Li Yi suddenly received a video call from Xiao Qianqian. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Qianqian's exquisite face appeared on the opposite wall. Boss, we are in serious trouble. Has Hans Fireworks acquired our core technology? It has been publicly announced that Hans Zero Pollution True Environmental Protection Fireworks will be launched in 2 days. Don't worry, just wait and see. Li Yi said lightly, not taking it seriously. Oh, but boss, not only Hans Fireworks, but also Dadi Fireworks, Zhenqiu Fireworks, Fiheng Fireworks, etc., plus Hans Fireworks, a total of 11 fireworks companies have also announced that they will launch zero pollution in 2 days. Eco-friendly fireworks. Point 0. Xiao Qianqian said again. Once we lose our technological advantage, it will be difficult for us to compete with them. After all, they have been making fireworks for more than 10 years, and the channels and the like cannot be underestimated. Our future fireworks have just started, and we are completely behind. What? A total of 11 fireworks companies? Li Yi was startled, maybe something went wrong again, it's a big trouble. This time it's really a big trouble. Boss, what should I do? Do you want to investigate immediately? I guess it's Subei's place. I'll fly there myself. Xiao Qianqian made a prompt decision and worked tirelessly. But Li Yi shook his head and said. Don't worry about it, your lipstick color is great today, cool and gorgeous, suitable for your identity. Thank you, boss. Xiao Qianqian raised her brows with joy, and said with joy in her heart, Hey, boss, you raised a Erha, it's so cute. Come on, Erlang God, say hello to Miss Sister. Li Yi laughed. Wow! Erha yelled twice at Xiao Qianqian on the screen, wagging his tail, and said hello. Haha, what a cute dog. The name is even more domineering, Erlang God. Haha. Xiao Qian smiled tremblingly, in front of Li Yi, she didn't have the coldness of a strong woman, but more like a gentle girl. But just as Li Yi and Xiao Qianqian were talking and laughing happily, a big explosion suddenly occurred in the warehouse of Hans Fireworks. Chapter 85. Rumble. The entire factory building was blown up, and the terrifying power shattered the entire production line. Whether it's the roof or the bulky equipment, they were all blown up into the sky. No one knew the reason, but the raging fire and the scale of the explosion continued to spread towards the surroundings. Immediately, a chain reaction was triggered, causing all the nearby factories to detonate as well. All of a sudden, countless fireworks soared into the sky, brilliant and colorful, shaking the world, illuminating the dark sky like daytime. During this period of time, Han's Fireworks factory has accumulated a lot of inventory, and all warehouses are full. There are millions of boxes of fireworks. Now they all exploded at once, and the result can be imagined. Immediately, thick smoke billowed on the ground and the flames surged. Many factories were shrouded in raging fire, and it continued to spread to other places, getting worse and worse. 020 And in the sky, there are countless fireworks, one after another, exploding one after another, shining to the extreme, like daytime. In this situation, let alone fighting the fire, you have to kneel if you escape too late. Fortunately, Han's Fireworks, as one of the 5 major fireworks giants, has very advanced equipment, all of which are automated machinery and equipment. Technical workers only need to be in the control room to control the instruments and equipment, so that they can evacuate in time without causing death. Otherwise, today's matter will be even more unbearable. The entire factory is still shrouded in a sea of flames, spreading continuously. Countless fireworks came and went, it was a gluttonous feast, and it exploded for an hour without stopping. Soon, the firefighters came, but they could only be carried out on the periphery, and they dared not rush in. After all, they were all flammable and explosive items. It can be said that the entire Korean fireworks factory is completely over. And the fireworks feast in the sky is still going on. Those who were close were frightened and ran away one after another. People who are far away can't see the fire on the ground, they can only be amazed by the fireworks feast in the sky, and they are full of praise. After all, millions of boxes of fireworks exploded, and I really never thought about it, let alone saw it. Some even recorded videos and uploaded them online, and some even started live broadcasting directly. Soon, the video spread wildly, whether it was a live broadcast without makeup or Weibo, everyone was blown up. Shocking, really shocking, it can be described as a world-class spectacle. In the clubhouse, Han Weiguo didn't know this, he was hugging the princess while showing off his great skills to Yang Kaikai, full of vigor. 2 days. It only takes 2 days. My zero pollution and environmentally friendly fireworks can be distributed on a large scale. Then I can make a lot of money. Congratulations, congratulations. Mr. Han sent it, don't forget about Xiao AI. Yang Kaifeng quickly flattered him. Haha, go Fugui, don't forget each other. At that time, I will hire you as the vice president of Han's Fireworks. The salary is double that of your previous work in Ruizi. Han Weiguo waved his hand, not in the usual complacency. Brother Han, what about us? When the princesses heard the words, they spoke one after another. If there is a generous benefactor who is willing to support them, who would like to receive guests in the clubhouse every day. Especially the tastes of many customers are not as heavy as usual, and they are not treated as human beings at all. You. Han Weiguo smiled, took a sip of wine, and said. Come to Han's Fireworks too, just be the queen princess of Han's Fireworks. Haha. Hate. The girls said angrily, it doesn't matter if you're still a princess. At this time, a princess who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke, extremely shocked. Oh my god, look, the fireworks are so beautiful. How many fireworks have been set off? Hearing this, several people looked at it one after another, only to see that the sky was full of fireworks, crackling, one after another, with no intention of stopping at all. In winter, the evening and the sky are earlier, and everything is illuminated like daytime. Even Yang Kaikai couldn't help being speechless. Brother Han, the comment said that the fireworks show has lasted for more than an hour, and it hasn't stopped. You are an expert, tell me, how many fireworks have to be set off? Let me see. Han Weiguo, who was 3 minutes drunk, snatched the phone, opened his eyes and took a look, and took a breath. My God, with such a scale, at least 1,000,000 boxes are needed, and all of them must be big. Otherwise, it's not enough. Millions of cases. Yang Kaifeng couldn't help but shook his head. Crazy, I'm afraid a factory is blown up, this is the scale. Haha, who knows which hard-working colleague went off fire and the whole factory exploded. Han Weiguo burst out laughing, it's not ordinary complacency. It's all right now, the loss is at least a few 100 million, the factory is abolished, and the profit of a whole year of hard work is not enough to lose hundreds of millions. Yang Kai was startled, and couldn't help but say, you say, who is so hard-working? It's too miserable, it's really. Whoever he is. In this way, wouldn't it be wonderful to have one less competitor? Han Weiguo smiled and raised his glass. It's fried well, it's wonderful. It's crispy. Haha, do it. Just when Han Weiguo was about to gulp down his drink, the phone rang, and it was still the secretary. So annoying. Han Weiguo said angrily, but still answered the phone, hello. Boss, it's not good, our fireworks factory exploded. Our fireworks factory blew up. Han Weiguo's expression changed sharply when he heard the words, the wine glass in his hand fell down and shattered on the ground. Everyone was a little unstable and almost fell, but fortunately Yang Kaifeng supported him. Han Weiguo took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, the firework factory that became popular on the internet belongs to us. Yes, boss. At number %. Han Weiguo was so anxious that he almost fainted. After taking several deep breaths in a row, he finally stabilized, and said gloomily, what's going on? How could this happen? I don't know what happened, it exploded and then the whole factory. Okay, I see, I'll go right away. Han Weiguo hung up the phone, sat down on the ground, and smiled wryly. Fried well, fried wonderfully. Fried croak. Made, in the end, the fried 3.3 is my own factory. Yang Kaifeng. A few princesses. Half an hour later, Han Weiguo asked the driver to run through the red lights and finally arrived at the scene. I saw that the fireworks in the sky were coming to an end, but the raging fire on the ground was still surging. Even if the firefighters went all out, only the ground that had been burned to ashes was rescued. Seeing this scene, Han Weiguo's legs softened and he knelt on the ground. It's over, it's really over. The entire fireworks factory was blown up, such a loss is hard to measure. The equipment alone, plus the products, are worth 500 million. More importantly, in order to seize the opportunity, Han Weiguo put all his family property on the bank, took the house to the bank for a loan, and bought more than 500 million raw materials at once. It is planned to directly mass-produce and distribute the goods with all its strength. This is all right, everything is burned to nothing. Chapter 86. The entire fireworks factory was burned down, not only lost more than 1 billion yuan, but also lost the house to the bank. Calling it bankrupt is an understatement. Now, really poor. Even if you lose your old self, it won't be fair. Looking at this scene, Han Weiguo felt only despair, infinite despair. More importantly, at this point, try to verify. The fireworks factory is gone, how to check? How to check? Not only can't it be verified, can't be held accountable, but also have to find a way to fill the hole. Even if it is difficult to make up, the hole has to be filled. For example, millions of boxes of fireworks are destroyed, and the delivery to the big customer cannot be made on time. Not only must all the advance payment be returned, but also liquidated damages must be paid. As one of the top 5 fireworks factories, there are so many major client dealers, and the liquidated damages alone are an extremely terrifying figure. There are also reminders from banks, upstream and downstream partners, etc., which are all problems. Usually, Hans Fireworks has a large scale and considerable profits. Banks and financial institutions are confident in lending money to you. Enterprises also dare to give you raw materials on credit, and some can accept quarterly payment, or even payment at the end of the year. Now that something goes wrong, the loss is heavy, and even going bankrupt, I am afraid that Hans Fireworks will not be able to make it to 28, so I decisively come to the door to collect debts as soon as possible. With so many creditors asking for the account together, the result can be imagined. This is the case for many companies whose economic chain is broken and they go bankrupt instantly. If things go on like this, within 3 days, Hans Fireworks is bound to go bankrupt, and he, Hanwei Aguo, will even face legal responsibility. But Hanwei Aguo was just one of them. 3 hours later, the Dabai fireworks factory also exploded. As one of the 5 giants of fireworks, Yindi Fireworks is only stronger than Hanwei Aguo. Naturally, the losses are also more serious. Even if Dabai Fireworks responded in time, it was still out of control. In just over an hour, the entire fireworks factory, with millions of boxes of fireworks, all exploded together. The loss is also $1 billion to start. In half a day, 2 consecutive fireworks factories all exploded, causing a complete sensation throughout the country. And those firework bosses were extremely excited at first. All of a sudden, the 2 major fireworks giants are missing, and the competition has weakened. Naturally, they have the opportunity to stand out, earn more profits, and seize more markets. It can be said to be a good thing. Unexpectedly, in the early hours of the morning, the Feihung fireworks factory also exploded, causing heavy losses as well. Even the situation is no different from Hans Fireworks and Earth Fireworks. I don't know why it exploded, but the scale is terrifying, and it can't be controlled at all. As a result, the entire fireworks factory, with millions of boxes of fireworks, all flew into the sky and bloomed together. In one day, the 3 giants all exploded, and the other fireworks leaders were collectively frightened. Not only could they no longer be excited, but they were all terrified. I am afraid that the next explosion will be them. A sudden loss of about 1 billion yuan, who can bear it? Gross profit for a whole year may not be 1 billion. Otherwise, the 5 giants like Hanwei Aguo would not only have a fortune of nearly 2 billion. More importantly, if a family explodes, it is still normal. How can there be no accidents in the fireworks industry? In fact, there are fire accidents and explosions in fireworks factories almost every year. But most of them are small scale and can be controlled, so they won't get out of hand, let alone blow up the whole factory. Now the 3 giants are all blown up all at once, which is not normal, really not normal. What's more, these 3 companies all bought their core technology from Jiansong. XT. Hiss. Thinking of this, the faces of the other 8 fireworks giants changed drastically, and they decisively stopped producing environmentally friendly fireworks overnight. I'm afraid there will be an accident, and I will follow in the footsteps of Hans Fireworks. That night, all the firework masters couldn't sleep soundly, and they were in dire straits, making it difficult to fall asleep. Li Yi, on the other hand, played the Symphony of Fate in the virtual game. In the virtual game, Li Yi has been in a deep sleep state. In this state, Li Yi is not only not tired, but full of energy, with muscles and thinking at their peak. Whether it is learning knowledge or practicing skills, you will maintain the best condition, the highest efficiency, and rapid progress. The skills cultivated in virtual games, such as musical instruments, calligraphy, car skills, fighting, chess skills, etc., will become real abilities. Of course, skills that are too magical can't be done, such as Tathagata Palm, Tianma Meteor Fist, these are not available in the real world, and there is no gain. But even so, this virtual reality game is still powerful and terrifying. Like the piano, it takes 2 to 5 years for ordinary people to practice hard to reach the 10th level. But in this virtual game, Li Yi only practiced for 2 nights and reached level 10. But this is still an amateur level. For example, Bai Ye is in elementary school. Grades 8 to 9 are senior high school entrance exams. Grade 10 is the college entrance examination. The performance level above the 10th level is a postgraduate examination. At this point, it is considered a professional pianist. If you go up further and win an international award, then you will be a real pianist and step into the room. If things go on like this, half a month may be enough for Li Yi to achieve performance-level piano skills that others may not have achieved in more than 10 years. The hall-level pianist that others may not be able to achieve in a lifetime, Li Yi may only take a month through virtual reality games. The same is true for other marksmanship, fighting and so on. On the other side, Han Weiguo received a call. "Brother Han, your hands fireworks and my earth fireworks have exploded. Have you ever thought that the core technology of the environmentally friendly fireworks is faulty? Or, the so-called core technology is all fake?" Hiss! Han Weiguo gasped, broke out in a cold sweat, and then became angry. Future technology, Li Yi, it must be him. Damn it! Han Weiguo couldn't help shaking his head, furious. What a scene of déjà vu! I never thought of it at the time. Damn it, damn it! How do you say, Brother Han, do you have an idea? The owner of Dabai Fireworks couldn't help but speak, full of eagerness. Han Weiguo nodded and said, "Do you remember the Battle of the Gods in the live broadcasting industry before? Didn't the 4 major live broadcasting giants steal the core technology of future technology, and the results were all fake, and they were put together by future technology? Not only did they gain nothing, but they also suffered heavy losses. The data was stolen. Destroyed, it is still being investigated and closed for rectification. It can be said that stealing chickens does not mean losing money." Chapter 87. You're saying that the core technology we've got now is all fake. The explosion is also a matter of course, and it's all Li Yi's game. The boss of Dabai Fireworks couldn't help but speak, his heart was cold. It must be the case. Li Yi is a person who always keeps his hands in things and loves to deceive people. Whoever has an idea will be fooled. Having played against Li Yi many times, Han Weiguo already knew him very well, so he couldn't help but say. This time, I'm afraid he already knew that we were going to make a move, and deliberately set up a good situation, just waiting for us to jump in. Speaking of this, Han Weiguo's eyes were full of anger, and he gritted his teeth with hatred. If it weren't for Li Yi, his hands fireworks factory wouldn't have exploded, and there wouldn't have been a loss as high as 1 billion. How not to hate? Wait, you said he already knew we were going to make a move. The boss of Dabai Fireworks heard the way, and couldn't help asking. Is Qian Song your man? Stealing the core technology of future technology and environmental protection fireworks is also your plan. Good. Han Weiguo nodded and did not hide anything. I spent 60 million to buy Qian Song, the executive of Future Fireworks Dabai branch. Aren't you the same? No. We were approached by Qian Song on his own initiative, one price, 100 million. The boss of Dabai Fireworks said, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he thought of a lot at once. Damn it, it looks like you were tricked by Qian Song. This kid is not satisfied with taking my 60 million yuan, and even asked you for 100 million yuan. So ruthless, so greedy. Han Weiguo couldn't help shaking his head, sighing. One family has 1 billion, 10 of you, a total of 1 billion. You even blew up the factory and lost 1 billion, you are miserable. Boss Dabai. But also make it clear. In the future of science and technology, Han's Fireworks is waiting for you. We didn't take the initiative to play Future Fireworks, and it has nothing to do with us. It was Qian Song, the BD who saw Qian's eyes open, made his own ideas, and pulled us in. Boss Dabai shouted sharply, burning with anger. 1 billion. Maade. I want to kill this kid," said, hung up the phone directly. If it wasn't for Qian to find him, how could there be any accidents in his heaven and earth fireworks? Not only gave Qian 110 million for nothing, but also bombed a large factory, losing more than 1 billion. What a day, dog! So much so that they were all murderous. Then, Boss Dottie continued to do nothing, and called Boss Fihung again. Fihung Fireworks also blew up a factory, which also suffered heavy losses and was even more furious. Soon, several other major fireworks factories also got the news, sorted out everything, and immediately became furious. Qian deceived them by using fake technical information, and even almost destroyed a factory. Which is tolerable and which is unbearable. Therefore, the top 10 fireworks bosses all put this account on Qian head. After all, the future fireworks bureau is prepared for Han's fireworks. It was Qian, the BD, who saw that Qian's eyes were open, and made his own way to get their top 10 fireworks giants into it. Injustice has its head, debt has its owner. They naturally want to settle accounts with Qian. Of course, the most important thing is that they can't afford to mess with future fireworks, and they can't afford to mess with future technology. I can only put everything on Qian head. Well, it is so realistic. At the same time, the few remaining pyrotechnic bosses immediately issued an order to destroy all environmentally friendly fireworks overnight, leaving no one behind. Just kidding, if things go on like this, money may not be earned, but if it explodes, a loss of more than 1 billion will be inevitable. In the current fireworks factory, I don't know how many fireworks are set off. As long as one of them goes wrong, I am afraid that all of them will be ruined, at least hundreds of millions, or even billions of dollars in losses. As a result, many workers rushed into the factory overnight and poured water on them, just in case, soaked all the environmentally friendly fireworks directly. In this way, the possibility of fire is completely eliminated, and then slowly destroyed. Even if the loss is heavy, it doesn't matter, just abandon the car and save the handsome. A loss of 100 million or 200 million yuan is not small, but it is still acceptable. But if the whole factory is blown up, and the loss of 1 billion yuan, everyone wants to kill it. The production of environmentally friendly fireworks has been completely stopped. After solving the future troubles, the next thing to do is to find Qian to settle accounts. That night, several professional killers sneaked into Qian house, but unexpectedly, Qian family had long since disappeared. This made several pyrotechnic giants furious, and decisively used all resources to find out Qian whereabouts. It turned out that as early as the Korean fireworks, Qian, who was careful with Hinata, felt that something was wrong. When the fireworks on the ground explode, the song will know that it is broken, and things will be serious. If you stay in the magic capital, or even in the country, you will definitely die. Resolutely took the whole family with them, and flew to Hong Kong Island overnight. Then fly abroad. From now on, I will hide my name and live happily in a corner that no one knows. Anyway, Qian has assets of 1,060 million yuan, so he can be said to have no worries in his life. The big deal is to go to Goryeo to change his face, and no one will know from then on. But he underestimated the determination of the top 10 fireworks giants to kill them. That night, a killer chased after him and went straight to Hong Kong Island. The attitude of the top 10 giants is obvious: if you don't kill Qian, you will never stop. But for this, Han Weiguo felt disdainful. A bunch of trash. If you don't have the guts to take action against future technology, what kind of skill is chasing and killing Qian? Although I really want Qian to die. Han Weiguo shouted sharply, kicked the coffee table over, and said viciously. You don't grow it, but I have it. You dare not touch, get Qian Zhao, Li Yi, I'll come. Afterwards, Han Weiguo took out a box from the safe, opened it, and took out a mobile phone card. Then I switched to my mobile phone and made several consecutive calls. Then remove the phone card, throw it in the toilet, and flush it away. Humph, Li Yi, this time, if you don't die, whoever dies. Han Weiguo tapped his knees and said in a deep voice. You sent my son there, made me bankrupt, and ruined my life. Then even if I, Han Weiguo, have lost my money, I will have to kill you. It can be said that Han Weiguo has jumped the wall in a hurry. Tang Chen Yupan, early morning. Li Yi quits the virtual reality game and checks in daily. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained God-level hacking technology. With it, this world, for you, will no longer have secrets. Whether it is the internet or, darnet skills. Chapter 88. God-level hacking technology. Li Yi laughed dumbfounded, surprise, really a surprise. Like the current top 10 hackers, each of them is a headache for all countries, even the White House. For example, Kevin Mitnick, who is known as the #1 computer hacker. At the age of 15, he broke into the main computer of the North American Air Defense Command System and rummaged through the data of all the nuclear warheads of the White House pointing to the Warsaw Pact and its allies, and then slipped out quietly. Even in the face of federal pursuit later, Kevin Mitnick was able to control the local computer system through superb hacking techniques, obtain all hunting information in advance, and thus escape. It just flew off. It can be said that a powerful hacker can really make the whole world tremble, even the White House. And the God-level hacking skills obtained by Li Yi far surpassed that of Kevin Mitnick. Not only can you ride the internet, but you can't hire the dark web. In fact, the internet is a multi-layered structure, far from being as simple as we imagined. The internet we visit every day is only the outermost layer of the internet, referred to as the surface network. The surface web can be accessed and browsed through a standard search engine 890. What is hidden under the surface web is called the deep web. The content in the deep web cannot be accessed and browsed through conventional search engines at all. Therefore, the vast majority of people will never have access to the deep web in their entire lives. The dark web is a subset of the deep web. It is also the most powerful, most secretive, safest, most omnipotent, darkest, and most chaotic subset. It can be said that the dark net is a lawless and omnipotent existence. Super concealment. Money transactions are hidden. Monitoring and management is difficult. These elements make the dark web a hotbed of criminal activities, a new platform for terrorist activities, and a supporting tool for the game of great powers and political penetration and subversion. The currency in circulation on the dark web is the virtual currency such as Bitcoin, which is not generally safe. It can be said that as long as you have enough Bitcoins, you can do anything in the dark web. Even if you hire the world's top hackers to hack the CIA in the White House, there is no problem, as long as you can pay the price. And once the case is related to the dark net, it is basically difficult to solve it. It is also true that the dark web protection is extremely powerful and it is difficult to invade. And the God-level hacking technology obtained by Li Yi, even the dark web, can come and go freely. It means a lot. At the very least, Li Yi can be invincible in terms of information and intelligence. But just when Li Yi was about to experience the God-level hacking skills, he received a warning from the watch. A man in black, with a sharp knife in his arms, walked towards him. Li Yi's Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum watch has many built-in black technologies, one of which is the sensor warning. When it senses that an offensive weapon is approaching, it will automatically lock and analyze and report to Li Yi. Hehe, is it really here? Li Yi smiled and said, not afraid, but looking forward to it. Ever since Li Yi made Han Weiguo's fireworks factory explode and Han Weiguo went bankrupt, he expected the other party's urgency, and expected the other party's revenge. It is precisely because of this that Li Yi sent another fighting AI Erha back to his hometown to protect his parents, just in case. And at this time, Lin Xening was also pointing in that direction, barking twice, full of vigilance. You feel it too? Li Yi smiled and said, this fighting AI is not bad either. Nodded, looked at Li Yi, and waited for Li Yi's order. It seems that as long as Li Yi gives an order, can definitely rush downstairs, bite the other party to death, or paralyze the other party with a super anesthetic. Seeing this, Li Yi smiled and said, let's go, Lin Xening, we'll wait for him in the training room upstairs. With that said, Li went upstairs, waiting for the killer to arrive. If you don't have a gun, it doesn't matter. As for the sharp blade alone, Li Yi wanted to see how the opponent's skills were, and also wanted to see how he had improved in fighting during this period of time. Go San, a man in black, evaded surveillance and entered Tang Chen Yupan. After doing some camouflage, I entered the elevator and went straight to Li Yi's mansion. But when he came outside the mansion, Go San was stunned. It stands to reason that you should unlock the lock, enter the house, and kill it. It turned out that he couldn't find the lock, so how could he open it? No way, Li Yi's mansion is all AI artificial intelligence, the door is also intelligent, without fingerprints, and the lock cylinder is controlled by an intelligent system, all inside the door. So whether it is unlocking or prying the door, it will not work. Go San has no way to start. The question is how to kill Li Yi even if the door cannot be opened? Just when Go San looked dazed, the door suddenly opened. This startled him. I saw the opposite wall turned into a screen, revealing Li Yi's face, and said coldly, don't blot. The second floor, the third room on the right. This time, Go San was even more restless, it seemed that Li Yi knew about his arrival. He even opened the door and let him in on purpose, just waiting for him. Could there be fraud in it? As a top killer, Go Ri is not afraid of all challenges. Not to mention the 100 million price promised by Han Weiguo. Go San will never refuse. So, Go San took a deep breath, walked into the room, and the door behind him closed automatically. The corner of Go San's mouth twitched, and there was no place to unlock the door. How strange. Shaking his head, Go San turned and went upstairs, going straight to the room Li Yi said. I saw Li Yi sitting there, eating imported cherries, and said with a smile. Such ink marks, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Dog 3. Come on, let's make a move, let me see what the killer with a price of 100 million is. Go San was startled, how could he price Li Yudao? But as a top killer, Go San sees that there is no ambush in the house, only Li Yi, and a husky. He simply lost his worries and said in a cold voice. Since you are in a hurry to die, then I will send you on your way. As he said that, the dog waved his hands 3 times, and a sharp saber appeared in his hand, and he attacked Li Yi with one stride. The saber pierced straight out, straight for Ji Yi's heart. Whether it is speed, strength, or angle, they are all perfect to the extreme. It was a ruthless killer move as soon as he made a move. This attack is extremely fast, not to mention normal people, even special forces may not be able to dodge it. Speed is too slow. But Li Yi shook his head with a smile, and moved slightly, avoiding sideways. At the same time, he clasped Go San's right arm with his backhand, and threw Go San hard on the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Chapter 89. Boom! With a huge force and a dull sound, the dog fell to the ground 3 times, only to feel the pain in the back, and then his face turned pale. At some point, the saber in his hand was already in Li Yi's hands. I saw Li Yi shaking his head with a smile while playing with his saber. Not only is the speed slow, but the strength is not very good. At your level, is it worth 100 million? I bother. As he said that, Li Yi threw back the saber, his disgust was self-evident. Go San was furious, as a top killer, he was turned away by the hunting target Xiang. Whether it is tolerable or unbearable. Go-san yelled angrily, turned over, and stood up. The saber returned to his hand again, his gaze was like a torch. Then, like a falcon, he rushed towards Li Yi in an instant, going all out. A little progress. While fighting against Go-san, Li Yi smiled and opened his mouth, full of calm and breezy, with ease. This made Go-san very shocked, and even more angry. Surprisingly, Li Yi's strength is naturally not inferior to him. What is angry is that Li Yi dares to be careless when fighting against him, it is an insult to him. Damn it! Under Go-san's rage, the dagger in his hand attacked even more fiercely, and all the moves were killer moves, but Li Yi still couldn't do anything. Get out! As he said that, Li kicked out a whip kick straight to the dog's head. The huge force made Go-san's expression change sharply, and he quickly blocked with both arms. But it was still useless, the powerful whip leg directly flew the dog 3 rounds. Puff! Go-san, who fell to the ground, only felt a sweetness in his throat, and another mouthful of old blood spewed out. It's not that he is too weak, but Li Yi is too strong. Go-san is considered a top killer in Daxia. But Li Yi's current fighting skills are too powerful. No need for guns, 3 dogs and 3 are no match for Li Yi. Get up and go on. Li Yi is a bit addicted, the feeling of straight killing is really good. Go-san's face was ashen, he could only get up and continue to fight, but his legs were a little weak. But seeing Li Yi's posture, he could only pick up the saber and bite the bullet. Boom! Within a few rounds, Li Yi threw an uppercut and Go-san flew up. Blood was splashed everywhere, and a few teeth were broken. My whole body was in severe pain, and I didn't know how many ribs were broken. But Li Yi on the opposite side still smiled and said, "Get up, continue." Dog-san's mouth twitches, shame, absolute shame. For a dignified top killer to be ravaged to such an extent by the target of hunting, it is really miserable, too horrible to look at. More importantly, Go-san believes that if this continues, within a few rounds, he will definitely be tortured to death by Li Yi, die. There is no suspense. In desperation, Go-san looked at the rear window, gritted his teeth, and jumped on it. 36 strategies are the best strategy. Unexpectedly, before Go-san rushed to the window, the quiet husky suddenly flew up. Without saying a word, he slammed on the dog fiercely. At yen number %. Go-san's face changed drastically, and he was knocked backwards and flew back. The huge force made him spit out another mouthful of old blood. But that's not the end. As soon as Go-san fell to the ground, Urha rushed over again. The back hoof pressed Go-san's body, the front hoof pointed at his head, bowed left and right, it was a fat beating. Bang bang bang! It directly stunned the dog 3 times. Even Li Yi next to him was dumbfounded. This speed, this strength, this posture. Urha is performing, cat fist? The result can be imagined, just for a moment, God knows how many punches Urha punched. And Go-san's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, turning into a pig's head. Fortunately, Urha was very measured and didn't kill him, otherwise Go-san would have been hammered to death by him. More importantly, facing Urha, Go-san didn't even have the strength to struggle and resist. Just close your eyes and be beaten. The fighting power of this Urha really exploded, directly killing the dog for 3 seconds. Okay, Erlangshan, if the fight continues, I should consider how to destroy the corpse. Li Yi smiled and said. Urha then stopped, and reluctantly got off Go-san, as if he hadn't hit enough. Go-san with a bruised nose and swollen face trembled, the corners of his mouth twitched, and another mouthful of old blood spewed out. I just feel that there is nothing to love in life, and the world is not worth it. Who are they? First is Li Yi, who doesn't seem to have much strength, but in the end he was easily tortured to death, and he is still holding him as a top killer to practice his hands. Then there is the husky, and he will be instantly turned into a pig's head as soon as he comes up. A dog is so powerful, and it can attack the powerful cat punch. Simply terrible. At this moment, Go-san really has some doubts about life. He just feels that he didn't read the almanac when he went out today. Li Yi smiled, sat down, picked up the cherries next to him, and ate slowly while eating. Go-san, formerly known as Fu Guangda, was born in northwest Ningzhou. He studied under the A-level killer Cheng Yudao, and became a $level killer on the dark web. Afterwards, he took 21 shots and hunted down 32 people, and he never missed a shot. He was the most wanted target, but he got away unscathed every time. How do you know? Go-san's face changed drastically. These details are top secret, no one knows, otherwise he would have been arrested many times. But Li Yi actually knew such details. It was scary. But in the past 3 years, you haven't shot a single one. Could it be that you are accumulating virtue for the child in your lover's womb? That is your daughter, who is almost 2 years old now. Li Yi said with a smile, full of meaning. Just now, Li Yi used the system's god-level black technology to hack into the dark web and investigated all the information about Go-san. Hearing this, Go-san's expression changed drastically. He felt horrified, and immediately got up, knelt down and kowtowed. Dong Li, I have made thousands of mistakes, all of which are my own fault. I know that to assassinate Li Dong, I will lose my life. Even if I die 10,000 times, it is not enough. But my daughter is innocent. Really? Please Li Dongjiao, raise your hand. I am willing to kill myself immediately. Said that Go-san picked up the saber on the ground and was about to kill himself. But he didn't want to. Li Yi shook his head and sneered. Your daughter is innocent, hee. In your line of business, is there still something innocent? Dong Li, let me tell you, it's Han Weiguo. It's Han Weiguo who gave me 100 million and asked me to kill you. Go-san kowtowed to pray, and said deeply. I beg Li Dong to let my daughter go. I will give Li Dong a satisfactory result. Please. Seeing this, Li Yi smiled and said noncommittally. See how well you behave.